Chapter 1977 Nine-Clawed Dragon Warrior. The saber web moved toward Duan Ling Tian thunderously. One could imagine if Duan Ling Tian was shrouded by the saber web, he would definitely die. It's impossible for me to block Hong Shu's strike with my current strength. It seems that I have no choice but to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Faced with the immensely powerful saber web, Duan Ling Tian mobilized the Sun Saint energy in his body and activated the dragon energy hidden in his body. As the dragon energy passed Duan Ling Tian's body, there would be an earth-shattering change to his appearance. Both his hands and legs had transformed into that of a dragon's claws. Glistening scales also appeared all over his body. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned colder as he held on to the 100 inscription saint sword after he stretched his dragon's claws and felt the explosive power in his body. He turned to face the saber web that was charging toward him at an incredibly fast speed. This was the only thing he could do at this moment. After transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, his speed did not increase significantly. Most of the improvements were on his defense and physical strength. His physical strength worked well with his Sun Saint energy, enabling him to cast more powerful attacks. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered to hide that he could transform into nine-clawed dragon warrior since there was no way for him to hide it anymore. Faced with Hong Shu, whose strength had improved greatly due to the forbidden pill, he only had two options left. He could either transform into nine-clawed dragon warrior or he could use the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword. He had to make a choice quickly. Otherwise, he would die. With his current Sun Saint energy, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage if he used the Jasper celestial sword, let alone Hong Shu, whose strength was merely close to the Saint Celestial stage. However, in his opinion, exposing the Jasper celestial sword would lead to more trouble. It was better for him to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. If he took the Jasper celestial sword out, even the sect leader of fire worship sect would covet it. That was why he decided to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. After transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Ling Tian's defense and brute strength had improved a level. If Hong Shu had come 7 or 8 days later, I wouldn't even have to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior to defeat him. Duan Ling Tian thought as he transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. This was because at that time he would be able to master the Black Turtle's barrier, since 7 or 8 days outside were equivalent to 80 or 90 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was confident he would be able to master the Black Turtle's barrier in that amount of time. It was unfortunate that Hong Shu came so quickly to the punishment zone of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. After Duan Ling Tian transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he took his sword and slashed at Hong Shu's saber web. The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples present widened their eyes in horror as they stared at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was a completely different man in their eyes. He had transformed from a human to a humanoid dragon. He has transformed into a dragon warrior. Among the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples present, there were some who had seen and experienced enough to know what happened to Duan Ling Tian. Dragon warrior. According to the rumors, dragon warriors are humans who are gifted the gift of dragonization by a divine dragon with more than 7 claws. These divine dragons can only bestow dragonization once in their lives. It didn't even cross my mind that senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a dragon warrior. I wonder which 7-clawed divine dragon from the dragon clan gave him the gift of dragonization. The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples continued to discuss among themselves in shock. All of their attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian's body that they neglected to notice the 9 claws that he possessed. They would have been even more shocked if they had noticed this, since a 9-clawed dragon warrior was like a mythical creature to them. Otherworldly celestial. After Duan Ling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he split himself into 5 as he advanced toward the saber web. All 4 of his clones were so alike. Even the 100 inscription saint swords in their hands were identical. The otherworldly celestial was a sword-type high-grade offensive divine ability. It did not require much to cast it. With the golden crow's wings, Duan Ling Tian, who had split into 5, collided with the saber web at an extremely fast speed. Previously, Duan Ling Tian seemed like 5 celestials when he cast the otherworldly celestial. However, after transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he looked like 5 devils from hell with his humanoid dragon appearance. Shoo! 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 The sound of swords whistled in the air as all 500 inscription saint swords collided with the saber web. At this moment, not only did Duan Ling Tian use the Sun Saint energy unreservedly to cast the elementary devouring tactic, but he even used all the brute force that a nine-clawed dragon's body granted him. The saber webs formed from hundreds and thousands of saber rays were being destroyed in the wake of the 5 solidified sword rays. Duan Ling Tian's strength after transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior was also very close to the Saint Celestial stage. He was certainly not afraid when faced with the hundreds and thousands of saber rays from Hongshu's Saber King Ingress. However, there were too many saber rays that formed the saber web. Although Duan Ling Tian managed to destroy some of it, they still landed on Duan Ling Tian. After a few moments, all 4 of Duan Ling Tian's clones could no longer endure the damage and disappeared. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian let out an animalistic roar. A sharp and strong dragon tail appeared behind him on his back. He whipped it around, effectively destroying some of the saber rays. Even then, there was still quite a number of saber rays that landed on Duan Ling Tian. The sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air as saber rays landed on Duan Ling Tian. His scales helped him to deflect the saber rays. However, it still left marks on his dragon scales. If it was any deeper, it would have sliced through his dragon scales. Hongshu, Duan Ling Tian cried out after he cleared his throat. He managed to destroy Hongshu's saber web after all. At the same time, the golden crow's wings began to flap rapidly. In the next moment, the sound of explosions rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian in his dragon humanoid form, coupled with his golden crow's wings, charged at Hongshu at lightning speed. Hongshu's face turned pale immediately. This was because he had exerted all his strength in the earlier attack after he consumed the Kismet rejoining pill. Initially, Hongshu thought Duan Ling Tian would definitely die under the onslaught of such a powerful attack. Although Duan Ling Tian had surprised him by transforming into a dragon warrior, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to resist the attack from his divine ability, the Saber King Ingress, and the ghastly Shadow Thousand Strike Saber technique. Naturally, he only had these thoughts, similar to the other 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, because he thought Duan Ling Tian was merely a 7-clawed dragon warrior. If Duan Ling Tian was merely a 7-clawed dragon warrior, then naturally, it was impossible for him to fight Hongshu directly, let alone destroying his attack. How could a 7-clawed dragon warrior be so strong? Hongshu thought to himself as he instinctively looked at Duan Ling Tian's dragon claws. The sight of his dragon claws nearly scared him to death. 9 claws. He could clearly see 9 sharp claws on each of what used to be Duan Ling Tian's hands and legs. A 9-clawed divine dragon was a legendary existence even in the dragon clan. They were known as 9-clawed ancestral dragons or 9-clawed winged dragons. This Duan Ling Tian, he's actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Hongshu's face was deathly pale. He no longer moved when faced with Duan Ling Tian who was charging at him at an extremely fast speed. This was due to the aftereffects of the forbidden pill he had consumed. The effects of the Kismet rejoining pill had disappeared. Currently, it was impossible for him to make an attack like he did earlier. Due to this reason, he had lost all motivation to fight Duan Ling Tian. That 9 claws. At the same time, after seeing Duan Ling Tian destroying Hongshu's saber web that consisted of hundreds and thousands of saber rays before charging toward Hongshu at an extremely fast speed, a number of 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples finally noticed the number of claws Duan Ling Tian possessed. He's a 9-clawed divine dragon's claws. A 9-clawed dragon warrior. Goodness. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, he's actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples gradually regained their senses before they were shocked again. However, their eyes never left Duan Ling Tian. How's that possible? The expression of the person sent by Black Turtle Sanctum's Great Silver Flame Elder Li and to monitor Hongshu had changed drastically as his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 1978 The Finale. A 9-clawed dragon warrior. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary figure to most of 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, including Hongshu. Many 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples felt as though they were dreaming. They could hardly believe they had witnessed a legendary figure with their own eyes. They even pinched themselves to make sure they were not dreaming. It was real. Duan Ling Tian was really a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Who would have thought senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Senior brother Hongshu is not a match for senior brother Duan Ling Tian who has transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior even after his strength has increased almost to the Saint Celestial stage after he had taken the forbidden pill. Yes, Senior brother Hong Shu's attack earlier is the strongest he could muster after taking the forbidden pill. The effects of the forbidden pill must have worn off by now. It's impossible for senior brother Hong Shu to cast such an attack again. Senior brother Hong Shu's going to lose. Lose? Do you think it is possible senior brother Hong Shu is just going to lose? He tried to kill senior brother Duan Ling Tian just a moment ago. Even if senior brother Duan Ling Tian kills him, it'll be regarded as self-defense. It won't be considered as violating the rules of the fire worship sect. Do you think senior brother Duan Ling Tian will let him off the hook? The four symbols sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves in shock when they saw Duan Ling Tian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Soon after, they all concluded that Duan Ling Tian would kill Hong Shu. Duan Ling Tian flapped his golden crow's wings and charged toward Hong Shu at his fastest speed. He was not worried Hong Shu would escape because he knew the effects of the forbidden pill would not last long. When the effects of the forbidden pill wore off, he would be like a sitting duck. Duan Ling Tian thought Hong Shu would try and escape when he saw Duan Ling Tian charging at him. However, he discovered Hong Shu seemed to have no intention of running away. He stood in his spot motionlessly as though he was a statue. What does he intend to do? Hong Shu's strange behavior made Duan Ling Tian feel uneasy, causing him to stop a distance away to study Hong Shu. Although he wanted to kill Hong Shu, Hong Shu's strange behavior caused him to feel wary. Duan Ling Tian. A voice transmission rang clearly in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He could tell it was Hong Shu. Duan Ling Tian frowned immediately. What was Hong Shu trying to do? Was he going to beg for mercy? Duan Ling Tian, I know there's nothing you want more than to kill me now. It's only natural since I came to kill you today. Hong Shu said, I'm transmitting my voice to you because of my family, not for anything else. I know now that I'm no match for you even after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, since you're a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, the effects of your assist-type divine ability is a lot longer than the Kismet rejoining pill. It's impossible for me to kill you. The frown on Duan Ling Tian's face eased a little when he heard this. It seemed like Hong Shu was aware of his own capability. The Kismet rejoining pill is a renowned forbidden pill in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. The Kismet rejoining pill I consumed is just a low-grade Kismet rejoining pill. A high-grade Kismet rejoining pill can even boost the strength of a Saint Celestial stage cultivator for a short period of time. A Kismet rejoining pill is a very precious pill as only a quasi-celestial grade Saint refinement master who's focused on medicine refinement is able to refine a precious pill such as the Kismet rejoining pill, Hong Shu continued to say. Duan Ling Tian, who had no knowledge of the Kismet rejoining pill, finally gained some understanding about it. When he heard Hong Shu's explanation, he could not help but ask, a pill that only a quasi-celestial grade Saint refinement master can refine. I'm telling you all these things because I hope you'll do me a favor. I hope that after I die, you'll inform my family to move away as quickly as possible. Hong Shu's voice transmission continued to ring in Duan Ling Tian's ears. I will tell you a secret to repay your kindness. I came here to kill you because our Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian threatened me with my family. The forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, I consumed was also given by him. Hong Shu gritted his teeth when he mentioned Li An's name. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim when he heard Hong Shu's words. He did not doubt his words because he remembered the hint of helplessness in Hong Shu's eyes when he first arrived. Duan Ling Tian was confused at that time, but now he finally understood the look in Hong Shu's eyes then. Hong Shu had no other choice with Li An threatening him. Duan Ling Tian's intention of killing Hong Shu began to gradually fade. He became calmer as well. It seemed like Li An was the mastermind behind this. You can find an enforcement elder to report Li An. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Shu and said using voice transmission, if you feel that the enforcement elders are useless, you can report him in the Saint Land's enforcement hall after you've passed the Saint Land assessment and become a Saint Land disciple. It is useless, Hong Shu replied using voice transmission with a forced smile on his face. Even if I succeed in reporting him, Li An will only be lightly punished. He'll definitely seek revenge after the punishment. He probably won't dare to seek revenge from me due to the rules in the sect, but he'll definitely kill my family. If it's not for my family, I wouldn't have done as he told me to since he wouldn't dare to recklessly attack me in the fire worship sect. Hong Shu paused for a moment before he said in an agonized voice, Lian told me before I came here that regardless of the reason, if I fail to kill you, he won't spare my family. I beg you, Duan Ling Tian. Please try and inform my family to leave as soon as possible to avoid Lian. I'm willing to do anything in my next life to repay your kindness if you're willing to help me. Hong Shu quickly hit his forehead with his palm to commit suicide as soon as he ended his voice transmission. All the four Symbol Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, only regained their senses when Hong Shu's body fell to the ground. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Shu's body with a complex look in his eyes before he reverted to his human form. The four Symbol Sanctum's disciples were shocked by what they saw. Senior brother Hong Shu committed suicide. It seems like he's worried Duan Ling Tian would torture him. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to commit suicide. It is better to commit suicide since death is unavoidable. Although the four Symbol Sanctum's disciples were surprised by Hong Shu's suicide, they understood his decision. Hong Shu is really useless. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple that was sent by Lian to monitor Hong Shu frowned after he saw Hong Shu had committed suicide. However, when his eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian's figure in the distance, an expression of fear appeared on his face. I need to inform Elder Lian that Duan Ling Tian is a nine-clawed dragon warrior as soon as possible. He knew what it meant to be a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Soon after, 4 bronze flame elders in the punishment zone of the four Symbol Sanctum's first mine arrived. The bronze flame elders were from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum respectively. They were very anxious when they heard this news and had rushed here immediately. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive. Under normal circumstances, Hong Shu might not be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, it would not be difficult for him to kill Duan Ling Tian after consuming the forbidden pill. They were worried Duan Ling Tian would die. Although they were not certain about Duan Ling Tian's background, based on the way the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall protected him, they felt his background had to be extraordinary. Otherwise, how did Duan Ling Tian gain the protection of the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall with a mere yellow innate spiritual root? They were very worried that the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall would blame them for Duan Ling Tian's death. Therefore they came as fast as they could. However, they were shocked when they arrived at the scene. This was because they did not expect this. Hong Shu is dead. A Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder found Hong Shu's body and his expression changed dramatically. He turned around to look before his gaze finally fell on Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the bronze flame elders from the other 3 sanctums also looked at Duan Ling Tian. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and surprise. Chapter 1979 Commotion. Hong Shu. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to the appearance of the elders of the punishment zone of the four Symbol Sanctum's first mine. His attention was solely on Hong Shu. To be more precise, Hong Shu's dead body. As Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Shu, his voice kept resonating in his mind as well. He could feel the rage and dissatisfaction Hong Shu had felt when he spoke about Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. He could feel his grievance and helplessness when he mentioned how Lian had threatened him. Hong Shu's emotions had affected Duan Ling Tian as well. Hong Shu was originally the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. His potential was limitless, and he was going to the Saint Land soon to become a disciple there. However, just because Lian wanted to use him to deal with Duan Ling Tian, he had forced Hong Shu to a dead end instead. Duan Ling Tian's emotions were a little complex when he looked at Hong Shu's body. Don't worry, I'll help you inform your clan. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and promised Hong Shu inwardly. Naturally, he could not leave the four Symbol Sanctum's first mine now, but he had to inform Hong Shu's clan as soon as possible. For this reason, he could only ask somebody for help. He already had someone in mind. Duan Ling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Faced with Hong Shu, whose strength was raised close to the Saint Celestial stage after he consumed the forbidden pill, Duan Ling Tian had easily blocked his attack. Hong Shu chose to kill himself faced with the pressure from Duan Ling Tian. While Duan Ling Tian was staring at Hong Shu's body in a daze, the elders from the punishment zone learned about what had transpired from the four Symbol Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. Their hearts were in turmoil after learning about everything that had happened. Hong Shu did not hesitate to consume the forbidden pill to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, in the end, he still could not kill Duan Ling Tian. This was because it did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian was able to transform into the legendary 9-clawed dragon warrior. If that was not the case, he would have completed his objective of coming here. The eyes of the elders from the punishment zone changed completely when they looked at Duan Lingtian. This person before their eyes could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Even in the dragon clan, someone like that would be placed on the pedestal. Naturally, the dragon clan they thought of referred to the one in the upper province, not the lower province. Could this be the reason the Saint Land Enforcement Hall protected him? Many thoughts appeared in the elders of the punishment zone's mind. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and looked at the elders from the punishment zone before he greeted them. Good day, elders. Usually, they would have been dissatisfied if Duan Lingtian had greeted them so casually. They would feel as though he did not respect them and treat them dismissively. However, now that they had found out Duan Lingtian could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, their behavior was not the same. The 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary being. Its position was extraordinary in the dragon clan as well. Duan Lingtian did not forget the favor Hong Shu had asked of him. After greeting the elders, he quickly said, "Elders, I would like to meet Elder Peng Hua." Peng Hua was an elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum whom he had met when he first arrived in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine with the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guo Shang. He did not know anyone else in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He thought of Peng Hua now that he wanted to contact Guo Shang. Among the 4 elders from the punishment zone, the Bronze Flame Elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum stepped in and said, "You want to look for Elder Peng Hua? I'll bring you to him." Duan Lingtian had also long noticed the exclusive uniform of a Bronze Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum that he was wearing. He nodded when he heard his response. "Elders, I'll leave the matters here to you then," the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder said to the other 3 elders as he flew out and led Duan Lingtian away. Only the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples and the 3 elders from the punishment zone were left on the scene. All of them only looked away once Duan Lingtian's figure had disappeared from their sight. It was easy for the 3 elders from the punishment zone to deal with this matter. Hong Shu had intended to kill Duan Lingtian and spared no efforts in doing so. He even consumed a forbidden pill. Although he was not successful in doing so, his crime was not small. It was clear Duan Lingtian was not in the wrong even if he had killed him, let alone the fact that Hong Shu had committed suicide. After the 3 elders from the punishment zone cleared Hong Shu's body away, they left immediately. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene who had fallen silent due to elders' presence finally broke into a commotion as soon as the elders left. They discussed and whispered among themselves. From the beginning until the end, their discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian. At the same time, under the lead of the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, Duan Lingtian finally met the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder Peng Hua whom he encountered when he arrived at the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. Duan Lingtian, Peng Hua greeted him with a smile when he saw him. He did not act arrogantly at all. "Elder Peng Hua, there's a reason I came here today. Can you please invite Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guo Shang here now? There's a favor I have to ask from him," Duan Lingtian said without beating around the bush as he looked at Peng Hua. "No problem." Peng Hua immediately agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. He seemed to realize the matter was urgent, and he quickly left for the Black Turtle Sanctum. Soon after, he returned with Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guo Shang in tow. "Duan Lingtian, is there a reason you're looking for me?" Guo Shang asked in confusion as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If it was an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who sent someone to look for Guo Shang, he would have dismissed it. No matter what, he was still the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder. How could he let someone order him around? However, when he heard the person looking for him was Duan Lingtian, he came immediately without any hesitation. This was due to Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root and his boundless potential. As long as he did not die, his achievements would not be inferior to Guo Shang in the future. Someone like that was worthy of his respect. Elder Guo Shang. When Duan Lingtian saw Guo Shang, he did not beat around the bush and recounted what happened with Hong Shu through voice transmission. As Guo Shang listened to Duan Lingtian, his expression turned grimmer and grimmer. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple had actually been forced by Li into such an extent in broad daylight. This matter infuriated Guo Shang as well. "Don't worry, I'll seek justice for him," Guo Shang said in a deep voice. "Elder Guo Shang, seeking justice for him is not the most important matter now. I hope you can inform Hong Shu's family about this and ask them to leave as soon as possible. If we're too late, I'm afraid Lian would vent his anger on them. Duan Ling Tian said to Guo Shang solemnly, Elder Guo Shang, please help me with this matter. I'll owe you a favor. Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to owe Guo Shang a favor over this matter. This shocked Guo Shang as well. Based on your earlier words, this is your first encounter with Hong Shu, right? Although he had asked this favor from you, is there a need for you to be so concerned over it? Please help me, Elder Guo Shang. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Was there a need for him to be so concerned? Maybe. Even Duan Ling Tian did not know why he was so concerned about Hong Shu's matter. Perhaps, he pitied Hong Shu. Or it could be that he subconsciously feel guilty since it was because of him that Lian had driven Hong Shu to a dead end. Don't worry, I know Hong Shu's clan. After I leave here, I'll look for 2 friends and head to Hong Shu's clan to ask them to relocate. Guo Shang promised solemnly when he saw how serious Duan Ling Tian was. Perhaps, he could use Hong Shu's death to lodge a complaint against the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder Lian. However, even if the truth was found out by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, Lian would only be punished lightly, since he did not physically kill Lian. As for Hong Shu's clan, even if Lian annihilated his clan, it did not count as violating the rules in Fire Worship Sect. Thank you, Elder Guo Shang. I, Duan Ling Tian, will remember this favor of yours. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Guo Xing bade Duan Ling Tian farewell and left. Duan Ling Tian felt more assured after he heard Guo Shang's promise. He instantly returned to the residence of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples and entered the Primus house as the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples looked at him respectfully. He continued to comprehend the number 1 offensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in the Fire Worship Sect. At the same time, news of Duan Ling Tian being a 9-clawed dragon warrior and how invincible he was to the extent that he forced his opponent, Hong Shu, to commit suicide, had spread to all 4 sanctums and created a commotion. Duan Ling Tian's a 9-clawed dragon warrior. My goodness, why would a 9-clawed dragon warrior come to our Fire Worship Sect instead of enjoying all the benefits he would receive in the Dragon Clan? After finding out that Duan Ling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, the members from the 4 sanctums were stunned. As far as they knew, the position a 7-clawed dragon warrior had in the Dragon Clan was equivalent to a 6-clawed divine dragon, while the position an 8-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to a 7-clawed divine dragon. The position a 9-clawed dragon warrior had in the Dragon Clan, on the other hand, was equivalent to an 8-clawed divine dragon. The current Dragon Clan did not even have one 8-clawed divine dragon. Chapter 1980 Li An's speculation. To a certain extent, a dragon warrior could be considered as an advocate for the divine dragon that gave him the gift of dragonization. For example, a 7-clawed dragon warrior was the advocate for a 7-clawed divine dragon, an 8-clawed dragon warrior was the advocate for an 8-clawed divine dragon, and a 9-clawed dragon warrior was the advocate for a 9-clawed divine dragon. To think that Duan Ling Tian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It seems like a 9-clawed divine dragon existed in our Dao martial land before. That's right, a 9-clawed divine dragon is a legendary and mythical creature to us. Prior to this, we weren't even sure if a 9-clawed divine dragon existed in the Dao martial Saint land. However, since Duan Ling Tian's able to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, it's more than enough to prove that a 9-clawed divine dragon had once existed in the Dao martial Saint land. Duan Ling Tian must have obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon. That must be how he gained the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I'm really envious of Duan Ling Tian's encounter. The news of Duan Ling Tian being a 9-clawed dragon warrior had spread to every nook and cranny in the Fire Worship Sect's 4 Symbols Sanctums. The news was too shocking. After all, this meant that a 9-clawed divine dragon once existed in the Dao martial Saint land before. That was how Duan Ling Tian was able to obtain the legacy left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon and gain the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Apart from this, they could not come up with another plausible reason. Senior brother Hong Shu is forced to commit suicide by Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, it was not peaceful in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Many people could not accept it when they learned Hong Shu had been forced to commit suicide when faced with the pressure from Duan Ling Tian. These people were the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had regarded the Black Turtle Sanctum's great senior brother Hong Shu as their idol. Humph, what do you even mean by senior brother Duan Ling Tian forced senior brother Hong Shu to commit suicide? If senior brother Hongshu did not intend to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian, would senior Hongshu commit suicide due to the pressure from senior brother Duan Lingtian? What a joke. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who knew the details of what had transpired stood on Duan Lingtian's side and defended him. That's right, Hongshu even resorted to consuming a forbidden pill just to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian. Tisk tisk. What an elaborate plan. What a pity he's not a match for senior brother Duan Lingtian even after consuming the forbidden pill. Compared to those who stood up for Hongshu, there were undoubtedly more Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples that stood on Duan Lingtian's side. As the saying went, in war, those who win become the ruler while the losers become bandits. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian was not in the wrong, it was only natural there were more people supporting him compared to the people supporting Hongshu. Humph. To think that I regarded Hongshu as the great senior brother before this. I can't believe he's so ruthless that he intended to kill a fellow disciple that he didn't even think twice before he consumed a forbidden pill. I was blind before this. Me too. I regarded Hongshu as my idol previously. Now that I think about it, I feel disgusted. How could I regard someone like that as my idol? Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who originally respected Hongshu a lot changed their minds about him one by one. Hongshu's actions had hurt them. Naturally, there was a minority of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who found the incident of Hongshu attempting to kill Duan Lingtian strange. If I'm not mistaken, both of them are strangers. Why would senior brother Hongshu try to kill Duan Lingtian? Moreover, he did not even hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. How big is the enmity between them? If they had enmity, senior brother Hongshu would have long made his move on Duan Lingtian. Why would he wait until Duan Lingtian's banished to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind before he made his move? Indeed, I also feel there's something strange about this matter. Does any of you remember that 2 days ago, Elder Lian came to the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples and looked for senior brother Hongshu? You mean, Elder Lian is the one who instructed his senior brother Hongshu to kill Duan Lingtian? Shish, keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were smarter and immediately guessed the incident of Guo Shang going to the Four Symbols Sanctum to kill Duan Lingtian had something to do with their Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame Elder Lian. After all, the dispute between Lian and Duan Ling Tian was not a secret in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the Four Symbols Sanctums. Although they were aware of this, they did not dare to recklessly spread this news. If news of this spread out, and they were caught by Lian, they would be skinned alive if they were not killed. They were not Duan Lingtian and did not dare to offend Lian. When the Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar over Duan Lingtian and Hongshu's matter, a travel-weary Lian finally returned. As soon as he returned, before he even had time to rest, he learned about what happened in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. The person who told him about this was the person he sent to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Useless trash. After finding out Hongshu had committed suicide and Duan Lingtian was safe, Lian was so enraged that he began to curse loudly. An explosion sounded as the new stone table in the front courtyard of Lian's mansion was destroyed by him again with a slap. The useless trash he was cursing was none other than Hongshu. Initially, he thought with the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, that he had given to Hongshu would be able to raise his strength close to the Saint Celestial stage, and it would be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Who knew God would play such a joke on him? Even after Hongshu had consumed the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, he was no match for Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. At the 11th hour, at the brink of life and death, Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior that allowed him to withstand Hongshu's strongest attack after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill. Once his attack missed, it also meant he no longer had a chance to kill Duan Lingtian. And that Duan Lingtian, to think he's actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. What did he do to deserve obtaining the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon? Damn it, damn it. The moment Lian thought about how Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his expression turned grave. I must get rid of Duan Lingtian. I must get rid of him before he grows even stronger. Lian said through clenched teeth after he took a deep breath. The martial Tao and the divine abilities that Duan Lingtian possessed were enough to make him feel wary. Now that he learned that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he became even warier of Duan Lingtian. If the dispute between him and Duan Lingtian was a minor one, Taking into account Duan Lingtian's identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he might have put his pride aside and take the initiative to make peace with Duan Lingtian. After all, he was uncertain if Duan Lingtian had any connections with the Dragon Clan. Although the Dragon Clan currently only had a few seven-clawed divine dragons at the garrison and was only slightly more powerful than the ordinary first-rate forces, the heritage of the Dragon Clan was enough to make him feel wary. Although all of the three great sects were much stronger than the Dragon Clan, they did not dare to simply look for trouble with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was an ancient and mysterious clan. This clan had a long heritage in the Dao Martial Saint Land and even surpassed the three great sects too. Who would believe it if somebody said that such an ancient and mysterious clan did not have any trump cards? However, Lian knew very well that he and Duan Lingtian had long reached a point where neither one would rest until one of them died. There was no room to turn back at this point. What he wanted to do now was to kill Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian grew stronger. Otherwise, once Duan Lingtian grew into his potential, Lian would definitely die. Before Hongshu killed himself, he exchanged a look with Duan Lingtian for a moment. I'm sure that in that time, he must have spoken to Duan Lingtian using voice transmission and told him about many things. Although Lian was not present during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Hongshu, he learned about everything from the spy he sent to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Even the minor details were not left out. Hongshu has betrayed me. Not only that, but if I'm not mistaken, he must have begged Duan Lingtian to help ask the Hong clan to relocate. How unfortunate. Did he think I'll leave the Hong clan alone after he killed Duan Lingtian? Lian, am not such a fool to the point that I don't even know what it means to eliminate a problem by destroying its roots. Lian snorted coldly as he narrowed his eyes. A sneer appeared on his face. 2 days ago, when Hongshu entered the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, he had already made a trip to the Hong clan and annihilated all of them. The Hong clan was situated in the western region and was not far from the fire worship sect. With his speed, it only took him about half a day to reach the Hong clan. Similarly, it didn't take him more than half a day to annihilate the Hong clan. In fact, he had just returned from the Hong clan. Hongshu must not have expected that even if Duan Lingtian manages to find someone to warn the Hong clan to relocate, what awaited them is only a pile of ruins. Lian muttered to himself as the smile on his face turned colder. However, I must pass on the news about Duan Lingtian being a nine-clawed dragon warrior and that he had seemingly obtained the legacy of a nine-clawed divine dragon to the Northern Plethora sect in Yangchang. Lian's train of thoughts changed its course. He could not help but analyze the situation as he muttered under his breath, I'm certain after the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into the upper province and the lower province, there was no nine-clawed divine dragon. In other words, Duan Lingtian must not have obtained the nine-clawed divine dragon's legacy from the upper province. He must have obtained it from the lower province. It's possible Duan Lingtian may be from the lower province. The moment he thought of this, he took out an empty jade token and recorded his speculations on it before he sent someone to send it to the first-rate force, the Northern Plethora sect, and to hand it over to their fifth elder, Yangchang. In the jade token, he had also given a suggestion to Yangchang. If the search for Duan Lingtian's background yielded no results in the upper province, he could search the lower province. It would never cross Duan Lingtian's mind, not even in his wildest dreams, that Lian was so smart. He could come to a conclusion that he might be from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land just based on the fact that he was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Chapter 1981 A Lurking Danger. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian, who was in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, met with the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guo Shang again. However, Guo Shang had a grave expression on his face. Elder Guo Shang. Upon seeing Guo Shang, an ominous premonition rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. When I arrived, the Hong clan is already in ruins. The entire Hong clan has been annihilated. Guo Shang said in a deep voice, actually, I've already suspected this to be the case even before I arrived at the Hong clan. As far as I know, Lian is a meticulous and ruthless person. It's possible he didn't plan to let go of the Hong clan the moment he planned to use Hongshu to deal with you. There's no way he would have let the Hong clan go even if Hongshu managed to kill you. He's probably worried the Hong clan would seek revenge from him in the future. After all, there isn't a wall in the world that doesn't have a crack. The Hong clan would eventually suspect Lian has something to do with Hongshu's death. As it turns out, Lian has made his move first and annihilated the Hong clan before I even arrived at the Hong clan. How cruel. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He became deeply aware of how ruthless Lian was. A sense of danger rose in his heart immediately. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Hong Shu, I've immediately carried out the favor you'd asked of me. Unfortunately, Lian has beaten me to it and made his move on your clan first. However, rest assured, I'll definitely send Lian to meet you soon. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes when he thought about this. He would kill Lian sooner or later. Suddenly, as though he had just recalled something, Guo Shang said to Duan Ling Tian, I plan to head to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall today and file a complaint against Lian for threatening Hong Shu and sending him to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine to kill you. However, you'll have to prepare yourself. The Saint Land Enforcement Hall will probably only give Lian a light punishment, and the matter will not spread out all. Can we spread this news ourselves? Duan Ling Tian recalled the incident last time. Due to the reason news had leaked out about Wei He, Lian's great direct disciple, he was sentenced to death. Don't be reckless. Guo Shang instantly rebuked him as soon as he finished speaking. He said with a sullen expression, this matter is completely different from before. Previously, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall had acted that way to protect their sanctity. After all, Wei He had provoked the sanctity of the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. This matter, on the other hand, is not like that. Even if news spread out, it's impossible for the Saint Land Enforcement Hall to execute Lian. After all, Lian is a Silver Flame Elder, and he didn't personally make a move to kill you. The most important thing is, nothing happened to you. Guo Shang's haze became complex when he looked at Duan Ling Tian as he said, well, maybe the Saint Land Enforcement Hall might consider sentencing Lian to death if you involve the Dragon Clan. Previously, Guo Shang did not know that Duan Ling Tian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. He only learned about this when he returned. With Duan Ling Tian's identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior, his position would not be low in the Dragon Clan. It would be equivalent to the position of an eight-clawed divine dragon. The Dragon Clan. Upon hearing Guo Shang's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly as he shook his head. Elder Guo Shang, I have no relationship with the Dragon Clan at all. Not only that, but up until now, I don't even know where the Dragon Clan is located. It's impossible for me to ask the Dragon Clan to intervene in this matter. Looks like the speculations are right. You obtained the legacy of a nine-clawed divine dragon outside. Guo Shang sighed emotionally. Duan Ling Tian did not say anything. In Guo Shang's opinion, Duan Ling Tian's silence meant that he agreed with him. If I'm not mistaken, you must have obtained the nine-clawed divine dragon's legacy from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, right? As far as I know, after the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into two, there's no nine-clawed divine dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land before ever since. Guo Shang speculated. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into the lower province and the upper province, no nine-clawed divine dragon had ever appeared since. Upon hearing Guo Shang's words, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something as a horrified expression appeared on his face. Why didn't I think of this before? The reason Duan Ling Tian's expression turned horrified was due to Guo Shang's words. He was not surprised when other people speculated that he had obtained a nine-clawed divine dragon's legacy. However, what did Guo Shang just say? Guo Shang actually managed to guess he obtained the dragonization technique from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian knew what this meant. If Guo Shang could come to this conclusion, Lian, naturally, could come to this conclusion as well. Moreover, this applied to Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect as well. Damn it, why didn't I think that transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior would expose the fact that I came from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? I'd have used the Jasper Celestial Sword rather than transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Ling Tian thoroughly regretted his decision at this moment. He knew that he had invited trouble for his family and his friends by doing so. He has given a clue about his own background to Lian and Yang Chong. Duan Ling Tian, are you? Guo Shang was puzzled when he saw Duan Ling Tian's expression had suddenly turned grave. It's alright, I'm alright. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before flashing an apologetical smile at Guo Shang. Elder Guo Shang, thank you for everything that you've done for me. I, Duan Ling Tian, will remember this favor. It's nothing. Guo Shang shook his head with a smile before he said solemnly, Duan Ling Tian, With your strength, you'll be able to participate in the Saint Land's assessment and become a Saint Land disciple. However, when you become a Saint Land disciple, you must be even more careful. Right now, you've already revealed your identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Lian will probably not rest until you're dead. He won't fear you. Instead, he'll spare no efforts in killing you. As long as you're alive, he'll feel threatened by you. For this reason, he won't show you any mercy. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Naturally, he knew this, but he was not bothered by it. He was not worried about his own safety but his family's safety. Elder Guo Shang, I'd like to ask another favor from you. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as though he had just made up his mind. Then, he prepared a voice transmission jade token and asked Guo Shang to hand it over to Zhu Luqi. The content of the jade token asked Zhu Luqi to make a trip back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and ask his family to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as possible and look for somewhere safe and undiscoverable. He would come and get them in the future when he had dealt with the danger. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also asked Guo Shang to help send Zhu Luqi to the inter-province transportation formation secretly without letting Lian know about it. You're from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although Guo Shang found it a little surprising, he did not find it so strange. After all, he had already suspected that Duan Ling Tian must have obtained the legacy to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior in the lower province, since a 9-clawed divine dragon's legacy would usually only exist in the lower province. As for Duan Ling Tian's favor of asking him to send somebody to the inter-province transportation formation, he could also guess the reason for it. You're worried Lian and Yang Chong, the 5th elder of Northern Plethora sect, will go to the lower province to investigate and harm your family. Yes, Duan Ling Tian trusted Guo Shang. At the very least, there was no dispute between him and Guo Shang. Not only that, Guo Shang usually stood against Lian as well, so there was no reason for him to betray Duan Ling Tian. Please help me with this, Elder Guo Shang. Once this matter is done, combined with the favor that I owe you before this, I'll owe you a really big favor. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. He put an emphasis on the words, big favor. Even Guo Shang had no idea why, but when he heard Duan Ling Tian said the words, big favor, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Perhaps, he could see how boundless Duan Ling Tian's future was in the significance of the big favor that Duan Ling Tian promised him. This matter is not a big deal to me. I'll send him off immediately. After Guo Shang accepted the voice transmission jade token from Duan Ling Tian, he left the fire worship sect's first mine and headed to the White Tiger Sanctum to look for Zhu Luqi. Duan Ling Tian stared at Guo Shang when he left. It was only until Guo Shang's silhouette had disappeared that he sighed in relief. With Palace Master Zhu's warning, I'm sure father will know what to do. It's fortunate Elder Guo Shang reminded me earlier with his words. Otherwise, I would have been unaware of the danger. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. This danger might lead to deaths if things did not go well. In fact, Duan Ling Tian wanted to personally return to the lower province. However, when he recalled how he was still serving his sentence in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and would not be able to leave, he dismissed the idea immediately. Not only that, but even if he successfully comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in the Fire Worship sect a few days later, he would still be targeted after he entered the Saint Land. One could say that it would be impossible for him to leave the Fire Worship sect and head to the lower province without alerting Lian. I'll just continue comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. In another 5 to 6 days at most, I'll definitely be able to comprehend it successfully. At that time, I'll be able to leave this Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and head to the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he returned to the Primus house and entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 5 to 6 days that Duan Ling Tian meant referred to the time in the outside world. That meant that it would be 50 to 60 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In other words, Duan Ling Tian was confident he could successfully comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in the Fire Worship sect in 2 months. Chapter 1982 Heading to the Saint Land. 6 days went by in just a blink of an eye. Today, Duan Ling Tian finally emerged from the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and appeared in the Primus house in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. After putting the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away, Duan Ling Tian pushed the door open and walked out to the front courtyard. He raised his head to the sky as he took a deep breath. God will not disappoint a man who does his best. I've finally successfully comprehended it. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a powerful saint energy instantly surged out from his body through the 99 saint veins in his body. As it spread out, it also formed a gigantic silhouette of a turtle around his body. The sun saint energy could be seen faintly glimmering on the black turtle silhouette. Duan Ling Tian was well protected in the gigantic black turtle's silhouette. There were no openings at all. This was obviously the black turtle sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. It was also the #1 defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect. Currently, I finally managed to comprehend all 4 high-grade offensive, defensive, assist type, and movement divine abilities. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the black turtle's silhouette. A satisfied smile could be seen on his face. Since I've successfully comprehended the black turtle's barrier, I don't have to go to the mines today since I'll be able to leave. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were bright as he soared into the air and flew away from the residence of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone. During the past few days, despite comprehending the black turtle's barrier every day, he still had to mine for saint stones and complete the daily task given by the punishment zone to disciples serving their sentence in the first mine. Naturally, while he was completing the task, he had also thrown many first-grade saint stones into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda as well. He had managed to obtain another quasi-celestial grade saint stone. Although it was not as big as the one he found previously, he still put it away in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Where should I go next? After leaving the residence of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine, Duan Ling Tian did not know where should he go to show that he had comprehended the divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, to be exempted from his punishment. In the end, he went to the registration area for the new disciples in the punishment zone of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. It was quite a coincidence since the elder on duty was the same one he met when he first arrived. When the punishment zone's elder, who was wearing the exclusive uniform of a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder, saw Duan Ling Tian making his way over, his eyes brightened immediately even though he was puzzled. Duan Ling Tian, are you looking for me? A few days ago, he had also heard the news of Duan Ling Tian being a 9-clawed dragon warrior and how his strength was almost on par with a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse after he transformed into one. For this reason, he was even more polite to Duan Ling Tian compared to before. Elder, I'd like to ask if I want to be exempted from serving my sentence, who should I look for? Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush. An exemption? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder was momentarily stunned before he smiled wryly. Duan Ling Tian, I know you're strong, but in order to be completely exempted from your punishment, you have to pass the Saint Land assessment successfully before you can become a Saint Land disciple. When it's time to participate in the assessment, you can apply for temporary leave from the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder explained patiently. Elder, as far as I know, I can also obtain an exemption if I manage to successfully comprehend the divine ability from a sanctum, right? I remember this was the case for senior brother Sunda. Duan Ling Tian asked again. The moment he finished speaking, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder could not help but widen his eyes. He gasped as a hint of confusion filled his eyes. Why, you have successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, Sun Saint energy surged out from his body and transformed into the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle that shrouded him. It really is the Black Turtle's barrier. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder gasped again when he saw the Black Turtle's silhouette. In less than a month, 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples actually successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum one after another. Did they not say that the treasured divine ability from the Black Turtle Sanctum was the hardest to comprehend? Was somebody pulling his leg? Since Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was obvious what had to be done next. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder from the registration area contacted another punishment zone's elder to bring Duan Ling Tian to an elder from the punishment zone who was in charge of exempting disciples from their punishments. As long as Duan Ling Tian showed that he had comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, to that silver flame elder, he would be instantly exempted from his punishment. He would be able to leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and head to the Saint Land to be a disciple there. Under the Silver Flame Elder's gaze, Duan Ling Tian cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier again. As the gigantic silhouette of a black turtle appeared and protected him, even the elder could not help but gasp when he saw this. Duan Ling Tian, you really live up to your fame. I heard you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities previously. Now, you mastered another high-grade divine ability, the Silver Flame Elder said with an envious expression on his face. He had only mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. The person standing before him had mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. Not only that, but they were 4 different types of high-grade divine abilities. Offensive divine ability, defensive divine ability, movement divine ability, assist type divine ability. These 4 divine abilities caused him to feel envious. This is the exemption letter. From now on, you no longer have to serve your sentence in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. The Silver Flame Elder handed the exemption letter of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine to Duan Ling Tian. With this exemption letter, Duan Ling Tian would not be stopped when he left the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Otherwise, he would be stopped by the patrolling elders of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine before he could even go far. Duan Ling Tian, you've already successfully mastered the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum, so you can directly head to the Saint Land. As long as you cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, to the Saint Land's patrolling elder, he'll bring you to the Saint Land to register as a Saint Land disciple. If you have any unfinished business in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it's better for you to return to the Sanctum first. Once you become a Saint Land disciple, it would be difficult for you to return to the Four Symbols Sanctums again, the Silver Flame Elder said before Duan Ling Tian left. Duan Ling Tian did not have any unfinished business in the Black Turtle Sanctum, so he directly made his way to the Saint Land after he left the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Soon after, he was stopped by a Saint Land's patrolling elder. After Duan Ling Tian cast the Black Turtle's Barrier, the Saint Land's patrolling elder brought him to the Saint Land. This was his first time coming to the Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land, so he looked around curiously. The Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land was a desert with mountains and lakes, but not a shade of green could be seen. In this desert, apart from the mountains and lakes, everything appeared to be red. It looked like flowers from afar. Naturally, they were not really flowers. To human beings, without these, it would be difficult for them to survive. Fire. The red flowers that filled the ancient and mysterious desert were actually fire that human beings had to depend on to survive. The flames gave the desert a mysterious vibe. Numerous vast altars could be seen everywhere in this desert. In the middle of the altars, there were large braziers held up by brackets. Dazzling fire rose up high, causing a heatwave that made people sweat. However, it seemed like the people were not troubled nor irritated by it. Instead, they kneeled on the ground and bowed to the braziers. To be more precise, they were bowing to the fire. Upon closer inspection, one could see the reverence in their eyes as they looked at the fire. It was as though the fire was a religion and they were the devoted followers. In fact, this was the truth. These people were natives to the Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land. They were ordinary people who provided for themselves and lived a life of seclusion here. They believed in the fire, and they were the most devoted followers of the fire. In their eyes, fire was everything. The world existed because of fire. Could it be that the sects came from this? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the people worshipping the fire. As he followed the Saint Land's patrolling elder, Duan Ling Tian saw many active volcanoes as well in the desert. The volcanoes were constantly spewing lava. Every time they spewed lava, it caused the sky to turn red for a moment, turning the surroundings bright. Due to the volcanoes, there's no night in the Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land. Perhaps, night would fall once the volcanoes become inactive. The Saint Land's patrolling elder explained. That volcano. Soon after, a huge volcano entered Duan Ling Tian's sight. Like a moon that was surrounded by stars, this volcano was surrounded by other smaller active volcanoes. Due to the reason it did not spew lava, the visual impact was very strong since it was surrounded by volcanoes that were spewing lava. This volcano is also an active volcano. However, the frequency of it erupting is not high. It would only erupt once a month, the Saint Land's patrolling elder explained as though he could read Duan Ling Tian's mind. Chapter 1983 Otherworldly Islands. Upon hearing the Saint Land's patrolling elder's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded and continued to shift his gaze upward. In the sky, above the gigantic volcano, numerous islands were floating in the air. Buildings were thinly scattered on these islands. Numerous suspended islands surrounded a gigantic floating island like stars surrounding a moon. This gigantic floating island was the main island. That gigantic floating island is the main island of our fire worship sect Saint Land. It's also the place where you'll be staying, the Saint Land patrolling elder told Duan Ling Tian. As for those islands surrounding the main island, they're the residences of our fire worship sect Saint Land's bronze flame elders and true disciples. Each of the bronze flame elders and true disciples has their own floating islands. True disciples. Duan Ling Tian knew about the bronze flame elders, but this was his first time hearing about true disciples. He turned to look at the Saint Land's patrolling elder with a confused expression and asked, "Elder, what are true disciples?" The Saint Land's patrolling elder responded to Duan Ling Tian's question, "True disciples are the most outstanding disciples in our fire worship sect Saint Land. They're also the future pillars of the sect. There are two ways to become a true disciple. One has to possess an indigo innate spiritual root or higher with a cultivation base above the divine saint stage. Second, by having a cultivation base at the saint celestial stage disciple. Monstrous geniuses who possessed indigo innate spiritual root or higher. Cultivation base at the saint celestial stage." Upon hearing the Saint Land's patrolling elder's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed instantly. He finally understood what the two words, true disciple, meant. True disciples represented the future of the fire worship sect. If that was the case, then it made sense that they had their own floating islands around the main island. Suddenly, as though he was reminded of something, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Elder, could it be that silver flame elders, golden flame elders, guardians, the vice sect leaders, and the sect leader are residing in the main island?" His eyes were trained on the gigantic island above him. "Of course not." The Saint Land's patrolling elder shook his head and said, "In our fire worship sect, whoever has a position as a silver flame elder or higher would be given a residence on the otherworldly island." Otherworldly island? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. "Follow me." After the Saint Land's patrolling elder motioned to Duan Ling Tian, he rose up into the air. Duan Ling Tian followed him closely. He discovered the Saint Land's patrolling elder was bringing him higher and higher. They continued to fly upward even after they passed the main island. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian had a better look at the main island. In terms of size, the gigantic main island was not any smaller than the Black Turtle Sanctum. There were mountains and lakes on it and many lush green plants. There were also many buildings on it. The buildings were built and organized in an orderly manner. From afar, it looked pleasant to the eyes. Don't tell me the otherworldly island is above the clouds in the sky. Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly when he saw the Saint Land's patrolling elder passing through the clouds and flew even higher. He realized he had guessed correctly when the Saint Land's patrolling elder passed through the clouds, and he saw the scenery behind the clouds. These are the otherworldly islands. After passing through the clouds, Duan Ling Tian looked at the numerous floating islands in the distance. These floating islands situated above the clouds above the fire worship sect Saint Land's main island were separated into 4 levels. There was only one floating island on the highest level. The level below had 5 floating islands. Further down, there were 10 floating islands. At the bottom, there were 50 floating islands. That's right, these are the otherworldly islands. The Saint Land's patrolling elder nodded. Look at that highest otherworldly island. That's the cultivation place of the sect leader of the fire worship sect. Currently, Lord Sect Leader is in closed-door cultivation. The Saint Land's patrolling elder had a respectful expression on his face when he spoke about the sect leader. The sect leader of the fire worship sect. When Duan Ling Tian heard his words, he narrowed his eyes immediately as a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, due to the sect leader being in closed-door cultivation, his wife and daughter were merely being held in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall and were not punished yet. However, once the sect leader of the fire worship sect came out of closed-door cultivation, the sect leader will be punished. Their punishment would probably be death. If it was possible, he wished the sect leader of the fire worship sect would not come out of closed-door cultivation forever. However, Duan Ling Tian knew this was impossible. The 5 otherworldly islands below are the cultivation places of our fire worship sect's 2 vice sect leaders and 3 guardians, the Saint Land's patrolling elder added. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also regained his senses. He had heard of the 2 vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect before. As for the 3 guardians, their names were famous. Rumor had it that the 3 guardians were all old powerhouses from the fire worship sect. Their positions in the fire worship sect were equivalent to the four great Kamapas of the Black Kshetra sect that was equally as famous as the fire worship sect. Xie Zong. Duan Ling Tian could not help but recall Elder Xie Zong from the Black Kshetra sect when he thought about the four great Kamapas from the Black Kshetra sect. He had snatched his devil-seal tablet and killed Elder Ku in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province previously. As far as he knew, Xie Zong was the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Kamapas in the Black Kshetra sect. He had already regarded Xie Zong as his mortal enemy since then. However, Xie Zong was too strong. He could only put aside their enmity for the time being. When he had gotten stronger, he would definitely look for Xie Zong and kill him to avenge Elder Ku and snatch the devil-seal tablet back. Xie Zong, just you wait, I'll be coming for you soon. At that time, I'll show you that the person you regarded as an ant previously is able to kill you. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone coldly. Meanwhile, the Saint Lands patrolling elder who was still talking caused Duan Ling Tian to regain his senses. Then 10 other worldly islands below are the cultivation places of the 10 golden flame elders of our fire worship sect. However, most of the time, the otherworldly islands are usually vacant because the 10 golden flame elders are either sent to the 4 symbol sanctums to be in charge there or to the various major mines at the 4 symbol sanctums. You came from the 4 symbol sanctums, so I'm sure you know how important the 4 symbol sanctums and the major mines in the 4 symbol sanctums are to our fire worship sect, right? The Saint Lands patrolling elder continued to add. Naturally, he knew about this. In the fire worship sect, not only did the 4 symbol sanctums provided the fire worship sect with new talents, but it was also the gate to the fire worship sect. If somebody came to attack the fire worship sect, the 4 symbol sanctums would be the first to bear the brunt. With 4 golden flame elders guarding such an important place, one would feel more at ease. As for the major mines in the 4 symbol sanctums, they were the second gate of the 4 symbol sanctums. If the 4 symbol sanctums fell, they would stand in and block the second wave of attack. Coupled with the fact that the major mines had first-grade Saint Stone ores, the major mines in the 4 symbol sanctums were also guarded by the remaining 6 golden flame elders of the fire worship sect. This way why it was so difficult to meet a golden flame elder in the fire worship sect's Saint Land. Usually, these 10 golden flame elders would stay in the 4 symbol sanctums and the major mines in the 4 symbol sanctums. Those in charge in the fire worship sect were the silver flame elders and the bronze flame elders. These group of silver and bronze flame elders in the Saint Land was managed by the 2 vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect. In the fire worship sect, the 2 vice sect leaders were the strongest after the sect leader and the guardians. Not only that, they were even stronger than the 10 golden flame elders. For this reason, the fire worship sect Saint Land that was guarded by them was also the 3rd line of defense of the fire worship sect. If a powerful enemy attacked, the 3 lines of defense would be more than enough to stall for time until the 3 strongest guardians and sect leader make their appearance. Fire worship sect, as expected from one of the 3 strongest forces in the Tao. Martial Saint Land, Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly. As for the remaining 50 otherworldly islands, I'm sure you can guess those are the residences for the silver flame elders, the Saint Lands patrolling elder said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It was not difficult to guess after all. You can look at the otherworldly islands from afar. However, if you approach it, let alone you, even I would be severely punished. A hint of fear could be seen the Saint Lands patrolling elder's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. The Saint Lands patrolling elder was merely a bronze flame elder in the fire worship sect Saint Land. He was still not qualified enough to cultivate in the otherworldly island. Let's go, I'll bring you to register yourself. The registration area of our fire worship sect Saint Land is at the main island. The Saint Lands patrolling elder motioned to Duan Ling Tian once again. As soon as he finished speaking, he descended to the main island that was located far below. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, followed him as well. When he got closer to the main island, he saw many people on the island. These people were wearing the exclusive uniform of a Saint Land disciple. The chest part of the uniform was embroidered with a fiery red flame. It was a signet. This was something the exclusive uniforms for the elders and disciples from each of the 4 symbol sanctum did not have. The exclusive uniforms of the Saint Lands silver flame elders in the punishment zone of the 4 symbol sanctum's first mine and this Saint Lands patrolling elder also have this signet. I guess it's the symbol of the Saint Land. It was not difficult to guess this as well. Chapter 1984. What is your name? Currently, Duan Ling Tian was still in the exclusive uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. When he appeared together with the Saint Lands patrolling elder, It, naturally, attracted the attention of many Saint Land disciples. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Some of the Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to Duan Ling Tian's uniform. Just some time ago, there was a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple after comprehending the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum. It has only been less than half a month and there's another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple coming here. A Saint Land disciple said in surprise. Although they were far away, Duan Ling Tian still heard him. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew this Saint Land disciple was talking about Sunda when he was talking about the other Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. More than 10 days ago, Sunda had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Not only did he obtain a full exemption from his punishment at the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, but he was also allowed to enter the Saint Land and become a disciple. Moreover, Sunda was partly responsible for Duan Ling Tian appearing here today. After all, if Sunda did not cast the Black Turtle's Barrier in front of him, he would not have been able to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier so quickly. Don't tell me this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple has also successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum. After all, there's still some time to go before the Saint Land's assessment takes place. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple who comes to the Saint Land now would either have comprehended the treasured divine ability of their sanctum or is a monstrous genius with a high innate talent and has received the recommendation from their sanctum leader. Another Saint Land disciple chimed in. However, this Saint Land disciple's words caused many people to scoff at his words. Did you say he has also comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier? I think you're thinking too much. That's right. The Black Turtle's Barrier is not just the treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum. It's the #1 defensive divine ability in our fire worship sect. The difficulty level in comprehending it is definitely higher than most high-grade divine abilities in our fire worship sect. It's not easy to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier. In my opinion, I think this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple must have obtained the recommendation from the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum for having a high innate talent. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, it could be seen they believed Duan Ling Tian had been recommended by the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum. Faced with such misunderstanding, Duan Ling Tian only smiled nonchalantly. He was not bothered by it at all. The Saint Land's patrolling elder beside him, on the other hand, shook his head after hearing the words of the Saint Land disciples while they were traveling. This was because he knew very well this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple next to him was not recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Instead, he had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum. That was why he was bringing him to register himself. This was one of his responsibilities as a Saint Land's patrolling elder. So many people. When Duan Ling Tian passed by a public square stretched out as far as the eyes can see, he saw many people were gathered there. With a glance, he could see there were at least thousands of people there. The thousands of people might not be a huge number compared to the people in the Four Sanctums. However, what was this place? Usually, a fire worship sect's disciple who could enter the Saint Land was either a genius with monstrously high innate talent or was highly talented with divine abilities that he managed to comprehend the treasured divine ability from his sanctum before his cultivation base had even reached the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, or one who possessed a cultivation base at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage and above and had passed the Saint Land assessment. Due to these reasons, Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he saw so many people in the Saint Land's public square. The thousands of people here in the Saint Land's public square might not all necessarily be Saint Land disciples of the fire worship sect Saint Land. Even then, there are at least several thousands of them who were Saint Land disciples. What kind of strength did the fire worship sect possess to have several thousands of people at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage and above? This is the central square of our fire worship sect Saint Land's main island. This is also the busiest place. Over here, apart from the palaces that have their own duties to attend to, this is the place where many Saint Land disciples discuss the martial arts. Many disciples who encounter obstacles in their cultivation would come here. Who knows, they might be hit with a sudden inspiration and obtain a chance to break through. The Saint Land's patrolling elder said about the place below them. This was the central square of the Saint Island. Duan Ling Tian once again glanced at the thousands of people on the central square as he asked, "Elder, how many Saint Land disciples are there in the Saint Land?" "Why, You're taken aback by the sight of the thousands of people at the central square. The Saint Land's patrolling elder asked with a smile. Yes, Duan Ling Tian did not deny it. There are already thousands of Saint Land disciples at the central square alone. There should be at least 3,000 to 5,000 of Saint Land disciples in the Saint Land, right? When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he waited for the Saint Land's patrolling elder to reply. We don't have as many as 3,000 to 5,000 disciples. Upon hearing his words, the Saint Land's patrolling elder shook his head. I've just told you that many come here when they encounter obstacles in their cultivation. They came here in hopes of being inspired. It might not necessarily be an obstacle in the cultivation base. It could be their martial tactics or divine abilities as well. I'm sure you know in our fire worship sect Saint Land, 99% of the Saint Land disciples are at the mastery quintessential saint stage and above. Among these people, there are also some who are at the mastery quintessential saint stage. However, most of them are definitely at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Among the Saint Land disciples at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, most of their cultivation base has been stuck at the peak of the quintessential saint stage for several hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Not being able to break through to the saint celestial stage means they can't become a true disciple or even a bronze flame elder. The Saint Land's patrolling elder explained patiently. After all, not every Saint Land disciple at the peak of the quintessential saint stage could break through to the saint celestial stage. One would have to rely on one's innate talent and opportunity to break through to the saint celestial stage. It mostly depended on one's innate talent. Usually, it was almost impossible for those with green innate spiritual root or lower to break through to the saint celestial stage unless they came across some fortuitous encounter. Even a person who possessed a green innate spiritual root would not find it easy to break through to the saint celestial stage. Only those who possessed blue innate spiritual roots or above could break through to the saint celestial stage without encountering a huge obstacle. Naturally, they would still encounter small obstacles. For example, Duan Ling Tian, who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. His cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Due to the reason that his cultivation speed was too fast, he would not be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage for the time being no matter how hard he cultivated because his cultivation base at the peak of the quintessential saint stage had yet to stabilize. This was considered a small obstacle. Actually, the thousands of Saint Land disciples gathered here in the central square account for more than half of the Saint Land disciples. There are about 2,000 over Saint Land disciples in the fire worship sect Saint Land. When the Saint Land's patrolling elder spoke again, Duan Ling Tian realized he had guessed wrongly. However, even if he had guessed wrongly, the number of Saint Land disciples in the fire worship sect Saint Land was still astonishing. This meant that there were over 2,000 people at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above in the fire worship sect, and most of them were at the peak of the quintessential saint stage at least. As expected from the three most powerful sects in the upper province of the Tao martial Saint Land, their legacy and strength are not something first-rate forces can compare to, let alone those forces below first-rate forces, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Put everything else aside, based on the news he learned from the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guo Shang, the Hong clan, Hong Shu's clan, was one of the third-rate forces in the upper province of the Tao martial Saint Land. It had been easily annihilated by Lian, who was just a silver flame elder. Lian was strong and could be considered as one of the strongest among the many silver flame elders in the fire worship sect. This was enough to show the difference in strength between a sect like the fire worship sect and a third-rate force. A slightly stronger silver flame elder in the fire worship sect could already annihilate a third-rate force in the upper province with his own strength. Doesn't this mean that a slightly stronger golden flame elder alone in the fire worship sect can also easily annihilate a second-rate force in the upper province? If the vice sect leaders and the three great guardians are sent out, wouldn't it be easy for them to annihilate a first-rate force then? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but gasp. At the same time, he became deeply aware of how strong the fire worship sect was. Put aside the fire worship sect's group of Saint Land disciples, just the high-ranking officials of the fire worship sect alone were strong enough to travel and change the upper province of the Tao martial Saint Land. As for the palaces that have their own duties to carry out, you can come here and learn about them after you've registered as a Saint Land disciple, the Saint Land's patrolling elder told Duan Ling Tian again before bringing him to the registry for new disciples in the fire worship sect Saint Land. They did not make any stops on the way over. When they had almost arrived at the registry for the new disciples in the fire worship sect Saint Land, the the Saint Land's patrolling elder suddenly looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "What is your name?" Ever since Duan Ling Tian came to the Saint Land and cast the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum, the patrolling elder realized he still did not know the name of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who came from the Four Symbols Sanctums. Chapter 1985 The Registry for New Disciples. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled in response to the Saint Land's patrolling elder's question. He had a good impression of this patrolling elder who had been patiently explaining the fire worship sect Saint Land to him. Duan Ling Tian, however, as soon as Duan Ling Tian revealed his name, the Saint Land's patrolling elder suddenly came to a halt. His eyes were as wide as saucers as he stared at Duan Ling Tian in shock. "Why, you're Duan Ling Tian? That Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple Duan Ling Tian who could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and who's bold enough to offend the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder and the 5th Elder of the Northern Plethora sect as soon as he arrived at the Fire Worship sect. You've heard of me before, Elder." Duan Ling Tian was surprised as well when he saw how surprised Saint Land's patrolling elder was. His name had even spread to the Fire Worship sect Saint Land. "Of course, I've heard of you." The Saint Land's patrolling elder nodded his head before smiling wryly. "Instead of saying you're famous in the Four Symbols Sanctums, other than those who are in closed-door cultivation and those who are not bothered with the affairs of the world, I think there are not many people who haven't heard of you. I didn't expect the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, that I'm escorting would be Duan Ling Tian. Based on what I know, you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. The 3 divine abilities you mastered are of the offensive, defensive, and assist type kind. Currently, you've mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, that's also the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship sect. You've mastered all 4 types of divine abilities. Put everything else aside, your comprehension of divine abilities can only be compared to Lord Sect Leader and the 3 Guardians in the Fire Worship sect. Even the 2 Vice Sect Leaders of our Fire Worship sect can't compare to you in this regard." When the Saint Land's patrolling elder finished speaking, there was a hint of envy and jealousy in his eyes. Compared to Duan Ling Tian, he felt as though he had lived his life in vain. As a Saint Land's Bronze Flame Elder, he had only mastered 1 high-grade divine ability. It was a world of a difference compared to Duan Ling Tian. It's fortunate that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. It's still a mystery whether he can break through to the quintessential saint stage or not. Otherwise, he would really anger a person to death. The Saint Land's patrolling elder thought to himself. When he recalled how Duan Ling Tian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, he instantly felt a lot better. Although he was a Saint Land's Bronze Flame Elder, he had a green innate spiritual root. It was much better than Duan Ling Tian in this regard. However, the Saint Land's patrolling elder would never expect that Duan Ling Tian no longer possessed a yellow innate spiritual root but a blue one instead. It was a grade higher than green innate spiritual roots that were above yellow innate spiritual roots. There were not more than 10 people in the Fire Worship sect who possessed blue spiritual roots. Moreover, if nothing bad happened to those with blue innate spiritual roots, they would at least become a Silver Flame Elder in the sect. They might even stand a chance of becoming a Golden Flame Elder. "You flatter me, Elder. I'm merely lucky." When Duan Ling Tian saw the jealousy and envy in the Saint Land's patrolling elder's eyes, he only smiled calmly. Duan Ling Tian's modest attitude earned the respect of the Saint Land's patrolling elder. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Duan Ling Tian's extremely talented at comprehending divine abilities, but his conduct is really good. Unfortunately, although God made him extremely talented in comprehending divine ability, he did not give him a monstrously high innate talent. Otherwise, he would be an extremely favored prodigy in the Fire Worship sect. In the Fire Worship sect, only those young monstrous genius disciples who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots were qualified to be called prodigies. Naturally, the title, prodigy, could be used in different ways nowadays. Those who stood out in a crowd, those who possessed heaven-defying talent, and those who were strong were all prodigies as well. In the past, when the Tao Martial Saint Land was still one, during an era, only one person was qualified to be called a prodigy in the entire Tao Martial Saint Land. That prodigy was none other than Sword Saint Feng Qingyong. He had taken the world by storm, baffling everyone. After the Saint Land's patrolling elder motioned to Duan Ling Tian, he descended first. "Let's go." The registry for new disciples for the Saint Land is just in front. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, followed after him. The registry for new Saint Land disciples was a side palace that was very inconspicuous. If Duan Ling Tian was asked to look for it himself, he might not be able to find it at all. Elder Xiao Zhen, aren't you patrolling today? Why did you suddenly come here? When Duan Ling Tian followed the Saint Land's patrolling elder into the side palace, a voice that was full of vigor rang from inside. A middle-aged man behind the counter in the side palace greeted the Saint Land's patrolling elder. The middle-aged man's clothes were identical to the Saint Land's patrolling elder. He was also a Saint Land's bronze flame elder, Elder Xiao Zhen. Duan Ling Tian finally learned the name of the Saint Land's patrolling elder who brought him all the way here. Elder Ding Zhong, as the saying goes, no one comes to the Hall of Trinity without a reason. The reason I came this time is to bring somebody to you. Now that I've brought him to you, it's time for me to go back to my patrolling duty, Xiao Zhen, the Saint Land's patrolling elder, replied. After he finished speaking, he bade farewell to the middle-aged man before he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile and said, I'll take my leave first. Elder Ding Zhong will handle the rest of the matter for you. Thank you, Elder Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen flew away as Duan Ling Tian thanked him. At the same time, the middle-aged man behind the counter, the Saint Land's bronze flame elder Ding Zhong, who was in charge of the registration of new Saint Land disciples, studied Duan Ling Tian intently. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. When Ding Zhong saw the exclusive uniform Duan Ling Tian was wearing, he raised an eyebrow before he smiled. In his opinion, since this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was brought here by their Saint Land's patrolling elder before the Saint Land's assessment, he must have received a recommendation from the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Someone like that must have a monstrously high innate talent. He must be a martial Dao genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root or above at least. Even if such a person had not grown into their full potential, it was more than enough for him to treat them with respect and even flatter them. If someone like that did not die an untimely death, he would at least be a silver flame elder in the future. He might even stand a chance in becoming a golden flame elder. As the saying went, you can ignore me today, but you'll be unworthy to forge a connection with me tomorrow. For this reason, Ding Zhong also wanted to forge a good relationship with this genius disciple who came from the Black Turtle Sanctum before he grew into his full potential. Ding Zhong said to Duan Ling Tian politely and enthusiastically, Little brother, can you please pass me the recommendation letter that Sanctum leader Wu gave you? I'll help you register. The surname of the Sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum was Wu. Duan Ling Tian knew about this as well. Duan Ling Tian, who was originally confused by Ding Zhong's enthusiasm, finally realized Ding Zhong had misunderstood him after hearing his words. He must have thought Duan Ling Tian was recommended by the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum to enter the Saint Land. Due to this reason, Ding Zhong was so enthusiastic. Elder Ding Zhong, I think there's a misunderstanding. I don't have any recommendation letter, Duan Ling Tian replied. You don't have a recommendation letter? Duan Ling Tian's words stunned Ding Zhong. Even the two young men standing nearby were baffled. Ding Zhong quickly regained his senses and said, Little brother, please don't joke. The fact that you managed to make your way here before the Saint Land's assessment means you're qualified to become a Saint Land disciple. If you're not recommended by the Sanctum leader Wu, don't tell me you've successfully comprehended make the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. When he finished speaking, he laughed since he thought it was absurd. The other two young men nodded their heads as well, thinking it was absurd. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he did not say anything. He instantly cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in response to Ding Zhong's words. At this moment, the Sun Saint energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body without warning, before it transformed into a gigantic silhouette of a black turtle that shrouded him. When Ding Zhong and the other two saw this, their expressions froze immediately. At this moment, thousands of wild horses seemed to be galloping across his heart. Before the Saint Land's assessment took place, 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had come here one after another in less than 2 weeks. Moreover, both of them had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Since when did the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, become so easy to comprehend? Was it still their fire worship sect's #1 defensive divine ability? Ding Zhong was dumbfounded. The other 2 young men were dumbfounded as well. Elder Ding Zhong, can you help me register? It was only until Duan Ling Tian had spoken that Ding Zhang regained his senses. Sure, of course. A smile appeared on Ding Zhang's face again. A person who could successfully comprehend their fire worship sect's #1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, was also worthy of his respect. Such a person would definitely achieve more than him if his martial Dao innate talent was not bad. What is your name, little brother? Before Ding Zhang helped Duan Ling Tian to register, he asked a routine question. Although it was just a routine question, the warm smile on Ding Zhang's face put Duan Ling Tian at ease. Duan Ling Tian, however, the smile on Ding Zhang's face froze again when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. Chapter 1986 Guan Shu. Ding Zhang was not unfamiliar with the name Duan Ling Tian. Although this name had spread in the fire worship sect recently, due to the reason the person only had a yellow innate spiritual root, he did not regard the person very highly. Moreover, he had even told more than one person that Duan Ling Tian was only a commoner who had gotten lucky. A commoner was still a commoner. Although he was lucky, he would not be able to rise up. So what if he was talented at comprehending divine abilities? It was destined that he would be unable to achieve a lot without having a high innate talent. So what if he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Even if a commoner who only had the yellow spiritual root was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, the dragon members in the dragon clan would never treat him like an 8-clawed divine dragon either. Other than being a symbol of status, the 8-clawed divine dragon of the dragon clan was a symbol of strength as well. On top of that, the reason the 8-clawed divine dragon had such a lofty position in the dragon clan was mainly because of their martial Dao innate talent and their strength. In Ding Zhang's opinion, Duan Ling Tian had none of these. The strong ones were revered in the dragon clan. It was impossible for the dragon clan to acknowledge someone weak. So you're Duan Ling Tian. Ding Zhang's expression changed immediately. The smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced with a cold expression. Although he had heard about the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed a few days ago that was close to the Saint Celestial stage, he still did not regard him highly. In his opinion, that was basically Duan Ling Tian's limit. After all, Duan Ling Tian only had a yellow innate spiritual root, and his limit was the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Even if he progressed further, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. When he died, his strength would probably only be at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Such a person was not worthy for him to fawn over. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled when he saw the change in Ding Zhang's expression. Soon after, he was hit by a pang of realization. He only shrugged as a helpless smile appeared on his face. However, he did not say anything. Duan Ling Tian was not a fool. He could roughly guess the reason why Ding Zhang had treated him nicely before. He must have thought Duan Ling Tian had a bright future ahead of him and was trying to use this chance to flatter him. Ding Zhang's change of expression must be due to the reveal of his name. He must have thought it pointless to flatter him anymore. There were two reasons for this. First, like most people in the fire worship sect, Ding Zhang thought he possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Second, Ding Zhang did not think that he could fight against Lian. He felt that Duan Ling Tian would die in this battle between him and Lian. No matter what the reason was, it had told him one common truth. In Ding Zhang's opinion, he was no longer worthy. That was why Ding Zhang's attitude toward him had taken a dive so dramatically. How superficial. Although Duan Ling Tian had seen many scenes like that in his life, he still could not help but shake his head and sigh emotionally when he saw this. Naturally, he was not bothered by it. It was not important if Ding Zhang treated him nicely or not as long as he settled the registration for him and did not try to harm him. Fortunately, despite being a snob, Ding Zhang did not make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian during the registration process. After he finished registering Duan Ling Tian, he turned to look at the young man on his left side and said, "Go bring a few of the uniforms for Saint Land disciples for him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at another young man and said, "Prepare the identity token and the crystal card to store the contribution points for him." Yes. The two young men were Ding Zhang's helpers in the registrar for new Saint Land disciples. Naturally, they would do as they were told. Perhaps, it was due to Ding Zhang's influence, when their gaze swept across Duan Ling Tian, a hint of contempt could be seen in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian merely ignored them. Everyone was entitled to their own opinion, so he chose to overlook it. It was fine as long as they did not look for trouble with him. The Saint Land disciple has an identity token. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. When he was in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he was only given uniforms exclusive for Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples and not an identity token. It seems like preferential treatment was given to Saint Land disciples. As for the crystal card storing the contribution points, it must be the same with Moon Illumination Sect's crystal card that stored merit points. The contribution points inside will most likely allow me to exchange for valuable items in the Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. Very soon, the two young men prepared a few sets of Saint Land disciples' uniforms, an identity token, and a crystal card for Duan Ling Tian. Thank you. Faced with Ding Zhong and the two young men's cold expressions, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head at them politely before he turned around to leave. After he left, he discovered that he did not know where the residence of the Saint Land disciples was located. Duan Ling Tian wanted to turn around and return to the registry. However, when he recalled the unapproachable vibes from the three people, he dismissed the idea. It's fine, I won't look for them. I'll just look for someone else and ask around. Duan Ling Tian left as soon as he thought about this. Elder Ding Zhong, isn't it a little inappropriate that we didn't send him to the residence of the Saint Land disciples? It's his first time coming to the Saint Land after all, one of the young men asked as he looked at Ding Zhong after Duan Ling Tian had left. Why, do you plan to fawn over him? Ding Zhong smiled contemptuously as he said, even if Duan Ling Tian is immensely talented in comprehending divine abilities, he won't have any great achievements in the future since he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian finally found a Saint Land disciple and asked him for directions to the residence of Saint Land disciples. Thank you, senior brother. After getting the answers he wanted, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, happy. He thanked the Saint Land disciple whom he had stopped. The Saint Land disciple before him was a burly middle-aged man. He had a simple and good-natured appearance. In other words, he looked like an honest man. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's gratitude, he quickly waved his hand. We're both disciples from the same sect. There's no need to be so polite. Based on his words, one could tell he was a decent person. Junior brother, the burly middle-aged man called out to Duan Ling Tian when he saw he was about to leave. Yes, Duan Ling Tian looked at the burly middle-aged in confusion. Why don't I bring you there? The burly middle-aged man asked. It's all right. Duan Ling Tian knew it was not convenient for the other party. He could see this from the direction the man was heading to, so he rejected his good intention. Are you sure? The burly middle-aged man asked hesitantly. It's fine. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Then, he turned around and headed in the direction the burly middle-aged man had pointed out to him earlier. At the same time, a young man who was passing by approached the burly middle-aged man and asked curiously, Guan Shu, do you know that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? Based on the young man's clothing, he was also a Saint Land disciple. No, Guan Shu, the burly middle-aged man, shook his head and smiled innocently. He must be a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land. He didn't know the direction to our Saint Land disciple's residence, so he came to ask me for directions. Must be, he's definitely a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land. The young man said with certainty. Not only that, but he most likely has been recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. The Saint Land's assessment for the four symbols sanctum's disciples will only be held after some time. The fact that he arrived early means he's got a high innate talent. Otherwise, he won't be recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Personally recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. He's so amazing. Guan Shu was a little slow. Although he noticed Duan Ling Tian was wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's uniform, he did not think too much about it. I really got to hand it to you. It was such a good opportunity, but you just passed it up like that. If it were me, I'd definitely try to get close to a genius like that. However, you didn't even bring him there when he asked you for directions. If you manage to forge some sort of friendship with him, you might be able to benefit from him for your whole life. The young man said exasperatedly to Guan Shu as he looked at him. Can we still be considered friends if I'm so calculative? It was clear that Guan Shu did not agree with the young man's words. Guan Shu, go chase after him. There's still a chance for you. The young man glanced at the silhouette in the distance before he reminded Guan Shu. No, Guan Shu was stubborn. I won't make friends with someone based on such reasons. We can't be considered friends if I approach him with such intentions. He left as soon as he finished speaking. What a fool. Seeing how ungrateful Guan Shu was, the young man cursed exasperatedly. After about 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at the Saint Land Disciples' residence. The Saint Land Disciples' residence was not separated into various grades and levels. For this reason, there was no fight. The Saint Land Disciples' residence was situated inside a vast valley. The Saint Land Disciples' houses, on the other hand, were numerous little courtyards situated around the valley. There were plants in the little courtyards along with a stone table and a few stone stools. Behind the little courtyard was a standalone stone house. The door of the stone house was a stone door. With just one glance, one could tell that the soundproof ability of the houses was very good. Chapter 1987 Yong Wen. Not only was the Saint Land Disciples' residence not separated into various grades and levels, but there was a total of 3,000 little courtyards provided for the Saint Land Disciples as well. The 3,000 little courtyards were situated inside the vast valley and were arranged like terrace houses in every corner. However, due to how vast the valley was, it did not seem overcrowded even though there were 3,000 little courtyards. Currently, there were only over 2,000 Saint Land Disciples in the fire worship sect. Even if all the Saint Land Disciples stayed here, there would still be many vacant houses left. The cultivation environment here is similar to the Primus house I stayed in back in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Wait a minute, although there are also 10 spirit gathering formations here, the richness of the heaven and earth spirit energy here is even better than the Primus house. After Duan Ling Tian found a house, he entered it. This must be because this area is close to a quasi-celestial grade mine. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. I hope I'll be able to comprehend the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in a go this time. After shutting the door, Duan Ling Tian took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before immersing himself in comprehending the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had reached a bottleneck. It was impossible for him to break through to the early quintessential saint stage for the time being. Moreover, he had mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. The only thing he lacked now is an ability that could help him during a crucial moment. For this reason, he decided to focus on comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword. Currently, the Sovereign Heart Sword only needed one more push before it would successfully enter the 3rd stage. The person earlier seems to be wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's Disciples' uniform. Duan Ling Tian did not know when he came to the Saint Land Disciples' residence and was looking for a courtyard to stay in. He had attracted the attention of a few Saint Land Disciples. Naturally, these Saint Land Disciples were unaware of his identity. After a day, shocking news spread in the fire worship sect Saint Land. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Ling Tian, had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, and was exempted from his punishment at the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He had come to the Saint Land and had officially become a Saint Land disciple. This news raised a huge commotion in the Saint Land immediately. Duan Ling Tian, the 9-clawed dragon warrior, that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li and in Yangchong, the 5th elder of Northern Plethora sect the moment he arrived at the fire worship sect. That rebel, rumor has it that although he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, due to the reason he's a 9-clawed dragon warrior and the fact that he has comprehended 3 high-grade divine abilities, his combat ability is close to a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, he has even successfully comprehended our fire worship sect's number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Doesn't this mean his strength is comparable to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage? Impossible. The Black Turtle's Barrier is only a defensive divine ability and only grants him a defensive ability. It wouldn't grant him any extra strength at all. If anything, only his defense is comparable to that of a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. In terms of offense, he's definitely inferior to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. I heard that his cultivation base has already entered the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Unfortunately, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. It's hard to say if he'll be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Even if he could, with his martial Dao innate talent, it'll be hard for him to achieve anything great. The central square and the Saint Land Disciples' residence were filled with people discussing the same thing. Looks like the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who resides at that little courtyard must be Duan Ling Tian. Many Saint Land disciples shifted their gazes to the little courtyard Duan Ling Tian was staying in. These Saint Land disciples were those who personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian coming and entering the Saint Land disciples' residence yesterday. 1 spread to 10, and 10 spread to 100. Soon after, most of the Saint Land disciples knew where Duan Ling Tian stayed. Junior brother Ling Tian has also comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier. Sunda had just come out of his house today. He was about to head to the reward palace in the central square to see what tasks he could complete to earn contribution points. During this time, he heard many people whispering among themselves at the Saint Land disciples' residence. This was how learned that Duan Ling Tian had also come to the Saint Land and had become a Saint Land disciple as well. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's situation was a lot like him as well. I can't believe it, it hasn't even been 2 weeks, but junior brother Ling Tian and I came to the Saint Land one after another and became Saint Land disciples. Moreover, we're able to come here because we've both comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier successfully. I think, currently, the Black Turtle Sanctum must be in an uproar over this news, right? Sunda muttered to himself. Sunda was none other than the person whose Primus house was snatched by Duan Ling Tian in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Due to the pressure from Duan Ling Tian, he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, during the critical moment. For this reason, he was exempted from his punishment. As soon as he left the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, he came to the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple. It was just as Sunda had guessed. The Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar. In fact, the word, uproar, might not even be sufficient to describe it. Due to the news from the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and the fire worship sect Saint Land, the Black Turtle Sanctum was in a complete uproar. Duan Ling Tian has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, and was exempted from serving his sentence in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He has entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. My goodness, is this true? It hasn't been even 2 weeks, and yet our Black Turtle Sanctum already has 2 disciples who have successfully comprehended the most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Apart from being our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier is the #1 defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect. It's widely acknowledged as the most difficult divine ability to comprehend among the divine abilities in all 4 sanctums. However, a divine ability with such a high level of difficulty was comprehended by 2 people in just less than 2 weeks. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is monstrously talented. Indeed, if only he didn't have a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if he only possesses a green innate spiritual root, his future would be boundless. Currently, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult for him to further raise his strength. That's right, the limit that his innate spiritual root imposed on him is just too huge. Originally, I was wondering why would he come to the fire worship sect when he's a 9-clawed dragon warrior. His position would be equivalent to an 8-clawed divine dragon if he goes to the dragon clan. Now that I think about it, it has to be because he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. How can the arrogant dragon clan regard him as an 8-clawed divine dragon and treat him with respect with such an innate spiritual root? I think so too. I think he came to our fire worship sect because he was ostracized by the dragon clan and could no longer stay there. Everyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum was constantly discussing this. Their topic revolved around Duan Ling Tian. News of Duan Ling Tian comprehending the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, and entering the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple had also spread to the Four Symbols Sanctums. It also caused a great commotion in the Four Symbols Sanctums. A loud bang resonated inside a vast mansion at the east of the Black Turtle Sanctum. An old man shattered a stone table that was just recently brought into dust again. This old man was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. How's this possible? He has actually comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier and left the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine to enter the Saint Land. As Lian muttered to himself, he had a sullen expression on his face. It did not occur to him that Duan Ling Tian whom he wished to kill would successfully comprehend their Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, just like Sunda. Not only that, but he had also entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple. When he received this news, he felt a sense of crisis. In the eyes of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Although he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior and had mastered 4 different types of high-grade divine abilities, his achievements in the future were limited. However, He knew that Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, not a yellow one. He found out about this through the hard way. Wei He, his great direct disciple, was sentenced to death by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall because of this. After a long while, Lian lifted his face that had a grave expression on as his cold eyes looked in the direction of the fire worship sect Saint Land. He muttered to himself, "It's not a bad thing that he went to the Saint Land. In that case, Yang Wen and my two other direct disciples can make a move against him." Yang Wen, whom Lian mentioned, was the elder biological brother of Yang Wu, whom Duan Ling Tian killed when he first arrived at the fire worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum. Yang Wen was also the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Yang Wen entered the Saint Land many years ago to become a Saint Land disciple. Right now, his cultivation base had even entered the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, he had become a true disciple. After learning that his younger brother was killed, Yang Wu was furious. He could not wait to go to the Black Turtle Sanctum to kill Duan Ling Tian. Although he was afraid of the fire worship sect's rule and could not kill Duan Ling Tian, he wanted to torture Duan Ling Tian and teach him a lesson. However, the fire worship sect had a rule stating that Saint Land disciples were not allowed to enter the four symbols sanctums privately without permission from a golden flame elder. Otherwise, they would be regarded as violating the sect's rule and would be severely punished. Currently, Yang Wen must have learned about the Duan Ling Tian arriving at the Saint Land, right? Li An's eyes brightened. Chapter 1988. Knocking on the door to seek revenge. In the fire worship sect Saint Land, there were two types of Saint Land disciples. First, there were the elite disciples. Whichever four symbols sanctums disciples who managed to enter the Saint Land from the four symbols sanctums to become a Saint Land disciple were considered an elite disciple. Most of the Saint Land disciples in the Saint Land were elite disciples. Second was the true disciples. Unlike the elite disciples, the number of true disciples in the fire worship sect Saint Land was not high. There were only about 170 of them. 0.99% of these true disciples were powerhouses who had already entered the Saint Celestial stage. The remaining ones were those geniuses who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. With just a blue innate spiritual root, it was enough to allow one to enter the Saint Celestial stage and become a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse if there was no accident, let alone someone who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. In the current fire worship sect, there were not more than 10 people who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Some of them were from the older generations in the fire worship sect. Just take the sect leader of fire worship sect for example, he possessed the indigo innate spiritual root. Similarly, two of the three great guardians of the fire worship sect and one of the two vice sect leaders possessed indigo innate spiritual roots as well. The remaining guardian and vice sect leader, on the other hand, possessed blue innate spiritual roots. However, their innate spiritual roots were dark blue. It was very close to an indigo innate spiritual roots. For this reason, geniuses who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots were given special treatment and could directly become true disciples without having to reach the Saint Celestial stage due to their bright future. However, there was a rule stating that their cultivation base had to be at the Divine Saint stage at least. It was as easy as eating and sleeping for these geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots to break through to the Divine Saint stage. In the fire worship sect Saint Land, all of the elite disciples lived in the vast valley that had been intentionally set up for them. There was a total of 3,000 small courtyards for them to live in. Moreover, the cultivation environment there was even better than the primus houses in the four symbols sanctums. As for the true disciples, they did not stay on the main island. They lived on the independent floating islands surrounding the main island. They all occupied an island that had a mansion. There was also a large open space in front of the mansion for them to practice their martial tactics and divine abilities. Creak. A faint sound resonated from one of the independent floating islands. A young man pushed open the door of one of the rooms in the mansion on the island. The young man was tall and had a huge build. There was an expression of indifference on his face. If Duan Ling Tian saw this young man, he would be able to see that he resembled Yang Wu, whom he had killed by about 50% to 60%. This young man was none other than Yang Wu's elder brother, Yang Wen. Just a little bit more. I'm certain I can successfully comprehend it during my next closed-door cultivation. Yang Wen muttered to himself as he walked out of the room. As the fire worship sect Saint Land true disciple, apart from possessing a cultivation base at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, Yang Wen had even mastered a high-grade movement divine ability. During these few years, apart from cultivating, He's also devoted his time to comprehend a high-grade offensive divine ability. It was during his recent closed-door cultivation that he finally saw a glimpse of success while he was comprehending the high-grade offensive divine ability. Unfortunately, little Wu is no longer here to see me master a second high-grade divine ability. The moment Yang Wen thought of this, his expression turned grave when he recalled Yang Wu, his younger brother, who regarded him as his idol. Although 90% of the fire worship sect's four symbol sanctums knew the reason of Yang Wu's death and felt that he had sought death, as Yang Wu's biological brother, he did not think so. In his eyes, his brother could do no wrong. Even if his brother had acted outrageously, as an elder brother, he would support him until the end regardless if he was right or wrong. Due to this reason, when he learned Yang Wu had been killed, he had regarded Duan Ling Tian as his mortal enemy. He would not rest until he killed Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian has entered the Saint Land. When Yang Wen left his floating island to go the central square in the main island, he heard the discussion of a few Saint Land disciples who were passing by. Based on their discussion, he learned that his enemy, the one who killed his younger brother, had already entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. He has actually comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. When Yang Wen found out how Duan Ling Tian had entered the Saint Land, a hint of jealousy flashed across his eyes. Yang Wen was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Four Symbols Sanctum. He had tried comprehending the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, but he yielded no results even after so many years. In the end, he could only give up and comprehend a high-grade movement ability that he had mastered. Currently, he was in the process of comprehending another high-grade divine ability. Even if I can't kill or cripple you openly, I still want you to have a taste of what it's like to wish you're dead. Yang Wen's eyes flashed coldly as he left the central square at an extremely fast speed. As he made his way toward the residence of Saint Land disciples, he moved menacingly. Anyone could tell he was harboring ill intent. He was not Lian. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, naturally, it was not convenient for him to make a move on a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, let alone torturing the disciple until he wished he was dead. It would affect his reputation since people would say he was bullying the weak. If news of it spread out, the fire worship sect would be humiliated. This could cause many geniuses who planned to join their sect to change their minds and join the other two great sects instead. If that happened, it would be a great loss for the fire worship sect. Due to this reason, Lian feared the fire worship sect's high-ranking officials would expel him from the fire worship sect out of rage. However, all this did not apply to Yang Wen. He was not a fire worship sect's elder. He was only a disciple of the fire worship sect, just like Duan Ling Tian. Even if news of him torturing Duan Ling Tian spread out because he was avenging his brother, it would not affect the fire worship sect's reputation at all. Moreover, as long as he did not kill or cripple Duan Ling Tian, he would not be violating the fire worship sect's rules at all. This was a loophole in the fire worship sect's rules. It had always been there, and it seemed as though it had been intentionally left there. Due to this loophole in the rules, there were some people in the sect who were tortured to the point they wished they were dead. These people who were tortured until they wished that they were better off dead would usually work even harder after that. Some of them managed to seek revenge. Those who did not manage to seek revenge discovered they had progressed further because of it. One could say this loophole in the fire worship sect's rules had inspired many of the fire worship sect's disciples. Naturally, in the fire worship sect, there were very few people who would go to the extent of torturing someone until they wished they were dead unless there was great enmity involved and the other person did not accept the death duel. Its senior brother Yang Wen. When Yang Wen appeared at the Saint Land disciples' residence in that vast valley, it attracted many people's attention. Yang Wen used to be a Saint Land disciple who lived here as well. However, after he had broken through to the Saint Celestial stage and became a true disciple, he had, naturally, left this place. However, many Saint Land disciples remembered him and could recognize him in just a glance. Yang Wen moved very quickly and arrived at the side of the valley. There were 5 Saint Land disciples gathered there. They were originally talking but became distracted by Yang Wen's presence. They felt a little awkward with Yang Wen there. Senior brother Yang Wen, where's Duan Ling Tian staying? Yang Wen glanced at the 5 Saint Land disciples. A hint of arrogance could be seen in his eyes as he looked at 5 of them. When the 5 Saint Land disciples heard his words, they realized they were not his target. They instantly sighed in relief before simultaneously pointing to a direction. Yang Wen looked at the direction where the 5 Saint Land disciples were pointing at. Soon, his gaze was trained on a small courtyard, and he immediately flew out. However, when he reached outside the small courtyard, he did not force his way in. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the air and shut his eyes to attain mental composure. He cultivated as he waited quietly. It was not that he did not want to force his way in. However, if he did, the consequences were not something he could afford to bear. First of all, every stone house behind the small courtyard that the Saint Land disciples lived in had a very strong soundproof effect. Not only that, but a formation stopping divine consciousness from entering was also laid inside. Apart from opening the door, the only other method to alert the person inside was to destroy the formation stopping divine consciousness from entering or to destroy the stone house. However, if he did this, there was a huge possibility that the person inside would go crazy due to chi deviation. According to the fire worship sect's rules, whoever disrupted the cultivation of a fellow disciple and caused the person to go insane would be sentenced to death regardless of his innate talent and position. Naturally, Yang Wen wished Duan Ling Tian would go insane, but he was unwilling to pay for it with his own life. Otherwise, he would not have just planned to torture Duan Ling Tian until he wished he was dead. He felt Duan Ling Tian's life was not as valuable as his own life, therefore he would not sacrifice his own life just to kill Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 1989 Sword Warding Heart. Although Yang Wen could not kill Duan Ling Tian now, it did not mean he could not kill Duan Ling Tian in the future. He could not kill Duan Ling Tian now because he was afraid of the fire worship sect's rules. In the future, if he had an opportunity, he would definitely kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge his younger brother, Yang Wu. What's senior brother Yang Wen doing? It looks like he's waiting for Duan Ling Tian to come out. Yang Wen had attracted the attention of many Saint Land disciples. They figured out Yang Wen had come here because of the new disciple, Duan Ling Tian. They could tell he was not here to have a heartfelt talk with Duan Ling Tian. This could be seen from his menacing attitude. They were certain he came with ill intent. Does Duan Ling Tian and senior brother Yang Wen has enmity with each other? I've never heard of this before. Me too. Not only that, prior to this, one of them is in the Saint Land and the other one was in the Four Symbol Sanctums. I don't think they've met, right? Many Saint Land disciples were puzzled. No way, don't tell me all of you don't know about the enmity between senior brother Yang Wen and Duan Ling Tian. A Saint Land disciple asked in shock. It seemed like he was surprised they did not know about what happened. Why, do you know something? The group of Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to this Saint Land disciple. Do you still remember when Duan Ling Tian arrived at the fire worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum, and how the enmity between him and the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian began? The Saint Land disciple asked in response, keeping the others in suspense. Of course, as soon as he finished speaking, another Saint Land disciples nodded and chimed in, it's because Duan Ling Tian killed the son of Li An's best friend. The other Saint Land disciples nodded. They had also heard of this before. Due to this reason, they admired Duan Ling Tian a lot since not everyone was bold enough to publicly offend a fire worship sect's Silver Flame Elder the moment they arrived at the sect. Since all of you know about this, then, do you know who's Li An's best friend? The previous Saint Land disciple asked again. Stop with the guessing game. Just tell us who he is. That's right, if you continue to keep us guessing, do you believe we'll beat you up? Many Saint Land disciples were furious when this Saint Land disciple kept them guessing. They stared at him furiously as though they would beat him up if he continued to keep them guessing. Although some Saint Land disciple maintained their composure, the looks they gave this Saint Land disciple were not kind anymore. At this moment, another Saint Land disciple who had been thinking suddenly cried out, "It's Yang Chong." It was clear he had only just remembered this. Yang Chong. Oh, yes, I remember now. It's Yang Chong. I remember as well. That person whom Duan Ling Tian killed that day was Yang Wu, the son of the fifth elder of Northern Plethora sect. The moment this Saint Land disciple spoke, another two Saint Land disciples chimed in as well. Don't tell me senior brother Yang Wen has connections with Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. At the same time, the Saint Land disciples present on the scene began to guess. Meanwhile, most of the Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to the Saint Land disciple who liked to keep them guessing. All of them were eagerly waiting for his answer. He no longer dared to keep them guessing after seeing how furious they were. He answered without beating around the bush, senior brother Yang Wen is none other than the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Yongwu whom Duan Ling Tian killed was senior brother Yong Wen's brother. The instant the Saint Land disciple's words left his mouth, the entire scene fell silent for a moment before a commotion broke out. Senior brother Yong Wen is the son of Yong Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. My goodness, is this real? I've not heard of it before. Me neither. After learning that their fire worship sect's true disciple, Yong Wen, was the son of Yong Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, many Saint Land disciples present on the scene were shocked. Prior to this, they did not know Yong Wen was the son of Yong Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Senior brother Yong Wen really hid this well. To think he's the son of the fifth elder of Northern Plethora sect. Before this, I've only heard that senior brother Yong Wen is a very haughty person. Now I finally understand. To think he did not rely on his father and forged a name for himself with his own strength. After the Saint Land disciples found out about Yong Wen's identity, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. In that case, it makes sense why senior brother Yong Wen came for Duan Ling Tian with ill intention. Since Duan Ling Tian killed his younger brother, it would be impossible for him to let the matter go. That's right, perhaps, senior brother Yong Wen won't be bold enough to kill or cripple Duan Ling Tian due to the sect's rules. However, he can still torture Duan Ling Tian. This is an unspoken rule in the sect after all. Does this mean Duan Ling Tian is doomed? Of course, although he's strong and invincible among those below the Saint Celestial stage, his strength is nothing compared to senior brother Yong Wen who's at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's right, there's a huge gap between the Saint Celestial stage and the quintessential Saint stage. They're like thousands of miles apart. Duan Ling Tian's strength can't be compared to senior brother Yong Wen's strength at all. Looks like Duan Ling Tian would have his skin stripped off him even if he's not killed or crippled. After finding out about Yong Wen's identity, the group of Saint Land disciples was no longer surprised by Yong Wen's fury toward Duan Ling Tian. Instead, they began to pity Duan Ling Tian. Although they had heard that Duan Ling Tian's strength was very close to the Saint Celestial stage, being close to it was very different from being at the Saint Celestial stage after all. For this reason, in their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be a match for Yong Wen. He was destined to be tortured by Yong Wen. Due to the reason that the soundproof effect of the stone houses in the Saint Land disciples' residence was very good, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, was unaware of what was happening outside. He did not know a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse was waiting for him to go out. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was standing as straight as a javelin in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. He did not move at all, just like a statue. Nobody knew what he was doing. Duan Ling Tian only moved after a month had passed. With a raise of his hand, a plain and unadorned 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. It was the celestial, supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. With just one glance, the Jasper Celestial Sword appeared like an ordinary sword. However, when Duan Ling Tian wielded it, it emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy the universe. Translucent sword chi gleamed around the Jasper Celestial Sword. The pressure it emitted was heavy as well. Heartfelt sword, sword shadowed heart, sword warding heart, sword heart illumination, and heart sword amalgamation. Duan Ling Tian muttered with his eyes closed. Nobody knew who he was talking to. He continued to mutter the names of the 5 major stages of the sovereign heart sword repeatedly. It was as though he did not know how being tired felt like as he continued to mutter to himself for a long time. Another month went by. Duan Ling Tian, who remained motionless after he took the Jasper Celestial Sword out a month ago, finally moved again. A month ago, he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword and held it horizontally. This time, he wielded the sword vertically before he became motionless again. In just a blink of an eye, another month went by. However, this time, Duan Ling Tian still did not move. He stood there, gripping his sword. He looked like a statue of a sword cultivator. What a powerful sword chi! Elder Huo's figure suddenly appeared in the 4th level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the air as he gripped his sword. Although Duan Ling Tian looked ordinary holding on to his sword, Elder Huo could clearly sense the extremely powerful sword chi emanating from his body. Not only that, but it was extremely dense, as though it could slice through anything. If one paid close attention, one could see that the air around Duan Ling Tian seemed to be rippling outward as though it was affected by an invisible energy. He's almost there. I hope he succeeds. If he succeeds, His achievement in the Sovereign Heart Sword would be able to reach the summit of the offensive martial tactics in this mundane realm. Not only that, but it would be even more powerful than most of the top-tier offensive martial tactics in this mundane realm. Elder Huo muttered to himself before disappearing into thin air. The air continued to ripple even after Elder Huo left. By the 10th day, the air around Duan Ling Tian rippled visibly and they spread even further out. It was as though a terrifying force was cutting the air. Sword warding heart. Oh, I see, I understand now. Duan Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were so bright. Meanwhile, the air around him no longer rippled since it was no longer affected by the piercing energy. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian let go of his grip on the sword. At the same time, the Jasper Celestial Sword transformed into a sword ray and swept across the sky. Its speed sped up, and in the end, it disappeared into the air as though it had merged with the air. After the Jasper Celestial Sword disappeared, the sounds of sword swishing did not stop. It continued to echo in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After about 15 minutes, it finally ended. At the instant the sound stopped, the Jasper Celestial Sword suddenly appeared back in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Chapter 1990 Yang Wen's Hesitation. Exactly 100 days. When Duan Ling Tian put the Jasper Celestial Sword away, he fell momentarily silent before his eyes suddenly brightened as he recalled the time it took him to comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword's 3rd stage, the Sword Warding Heart. He was not in closed-door cultivation after all. For this reason, he still paid attention to the time flow. 100 days in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda means 10 days have passed outside. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he took a crystal card out. He had obtained this at the registry for new disciples in the Saint Land. I wonder what I can exchange with the contribution points in this crystal card. I'll just head to the central square to have a look and see if there's anything I need. I might as well find some ways to earn more contribution points. When he infused his Sun Saint energy into the crystal card, it showed that he had 100 contribution points. These 100 contribution points were given to all 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples who entered the Saint Land to become Saint Land disciples. It was a welcome gift by the Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land to every new Saint Land disciple. Duan Ling Tian kept everything before he pushed his door open. The stone door opened, causing a dull sound to ring in the air. When the stone door was pushed open, the true disciple, Yang Wen, who was sitting cross-legged in the air in the small courtyard in front of the stone house, opened his eyes that were as bright as stars. Killing intent surged out of his body immediately. Duan Ling Tian's coming out. Many people heard the commotion and turned their attention to the little courtyard Duan Ling Tian was staying in. Most of the Saint Land disciples had a hint of pity in their eyes as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. In their opinion, since Duan Ling Tian had come out, it meant he was doomed. After all, that true disciple, Yang Wen, had been waiting for 10 days. Based on Yang Wen's posture, it was impossible that he would let Duan Ling Tian go. Yang Wen might not dare to kill or cripple Duan Ling Tian due to his fear of the Fire Worship Sect's rule, but he was able to torture Duan Ling Tian until he wished he was dead. Although Yang Wen did not say what he was going to do to Duan Ling Tian, based on the killing intent he emitted, everybody present on the scene could deeply feel his hatred toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had killed his younger brother after all. The enmity would not be small. Before the stone door was fully open, Duan Ling Tian already sensed the terrifying killing intent from outside. He immediately put his guard up. Apart from that, he did not rush to open the door. Instead, he slowly opened it. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian could clearly hear the discussion from outside. Senior brother Yang Wen is a true disciple and his cultivation base is at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's easy for him to deal with Duan Ling Tian. That's right, Duan Ling Tian is destined to be doomed. It's useless even if he has sensed the commotion and refuses to come out since senior brother Yang Wen is already certain that he's not in closed-door cultivation. Even if senior brother Yang Wen destroys the stone house, he doesn't have to worry about Duan Ling Tian becoming crazy due to chi deviation. So what if his strength is almost close to the Saint Celestial stage? So what if he has successfully comprehended our Fire Worship Sect's #1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier? So what if he mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities? He's still as useless as a clay chicken in front of a true Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for killing Yang Wu, senior brother Yang Wen's younger brother. Otherwise, why would senior brother Yang Wen make things difficult for him in the first place? Duan Ling Tian learned a lot about what was happening outside. He discovered that the killing intent came from a true disciple called Yang Wen. I've long heard that Yang Chong, the fifth elder of Northern Plethora sect, has two sons. The youngest son, Yang Wu, was killed by me, and the eldest son is a Saint Land disciple in the fire worship sect Saint Land. However, I can't believe that Yang Chong's eldest son, Yang Wen, is actually a true disciple whose cultivation base has already entered the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian was surprised by this. Naturally, that was all to it. Duan Ling Tian's expression was as calm as usual. He did not show any signs of terror at all. The fact that Yang Wen came, even if he daren't kill or cripple me due to the sect's rules, he must plan to torture me until I wish I'm dead. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes flashed coldly, the fire worship sect's rules don't prohibit disciples from torturing or humiliating another fellow disciple. Perhaps, this is the fire worship sect's way of encouraging its disciples to strive to be stronger. As the dull sound of the stone door being pushed resonated again, Duan Ling Tian sped up his movement. Soon after, the stone door was completely open. Under everybody's gaze, including Yang Wen's, a tall and handsome young man appeared before their eyes. His calmness made a huge impression on them. Although his uniform was similar to the rest of the Saint Land disciples, it did not conceal his extraordinary disposition. It caused the others to feel slightly ashamed of their ungainly appearance. As soon as that young man walked out of the stone house and into the courtyard, Yang Wen instantly stood up in the air and glared at the young man before he asked in an interrogative manner, "You're Duan Ling Tian?" Yang Wen's gaze was extremely piercing. If looks could kill, Duan Ling Tian would have died a few times over. When Yang Wen glared at Duan Ling Tian and spoke to him rudely, Duan Ling Tian did not answer his question. Instead, he asked in return, "Yang Wen, the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of Northern Plethora sect?" When Yang Wen saw how calm this young man was despite knowing who he was, he knew for certain the young man before him was Duan Ling Tian. This was his first time seeing a Saint Land disciple being so arrogant in front of a true disciple. "No wonder you dared to oppose Elder Lian. You're indeed arrogant." After confirming Duan Ling Tian's identity, the killing intent Yang Wen emitted intensified. The piercing gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian as though it was trying to cut him into 1,000 pieces. "Do you think I'm like Elder Lian? Do you think I'll find it inconvenient to make a move on you because of my identity?" The moment Yang Wen finished speaking, he did not even wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply before he began to make a move against Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the Saint Land disciples who were looking felt their hearts beat faster as they stared at the scene unfolding before them with utmost concentration. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was doomed. "Yang Wen, you can't wait to kill me, right? In that case, I'll give you a chance to kill me without violating the fire worship sect's rule," Duan Ling Tian said. However, as soon as Yang Wen heard Duan Ling Tian's words, Yang Wen, who was about to make his move, came to a halt. The Saint Land disciples were baffled and filled with disbelief. Yang Wen asked, "What do you mean?" He could not help but frown. "What else can I mean?" Faced with the frowning Yang Wen, Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly as he said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, there must be a place in the fire worship sect Saint Land that allows disciples to sign a death duel and fight to death, right? I'll give you this chance. Please lead the way." Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged when he finished speaking. In comparison to the frowning Yang Wen, Duan Ling Tian's calm demeanor made him a victor in terms of bearing. "Please lead the way." The moment Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Yang Wen's expression changed drastically. Various expressions flitted across his face. Then, he stared at Duan Ling Tian intently and did not say anything. Nobody knew what he was thinking at this moment. At the same time, the Saint Land disciples who heard Duan Ling Tian's words finally regained his senses and burst into a commotion. "My goodness. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, he wants to have a death duel with senior brother Yang Wen." One of the Saint Land disciples cried out. "A death duel with senior brother Yang Wen? Where did he get his courage from?" Many Saint Land disciples widened their eyes in disbelief. He has only recently become a Saint Land disciple. Although he's strong, he can only flaunt his strength in front of those whose cultivation base is below the Saint Celestial stage. It's absolutely impossible for him to be compared to a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Another Saint Land disciple chimed in confidently. "If that's the case, why is he acting like that? Look at how calm he is. He doesn't look like someone who's seeking death." Many Saint Land disciples found things a little peculiar. Didn't anyone of you notice? Since Duan Lingtian came out, his expression did not change at all. From the beginning until the end, he has remained calm. It's as though he wouldn't even blink if a mountain collapses before his eyes. This is either confidence or a bluff. One of the Saint Land disciples guessed. Confidence. Don't tell me you think he's able to kill senior brother Yang Wen then. At once, this Saint Land disciple's statement caused the others to look at him disdainfully. Humph, he must be deliberately trying to make things look mysterious. Many Saint Land disciples said with certainty. They did not think Duan Lingtian was a match to the true disciple, Yang Wen, whose cultivation base had already entered the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was acting this way because he was deliberately trying to make things look mysterious in hopes that Yang Wen would retreat. A Saint Land disciple who saw Yang Wen's hesitation said, "Hey, look at that." When Duan Lingtian suggested a death duel, senior brother Yang Wen seems to have hesitated a little. Don't tell me he really thinks he's not as strong as Duan Lingtian. You're right. One by one, the Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to Yang Wen and noticed his hesitation as well. Chapter 1991 Palace of Death. Duan Lingtian's really smart. He just called senior brother Yang Wen's bluff, and it's enough to scare senior brother Yang Wen. Don't tell me senior brother Yang Wen really doesn't dare to accept the death duel that Duan Lingtian suggested. The Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Yang Wen. Based on their words, one could hear them mock Yang Wen and insinuating he was a coward. Calling my bluff. Naturally, Yang Wen had also thought of this. However, he did not dare to simply agree to Duan Lingtian's suggestion. He did not dare to take this risk. If he lost, then he would die. It seems like you don't dare to accept this death duel. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at Yang Wen, so much for being a true disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared up into the sky and was about to leave. So much for being a true disciple. Duan Lingtian's words that were filled with disdain had enraged Yang Wen, causing his expression to turn grave. He snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, I agree with your suggestion. Do you really think that I, Yang Wen, will be fooled by you? How ridiculous. Yang Wen quickly made up his mind. If he did not agree to Duan Lingtian's suggestion, it would mean that he was afraid of Duan Lingtian who had killed his younger brother. If Duan Lingtian was really stronger than him, it would be better for him to turn down Duan Lingtian's challenge. However, Duan Lingtian was weaker than him, and he was just calling his bluff. It would be very embarrassing if he refused his challenge. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's disdainful words, after weighing the pros and cons, Yang Wen finally agreed to his suggestion. Based on what he could see, Duan Lingtian was just calling his bluff. You agree? Duan Lingtian was momentarily stunned when he heard his words. A hint of surprise could be seen on his face. Due to the surprised expression on his face, a round of discussion began again among the Saint Land disciples. Did you see it? Duan Lingtian's expression changed. It's as though he didn't expect senior brother Yang Wen would agree to his suggestion. Based on this, I'm certain he's only trying to look mysterious. Fortunately, senior brother Yang Wen agreed to his suggestion. Otherwise, he would only bring shame to himself and the other true disciples. That's right, a true disciple that's afraid to accept a death duel from an elite disciple. If news of this spread out, he would really bring shame to himself and the other true disciples. Fortunately, senior brother Yang Wen finally agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion at the crucial moment. Duan Lingtian has failed to call senior Yang Wen's bluff. The group of Saint Land disciples felt that Yang Wen had made the right decision. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was just calling Yang Wen's bluff. He was probably trying to scare Yang Wen into retreating by suggesting a death duel. Since Yang Wen had agreed to it, his plans had, naturally, failed. At this moment, would Duan Lingtian still dare to insist on having a death duel? The fact that senior brother Yang Wen agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion means he has already investigated Duan Lingtian. Look at the change in Duan Lingtian's expression. I'm certain he won't dare to continue with the death duel. If he continues, he'll definitely die. At this moment, on the brink of life and death, I'm sure he would rather be tortured by senior brother Yang Wen rather than die. His little trick has failed. The group of Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves. They all felt Duan Lingtian would go against his words now that Yang Wen had agreed to it. Duan Lingtian, I've agreed to your suggestions. Don't tell me you're going to go back on your words. Perhaps, You'd rather I torture you instead of going to the Palace of Death to sign the death pact and carry out the death duel. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Wen's face when he saw the surprised expression on Duan Lingtian's face. His words were filled with disdain. At this moment, Yang Wen recalled his earlier hesitation. He was glad he agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion. Otherwise, he would be the one who was humiliated. Faced with Yang Wen and the Saint Land disciples' mocking gaze, Duan Lingtian regained his composure. He said indifferently, "Lead the way. Lead the way." When Duan Lingtian said these 3 words, the entire place fell silent. The group of Saint Land disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbfounded expression. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would agree to it. Was he not afraid he would not be able to back out later? Yang Wen was stunned as well. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would agree to it as well. Yang Wen's determination faltered again as various expressions flitted across his face. "Why, you don't dare to do it? Didn't you readily agree to it earlier?" Duan Lingtian mocked Yang Wen with a smile when he saw the changing expressions on Yang Wen's face. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yang Wen's face turned green before it paled. He clenched his teeth angrily before he said, "Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if you'll still be so arrogant when we sign the death pact." As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply as his body turned into a blur as he charged toward the central square. "Follow me to the Palace of Death if you dare to sign the death pact. We'll have a death duel then. If you dare not, I'll let you feel what it feels like to be better off dead." As he charged out, his voice resonated from afar. It was filled with a terrifyingly cold aura. It seemed to cause the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. After Yang Wen traveled a distance away, he slowed down before he turned around to look at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. It was as though he wanted to make sure Duan Lingtian really did follow him. The Palace of Death was situated in the middle of the central square in the fire worship sect Saint Island. The Saint Island was also another name for the fire worship sect Saint Land's main island. In the fire worship sect Saint Land disciples with enmity could go to the Palace of Death and sign a death pact that would be witnessed by the Palace of Death's elder. Not only that, but they could also fight a life or death battle in the death arena. Currently, Yang Wen was making his way to the Palace of Death in the Saint Island's central square. Naturally, that was only if Duan Lingtian followed him there. It seems like senior brother is aware of Duan Lingtian's trick and is no longer fooled by him. As the saying goes, once bitten twice shy. If senior brother Yang Wen still doesn't know, then him being a true disciple and a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse is just a waste. That's right, a true disciple who's afraid of a death duel with an elite disciple. If news spread out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Most of the Saint Land disciples gave Yang Wen a thumbs up when they saw his compelling manner. At the same time, these Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian again. Their eyes contained a hint of mockery. They wanted to see if Duan Lingtian dared to follow Yang Wen to the Palace of Death at the Saint Island's central square. Once they went to the Palace of Death and signed the death pact, none of them would be able to retreat. Junior brother Lingtian, don't go. Senior brother Lingtian, don't go. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to follow Yang Wen, 2 voices rang in his ears. At once, Duan Lingtian noticed the 2 Saint Land disciples who were standing at 2 different places. It was them who transmitted their voices to him, trying to stop him from following Yang Wen to the Palace of Death on the Saint Island's central square. One of them was none other than Sunda, whose Primus house was snatched by Duan Lingtian in the punishment zone of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Just like Duan Lingtian, Sunda was from the Black Turtle Sanctum from the 4 Symbols Sanctums. The reason Sunda was able to leave the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine and came to the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple was due to him successfully comprehending the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The reason he succeeded in comprehending the Black Turtle's Barrier was due to the pressure from Duan Lingtian that day. Due to this reason, he felt thankful toward Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian was about to jump into the fire pit, he quickly transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, the shepherd would rather lose the wool than the sheep. As long as you live, you'll eventually get a chance to seek revenge. There's no need to follow Yang Chong to the Palace of Death just because of a moment of anger. If you really go to the Palace of Death and sign the death pact, it would be too late even if you want to change your mind. Sunda tried his best to persuade Duan Lingtian. The meaning of Sunda's words was simple. As long as he stayed alive, he would be able to seek revenge in the future. It was not worth it for him to seek death. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Sunda. I know what I'm doing. Duan Ling Tian reassured Sunda before he looked at the other person who tried to stop him. He had only seen the other person once. Due to this reason, he was shocked when he saw the person who tried to stop him. This person was the Saint Lan disciple whom he encountered 10 days ago. At that time, he had just left the registry for new Saint Lan disciples and did not know where the residence of the Saint Lan's disciples was. For this reason, he had stopped this person to ask for directions. Apart from that time, he had no other interactions with this person. It did not cross his mind this person would stop him at this moment. Senior brother, why did you call me senior brother? Duan Ling Tian asked with a wry smile through his voice transmission. He remembered he had addressed the other person as senior brother the last time they met. Moreover, the other person also addressed him as junior brother. The Saint Lan disciple who stopped Duan Ling Tian was none other than Guan Shu, who gave Duan Ling Tian directions 10 days ago. He said in a slightly fearful voice, "Junior brother Ling Tian, I, Guan Shu, didn't know your identity that day. I'm sorry for being ignorant." Duan Ling Tian was far stronger than him after all. It was fine if he did not know Duan Ling Tian's identity. However, after learning about Duan Ling Tian's identity, he did not dare to refer to himself as senior brother anymore. Chapter 1992. The commotion continues in the central square. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly when he heard the other party's words. However, he did not continue to argue about this with Guan Shu since he knew this was a world where the strong ones were revered. Guan Shu was sincere when he addressed him as senior brother. If Duan Ling Tian had insisted on addressing Guan Shu as senior brother, it would pressure Guan Shu as well. Junior brother Ling Tian, although you're strong, I'm afraid it's still lacking compared to a true disciple. Any one of the true disciples is already at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Senior brother Yang Wen, in particular, has already reached the first form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. Guan Shu continued to advise him through voice transmission with a solemn expression. Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of warmth enveloped his heart when faced with Guan Shu's good intention. After all, he had only met him once prior to this. The fact that he was kind enough to worry about him was very rare. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian replied Guan Shu through voice transmission and gave him a reassuring look. Then, under Guan Shu and Sunda's helpless stare, he flew toward the true disciple, Yang Wen, who had flown quite a distance away. Yang Wen's expression turned solemn immediately when he saw Duan Ling Tian was really brave enough to follow him. He actually dares to follow me. Looks like he won't give up before they sign the death duel. He's really giving it his all. However, even if his strength is far from comparable to senior brother Yang Wen, by doing this, he's still able to pressure senior brother Yang Wen. That's right, look at Yang Wen's expression. It has already turned grave. As the Saint Lan disciples shifted their attention to Yang Wen, his solemn expression finally disappeared. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian contemptuously and said, "Duan Ling Tian, I really wonder if you'll still be so courageous when we arrive at the Palace of Death and have to sign the Death Pact. I hope you'll obediently sign the Death Pact. Otherwise, I'll definitely rip off your nails one by one and let you have a taste of death." His tone turned colder and colder as he spoke. Although his words were not intended for the Saint Lan disciples, it still sent chills up their spines. Rip off my nails one by one. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he heard Yang Wen's ruthless words. However, his expression was so calm that it was terrifying. Humph, I'd like to see how long you'll be able to maintain your composure. Yang Wen flew out immediately in humiliation when he saw Duan Ling Tian still remained calm even after hearing his ruthless words. He snorted coldly as he sped up and made his way toward the Saint Island's central square. Duan Ling Tian followed after him at a speed that was neither slow nor fast. From the beginning until the end, he did not have any intention of shying away from this battle. Sunda, Guan Shu, and the Saint Lan disciples followed after them as well. When they reached the sky above the Saint Island's central square, the crowd attracted the other Saint Lan disciples in the central square. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many people? The person flying in the lead seems to be senior brother Yang Wen. It's indeed senior brother Yang Wen. It seems like the group of people is following senior brother Yang Wen. Something doesn't seem right with senior brother Yang Wen's expression. What's going on? There were only over 170 true disciples in the fire worship sect Saint Land. That was the reason many Saint Land disciples recognized Yang Wen. Although Yang Wen's strength was considered to be at the bottom among all the true disciples, it was still easy for them to recognize him since there were so few true disciples. Is senior brother Yang Wen heading to the Palace of Death? My goodness, what's going on? Is senior brother Yang Wen going to have a death duel with another true disciple? When the Saint Land disciples realized Yang Wen, who was in the lead, was heading to the Palace of Death at the side of the central square, over 1,000 Saint Land disciples broke out in an uproar, causing the central square to turn noisy. When Yang Wen descended outside the Palace of Death, over 1,000 Saint Land disciples finally learned about what had transpired from the other Saint Land disciples who had been there since the beginning and followed Yang Wen here. Senior brother Yang Wen is the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. The young man behind senior brother Yang Wen is Duan Ling Tian, who recently became famous in the fire worship sect. The nine-clawed dragon warrior. The martial cultivator genius who mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. It was Duan Ling Tian who suggested having a death duel with senior brother Yang Wen. The Saint Land disciples who were in the central square broke out in a bigger commotion after they learned about what had transpired, an ordinary elite disciple issuing a death duel to a true disciple. In the history of the fire worship sect, such an absurd thing had never happened before. After all, a true disciple represented the strength of a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage or above. An ordinary elite disciple could not compare to a true disciple. More and more Saint Land disciples, like the ones from before, felt that Duan Ling Tian was only calling Yang Wen's bluff in hopes of scaring him. I think Duan Ling Tian's going to be afraid once he enters the Palace of Death and has to sign the Death Pact. Duan Ling Tian's not a simple person. He's actually using a psychological tactic. I'm guessing he'll refuse to sign the Death Pact once senior brother Yang Wen signs the Death Pact. Based on the situation so far, that'll most likely happen. If senior brother Yang Wen hesitates to sign the death duel and refuses to sign it, Duan Ling Tian would win this psychological battle. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, heard the discussions of the Saint Land disciples. Psychological tactic. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who heard the discussion. Yang Wen had, naturally, heard it as well. Yang Wen hesitated immediately. In fact, he was not mentally prepared for it up until now. Although he had led Duan Ling Tian here, he only did it to scare him. After all, he was only 90% certain he could kill Duan Ling Tian. He was not 100% certain because he was not sure if Duan Ling Tian really had the capability or he was merely calling his bluff. He had felt this way because of his younger brothers, Yang Wu, death. He knew how Yang Wu had died. Yang Wu had taken the initiative and issued a death duel to Duan Ling Tian. This had left an impression in Yang Wu's heart. By right, he knew that it was impossible that Duan Ling Tian was a match for him. However, due to his brother's death, he was not certain he should engage in a death duel with Duan Ling Tian. He did not wish to follow in his brother's footsteps. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian plans to change his mind after I sign and put my handprint on the death pact. Yang Wen's expression darkened the moment he thought of this. However, with the thousands of Saint Land of disciples following behind him, he knew the situation was irreversible. As the saying went, once an arrow is shot out, it would not be able to turn around. Palace of Death. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was following closely behind Yang Wen, shifted his gaze to a huge and majestic palace before his eyes. The words, Palace of Death, were written elaborately on the plaque that was hung on the main entrance of the palace. Why did senior brother Yang Wen stop? Go in, he has already reached the main entrance, why did he stop? Could it be that senior brother Yang Wen is scared? Come on, he's a true disciple. Don't tell me he's afraid of an ordinary disciple who's obviously calling his bluff. Yang Wen, who was in the lead, stopped moving for a long time as soon as he arrived before the Palace of Death. Due to this reason, the Saint Land disciples who were following him began to get a little impatient as they grumbled among themselves. Tisk, so much for being a true disciple. If you're afraid, then leave now instead of staying here and embarrassing yourself. He's really an embarrassment to all true disciples today. No matter where or when, there were many people who liked to watch a show. Many Saint Land disciples were afraid of Yang Wen, but they hid themselves as they mocked Yang Wen. Shut up, Yang Wan said in a raised voice. He felt humiliated. His voice was so loud that it overpowered everyone's voices. Everyone outside of the Palace of Death instantly fell silent. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yang Wen turned around and looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly before he said in a deep voice, Duan Ling Tian, I hope you won't back out after I sign and put my handprint on the death pact. If you change your mind, on top of pulling out your nails one by one, I'll flay the skin off your face. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Ling Tian to reply as he turned around and went into the Palace of Death. The instant Duan Ling Tian heard Yang Wen's words, his expression changed immediately. His calm expression was gone. Flay the skin off his face. Yang Wen's cruelty had infuriated Duan Ling Tian. He could no longer maintain his composure. Duan Ling Tian followed suit as well when he saw Yang Wen had already entered the Palace of Death. They've finally entered. Let's go and have a look. It has been a long time since the Death Arena was opened. This time, I must put all my contribution points to good use and make a gamble even. If the odds of betting on senior brother Yang Wen is not high. Isn't it too early for you to say such things? Right now, there's no saying if Duan Ling Tian's going to sign the death pact or not. The group of Saint Land disciples following them was still loudly discussing among themselves. However, they fell silent when they reached the entrance of the Palace of Death. They were not allowed to enter the Palace of Death unless the Death Pact had been signed and the Death Arena was opened. Chapter 1993 Fire Worship Sect's First Silver Flame Elder. Yang Wen, who was in the lead, entered the Palace of Death first, followed by Duan Ling Tian. After they entered the Palace of Death, Duan Ling Tian saw an arena in the distance. The arena was huge. Apart from where Duan Ling Tian was standing, the remaining areas were all seats for spectators in forms of steps. At this moment, it was completely vacant. One could faintly see dried blood stains on the arena. It was obvious it was from previous death duels. This is the Death Arena. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. The Death Arena was the venue the Palace of Death provided for Fire Worship Sect Saint Land disciples who had signed the Death Pact. Once they stepped into the arena, one of them was destined to die. Both of you want to sign a Death Pact? A voice rang in Duan Ling Tian and Yang Wen's ears when both of them were staring at the arena. The hoarse voice seemed as though it came from far away, but in just a blink of an eye, it sounded right by their ears. Duan Ling Tian and Yang Wen instantly regained their senses and saw an old man had appeared next to them. The old man was skinny and had an ordinary appearance. He was wearing the exclusive uniform of a Silver Flame Elder, the custodian of the Palace of Death. During Duan Ling Tian's journey here, he had learned a little about the Palace of Death from the many Saint Land disciples. He knew there were 1 Silver Flame Elder and 3 Bronze Flame Elders in the Palace of Death. The only Silver Flame Elder was also the custodian of the Palace of Death. The custodian of the Palace of Death was called Nizui, a first Silver Flame Elder that was widely acknowledged in the Fire Worship Sect. If Lian was the first Silver Flame Elder in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's Black Turtle Sanctum, then Nizui was the first Silver Flame Elder in the Fire Worship Sect. This is the custodian of the Palace of Death, the powerhouse who's ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he saw this inconspicuous-looking old man. During Duan Ling Tian's journey here, the Saint Land disciples did not forget to mention the custodian of the Palace of Death. For this reason, apart from knowing he's the custodian of the Palace of Death, he also knew he was a powerhouse ranked at the 78th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Rumor had it that only 2 people among all the Silver Flame Elders in the Fire Worship Sect were ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Nizui was ranked at the 78th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, while the other Silver Flame Elder was ranked at the 99th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, was far inferior compared to Nizui. I'm true disciple Yang Wen. Good day, Elder Nizui. Yang Wen greeted the old man and bowed respectfully while Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts about Nizui. Although Yang Wen was arrogant, he still bowed before Elder Nizui. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Good day, Elder Nizui. Duan Ling Tian greeted the old man as well as soon as Yang Wen's voice caused him to regain his senses. Duan Ling Tian noticed the old man was studying him and Yang Wen calmly. Although he was just looking at them, it pressured them immensely on a spiritual level. Did both of you come here to sign the Death Pact to engage in a death duel? The old man finally asked them. He was the custodian of the Palace of Death after all. Naturally, he knew Saint Land disciples would not come looking for him unless they planned to engage in a death duel. If Duan Ling Tian said yes now but changed his mind later, even though the custodian of the Death Palace would not force him if he changed his mind, he would still teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson. This was because that kind of conduct was equivalent to making a mockery out of the custodian of the Palace of Death and tarnishing its sanctity. It was not wrong for the custodian of the Palace of Death to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. The Saint Land Enforcement Hall would not take any actions as long as Duan Lingtian did not die and was not crippled. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied without any hesitation. When he saw Yang Wen did not reply but had turned to look at him instead, he could guess what Yang Wen was thinking. Duan Lingtian's reply caused Yang Wen's expression to turn slightly grave before it was replaced with an expression of delight. It was obvious the delight came from what he perceived would be Duan Lingtian's misfortune, since he did not think Duan Lingtian would dare to sign the death pact. "Follow me," Ni Zui said as he walked to the side. Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen obediently followed after him. Soon after, under Ni Zui's instructions, one of the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death took a death pact and a writing brush and a bowl of special ink out. "Who's going to sign first?" Ni Zui asked indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen. Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen looked at each other and answered almost simultaneously, "Him." "Humph." Ni Zui snorted coldly when he saw how both of them seemed to be stalling for time. Then, he looked at Yang Wen and said indifferently, "When I asked if both of you are here to sign the death pact, you didn't reply. For this reason, you'll be the first to sign the death pact." Yang Wen did not expect he would land himself in such a situation just because he did not reply earlier. He instantly recalled his younger brothers, Yang Wu, death. A hint of dread rose in his heart. For this reason, he looked at Ni Zui and asked, "Elder Ni Zui, can you let him sign the death pact first? As long as he signs the death pact, I'll definitely sign the death pact as well." "Yang Wen, you're a true disciple. Don't tell me you're actually scared of an ordinary elite disciple like me." Duan Lingtian mocked Yang Wen as he laughed. On the other hand, Ni Zui's expression turned solemn immediately when he heard Yang Wen's words. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not sign the death pact first. What if Yang Wen changed his mind? He had come here today to kill Yang Wen after all. This was not only because Yang Wen wanted to kill him. It was in parts because of Yang Wen's father, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had threatened him with the safety of his family and friends. To Duan Lingtian, when Yang Chong had threatened him using his family, he had regarded him as his mortal enemy. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Since Yang Chong wanted to attack Duan Lingtian's family, he was going to kill Yang Chong's son. He had already killed his youngest son, he was going to kill his eldest son as well. "Yang Chong, I'd really like to see the expression on your face when you find out I've killed your eldest son as well," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When Yang Wen heard Duan Lingtian's words, his expression turned extremely grave as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "Yang Wen, you're the son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect?" Ni Zui asked nonchalantly as he looked at Yang Wen. "Yes," Yang Wen answered politely and looked away from Duan Lingtian. "No matter what, your father's a powerhouse ranked at the 146th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. As his son, and as our fire worship sect's true disciple, since you've already stepped into the Palace of Death, don't tell me you're afraid of signing the death pact first. If that's the case, then get the hell out of here now." Ni Zui rebuked Yang Wen as an expression of anger appeared on his face. His voice was harsh when he spoke. At the same time, the domineering aura that emitted from Ni Zui's body shrouded Yang Wen, pressuring him until he paled. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue as though he was watching a show. "I wonder if Yang Chong, the 5th elder of Northern Plethora sect, will throw up 3 liters of blood in anger when he finds out that his eldest son gave up the chance to avenge his youngest son." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yang Wen narrowed his eyes immediately. On the other hand, Ni Zui looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You're Duan Lingtian." Despite being in the Saint Land of the Fire Worship sect, Ni Zui had also heard of the news where Yang Wu, the youngest son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, was killed by a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple called Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he had also heard of various news regarding Duan Lingtian after that. He even knew that Duan Lingtian had come to their fire worship sect Saint Land to be a disciple in advance for being able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. However, despite hearing news about Duan Lingtian, he had not seen him before. Therefore, he did not recognize him when he saw him today. Yes, Duan Ling Tian quickly responded to Ni Zui as he quickly erased the mocking expression on his face that was directed at Yang Wen. At the moment when Ni Zui was about to say something to Duan Ling Tian, Yang Wen suddenly said, "I'll sign." Then, Yang Wen stepped out. His eyes were bloodshot as he took the writing brush from the Palace of Death's bronze flame elder before signing his name on the death pact with a few strokes of the brush. A light sound echoed in the air. Yang Wen had used his right hand to imprint his handprint with the special ink on the death pact. After signing the death pact, Yang Wen turned to look at Duan Ling Tian as he said coldly, "Duan Ling Tian, if you don't dare to sign the death pact, it means you're making a fool out of Elder Ni Zui and tarnishing the sanctity of the Palace of Death." Yang Wen said. His words clearly put Duan Ling Tian at odds with the Palace of Death. As soon as he finished speaking, apart from Ni Zui, the custodian of the Palace of Death, who remained calm, the other three bronze flame elders were looking at Duan Ling Tian with an unfriendly expression. Upon hearing Yang Wen's words, Duan Ling Tian shrugged lazily and said, "You don't have to worry about this." Chapter 1994 A Bet. The moment Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, under Yang Wen's gaze that was filled with disbelief, Duan Ling Tian signed his name and left his handprint on the death pact. The death pact is done. As soon as Duan Ling Tian signed the death pact, the bronze flame elder from the Palace of Death cried out, "Yang Wen and Duan Ling Tian will enter the death arena and engage in a death duel in an hour." In an hour. Duan Ling Tian was stunned and baffled. He did not understand why they had to wait an hour before engaging in a death duel. Was there a need to wait this long? In the next hour, our Palace of Death will become the banker and set up a place to bet for the death duel between you and Yang Wen. If you're confident, you can bet all your contribution points on yourself. Naturally, if you die, you'll still lose all your contributions points. Ni Zui said indifferently as though he could read Duan Ling Tian's mind. For this reason, usually those who enter the death arena will bet all of their contribution points on themselves. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. He did not expect a serious place like the Palace of Death had such a tradition. The Palace of Death won't earn any contribution points from this. We're merely acting as the middle person. We'll calculate the odds based on the situation. Naturally, the elders from the Palace of Death are allowed to place a bet as well if they want to, Ni Zui continued to add. This means other Saint Land disciples are allowed to bet, Elder Ni Zui? Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise. Of course, Ni Zui nodded. Otherwise, what do you think the seats in the death arena are for? If you want to place a bet, you can look for any of the bronze flame elders. After you place your bet and enter the death arena, the other Saint Land disciples will then be allowed to enter the death arena to place their bets before taking their seats. Before I give an order, both of you are not allowed to make a move even if you've already entered the death arena. Otherwise, the person who makes the first move will be severely punished by the Palace of Death. His voice became stern when he reached this part of the sentence. Any disruption of the tradition of the Palace of Death is strictly forbidden. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he walked away to look for the bronze flame elders to place his bet. Unfortunately, I only have 100 contribution points. When Duan Ling Tian was placing his bet, he could not help but sigh. He thought to himself, I can only hope the others place their bets on Yang Wen. In that case, I'll be able to win quite a number of contribution points. After Duan Ling Tian finished placing his bet, he entered the death arena. Meanwhile, Ni Zui looked at Yang Wen who stood rooted to the ground with a solemn expression. He fiercely prompted Yang Wen and caused him to regain his senses. After he regained his senses, he quickly placed his bet as well. After that, he entered the death arena, standing opposite of Duan Ling Tian, and glared at him. Duan Ling Tian, although I don't know where you get your courage from to sign the death pact, I have to tell you that I'll definitely kill you today to avenge my younger brother and relieve my father of his hatred. Yang Wen said with a grave expression. Unlike Yang Wen, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained calm. When he heard Yang Wen's words, he replied in a speed that was neither fast nor slow, everybody can boast. It remains to be seen if you have the capability to kill me. I'd like to see if you'll still be able to maintain your composure after an hour. Yang Wen smirked. Then I suppose you'll have to wait and see, Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. At the same time, he turned to look outside the Palace of Death. When Duan Ling Tian looked outside, he saw the Saint Land disciples being given some sort of instruction. They all swarmed to one place, causing the Palace of Death to look like a bustling market. Duan Ling Tian actually signed the death pact. Many of the Saint Lan disciples had a baffled and disbelieving expression on their faces. Even after a long while, they did not regain their senses. I really don't know where he gets his courage from. To think he actually signed the death pact. He's just seeking death. Some Saint Lan disciples snorted disdainfully. They thought Duan Ling Tian had overestimated his own strength when he signed the death pact. I think Duan Ling Tian is just lucky. Since he had arrived in the fire worship sect, he had offended the Black Turtle. Sanctum's first silver flame elder Lian, but he didn't suffer any losses so far. Based on the following incidents, he doesn't seem like a person who would do something that would make him suffer losses. A Saint Lan disciple recalled the incidents that had happened to Duan Ling Tian after he arrived at the fire worship sect. However, this Saint Lan disciple's words made many people mock him. What? Don't tell me you think he's stronger than senior brother Yang Wen. You think he'll be able to kill senior brother Yang Wen in this death duel? Stop joking. The reason Duan Ling Tian has never suffered from any losses since he came to the fire worship sect is due to his strength. He has yet to encounter a tough opponent. As for Elder Lian, that's just because it's not convenient for him to make a move due to his position. Otherwise, how do you think he's able to survive up until now? That's right, if you think Duan Ling Tian will win today, you can place your bet on him. However, I'm afraid your contribution points will only go down the drain. That's right, since you have so much faith in Duan Ling Tian, you might as well place your bet on him. We'll earn more contribution points as well that way. Even this Saint Lan disciple did not expect his words would bring about so much mockery from the other Saint Lan disciples. He immediately fell silent. As for placing his bet on Duan Ling Tian, he was not that stupid to do so. Earlier, he had just casually made a remark without much thought. In his opinion, the chances of Yang Wen winning the death duel was much higher. After all, Yang Wen was a true disciple of their fire worship sect Saint Lan and was even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. As for Duan Ling Tian, although he had mastered a few high-grade divine abilities and was quite strong, due to his yellow innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for him to surpass Yang Wen, let alone kill him. I'll bet 300 contribution points that senior brother Yang Wen will win. I'll bet 500 contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. I'll go all out and bet everything I have. I'll bet 3,300 contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. As the group of Saint Lan disciples swarmed in to place their bets, the two Palace of Death's bronze flame elders began to get busy accepting the bets and recording the betting information of all the Saint Lan disciples. Even after 15 minutes went by, none of the Saint Lan disciples had bet on Duan Ling Tian. Based on this, one could see much they looked down on Duan Ling Tian. Nobody bet on Duan Ling Tian. This matter soon gained the attention of some Saint Lan disciples. In that case, how are we going to earn contribution points? That's right, the final odds of the bet made by the Palace of Death is calculated based on the number of bets placed on both sides. If everybody bets on senior brother Yang Wen, in the end, we'll only receive the number of contribution points we have bet and not a single point more. Is there anyone who wants to bet on Duan Ling Tian? If this continues on, we won't be able to earn anything at all. Do you think we're idiots that we'll place our bets on Duan Ling Tian? That's like giving away our contribution points. The group of Saint Lan disciples burst into a commotion again. Nobody regarded Duan Ling Tian highly, and all of them were certain he would die today. Although Duan Ling Tian's pretty strong, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. With the limit his innate spiritual root imposes on him, he won't be able to achieve anything great even if he has mastered a few high-grade divine abilities. That's right, in this situation, only an idiot would bet on him. It can't go on like this. If all of us bet on senior brother Yang Wen, we won't be able to earn a single contribution point. What to do? Why don't you bet on Duan Ling Tian instead? I'm not an idiot, okay? The Saint Lan disciples were snapping at one another since nobody was willing to bet on Duan Ling Tian when a voice resonated in the air, attracting the other Saint Lan disciples' attention. I'll bet 100 contribution points on Duan Ling Tian. A Saint Lan disciple took the lead and bet on Duan Ling Tian. Although it was only 100 contribution points, the eyes of the other Saint Lan disciples brightened up immediately. It was fine as long as someone took the lead to bet on Duan Ling Tian. Eventually, there would be more people who follow suit. If that happened, they no longer had to worry about not earning any contribution points. It did not matter even if they only earned a little contribution points. It was a sure win anyway. As the saying went, no matter how small it is still a piece of meat. Isn't he Sunda? Sunda, the Saint Land disciple who successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier before Duan Ling Tian. That's him. I heard the reason he successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier was due to Duan Ling Tian unknowingly helping him. No wonder he would bet on Duan Ling Tian. As it turns out, he's just returning the favor. He's smart. He probably knows this is the last chance he'll get to repay Duan Ling Tian's favor. After today, he won't be able to do so anymore even if he wants to. Many Saint Land disciples recognized the Saint Land disciple, Sunda, who placed his bet on Duan Ling Tian. Sunda looked at Duan Ling Tian who was in the death arena and smiled wryly as he said through voice transmission, "Junior brother Ling Tian, I've just arrived at the Saint Land, and this is all of the contribution points that I have." It was Duan Ling Tian who told him to place a bet on him. Chapter 1995. "It's alright as long as you earn something," Duan Ling Tian replied Sunda through voice transmission. He could tell Sunda did not have high hopes that he would win, and he knew that Sunda was willing to bet on him was for other reasons. After that, Duan Ling Tian looked at Guanshu whom he had asked for directions from 10 days ago and who had also kindly advised him out of concern today. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to remind Guanshu through voice transmission to place a bet on him, he noticed Guanshu had already beaten him to it. "I'll bet 3,500 contribution points on senior brother Duan Ling Tian." Without needing Duan Ling Tian to prompt him, Guanshu placed a bet of 3,500 contribution points on him. A sense of warmth instantly enveloped Duan Ling Tian's heart. At this moment, he felt a sense of acknowledgement from Guanshu. This made him feel very comfortable. As soon as Guanshu placed his bet, the entire place fell silent immediately. One by one, the Saint Land disciples shifted their attention to Guanshu with a shocked expression on their faces. He bet 3,500 contribution points all on Duan Ling Tian. Isn't he afraid of losing it all? I know him. He's called Guanshu. He could be considered as a veteran in the Saint Land. However, I'm afraid 3,500 contribution points are all he has. How courageous of him, to think he's not afraid of losing it all. No matter what, it's a good thing he and Sunda have taken the initiative to place their bets on Duan Ling Tian. I don't have to worry about not earning any contribution points anymore. Many of the Saint Land disciples chuckled. Guanshu, you're crazy. Some of the Saint Land disciples who knew Guanshu stared at him with their mouths agape, thinking he had gone crazy. In their opinion, only an idiot would bet on Duan Ling Tian in such a case where the winner was obvious. However, Guanshu merely ignored these people's questions. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian immediately and transmitted his voice to him. "Senior brother Ling Tian, based on the current situation, there's nothing I can help you with. I have bet all the contribution points I have on my crystal card on you to support you. All the best. Today, I'll definitely let you earn a lot of points in return." Duan Ling Tian looked at Guanshu reassuringly before he looked away. It had to be said that the other Saint Land disciples had overestimated Sunda and Guanshu in thinking others would follow in their footsteps. After Guanshu bet 3,500 contribution points on Duan Ling Tian, although there were some people who placed their bets on Duan Ling Tian, the total number of points did not even add up to 3,500 contribution points. The number of bets placed on Duan Ling Tian is just too little, right? It's fine. It's better than nothing. The betting odds from the Palace of Death must be absurd today. I suspect the number of contribution points that people placed on senior brother Yang Wen totals up to 800,000, if not 1 million contribution points. Although I only bet 100 contribution points, I'm sure I'll still earn a little when senior brother Yang Wen wins. Since this is a sure win bet, I'll be happy with however many points I get in return. I bet 3,000 contribution points. However, the betting odds will be low, so I guess I'll probably earn a little more than 10 contribution points. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. At the same time, they made their way toward the seats around the death arena. After they were seated, their eyes were glued to the two men standing in the middle of the death arena, waiting for the death duel to start. After about 45 minutes had passed, everyone had placed their bets. The death duel would start in about 15 minutes. During these 15 minutes, the Palace of Death still accepted bets while they calculated the odds that would be revealed to the crowd. There are about a total of 6,000 contribution points bet on Duan Ling Tian, while there are at least several tens of thousands or even millions of contribution points bet on senior brother Yang Wen. The betting odd must be really absurd. Indeed, hopefully, it will be at least be 200 to 1. Initially, I thought I would be able to earn some points. I realized how absurd I was being when I saw almost everyone place their bets on senior brother Yongwen. Looks like not everyone is stupid. The group of Saint Land disciples on the spectator seats discussed among themselves. All of them spoke about the bets. They were looking forward to seeing what the odds would be like. I hope the few elders from the Palace of Death will also bet. Hopefully, they'll place their bets on Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, the betting odds would be terrible. A saint disciple suddenly said eagerly when he remembered the elders from the Palace of Death could also place bets. I think it's highly impossible. The elders from the Palace of Death are all smart. It's impossible they would bet on Duan Ling Tian. Another Saint Land disciple said, effectively extinguishing the other Saint Land disciple's hope. It was as though he had poured a bucket of cold water on him. I bet 100,000 contribution points on Duan Ling Tian. Without warning, a cold voice rang from outside the Palace of Death. The crowd of people was baffled. Even the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, could not help but widen his eyes. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, two figures appeared side by side in the Palace of Death. They were two young men. Moreover, these two young men resembled each other slightly. Senior brother Lu Mu. Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the young man on the right. He was shocked as well. He did not think he would encounter that person here. The Saint Land assessment had not begun, right? Why was he here wearing the Saint Land disciples' uniform? This person was none other than Lu Mu, a White Tiger Sanctum's disciple, whom Duan Ling Tian met when he went to the White Tiger Sanctum to look for Zhu Luqi. At that time, Lu Mu's cultivation base was already at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, so it would not be hard for him to pass the Saint Land assessment that was around the corner. Duan Ling Tian had also thought of meeting Lu Mu again, but he thought that it would be after the Saint Land assessment. He did not expect he would be able to meet Lu Mu again so soon. It's senior brother Lu Yun. It's really senior brother Lu Yun. Who's that Saint Land disciple standing next to him? He even resembles senior brother Lu Yun. I heard that senior brother Lu Yun has a cousin in the Four Symbols Sanctum's White Tiger Sanctum. Could it be that he's senior brother Lu Yun's cousin? The Saint Land assessment has not taken place yet, right? Why is he here? While Duan Ling Tian was surprised by Lu Mu's appearance, most of the Saint Land disciples were surprised by the presence of the young man next to Lu Mu. Even Yang Wen, who was standing opposite Duan Ling Tian, looked at the young man beside Lu Mu with a hint of dread in his eyes. Similarly, Lu Yun was also a true disciple. However, in comparison, Lu Yun was much more famous than him. In the fire worship sect Saint Land, there was a ranking for true disciples that was known as the true ranking. There were 100 places on the ranking. Only 100 of the strongest true disciples among the over 170 disciples were ranked. Yang Wen was not qualified to be ranked on the true ranking, but Lu Yun was already ranked at the 27th place on the true ranking since a long time ago. He was an elite powerhouse among the true disciples in the fire worship sect. For this reason, Lu Yun's appearance had caused a great commotion. Why is senior brother Lu Yun here? Moreover, he even placed a bet of 100,000 contribution points on Duan Ling Tian. He's not joking, right? Under the perplexed gaze of many Saint Land disciples, Lu Yun went to look for the bronze flame elders of the Palace of Death to place his bet. He took out his crystal card and directly bet 100,000 contribution points. From the beginning until the end, not a frown could be seen on his face at all. Senior brother Lu Yun is so confident in Duan Ling Tian's ability. My goodness, now that senior brother Lu Yun has placed his bet, I feel a little regretful for placing all my contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. I'm actually thinking about placing a bet on Duan Ling Tian now since senior brother Lu Yun regards him highly enough to bet 100,000 contribution points on him. Many Saint Land disciples were itching to place their bets again when something happened. Duan Ling Tian, who was originally standing in the death arena, suddenly flew out without warning toward the young man who came with Lu Yun. Senior brother Lu Mu, when did you come to the Saint Land? Not only that, but you even became a Saint Land disciple. Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise as he looked at Lu Mu. Although he had only met Lu Mu once, they discovered that they get along very well and became fast friends. Due to this reason, he was pleasantly surprised when he saw Lu Mu showing up in the Palace of Death. Junior brother Ling Tian, don't tell me you're only one who's allowed to comprehend the divine ability of your sanctum. Am I not allowed to successfully comprehend the divine ability from the White Tiger Sanctum? Lu Mu chuckled. As it turned out, Lu Mu became a Saint Land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability from the White Tiger Sanctum. Of course not, I'm just a little surprised. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly. You're Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Lu Yun, who had just finished placing his bed, returned to Lu Mu's side. He looked at Duan Ling Tian nonchalantly as he said in a cold but calm voice, "My cousin told me to bet my contribution points on you. I hope that you won't let him or me down." After he said that, without even waiting for Duan Ling Tian to reply, he flew toward a section of seats in the death arena. The seats here had a great view and had already been taken up by people. However, upon seeing Lu Yun making his way there, the group of Saint Land disciples who were sitting there quickly made way for him as though he was some kind of plague. "Junior brother Ling Tian, my cousin's temper is like this, so please don't blame him." Lu Mu looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled apologetically. Chapter 1996, The Long-Forgotten Sun-Shooting Bow. "It's all right." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He could see that Lu Yun meant no harm. 100,000 contribution points. However, the instant he recalled how Lu Yun had bet 100,000 contribution points on him, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Then, his eyes brightened as though he was hit by a pang of realization. "Senior brother Lu Mu, go look for senior brother Lu Yun first. There's something urgent, and I have to look for Elder Ni Zui." Duan Ling Tian hurriedly said to Lu Mu with an apologetic smile before he flew toward the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, and blocked his path just as he was about to head to the death arena to preside over the death duel. "Is there a problem?" Ni Zui came to a halt with a slight frown on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian blocking his path. At the same time, every Saint Land disciple present on the scene, including Lu Mu, shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. Why is Duan Ling Tian looking for Elder Ni Zui at this moment? The death duel was just about to begin. Duan Ling Tian did not obediently stay obediently in the death arena, but he went to look for Elder Ni instead. They were all baffled. Elder Ni Zui. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and an extremely damaged-looking bow appeared in his hand. The bow was covered with 10 holes. It made the bow appear even more shabby. The only thing worth mentioning was the bowstring of the bow. Naturally, Ni Zui was the only one whose eyes had brightened, for he could tell the bowstring was not simple. As for the others, they did not notice the bowstring at all due to the great distance. When they saw Duan Ling Tian taking out this bow, most of them had a disgusted expression on their faces. Why did Duan Ling Tian take this bow out? I don't know. Perhaps he wants to use this broken bow to bribe Elder Ni Zui and ask Elder Ni Zui to call off the death duel. What a joke. Putting aside the fact that Elder Ni Zui won't covet a broken bow, even if he did, it would be impossible for him to call off the death duel. The death pact has already been signed. If Elder Ni Zui abuses his power to call off this death duel, he would lose his position as the custodian of the Palace of Death. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. Hints of contempt could be heard in their voices. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ni Zui and said, "Elder Ni Zui, I want to pawn my bow in exchange for some contribution points so I can place a bet on myself. If I die in the death duel, this bow will belong to you. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll use twice the amount of contribution points to buy it back." As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he handed the bow over to Ni Zui. The damaged-looking bow was none other than the sun-shooting bow. When the sun-shooting bow was in its prime, it was an extremely powerful celestial supreme treasure. However, when Duan Ling Tian obtained it, not only did it already lose its bowstring, but the most important 10 heavenly jewels on the bow were already gone as well. Even so, after the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon was used as its bowstring, the sun-shooting bow was still very powerful. Although that was the case, after Duan Ling Tian had obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he had put all his heart and mind into the sword Dao. For this reason, the sun-shooting bow was gradually buried in dust as well. If it was not for the fact that he saw Lu Yun placing 100,000 contribution points to bet on him, he would not have remembered the sun-shooting bow at all. Currently, he planned to pawn the sun-shooting bow to the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, in exchange for some contribution points. He would buy it back after the death duel had ended. He believed with Ni Zui's strength and position, he would be able to tell the sun-shooting bow was not an ordinary bow. "It seems like you're quite confident." Ni Zui looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he took the sun-shooting bow from Duan Ling Tian. When he looked at the sun-shooting bow again, his eyes brightened immediately. Although he could tell the bowstring was not simple, he did not pay attention to the bow itself. Now that he was holding the bow, he finally realized the most valuable thing about it was not the bowstring but the bow itself. It's not that I'm confident. Everything of mine would no longer belong to me if I die today. In that case, I might as well take out my most valuable item and pawn it. Duan Ling Tian said calmly when he heard Ni Zui's words. At this moment, a burst of laughter could be heard in the air. Yang Wen, who was standing in the death arena, looked at Duan Ling Tian contemptuously before he said, Duan Ling Tian, based on your words, this damaged bow is the most valuable item in your possession. How unsightly. Do you really think Elder Ni Zui would have his eyes on this wretched bow of yours? How ludicrous. Most of the other Saint Land disciples were also looking at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking smile on their faces. Duan Ling Tian must have gone crazy trying to get contribution points. With this broken bow, he wants to exchange it for some contribution points from Elder Ni Zui. Is he sane? It's apparent that damaged bow is a cheap item. Even if he gives me contribution points to take it, I would still have to consider taking it. How courageous. To think he dares to offer such a bow to Elder Ni Zui. The conversations of the Saint Land disciples were filled with contempt. They felt that Duan Ling Tian had gone insane for trying to use a damaged bow to exchange for contribution points. Moreover, out of everyone here, he chose to approach Elder Ni Zui. Did he really think Elder Ni Zui was blind? At this moment, even Lu Yun, Lu Mu, Sunda, and Guan Shu were frowning as well. They could not see what was so special about that bow. However, in the next instant, the reaction of the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, shocked everyone, including the four of them. Are you really sure you want to pawn this bow of yours to me? As Ni Zui held on to the broken bow, he did not seem angry. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian excitedly and seemed to have slightly lost his composure. Naturally, he was so excited because he had discovered how extraordinary the bow was. He had just roughly weighed the bow, and he immediately noticed that even though its force was not as powerful as 100 inscriptions saint weapon, it was more or less the same. Naturally, if it was just a weapon that was almost on par with 100 inscriptions saint weapon, Ni Zui would not be interested in it. He was not even interested in 100 inscriptions saint weapons. He valued this bow so much because he noticed that although the bowstring was merely inscribed with a few low-grade saint inscriptions, that it could not even be considered as a 10 inscriptions saint weapon at all. The bow itself was extraordinary. With the tenacity of the bow, it would still be a problem for a bowstring that's inscribed with several hundreds of saint inscriptions to support it. Earlier, Ni Zui had tested the bow. Even when he activated the powerful saint origin in his body, he still could not bend the bow in his hand. Based on this, one could see just how rare and valuable the material the bow was made from. Even if I install a bowstring that's inscribed with several hundreds of saint inscriptions, its force will still overpower most of the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons out there. Ni Zui was very certain about this. Earlier, when he tested the bow in his hand, he noticed the bow contained a mysterious energy as well. Although the bowstring of this bow was made from the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon and was merely inscribed with a few low-grade saint inscriptions, without taking into consideration of the bow, its force was merely slightly more powerful than an ordinary 10 inscription saint weapon. The reason the strength of this bow was almost on par with 100 inscription saint weapon was mostly due to the mysterious energy contained inside the bow. Elder Ni Zui, this bow is not bad, right? I obtained this when I obtained the legacy from the 9-clawed divine dragon. If it's not because of the death duel, I wouldn't have taken it out so easily. Duan Ling Tian explained. I'd say it's definitely more than not bad. When Ni Zui heard how Duan Ling Tian described the bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon, his eyes turned even brighter. At the same time, he asked readily, tell me, how much contribution points do you want? 200,000 contribution points will do, Duan Ling Tian replied as he took out his crystal card and passed it to Ni Zui. Ni Zui took Duan Ling Tian's crystal card and transferred 200,000 contribution points to him quickly. At the same time, he could not help but sigh emotionally. Now, I kind of wish that you'll be killed by Yang Wen. If that's the case, this bow will belong to me. In Ni Zui's opinions, it was worth it to exchange 200,000 contribution points for a saint weapon that was far more powerful than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. In the fire worship sect, the price of an ordinary 1,000 inscription saint weapon could only be exchanged with 1 million contribution points. Not only that, but the supply usually could not meet the demand at all. Even the most outstanding saint inscription master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land needed to expend a lot of effort to forge a weapon like that. The deal between Duan Lingtian and Nizui was completed in just a blink of an eye. It was only when Duan Lingtian received the 200,000 contribution points that Nizui transferred to him and placed a bet on himself with the bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death that the Saint Land disciples regained their senses. As soon as they regained their senses, a commotion broke out again. 200,000 contribution points. It's a joke, right? That broken bow is worth 200,000 contribution points. Broken bow. You actually described this bow that was left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon as a broken bow. How ludicrous. No wonder Elder Nizui looked so excited earlier. As it turns out, he could tell the bow was not an ordinary bow. Looks like this bow is indeed left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon. Humph. Duan Lingtian's really crazy. To think that he doesn't even plan to use this godly weapon that was left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon during the death duel. Instead, he pawned it for contribution points. He's really a gambler. The Saint Land disciples present on the scene could choose to not believe in Duan Lingtian's words, but they believed in Nizui's judgment. From now on, we're no longer taking bets. The voice of the bronze flame elder of the Palace of Death rang out as soon as Duan Lingtian placed a 200,000 contribution points bet on himself. At once, everyone began to feel excited because they knew the main event was about to start. Chapter 1997 Saint Celestial First Form, Saint Origin Form. Soon after the Palace of the Death's bronze flame elders calculated the odds, the betting odds for the death duel were finalized. If Yang Wen wins, the winning odd is 1 to 7. If Duan Lingtian wins, the winning odd is 7 to 1. One of the bronze flame elders announced loudly. His voice was heard clearly by everyone present in the Palace of Death. In other words, if Yang Wen won, for every 7 contributions points one had bet on him, one would get 1 contribution points in return. On the other hand, if Duan Lingtian won, for 1 contribution point one had bet on him, one would receive 7 contribution points in return. Duan Lingtian already has 300,000 over contribution points placed on him, but the odds are still so ridiculous. Does this mean there are over 2.1 million contributions points that people bet on senior brother Yang Wen? Many Saint Land disciples were dumbfounded when they heard the betting odds from the bronze flame elders of the Palace of Death. Isn't this just too much? Looks like everyone has a high opinion of senior brother Yang Wen. Now, I kind of regret only betting 2,000 contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. The few elders from the Palace of Death must have bet quite a lot of contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. Of course, otherwise, how could the number of contribution points that people bet on senior brother Yang Wen reach over 1 million? When all was said and done, most of the Saint Land disciples who placed their bets on Yang Wen were still satisfied with the current betting odds. Duan Lingtian, do you need to use this bow during the death duel between you and Yang Wen? If you need it, I can temporarily lend it to you. After all, I'll need to return the bow to you if you manage to survive. If you don't, I can still retrieve the bow later. Nizui asked as he hovered in the sky above the death arena. Duan Lingtian was standing opposite Yang Wen in the death arena at this moment. Upon hearing this, most of the Saint Land disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. As expected from our fire worship sect's first silver flame elder, Elder Nizui is really kind to the point that it's admirable. That's right, Duan Lingtian's bow has been pawned to Elder Nizui. It could be considered as part of his possession at this moment. It's not wrong of him to reject Duan Lingtian even if he asks to borrow it. However, I can't believe Elder Ni actually offered to lend it to Duan Lingtian on his own accord. That bow is a saint weapon that's left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon. If Duan Lingtian uses it in the death duel between him and senior brother Yang Wen, there's a chance he could last longer in the fight before he's killed by senior brother Yang Wen. The Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves. It was obvious they did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Yang Wen even with the sun-shooting bow. Naturally, there were also some Saint Land disciples who were worried. If Duan Lingtian used the sun-shooting bow left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon, would it not make him stronger? At that time, would Yang Wen not be in danger? When they thought of this, they began to break out in a commotion again. Since you've already pawned the bow that's left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon, you shouldn't use it anymore. Don't forget that you've already pawned it. Don't use that bow if you have the balls. Duan Ling Tian, don't make us look down on you. For the sake of the contribution points that they bet on Yang Wen, these Saint Land disciples went all out and said whatever came to their minds. However, they soon realized that Duan Ling Tian seemed to be ignoring them even though they were shouting loudly. They instantly became furious that they felt like throwing up blood. Although the Saint Land disciples who bet on Yang Wen raised a commotion, Yang Wen maintained his composure and showed no signs of agitation at all despite Ni Zui's offer to lend Duan Ling Tian the bow. Apart from Duan Ling Tian himself, he understood Duan Ling Tian the most out of everyone present on the scene. He knew Duan Ling Tian was skilled in swordsmanship and not archery. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian's bow was not just a simple bow, but if he was stronger using the bow, why did he not bring the bow out when he fought with the Black Turtle Sanctum's great senior brother, Hong Shu, in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine previously? Not only that, but he also knew that Duan Ling Tian's high-grade offensive divine ability was a sword-type divine ability too. For this reason, he was almost certain that even if Duan Ling Tian used the bow that was left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon, it would not help Duan Ling Tian much since he was not skilled in using a bow. As it turned out, Yang Wen had guessed correctly. Thank you for your good intention, Elder Ni Zui, but I'm not skilled in using bows. Duan Ling Tian rejected Ni Zui's good intention. At this moment, he realized Ni Zui, who was also not adept at using a bow like him, did not have any covetous thoughts toward the sun-shooting bow. Although Ni Zui could tell the sun-shooting bow was extraordinary and was interested in it, he did not covet it since he was not skilled in archery. Moreover, he was the fire worship sect's first silver flame elder. He cared about his position and would not covet something he might not even be able to use. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian felt at ease pawning the sun-shooting bow to Ni Zui. If it was someone else, he might not have dared to do so. No wonder Duan Ling Tian chose this moment to pawn the precious bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. As it turns out, he's not skilled in archery. At the same time, the Saint Land disciples were hit with a pang of realization. Those who had bet on Yang Wen heaved a sigh of relief. Initially, they had referred to the sun-shooting bow as a broken bow, but now they referred to it as a precious bow. The change in their attitude was extremely large. This was all due to the assessment of the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, of the sun-shooting bow. Naturally, apart from Duan Ling Tian, everyone, including Ni Zui, did not know the shabby-looking bow in Ni Zui's hands was called the sun-shooting bow. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of revealing it to anyone at all since he did not think there was a need to do so. In his opinion, the sun-shooting bow would not be in Ni Zui's possession for long anyway. It will soon return to him. Duan Ling Tian and Yang Wen stood opposite each other in the death arena. They were accumulating their energies, ready to explode at any time. Duan Ling Tian was an ordinary elite disciple of the fire worship sect Saint Land who had just arrived at the Saint Land not long ago. He was considered as a new disciple. Yang Wen, on the other hand, was a true disciple in the fire worship sect Saint Land for many years. He could be considered as a veteran here. Such different people had signed a death pact in the Palace of Death today to engage in a death duel. Begin. As the Palace of Death's custodian, Ni Zui announced energetically, the atmosphere in the death arena was lifted. All the Saint Land disciples, attention was on the two men standing in the death arena. It's finally going to begin. Most of the Saint Land disciples were eager and had an anticipatory expression on his face. Senior brother Yang Wen, all the best. Kill Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Yang Wen, I've placed a bet of 5,000 contribution points on you, so don't let me down please. Senior brother Yang Wen, kill him. Kill him. Many Saint Land disciples stood up and chanted without restraint. It was as though Duan Ling Tian had killed their family. Most of these Saint Land disciples were the ones who placed a lot of contribution points to bet on Yang Wen. If Yang Wen killed Duan Ling Tian, they would gain quite many contribution points. Due to this reason, they were very invested in the results of the death duel. Junior brother Ling Tian, Sun Dehu, was sitting at the corner side as he looked away. He could not bear to watch the scene that would unfold next. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was definitely not a match for Yang Wen. Senior brother Ling Tian, good luck. Guan Shu stared at Duan Ling Tian and as he waved his hands to cheer for Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately, Although his voice was loud, it was drowned out by the people cheering for Yang Wen. Two men were seated at the section where the view was the best. One of them asked the other, "Brother Mu, almost everybody doesn't have a high opinion of him apart from himself. Why do you have such a high opinion of him to the point that you even asked me to place a bet on him?" The person who had spoken was none other than the true disciple, Lu Yun. He was also ranked at the 27th place on the fire worship sect's true ranking. As for the person he had posed the question to, it was none other than Lu Mu, who had just arrived at the Saint Land not long ago from the White Tiger Sanctum. "I believe in him." Lu Mu's reply was direct. His reply caused Lu Yun to be speechless since he felt Lu Mu was behaving recklessly. At this moment, he slightly regretted listening to Lu Mu and used 100,000 contribution points to bet on Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, I can't believe that you actually dared to sign the death pact with me to engage in a death duel. I really admire your courage. I really have to thank you for giving me this chance to avenge my younger brother," Yang Wen said mockingly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian after Ni Zui announced the start of the duel. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful energy surged out of his body. The energy from Yang Wen's body swept out and caused the air turbulence and set off a strong hurricane that seemed capable of overturning the world. The energy surging out of Yang Wen was not the saint energy but the saint origin that belonged to a saint celestial stage powerhouse. The Saint Celestial stage was separated into 9 forms. The Saint Celestial first form was the Saint Origin form. When one's cultivation base entered the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, the saint energy in one's body would transform into the more powerful Saint Origin. Chapter 1998 Yang Wen's Technique. While Yang Wen's energy surged out of his body, the Sun Saint energy that Duan Ling Tian had accumulated in his body surged out as well. In just a blink of an eye, whirlpools began to appear on his body and churned at an extremely fast speed. A strong suction energy came from the whirlpool as it absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in its surroundings. When Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic and the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy was completely absorbed by him, the sounds of explosions rang in the air. In terms of commotion, it was in no way inferior to the commotion caused by the powerful saint origin surging out of Yang Wen's body. Assist-type divine ability. Yang Wen, who was standing in the distance, saw Duan Ling Tian completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings before his saint energy was raised to the intermediate quintessential saint stage from the peak of the exemplary saint stage in just a short time. He narrowed his eyes immediately. The ridiculous boost from this divine ability far surpassed the treasured divine ability of the 4 symbol sanctum's Azure Dragon Sanctum. Most importantly, he had heard Duan Ling Tian could maintain this assist-type divine ability for a very long time, far longer than an ordinary assist-type divine ability. However, his saint energy that's merely equivalent to that of a powerhouse at the intermediate quintessential saint stage is just like a clay chicken, unworthy to be mentioned in front of me. The moment Yang Wen thought of this, he became even more confident. However, despite feeling extremely confident, he did not make the first move. This was because he knew Duan Ling Tian's current strength was not as simple as just being at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. In fact, Hong Shuhu's strength was close to the Saint Celestial stage after consuming the forbidden pill had still died in Duan Ling Tian's hand in the end. Even if Duan Ling Tian's true strength had not reached the Saint Celestial stage, his current strength was very close to it. If this was an ordinary friendly match, Yang Wen would have made the first move faced with an opponent who was not a match for him. Although he felt Duan Ling Tian was not a match for him, due to the reason this was a death duel, he still needed to maintain a level head. He had no choice but to be wary since this concerned his life. This is Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability. At the same time, everyone, including the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, and the 3 bronze flame elders shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian simultaneously. They had witnessed with their own eyes how the whirlpools around Duan Ling Tian's body had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy around him in a short time. Not only that, but it instantly raised Duan Ling Tian's saint energy to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. What a horrifying boost! In just a blink of an eye, the aura of the saint energy on Duan Ling Tian's body is raised to the intermediate quintessential saint stage from the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Although I've heard about Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability, it's amazing witnessing it with my own eyes. That's right, even the most treasured assist-type divine ability of the 4 symbol sanctum's Azure Dragon Sanctum may not necessarily be able to raise one's strength to this extent even after it's been comprehended to the highest stage. Put aside the divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, even the divine ability known as the number 1 assist type divine ability in our fire worship sect might not even be able to compare to it even after it's comprehended to the highest stage. In that case, don't tell me the assist type divine ability that Duan Ling Tian mastered is actually on par with the number 1 assist type divine ability in our fire worship sect. In theory, yes, the group of Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena turned solemn. Based on their conversations, one could see they thought highly of Duan Ling Tian's assist type divine ability. If Duan Ling Tian hasn't comprehended his assist type divine ability to the highest stage yet, doesn't this mean his divine ability is far more powerful than the fire worship sect's number 1 assist type divine ability? A Saint Land disciple in a spectator seat suddenly said. His words caused the surrounding Saint Land disciples to fall silent immediately. If his assist type divine ability hasn't been comprehended to the highest level, then it's definitely more powerful than the fire worship sect's number 1 assist type divine ability. That's right, the boost in his strength is equivalent to the boost of the number 1 assist type divine ability when it's comprehended to the highest stage. If his assist type divine ability really has more room for progress, then even if his assist type divine ability is not on par with the assist type divine ability from the Black Kshetra sect, it's more or less the same. The group of Saint Land disciples mentioned the assist type divine ability from the Black Kshetra sect as they discussed among themselves. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the 3 great sects were like leviathans, dominating over other sects. In the 3 great sects, each of them had many high-grade divine abilities that had their own strong points. Take the fire worship sect for example, its most powerful divine ability was an offensive divine ability. That offensive divine ability was the number 1 divine ability in the fire worship sect. It was also the most treasured divine ability in the fire worship sect. On the other hand, the Black Kshetra sect's most powerful divine ability was an assist type divine ability. It was also the Black Kshetra sect's most treasured divine ability. When that assist type divine ability was comprehended to the highest stage, rumor had it that it could raise one's strength an entire stage higher in just a short time. What did it mean to have one's strength raised an entire stage higher? In other words, if it was cast by the current Duan Ling Tian, his son's saint energy that was equivalent to the saint energy of a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage would be raised to the peak of the quintessential saint stage in a short time. For this reason, the Saint Land disciple began to compare the 2 assist-type divine abilities. As for the remaining sect of the 3 great sects, the Heaven Divination sect, its most powerful divine ability was a defensive divine ability. It was the most treasured divine ability in the Heaven Divination sect. Compared to the most treasured divine abilities in the Fire Worship sect and Black Kshetra sect, the most treasured divine ability in the Heaven Divination sect was much more famous because it was an ancient defensive divine ability that was passed down from the ancient times. It had already existed before the 3 great sects were formed in the Tao Martial Saint Land. That divine ability was also widely acknowledged as the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land. A faint noise sounded in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sky in within 100 meters of Yongwen seemed to tremble as territory that was filled with killing intent finally appeared. One could faintly see bloody red chi around the territory. Apart from that, a wave of saint origin had risen to the air above Yongwen before it split into 2 and transformed into a long spear and a gigantopithecus. The long spear was over 30 meters long while the gigantopithecus stood in the air like a little mountain. Its size could even cover the sun. Saint Origin Consolidated Weapon. Saint Origin Consolidated Beast. Duan Ling Tian was momentarily stunned when he saw this. In his opinion, these were very lowly techniques. It was basically the upgraded version of the True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast. Usually, among the 3 great techniques, the True Energy Consolidated Weapon, True Energy Consolidated Beast, and True Energy Consolidated Territory, that a martial or Tao cultivator mastered at the early stage, only the True Energy Consolidated Territory could accompany him to go a little further. This was because in the end, as the martial tactic progressed, with the appearance of various divine abilities, even the True Energy Consolidated Territory technique would gradually be weakened. Unify! Yongwen shouted loudly in the next moment, causing Duan Ling Tian to narrow his eyes as his expression turned solemn. In the air above Yongwen's head, the little mountain-like gigantopithecus consolidated by the Saint Origin Consolidated Beast actually came to life. It reached out its right hand and gripped the 30 meters long spear in its hand. After it gripped the long spear, the gigantopithecus' sturdy body suddenly trembled before it beat its own chest with its other hand. Thud. 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 Roar. Without warning, the gigantopithecus roared loudly. Its voice was thunderously loud as it spread out. It caused some Saint Land disciples whose cultivation base was lower to frown. At the same time, under the gaze of the crowd, Yang Wen's territory that was filled with killing intent suddenly turned red before it charged toward the Gigantopithecus. As the Gigantopithecus roared, it entered the Gigantopithecus' mouth. It seemed as though the Gigantopithecus had swallowed Yang Wen's territory. After the Gigantopithecus swallowed the territory, there were no big changes on its body. The bloody red chi began to rise from its body and the long spear in its hand. The bloody red chi surrounded its body. Apart from that, its originally dark and dull eyes had turned bloodshot as well. In just an instant, the aura of the Gigantopithecus seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering transformation. On top of the killing intent, it gave off a dangerous vibe. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian felt it. It's the medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Unification. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian heard the words of many Saint Land disciples who were seated around the death arena. Through this, he learned that it was a medium-grade offensive divine ability. This offensive divine ability relied on the most basic three techniques: True Energy Consolidated Weapon, True Energy Consolidated Beast, and the True Energy Consolidated Territory. Naturally, Yang Wen had cast his Saint Origin Consolidated Weapon, Saint Origin Consolidated Beast, and Saint Origin Consolidated Territory instead. The medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Unification, was about unifying three techniques into one to attack. This offensive divine ability was also considered as being in the top tier among medium-grade offensive divine abilities. All of a sudden, Yang Wen shouted, "Kill him!" In the next instant, the Gigantopithecus hovering above his head seemed to gain sentience as its eyes suddenly brightened. It instant flew out as commanded. The mountain-like body charged toward Duan Ling Tian at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1999 Warming Up. With the blood energy suffusing its body, the mountain-like Gigantopithecus that was holding on to the long spear took one step forward, causing the air to tremble and setting off a deafening sound. In the next instant, the Gigantopithecus charged toward Duan Ling Tian at a fast speed. Every step it took caused an air explosion. The air explosions shook the Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena so much that their expression began to turn grave. It was as though each step the Gigantopithecus took landed on their chests. What great timing! Faced with the menacing Gigantopithecus, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, an earth-shattering transformation also happened to him. From what the Saint Land disciples could see, the things that had been transformed were Duan Ling Tian's hands and legs that were revealed from the Saint Land disciples' uniform. At this moment, his hands and legs had transformed into dragon claws. After a while, as the dragon scales appearing on Duan Ling Tian's skin began to thicken, the uniform exclusive to Saint Land disciples on his body began to tear. Shiny black dragon scales were exposed to the crowd, allowing them to see the transformation of a dragon warrior. All of these happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that the crowd had a hard time catching what was happening. Their eyes were glued to Duan Ling Tian's dragon claws. Each of his hands and legs had 9 claws that were gleaming brilliantly. The humanoid dragon body with 9 claws revealed his extraordinary identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Golden Crow's Wings. As soon as Duan Ling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, a pair of flaming wings sprouted out of his back. A sword also appeared in Duan Ling Tian's right dragon claw. As soon as Duan Ling Tian took the sword out, Yang Wen narrowed his eyes as he suddenly yelled, "Duan Ling Tian!" His voice was filled with rage and hatred. This was because he recognized the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The sword was the 100 inscription saint sword that used to belong to his younger brother, Yang Wu. In the next moment, Yang Wen's face turned red as both his arms and legs began to move rapidly. That Gigantopithecus that was pouncing toward Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, also began to mimic Yang Wen's movements. It seemed like he was controlling the Gigantopithecus at this instant. Die! Under the watchful gaze of the others, the Gigantopithecus opened his mouth and actually spoke before it roared with anger and hatred. This voice clearly belonged to Yang Wen. At this second, Yang Wen seemed to have possessed the Gigantopithecus as it charged toward Duan Ling Tian while holding the spear. At once, the bloodshot eyes of the Gigantopithecus that was being controlled by Yang Wen gleamed even more intensely. At the same time, the muscles on the Gigantopithecus' right arm also began to swell up to an absurd proportion. It was twice the size of what it was before. The thick arm swept out as the 30 meters long spear in the Gigantopithecus' hand transformed into a bolt of thick lightning that was shrouded in blood energy as it charged toward Duan Ling Tian. the lightning that was shrouded by blood energy was extremely thick. It was as thick as a human's thigh. The air vibrated and there was a deafening sound in its wake. It was as though the sky was going to split open. Upon seeing this, the group of Saint Land disciples who were still dumbfounded by Duan Ling Tian's transformation could not help but hold their breaths. They were watching everything intently as though they were afraid they would miss out on this interesting show. What good timing! Faced with the spear from the Gigantopithecus, hand that had transformed into a bolt of lightning, battle intent rose in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. As he hollered loudly, he tightly gripped the 100 inscription saint sword in his hand. Apart from that, the pair of flaming golden crow's wings on his back seemed to have frozen at this moment. All of a sudden, he flapped the golden crow's wings. 2 balls of flames instantly shot out. A series of deafening explosions instantly reverberated in the air. Its force even overpowered the commotion caused by the spear the Gigantopithecus that was controlled by Yang Wen wielded. As the golden crow's wings flapped, Duan Ling Tian's entire being seemed to have transformed into a gigantic fireball. He looked like a meteor falling from the sky as he charged toward the menacing Gigantopithecus. The Gigantopithecus' spear swept swiftly. However, Duan Ling Tian's speed was even faster. When Duan Ling Tian's body was fast approaching the Gigantopithecus, he brushed past the spear. He could even hear the sound of friction between the spear and the air as he brushed past it. "Get away!" the Gigantopithecus yelled. Its long spear swept horizontally toward Duan Ling Tian who was just next to it. It was trying to send Duan Ling Tian flying back. Duan Ling Tian who was only slightly over 1.8 meters tall appeared particularly tiny in front of the 30 meters long spear. If he was hit by the spear, he would definitely be sent flying back violently. If that happened, he would definitely be heavily injured, if not dead. At the instant when the long spear in the Gigantopithecus' hand swept out, in just a flash, Duan Ling Tian made his move as well. He flapped his golden crow's wings as he flew toward the long spear that was aimed at him. As 3 faint sounds resonated in the air, Duan Ling Tian had already drawn close to the spear. 3 of his sharp dragon claws were embedded into the spear like nails while the remaining claws held on to the 100 inscription saint sword. Although Duan Ling Tian voluntarily chose to face the spear head-on before it could land on him directly, causing even more damage, he still felt an intense pain spreading in his body. The force of the spear that was almost nullified by the brute body of a 9-clawed dragon warrior still made his internal organs rattled. Duan Ling Tian threw up a mouthful of blood, causing his face to turn pale. "Die!" The Gigantopithecus yelled furiously out of humiliation when it saw Duan Ling Tian had decided to face the spear head-on. Then, it swiftly flew down to the death arena. When it was approaching the death arena, it flicked the long spear in its hand. As it turned out, it was trying to smash the death arena. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was holding on to the spear. It was trying to smash the spear on the ground in hopes of crushing Duan Ling Tian to death. Golden crow's wings. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian would not resign himself to death. When the Gigantopithecus swung its long spear on the ground, Duan Ling Tian cast his movement divine ability to dodge the attack. As soon as Duan Ling Tian moved away, the spear in the Gigantopithecus' hand slammed violently on the ground of the death arena. A thunderous sound reverberated in the air as a deep crack appeared on the ground of the death arena. The crack was particularly deep where the tip of the spear had landed. The death arena is made from a special material. Even if a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage strike at it unreservedly, it would be difficult for him to even leave a dent on it. However, senior brother Yang Wen's strike has left a deep crack on it. As expected from a powerhouse at the first form of the saint celestial stage. Senior brother Yang Wen is just too powerful. The Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena finally began to speak. They were all in awe of Yang Wen's strength. However, Duan Ling Tian's speed is not slow. That's right, he could even dodge the spear that the Gigantopithecus that's controlled by senior brother Yang Wen wielded. His speed is invincible among those below the Saint Celestial stage. I've long heard that the movement divine ability that Duan Ling Tian mastered is far more powerful than the most treasured movement divine ability in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Now that I've finally witnessed it today, it does indeed live up to its fame. After a while, many of the Saint Land disciples marveled at the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that Duan Ling Tian had cast. Duan Ling Tian is really quite strong. Lu Yun could not help but praise. Brother Yun, I've told you before that he's not a simple person. Lu Mu, who was sitting next to Lu Yun, raised his brow. He was slightly happy since Lu Yun did not regard Duan Ling Tian very highly earlier. It's too early for you to feel happy. However, Lu Yun soon splashed a bucket of cold water on Lu Mu. So far, Yang Wen has only cast a medium-grade offensive divine ability. Although his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Unification, is top tier among medium-grade offensive divine abilities, as far as I know, he has also mastered another high-grade movement divine ability. However, only he can use this high-grade movement divine ability. The Gigantopithecus is merely a clone consolidated by his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Unification. Although its force is strong, this is not his true strength. Lu Yun spoke the truth in just one breath. Although Lu Mu had confidence in Duan Ling Tian's ability, upon hearing Lu Yun's words, his expression turned solemn immediately. Not only that, but Yang Wen is a true disciple after all. Who knows, he might have some hidden techniques up his sleeve. As the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, he must have something to protect his life at the crucial moment. Something like a forbidden pill. Lu Yun continued to say. Earlier, Lu Yun had also learned about Yang Wen's identity from the Saint Land disciples seated around him, the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Forbidden pill. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, horror dawned on Lu Mu. If Yang Wen, who was at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, consumed a forbidden pill, would his strength be raised to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage? Lu Mu believed Yang Wen's strength would be greatly raised if it was a forbidden pill given by Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. If Duan Ling Tian only has these few techniques, he's no match for Yang Wen at all. However, when he pawned this bow to me, I could faintly feel the confidence he emitted. The custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, looked at the shabby bow in his hand before he looked at Duan Ling Tian as he thought to himself, where did he get his confidence from? Chapter 2000 Duan Ling Tian's Swordplay Technique. When Ni Zui was lost in his own thoughts, Duan Ling Tian began to make his move. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold before he activated the Golden Crow's wings to charge at the Gigantopithecus after he saw how Yang Wen controlled it to smash the spear violently on the death arena as energy surged out. This moment was also when the Gigantopithecus' defense was at its weakest. Duan Ling Tian suddenly flapped the Golden Crow's wings, causing air turbulence and setting off air explosions. However, the Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena did not pay any attention to the commotion created by the Golden Crow's wings. Instead, their eyes were glued on Duan Ling Tian. Otherworldly celestial. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian flew close to the Gigantopithecus at an extremely fast speed. With just a flash, 4 clones that were indistinguishable suddenly appeared. Coupled with the real Duan Ling Tian, there was a total of 5 Duan Ling Tian wielding their swords as they charged at the Gigantopithecus domineeringly. Apart from possessing the high-grade divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, the 5 swords also contained the profundity of the sovereign heart sword that Duan Ling Tian comprehended. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended the 3rd stage of the sovereign heart sword. For this reason, the force he wielded the sword with was much stronger than before. The 5 swords slashed across the sky. When the Gigantopithecus raised his hand, trying to withdraw the long spear to counterattack, all of them landed on the Gigantopithecus. 5 holes immediately appeared on the Gigantopithecus. You want to destroy my Gigantopithecus clone just by using just 5 swords? How ludicrous. Despite the 5 wounds on the Gigantopithecus, its movement and energy were not affected at all. Not only that, but the Gigantopithecus even had time to taunt Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, the one who had actually spoken was Yang Wen. Who told you there are only 5 swords? 5 Duan Ling Tian smirked in unison as soon as Yang Wen finished speaking. Due to Duan Ling Tian's confident smirk that took Yang Wen by surprise, his control of the Gigantopithecus slipped a little, causing the Gigantopithecus' movements to slow down. However, it soon recovered and took a defensive stance. At this moment, under the gaze of the crowds, the 100 inscriptions saint swords in the hands of 5 Duan Ling Tians disappeared without warning, as though he had put them away. However, the sounds of swords whistling in the air told them that Duan Ling Tian did not put the 100 inscriptions saint swords away. They're gone. As soon as they heard the sound of swords whistling in the air, the Saint Land disciples were so startled that some of them stood up immediately. This was because although they could hear the sound of swords whistling in the air, they could not even see the shadow of a sword at all. Even Lu Yun could not help but narrow his eyes. What a fearsome swordplay! Apart from the few Palace of Death's elders, Lu Yun was the strongest person among the Saint Land disciples who were present. Just because the Saint Land disciples present on the scene could only hear the sound of swords whistling in the air and could not see it did not mean Lu Yun could not see it. However, he could only faintly see the afterimages of the swords. The speed of the swords sent chills up his spine. The speed was just too fast. Even if he used all his might, it would be impossible for him to unleash an attack at such a fast speed. This swordplay technique. Meanwhile, the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, and the three bronze flame elders could not help but narrow their eyes. The three bronze flame elders could more or less see what Lu Yun saw since their strength was about the same. However, what Ni Zui could see was completely different. In Ni Zui's sight, the 500 inscription saint swords that were controlled by the 5 Duan Ling Tians with his swordplay technique weaved a dense sword net as they swept out toward the Gigantopithecus clone that Yang Wen was controlling. The speed of the swords forming the sword net was so fast that even Ni Zui could not help but feel chills running up his spine. A martial cultivator whose cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage could already cast such a formidable attack. Would it not be heaven-defying when he broke through to the quintessential saint stage or the saint celestial stage? It's unfortunate he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. God must envy those who are talented. Ni Zui found the situation regrettable. Shit. At the same time, horror dawned on Yang Wen. He urgently controlled the Gigantopithecus to evade the sword net Duan Ling Tian had weaved with his swordplay technique. Although the Saint Land disciples could not see Duan Ling Tian's swordplay technique, it did not mean that Yang Wen could not see the 100 inscriptions saint sword controlled by Duan Ling Tian's swordplay technique clearly. Moreover, due to how close they were, what he saw was even clearer than what Lu Yun and 3 bronze flame elders saw. Due to this reason, he chose to evade the attack immediately. Trying to evade, it's too late. Duan Ling Tian's cold voice resonated in the air at this moment. In the next instant, the sword net that was weaved by the swordplay technique shrouded the mountain-like Gigantopithecus before slicing it into thousands of pieces. The Gigantopithecus was formed by Yang Wen's saint origin. Now that it was cut into thousands of pieces, the energy inside had also dispersed. For this reason, as the sword net controlled by Duan Ling Tian moved, the saint origin shattered directly, disappearing from this world. After Yang Wen's Gigantopithecus clone was destroyed, he seemed to have suffered from the backlash. His body trembled before he threw up a mouthful of blood. Colors drained from his face immediately. He appeared a little wretched. Upon seeing this, everyone was in an uproar. Senior brother Yang Wen's Gigantopithecus clone is destroyed just like this. What kind of technique did Duan Ling Tian cast? How's it so fast? I can't even catch a shadow of it. Me too. The speed is just too fast. As the Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves, their voices were filled with confusion. From the beginning until the end, they did not see how the Gigantopithecus clone was destroyed. They only saw the Gigantopithecus clone was suddenly cut into thousands of pieces. After the pieces remained in the air for a few moments, they vanished entirely. It was as though they were destroyed by some invisible energy. Brother Yun, what's going on? Lu Mu gasped. He could not see clearly what was going on earlier. Duan Ling Tian has mastered a terrifying swordplay technique. I don't even know whether it's a divine ability or a martial tactic. When he wielded his sword, the speed of his sword is so fast that even I can barely catch the afterimages of the sword as well. Lu Yun said with a sullen expression. What, even you can barely catch a trace of it? Lu Mu was dumbfounded. Lu Yun was his cousin. Naturally, he knew how strong his cousin was. Due to this reason, he was shocked. Junior brother Ling Tian, it seems like I've underestimated you. Lu Mu stared at Duan Ling Tian with a complex expression. Although he had faith in Duan Ling Tian, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian knew such a formidable swordplay technique. What kind of swordplay technique is that? Yang Wen asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian after he regained his senses. Why do you care? You're destined to die in my hands today if you only have that little strength, Yang Wen. Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he looked at Yang Wen indifferently. Do you really think you can kill me just because you've mastered that swordplay technique? How naive. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, a contemptuous expression appeared on Yang Wen's face. I'm merely warming up in the earlier battle. The true battle will start now. I'd like to see if your swordplay technique can catch up to the real me. The moment Yang Wen finished speaking, his body moved and only his afterimage was left behind. He had already moved to a distant spot. Every time Yang Wen moved, a solidified afterimage of him would be left standing at where he was. It did not disappear for a long time. Phantasmal imprint. Many Saint Land disciples exclaimed when they saw this. The phantasmal imprint is a movement technique at the heaven rank prominent saint grade martial tactic. Judging from the phantasmal imprint cast by senior brother Yongwen, it's obvious he has already mastered it to the highest stage. It's too fast. Not only is his speed fast, but he even leaves behind a solidified afterimage that blocks his opponent's line of sight. It's said that senior brother Yongwen has even comprehended a high-grade movement divine ability. The speed of the high-grade movement divine ability, coupled with the phantasmal imprint, is not something Duan Ling Tian can compare to. That's right, at that time, even if Duan Ling Tian casts that whatever swordplay technique he had cast earlier, he still might not be able to catch up to senior brother Yongwen. As long as senior brother Yongwen utilizes the advantage of his speed to stall for time until the effect of Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability is gone, Duan Ling Tian is going to be the meat on senior brother Yongwen's chopping board at that time. The Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. Although Duan Ling Tian had destroyed the Gigantopithecus clone that Yongwen consolidated through his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers unification, they still felt that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to defeat Yongwen. As you wish, the 5 Duan Ling Tians said in unison. The instant their words left their mouths, they surrounded Yongwen and charged at him. If it was only a movement tactic, Yongwen's speed would not be faster than Duan Ling Tian, let alone comparing to the speed of the 100 Inscription Saint Sword that was controlled by Duan Ling Tian with the help of the Sovereign Heart Sword's third stage, the Sword Warding Heart. For this reason, when Duan Ling Tian encircled him, Yongwen instantly cast his movement divine ability. The movement divine ability that Yongwen mastered was called Wind Spirit Possession. Once it was cast, it would seem as though the caster was possessed by a wind spirit. It would seem like he was the wind itself. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of Yongwen's afterimages appeared in the sky above the death arena. Not only that, but as 5 Duan Ling Tians charged out, the number of these afterimages continued to increase. In just a blink of an eye, several hundreds of afterimages appeared. A few moments later, several thousands of afterimages had appeared. Chapter 2001 The Forbidden Pill again. How fast! The eyes of the Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena brightened immediately when they saw thousands of Yongwen's afterimages appearing in the sky. This is the high-grade movement divine ability, the Wind Spirit Possession, that senior brother Yongwen comprehended. At this instant, it seemed as though they could envision the scene of Duan Ling Tian losing the effect of his assist-type divine ability and how Yongwen would kill him. Senior brother Yongwen's speed is even faster than Duan Ling Tian's speed after he has cast his high-grade movement divine ability. As expected, there's not much suspense in this battle. I kinda regret not betting more on senior brother Yongwen now. Me too. I only placed a bet of 1,000 contribution points. Many of the Saint Land disciples were certain Duan Ling Tian was going to lose and die. They even began to regret not betting everything they had on Yongwen since they felt it was a sure win. Yongwen's speed is a lot faster than Duan Ling Tian's speed. If Duan Ling Tian only has so much up his sleeve, I'm afraid he's no match for Yongwen at all. Lu Yun muttered as he watched the scene before him with a solemn expression. Although 100,000 contribution points was not that much to him, he still could not help feeling his heart ache when he thought about it being gone just like that. Junior brother Ling Tian definitely has more techniques than these. Lu Mu's almost blind faith in Duan Ling Tian made Lu Yun shake his head inwardly. He no longer said anything to dissuade him from his thinking. Whether it was Sunda or Guan Shu, both were feeling nervous at this moment. They were very clear that from the moment Yongwen cast his high-grade movement divine ability, the Wind Spirit Possession, the battle would be coming to an end. Duan Ling Tian might stand a chance in winning if he could match Yongwen's speed. However, if he could not do so, Yongwen would eventually kill him once his assist-type divine ability lost its effect. Both of them felt the latter was most likely to happen. It was not that they had no confidence Duan Ling Tian, they just did not know where to get it from. After all, the gap between their cultivation base was just too huge. Even after Duan Ling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability, his saint energy was only be equivalent to the saint energy of an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Yongwen's force, on the other hand, was the saint origin that domineered over the saint energy. It was the energy that solely belonged to a saint celestial stage powerhouse. In their opinion, it was a miracle that Duan Ling Tian could even force Yongwen to cast his high-grade moment divine ability, the Wind Spirit Possession. They did not even dare to think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat and kill Yang Wen. The sound of a beast howling reverberated in the air. As it turned out, Yang Wen had used his saint origin to consolidate a gigantopithecus covered in blood-red chi that was holding a long spear again. Similarly, it charged at Duan Ling Tian again. "Do you think this technique will still work on me?" Duan Ling Tian said calmly. In the next moment, everybody present on the scene could hear the sound of swords whistling in the air. To the Saint Land disciples below the Saint Celestial stage, they could only hear the sound of swords whistling in the air. They could not even catch a trace of the afterimages of the swords. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the gigantopithecus that Yang Wen used his saint origin to cast the medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Unification, was once again ruthlessly destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. "Die!" Yang Wen shouted before the crowd even regained their senses from seeing the gigantopithecus being destroyed again. His voice permeated every corner of the Palace of Death. In the next moment, they saw Yang Wen charging toward Duan Ling Tian. As he charged out, hundreds of afterimages formed in his wake, holding a long spear in their hands. Senior brother Yang Wen has taken out his 100 inscriptions saint spear. Many people's eyes brightened immediately. Yang Wen seized the chance while Duan Ling Tian was destroying the gigantopithecus using the sword net that he weaved and activated his movement divine ability, the wind spirit possession. It seemed as though he had transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian and rotated the 100 inscription spear and appeared before him in just a blink of an eye. Rasp! 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 As the spear that was filled with saint origin swept out, the profundity of the spear-type martial tactic contained in it produced a noise that rang in the air. The spear seemed to blast as it swept out toward Duan Ling Tian's throat at the best moment. The spear was going to pierce his throat in just a thrust. Too slow. Duan Ling Tian spat out 2 words as Yang Wen thrust his spear toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not try to dodge nor escape. Instead, he stood rooted to the ground. "Stop trying to put on a show," Yang Wen shouted. A sense of uneasiness rose in his heart when he saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was. The spear continued to head toward Duan Ling Tian's throat without slowing down. In the next instant, Yang Wen heard the sound of swords whistling in the air approaching him. The speed was so much faster than the speed before. Moreover, it was even faster than his speed that was a combination of the high-grade movement divine ability, the wind spirit possession, and his movement tactic. Yang Wen was instantly frightened out of his wits. Impossible. How can his swordplay technique be so fast? At this instant, no matter how Yang Wen roared in his heart, he still could not change the fact that he would be enveloped by the sword net and would end up being killed if he chose to continue his attack on Duan Ling Tian. He did not think that the coordination of his defensive tactic and his defensive divine ability would be able to withstand the sword net that Duan Ling Tian weaved using his swordplay technique. For this reason, he immediately made up his mind to retreat. Apart from stopping his attack, he even activated his movement tactic and movement divine ability at his fastest speed to escape the area in within the sword net. This was because he could feel the sword net fast approaching him. The sword net seemed to gain speed again. In just a blink of an eye, it enveloped the place where Yang Wen had stood earlier. Ah! A howl rang in the air. Under the gaze of the others, despite Yang Wen's attempt to run away, the lower part of his right leg, just below his thigh, was shredded by the sword net into pieces. He was a second too late in escaping. Blood dyed the sky and seemingly formed red roses that appeared dazzling to the eyes. However, nobody paid attention to it. Senior brother Yang Wen is crippled. The Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena stood up in shock when they saw this. Their eyes were glued to Yang Wen, who had lost one of his legs, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Currently, Yang Wen was hovering in the air in the distance as he tried to stop the blood from gushing out of the wound of his amputated leg. His face was pale but his eyes were cold as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though at this second, the enmity between him and Duan Ling Tian had been raised to the highest level. His swordplay technique can actually go faster. At this instant, Lu Yun had also stood up in shock. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian's swordplay technique could go even faster. Amazing. Lu Mu had stood up as well. His eyes were bright as he stared at Duan Ling Tian excitedly. What a formidable swordplay technique. At this moment, the expression of the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, had turned solemn as well. If his swordplay technique is a martial tactic, then this sword tactic is definitely qualified to be called as the #1 sword tactic in the Dao martial Saint Land. I've witnessed many swordplay techniques in the heaven-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic that has been cultivated to the highest limit, but they're far from being comparable to the swordplay technique that he casts. The other three Palace of Death's bronze flame elders stood gazing at each other before smiling wryly. Were we a little too rash? To think we bet our contribution points on Yang Wen. Even if we bet some on Duan Ling Tian, we wouldn't lose much. One of the bronze flame elders smiled wryly. It seemed as though he could already envision Yang Wen's death when he saw how Duan Ling Tian's swordplay technique could go even faster, to the point it was faster than Yang Wen, who had combined his movement tactic and movement divine ability. Another bronze flame elder's eyes gleamed brightly as he replied, "Don't worry. The outcome is not certain. Don't forget Yang Wen hasn't consumed his forbidden pill yet." That's right, as the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, Yang Wen must have a method to protect himself. The forbidden pill is the most direct and most straightforward protection method. I'm sure he has one in his possession. The last bronze flame elder nodded as well before shifting his gaze to Yang Wen. If he's smart, he should consume the forbidden pill now. If he continues to drag this out, his strength will be greatly weakened if he's injured again. He might not be Duan Ling Tian's match if he doesn't consume the forbidden pill at the right time. However, it really didn't cross my mind that a mere martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage is able to unleash such a powerful technique. At once, the three bronze flame elders looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complex expression. Senior brother Yang Wen's leg has been severed. Is he going to be defeated now? How is Duan Ling Tian so strong that he even managed to cripple senior brother Yang Wen? If senior brother Yang Wen is defeated and killed, won't I lose all of my contribution points? I bet everything I have on senior brother Yang Wen. Terror and restlessness filled the chests of those Saint Land disciples who bet heavily on Yang Wen. They now regretted betting so heavily on Yang Wen. Don't be so anxious. Senior brother Yang Wen must have some trump cards up his sleeve. That's right, as the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, do all of you really think senior brother Yang Wen doesn't have any other way to protect himself? After some of the Saint Land disciples spoke up, those Saint Land disciples who were originally in a panic felt more at ease as their eyes brightened again. It was as though they could see hope once again. Is that a forbidden pill? Someone cried out suddenly. Everyone turned to look at Yang Wen immediately. Yang Wen raised one hand and took a black shining pill out before he consumed it. Chapter 2002 Spear Emperor Genesis. The forbidden pill. Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave immediately when he heard the Saint Land disciples' words and saw Yang Wen consuming the pill. As soon as Yang Wen swallowed the pill, a wave of mysterious force surged out of his body and fused perfectly with his saint origin before it began to spread out, causing air turbulence and air explosions. Currently, Yang Wen's strength seemed to have risen greatly compared to before. Junior brother Ling Tian, Brother Yun said, although Yang Wen's current cultivation base could not be considered as being at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, his saint origin is comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He doesn't possess any special characteristics exclusive to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Emu's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears the moment Yang Wen consumed the forbidden pill. If we only take his saint origin into consideration, he's comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned even graver when he heard Lu Emu's words. This information came from Lu Yun, a true disciple. For this reason, he did not doubt the authenticity of the statement. Duan Ling Tian understood why Lu Yun said Yang Wen's current cultivation base could not be considered as being at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on what Duan Ling Tian knew, when one had broken through to the second form from the first form, not only would one's saint origin become stronger, other characteristics exclusive to a true powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage would manifest as well. This was something the forbidden pill was not capable of doing. It could only raise one's strength. After he consumed the forbidden pill, his saint origin is raised a whole level higher. The forbidden pill he consumed must not be inferior to the one Hong Shu consumed. Previously, Duan Ling Tian was certain about this. Meanwhile, whether it was Ni Zui, the custodian of the Palace of Death, or the three bronze flame elders, they were all surprised by the rise in Yang Wen's strength after he consumed the pill. They did not expect he would have such a high-grade pill in his possession. Yang Wen's current saint origin has already been raised an entire stage higher. Duan Ling Tian is doomed now. Although Duan Ling Tian's swordplay technique is fast, it's impossible he'd be faster than Yang Wen, who had consumed the forbidden pill. He's going to die for sure unless he has other hidden trump cards. The three Palace of Death's bronze flame elders looked at each other as they discussed among themselves. They felt there was no more suspense in today's battle. The outcome was obvious. Yang Wen was going to defeat Duan Lingtian and win. At the same time, at a corner of the area where the seats were, a young Saint Land disciple muttered to himself in shock, "Senior brother Yang Wen's saint origin has risen a whole level." Senior brother Cha Jin, did you say that senior brother Yang Wen's saint origin has risen an entire level? The other Saint Land disciple by his side exclaimed. His tone was filled with shock. You mean, senior brother Yang Wen's current saint origin has already reached a stage where it's equivalent to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage? This Saint Land disciple did not doubt senior brother Cha Jin's words. He was an elite among the Saint Land elite disciples. He already had one foot in the Saint Celestial stage and was widely acknowledged as the person with the highest chance to become the next true disciple. Meanwhile, Cha Jin's words spread around and shocked the other Saint Land disciples. After senior brother Yang Wen consumed the forbidden pill, his saint origin has actually risen to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Isn't this too strange? It seems like the pill senior brother Yang Wen consumed isn't simple for it to raise his strength so greatly. Well, senior brother Cha Jin said it, so it must be real. Senior brother Cha Jin, he's one of the most promising Saint Land disciples. He has the highest chance to become a true disciple. If he said this, then it must be true. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. They were shocked by the grade of the forbidden pill that Yang Wen consumed. The fact that the pill could raise the saint origin of a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse so greatly proved that the pill was not just a simple pill. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, only a Saint Inscription Master that excelled in medicine refinement Dao at the quasi-celestial grade or above could refine such a pill. Senior brother Yang Wen is indeed the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. He even has such a precious pill in his possession. The fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect might not have that many high-grade forbidden pills, and senior brother Yang Wen has just consumed one of them. He has no choice but to consume it. If senior brother Yang Wen doesn't consume it, he's no match for Duan Lingtian at all. If Duan Lingtian dies today, he should be proud of himself for being able to force senior brother Yang Wen to consume a forbidden pill. That's right, I didn't expect Duan Lingtian so strong to the point where he actually forced senior brother Yang Wen to consume the forbidden pill. The Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena discussed among themselves as they sighed emotionally when they thought of Duan Lingtian's unexpected strength. At this moment, a burst of unbridled laughter rang in the air. It was none other Yang Wen whose strength was greatly boosted after he consumed the forbidden pill. Yang Wen's laughter was filled with joy and excitement as though it was a joyous occasion. Has Yang Wen gone crazy? Duan Lingtian frowned. Yang Wen's sudden laughter caught him off guard. He did not know what was happening. After Yang Wen had consumed the forbidden pill, his killing intent was still as strong as ever. However, his sudden unbridled laughter caused confusion among the people. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who found Yang Wen to be a little strange. Even the other people present on the scene were at a loss. What's Yang Wen doing? Even the Palace of Death's custodian, Ni Zui, could not help but frown. He did not know why Yang Wen would forget himself and keep laughing for no reason. The three bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death had an anxious expression on their faces. I've never heard that consuming a forbidden pill would make one go crazy. If Yang Wen goes crazy, doesn't it mean Duan Lingtian will win? Don't tell me we'll lose all our contribution points. The three bronze flame elders looked at each other as they spoke worriedly to one another. They did not care if Yang Wen died. What they cared about was the contribution points they bet on Yang Wen, since it was no small sum. Currently, the three bronze flame elders were not the only ones who were about this. The Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena had a worried expression on their faces as well as a commotion broke out. What happened to senior brother Yang Wen? Judging from how he's acting, it doesn't seem like he's lost his cool. It seems more like he has gone crazy. Crazy? How's it possible? How could a person who's completely fine go crazy just like that? Perhaps it's because of that forbidden pill. I heard that the aftereffects of a forbidden pill are quite severe. However, the aftereffects shouldn't appear so fast, right? It'll only appear after the medicine efficacy is gone. How could he possibly be affected right now? Many of the Saint Land disciples thought Yang Wen had gone crazy. Otherwise, why would he suddenly laugh continuously at such a crucial moment? At this moment, Yang Wen should seize the chance to kill Duan Ling Tian while the medicine efficacy was still in effect. In their opinion, Yang Wen was only wasting time now. If this continued on, the medicine efficacy of the forbidden pill would disappear before he even had a chance to make his move. Senior brother Yang Wen, make your move now. Why are you laughing for no reason? You can laugh after you kill Duan Ling Tian. Make your move now. I placed a bet of 5,000 contribution points on you. If it's gone just like that because you've gone crazy, I'm going to curse you 100 times every day even if you die. I'll curse you to become a beast in your next life. The Saint Land disciples who placed their bets on Yang Wen began to turn anxious as they called out to him when they saw him laughing for a long time, seemingly having no intention of stopping. Perhaps, the Saint Land disciples' words had gotten through to Yang Wen as his laughter died down soon after. At the same time, under the gaze of the crowd, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian before saying, Duan Ling Tian, I really must thank you for forcing me to consume the forbidden pill. If it wasn't for the fact that I've consumed the forbidden pill, I wouldn't have been able to successfully comprehend the Spear Emperor Genesis. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked the 100 inscriptions Saint Spear in his hand as the vast energy from his body merged with it. When the 100 inscriptions Saint Spear was enveloped by his energy, his eyes closed for a moment before he opened them again. As soon as Yang Wen opened his eyes, the vast energy on his body that had seemingly transformed into a tangible force spread all over the place. Under the watchful gaze of the crowds, a mountain-like silhouette enveloped Yang Wen. This silhouette wore a thick armor and had an awe-inspiring appearance. Its hand was gripping a long spear that was hundreds of meters long. Standing right there, while holding onto its spear horizontally, it gave off an intense pressure. This is Duan Ling Tian was reminded of Hong Shu when he saw this. During his battle with Hong Shu, he seemed to have cast a divine ability called the Saber King Ingress. Currently, the divine ability that Yang Wen had cast seemed to be called the Spear Emperor Genesis or something. This was not the main point. The main point was Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the divine ability Yang Wen cast was on a completely different level from the divine ability that Hong Shu had cast previously. A high-grade offensive divine ability. Duan Ling Tian realized it was a high-grade offensive divine ability. Chapter 2003 Yang Wen's Death. Based on Yang Wen's words, he had successfully comprehended this high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis, after he had consumed the forbidden pill. Another person who comprehended a high-grade divine ability at the last minute because of me. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched for a moment as he recalled the incident with Sunda. At that time in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, it was due to Duan Ling Tian's pressure that Sunda successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Today, Yang Wen was in the same situation as Sunda as well. Faced with his pressure, Yang Wen had successfully comprehended a high-grade divine ability after he consumed the forbidden pill. Duan Ling Tian felt a little speechless. My goodness, it's the divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis. I've long heard that senior brother Yang Wen has been comprehending this high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis, for a few years now. I can't believe that he would successfully comprehend it during this crucial moment. As it turns out, senior brother Yang Wen did not go crazy. He was laughing so excitedly because he has successfully comprehended the Spear Emperor Genesis. I'm sure Duan Ling Tian must be furious now. If it wasn't for his continuous pressure, senior brother Yang Wen wouldn't have consumed the forbidden pill, leading him to successfully comprehending this high-grade divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis. As soon as Yang Wen cast the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis, after he finished speaking, the eyes of the Saint Land disciples who thought he had gone insane lit up immediately. Each of them seemed re-energized. At the same time, many Saint Land disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian mockingly. Junior brother Ling Tian, Sunda smiled wryly at his seat. He did not expect someone else would also successfully comprehend a high-grade divine ability at the last minute due to Duan Ling Tian's pressure just like him. Now that Yang Wen had successfully comprehended the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis, this meant his strength was greater as well. Combined with the medicinal efficacy of the forbidden pill, it would be easy for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. One could say that Duan Ling Tian had dropped a stone on his own foot this time. Meanwhile, the expressions of Guan Shu, the two Lu brothers, Lu Yun and Lu Mu, had turned grave as well. Even Lu Mu, who was very confident in Duan Ling Tian before this, could not help but feel nervous. He had a worried expression on his face when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He actually successfully comprehended the Spear Emperor Genesis at this moment. Even the Palace of Death's custodian, Ni Zui, was taken aback when he saw Yang Wen successfully comprehending a high-grade offensive divine ability at this moment. The three Palace of Death's bronze flame elders were now standing silently in tribute to Duan Ling Tian. Yang Wen has consumed a forbidden pill and even comprehended the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis, at the very last minute. In such a situation, Duan Ling Tian doesn't stand a chance to win this death duel. Duan Ling Tian, today's going to be your death anniversary a year later. Yang Wen shouted suddenly. At the same time, he strode forward and flicked the 100 inscription saint spear in his hands. It swept toward Duan Ling Tian. His spear-type martial tactic was completely revealed. Naturally, to the others, Yang Wen was merely flicking his spear. His spear was far away from Duan Ling Tian, so it was impossible for it to touch Duan Ling Tian. However, just because his spear could not touch Duan Ling Tian, it did not mean that the long spear that was hundreds of meters long in the hand of the Spear Emperor Phantom he consolidated through his divine ability could not touch Duan Ling Tian. As Yang Wen made his move, the Spear Emperor Phantom that was as huge as a towering mountain finally made its move. It mimicked Yang Wen and strode forward as well. As it strode forward, it caused air turbulence that turned into hurricanes. Whenever it walked, it felt as though its feet had landed on everyone's chest. It made the people panicked as though they were the target. The Spear Emperor Phantom finally made its move. The 100 inscription saint spear in his hand swept out as though it had transformed into a huge worm dragon that was charging toward Duan Ling Tian. Golden Crow's wings. At this moment, it was useless even if Duan Ling Tian cast the Golden Crow's wings to dodge the attack. The spear that the Spear Emperor Phantom had thrust out was targeted at him. No matter how he tried to evade it, he was unable to escape it. It followed him like a shadow. It seemed as though it would not rest until it killed him. Black Turtle's barrier. The saint energy on Duan Ling Tian's body surged and spread out, forming a protective barrier around his body. This protective barrier was in the shape of a gigantic black turtle. It appeared around Duan Ling Tian and protected Duan Ling Tian safely inside as though it could withstand all sorts of attacks. It's the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Many Saint Land disciples' eyes lit up when they saw the divine ability Duan Ling Tian had cast. However, the instant the Black Turtle's silhouette appeared, it was instantly destroyed by the spear of the Spear Emperor Phantom. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian was powerless to stop it. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian had only just mastered the Black Turtle's barrier and did not have a deep comprehension of it yet, his strength that he used to consolidate the Black Turtle's barrier could not be compared to the strength of the Spear Emperor Phantom at all. One was the Saint energy at the intermediate quintessential Saint stage while the other was the Saint origin at the second form of the Saint celestial stage. Two of them were at completely different levels. It could not be compared at all. After the Spear Emperor Phantom that followed Yang Wen's movement charged toward Duan Ling Tian and destroyed the defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, that Duan Ling Tian had cast, it moved toward him again with the same momentum. It was obvious it planned to pierce Duan Ling Tian's body to kill him. Otherworldly Celestial. Duan Ling Tian, who had merged with his clone, summoned his 4 clones again. 5 Duan Ling Tians charged out in different directions. Crush them all. Yang Wen cried out as he narrowed his eyes when he saw this. His body began to move as he made his move again. At the same time, the long spear that was hundreds of meters long in the hand of the Spear Emperor Phantom that also contained formidable Saint origin caught up to one of Duan Ling Tian's clones before it pierced it. As fast as a gust of wind, Duan Ling Tian's clone that had been pierced vanished into thin air. Yang Wen's attack was unfruitful, so he made his move once again. The Spear Emperor Phantom made its move as well. The spear once again pierced another Duan Ling Tian. As it turned out, it was a clone as well. The next one, Yang Wen thrust his spear out again as the Spear Emperor Phantom mimicked his movements. This spear was like a spear descending from heaven. It seemed as though it would be able to pierce through anything. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not stay idle and wait for his death. After he was targeted by Yang Wen and the Spear Emperor Phantom's aura, he instantly turned around and faced Yang Wen. He hovered in the air as he wielded his sword. This immediately revealed that he was the real Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the other 2 clones came to a halt and turned around in unison to glare at Yang Wen. All of these happened at lightning speed. Currently, if one paid close attention, one would discover that Duan Ling Tian had his back facing the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui. As it happened, Duan Ling Tian, Ni Zui, and Yang Wen were standing in a straight line. It seemed like it was a deliberate move. When he made his way over here, he had continuously cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, before he finally reached his destination, the Spear Emperor Phantom's spear thrust forward. In just a blink of an eye, it drew close to Duan Ling Tian. The horrifying saint origin that was enhanced by the forbidden pill exploded as though it could destroy everything. At this instant, under the watchful eyes of the others, the 300 inscription saint swords in the 3 Duan Ling Tian's hands disappeared. At this moment, nobody thought Duan Ling Tian had put his sword away. Just as expected, as soon as the 300 inscription saint swords disappeared, the sound of swords whistling in the air began to ring in the air. The noise was particularly piercing to the ears. At the time when the sound of swords whistling rang in the air, a crisp and extraordinary sound of a sword whistling in the air that was pleasing to ears sounded. It sounded like the cry of a phoenix. At the same time, it emitted a cold killing intent. In the next instant, under the watchful gaze of the others, before the long spear that was hundreds of meters long in the hand of the Spear Emperor Phantom could touch Duan Ling Tian, it was destroyed by a wave of invisible energy. The Spear Emperor Phantom was destroyed as well. Everyone did not know what had just happened. They were confused. All they heard was the sound of a sword that sounded like a phoenix cry, but they did not see anything at all. Even Lu Yun and the 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders could not catch a trace of the sword's shadow that sounded like a phoenix's cry. Almost as soon as the Spear Emperor Phantom was destroyed, a faint sound could be heard. When the crowd shifted their gaze toward the direction of the sound, they discovered a gruesome and bloody wound had appeared in between Yang Wen's brows even though he was standing in the distance. His eyes were still glaring at Duan Ling Tian and a smug smile was still on his face. It was as though he could already envision Duan Ling Tian's death. Perhaps, he did not even know what had taken place until the moment he was killed. At the same time, the sound of a breeze sounded as the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, flew up into the sky. His sight had been blocked by Duan Ling Tian earlier. However, his reaction was still too slow. Yang Wen was dead. He had been killed by the sword that sounded like a phoenix's cry. From the beginning until the end, Ni Zui did not see anything at all during the crucial moment. Even the 4 most powerful people present on the scene, other than Ni Zui, Lu Yun and the 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders, could not even catch a trace of the sword that had killed Yang Wen. What a fast sword! How could it be so fast? 4 of them narrowed their eyes with an expression of confusion and disbelief on their faces. Chapter 2004 On purpose? Or coincidental? What happened? How's this possible? Apart from consuming the forbidden pill, senior brother Yang Wen has even mastered the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis at the very last minute. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill Duan Ling Tian with such strength? How's it that he's killed by Duan Ling Tian instead? What's that sound of a sword whistling in the air earlier? Not only did it overpower the cacophonous sound of the other swords whistling in the air, but it even destroyed senior brother Yang Wen's attack domineeringly the moment it sounded. Even the gruesome wound between the brows of senior brother Yang Wen might be caused by the sword technique that sounded like a phoenix's cry. How's Duan Ling Tian so powerful? Lu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death were still shocked when 90% of the Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena stood up immediately with an expression of disbelief and confusion on their faces. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. A Saint Land disciple cried out in surprise before slapping himself on the face. The sharp pain spreading on his face shocked him instead. It's not a dream. To think it's actually not a dream. How's this possible? What kind of sword technique did Duan Ling Tian cast? From the beginning until the end, I couldn't even see his sword when he cast his sword techniques. To think that his sword is actually so terrifyingly fast. I'm afraid only a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage and above can see his sword technique clearly. The Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves as they looked at the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, and the 3 bronze flame elder. 4 of them were at the Saint Celestial stage and above. Many people shifted their gaze to Lu Yun as well. A minority of people turned to look at Cha Jin as well since he was the elite disciple with the highest chance of becoming a true disciple. Senior brother Cha Jin, did you see Duan Ling Tian's sword techniques clearly? One Saint Land disciple could not help but ask. I couldn't see it clearly, Cha Jin said as he shook his head with a glum expression on his face. a person whose cultivation base has not entered the Saint Celestial stage shouldn't be able to see Duan Ling Tian's sword techniques clearly. His sword techniques are terrifyingly fast. Although they knew this, they still could not help but gasp when they heard Cha Jin's reply. A sword technique cast by him who's only a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage can only be clearly seen by powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage or above. If I didn't witness this with my own eyes, I won't be able to believe it. Many Saint Land disciples exclaimed in surprise. Then, does this mean only the 4 elders from the Palace of Death and senior brother Lu Yun saw Duan Ling Tian's sword techniques clearly? Many of the Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to Ni Zui, Lu Yun, and the 3 bronze flame elders. The expressions on senior brother Lu Yun and the 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders don't seem right. I've long noticed that something's wrong with their expressions since earlier. Don't tell me they didn't see Duan Ling Tian's sword techniques like us. As the group of Saint Land disciples was whispering among themselves, one of the Palace of Death's bronze flame elders said, "Initially, I could still see the sword technique that Duan Ling Tian cast. However, I couldn't even catch a trace of the sword that emitted a phoenix's cry." "The same goes for me as well." The other 2 bronze flame elders nodded as well. "Me too." Even Lu Yun, whom many people were staring at, nodded solemnly. Now that the Palace of Death's 3 bronze flame elders and Lu Yun had spoken up, the entire place fell silent. It was so silent that if needle dropped to the ground, the sound of it could be heard. Everybody present on the scene, including the Palace of Death's custodian, Ni Zui, was stunned. Ni Zui did not expect his 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders and the true disciple, Lu Yun, could not see Duan Ling Tian's sword techniques clearly as well. He, on the other hand, had his sight coincidentally blocked by Duan Ling Tian's body. Due to this reason, he was not able to see the last sword that ended Yang Wen's life. On top of killing Yang Wen in just a flash, that sword had directly destroyed the attack of the Spear Emperor Phantom and the Spear Emperor Phantom itself. From the smile plastered on Yang Wen's face when he died, one could tell he could not react in time at all. In fact, he probably did not realize what was going on. Based on this, one could see how fast Duan Ling Tian's sword was. The people in the Palace of Death were still shocked when Duan Ling Tian descended on the death arena and landed next to Yang Wen's body. He finally sighed in relief when he made sure that Yang Wen's soul had been destroyed as well. When he was still in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Shu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not die even after he was pierced between the brows by Duan Ling Tian's sword. Based on his previous experience, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, was more cautious since he did not want an incident like that to happen again. What a pity there are so many Saint Celestial stage powerhouses present on the scene. I can't block their field of vision even if I consolidate my 10,000 swords territory. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Yang Wen's body, really wanted to devour his innate spiritual root that had not completely disappeared. However, he held himself back. If he did that, it would definitely create a commotion and attract the attention of those few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. Ni Zui, the custodian of the Palace of Death, in particular, would be able to see through what he was doing. Although the 10,000 swords territory was consolidated by the Sun Saint energy, and once it was consolidated, it would form a fireball burning with golden flames with a 100-meter radius that could block people's visions. It could only block the visions of people below the Saint Celestial stage. The 10,000 swords territory that he consolidated now still could not block the visions of those powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage and above. If that was not the case, he would have cast his 10,000 swords territory and envelop himself in Yang Wen from the very start. On top of that, he would have been able to cast his Sovereign Heart Sword's 3rd stage's swordplay technique and kill Yang Wen in a flash by using the Jasper Celestial Sword. There would not be a need for him to expend so much effort if that was the case. Today, there was only one reason the battle between him and Yang Wen was dragged out for a long time. It was to make Ni Zui, the custodian of the Palace of Death, let down his guard. This was because he had long learned from Elder Huo that with his current strength, only those who were at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage or above could catch traces of the Jasper Celestial Sword when he used it with the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for Lu Yun and the 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders, perhaps they could catch the traces of the swordplay technique of the Sovereign Heart Sword's 3rd stage when he wielded the 100 Inscription Saint Sword, but it was definitely impossible for them to catch a trace of the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, just that one sword alone has almost depleted all my energy. At this moment, A feeling of emptiness overwhelmed Duan Lingtian. His Sun Saint energy was almost completely depleted. Moreover, he was also exhausted spiritually due to the aftereffects of the elementary devouring tactic. Currently, even an ordinary quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator would be able to kill Duan Lingtian easily. One could say that from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had set up an elaborate plan to kill Yongwen. Naturally, this was all for the custodian of the Palace of Death, Nizui, since he did not want him to discover the existence of the Jasper Celestial Sword. If its existence was exposed, it would only bring calamity to him. Due to this reason, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Yongwen. After all, he was merely a martial cultivator at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he could even kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, despite having consumed the Forbidden Pill and having his strength raised to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, Yongwen was still killed by Duan Lingtian. Although it's mostly thanks to the Jasper Celestial Sword that I could kill Yongwen today, the swordplay technique, the sword warding heart, the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, played a huge part as well, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. One could say that Duan Lingtian was confident he would be able to kill Yongwen from the very start was due to the Sovereign Heart Sword's third stage, the sword warding heart, and the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Elder Nizui, Duan Lingtian used his remaining Sun Saint energy to fly up into the sky and approach the custodian of the Palace of Death, Nizui, before handing over his crystal card. After you deduct 400,000 contribution points from the card, please transfer the contribution points that I earned into the card before returning it to me. Upon hearing his words, Nizui finally regained his senses as he studied Duan Lingtian intently. He was not in a hurry to take the crystal card Duan Lingtian had taken out, neither was he in a hurry to return the sun-shooting bow in his possession back to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he asked Duan Lingtian meaningfully, "Duan Lingtian, you didn't deliberately block my field of vision when you cast that final sword technique, right?" It was only natural Nizui would think so. Duan Lingtian and Yongwen were fighting for so long, but his sight was never once blocked. It was only during the critical moment that Duan Lingtian just so happened to block his vision, causing him to be unable to see the last sword technique. He found this to be too coincidental. "Elder Nizui, what do you mean? Are you saying I deliberately blocked your field of vision? Where did you get this idea from?" Although Duan Lingtian was shocked by Nizui's words, he still managed to put on a confused expression on his face flawlessly. Nizui stared at Duan Lingtian intently, trying to find a crack or flaw, but it was all in vain. "Could it be that I've thought too much?" Nizui thought to himself. As soon as he thought about this, he no longer bothered thinking about it. He returned the sun-shooting bow to Duan Lingtian and took Duan Lingtian's crystal card. Chapter 2005, a net profit of 1 million contribution points. The betting odds are 7 to 1, and you've placed a bet of 200,000 contribution points on yourself. In other words, you've 1.4 million won contribution points. You've profited 1.2 million contribution points, putting aside the initial number of contribution points you bet. After the Palace of Death's custodian, Nizui, took Duan Lingtian's crystal card, he passed the crystal card to the Bronze Flame Elder who was in charge of presiding over the bets. Nizui looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, "Today, you earned 1 million contributions points after paying the 400,000 contribution points you promised me. In the history of the Fire Worship sect, you might be the first Saint Land disciple who earned 1 million contribution points in just a day." Nizui sighed emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. "It's all thanks to you for lending me the contribution points, Elder Nizui. If that's not the case, I won't even be able to earn 10,000 contribution points, let alone 1 million contribution points. I must thank you, Elder Nizui." Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. "You don't have to thank me." Nizui shook his head. "If you didn't pawn the bow to me, I wouldn't have lent you the 200,000 contribution points. Honestly, I really didn't expect you'd be able to kill Yongwen and emerge victorious today." As Nizui spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Although he could feel Duan Lingtian's confidence when he looked for him to pawn his bow, he did not pay much attention to it. In hindsight, perhaps, Duan Lingtian had already known he would win from the beginning. Meanwhile, the 3 Bronze Flame Elders who had regained their senses first were not the only ones who had a grave expression on their faces. Most of the Saint Land disciples present on the scene had a grave expression on their faces as well. Many of the Saint Land disciples were clenching their hands tightly with a tense expression on their faces. Their eyeballs seemed as though they were bulging out of their sockets. 3,000 contribution points. My 3,000 contribution points is gone just like that. A skinny Saint Land disciple slumped against his seat. His eyes were dull. It was as though he had lost all will to live. It's just 3,000 contribution points. What are you making a big deal for? I lost 9,000 contribution points. Fuck it. A sturdy Saint Land disciple by the side roared. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the body lying on the death arena before he snorted disdainfully. So much for being a true disciple. So much for being a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. To think you're killed by an ordinary elite disciple. Trash. The Saint Land disciple began to curse at Yang Wen's corpse. It was like a fuse that set off a fire as many Saint Land disciples began to curse as well. How embarrassing. A true disciple is killed by an ordinary elite disciple. I don't think there's such trash in the history of our fire worship sect. It's not just in our fire worship sect. I don't think such trash even existed in the history of the other two great sects. So much for being the son of the fifth elder of Northern Plethora sect. He's really an embarrassment to his father. These two siblings died in Duan Ling Tian's hands one after another. You really have no choice but to accept this outcome. If Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, finds out his eldest son is useless as well, I think he'll throw up 3 liters of blood in anger. Yang Wen, you're trash. Rubbish. You caused me to lose so many contribution points. You should have died sooner. Once they Saint Land disciples broke into an uproar, they were unstoppable like a raging flash flood. All sorts of degrading words were said by the Saint Land disciples. It seemed like they did not care about the dignity of the dead as they scolded and cursed Yang Wen to vent the anger and displeasure in their hearts. Duan Ling Tian really won. Some of the Saint Land disciples who had bet on Duan Ling Tian had a joyful expression on their faces when they regained their senses. If I had known that Duan Ling Tian was going to win, I should have bet more on him. Enough. Don't be greedy. It's good enough that we didn't suffer any losses like the others. Can't you see how many people itched to shred Yang Wen into pieces? These people must have lost quite a lot of contribution points. As a few Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves, they went to look for the Palace of Death's bronze flame elder to get their winnings. Junior brother Ling Tian, congratulations. Sunda soared up into the air and landed near Duan Ling Tian to congratulate him. Senior brother Sunda, go and collect your winnings. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Sunda felt slightly awkward when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He had only bet on Duan Ling Tian because he wanted to return the favor. He even mentally prepared himself to lose the 100 contribution points he had bet on Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill Yang Wen and emerge victorious. In other words, he had earned 600 contribution points without doing anything. Senior brother Ling Tian, congratulations. At the same time, Guanshu also came to congratulate Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, his face was glowing brightly as though this was an extremely joyous occasion. I didn't let you down. Faced with Guanshu, Duan Ling Tian smiled amicably. Go collect your winnings. You've earned quite a lot. It's all thanks to you, senior brother Ling Tian. Guanshu smiled. He was happy not only because he had won over 20,000 contribution points, but also because those who doubted him before were looking at him enviously. Earlier, many people doubted him when he bet 3,500 contribution points on Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, many of them had even said hurtful words as well. Now that Duan Ling Tian had killed Yang Wen, many of those people had fallen silent. He felt extremely happy. Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the custodian of the Palace of Death, Ni Zui, who was given Duan Ling Tian's crystal card by the Palace of Death's bronze flame elder, returned the crystal card to Duan Ling Tian. There's 1,000,000 contribution points in the card. This is your winnings today. Thank you, Elder Ni Zui. Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude as he took his crystal card. After Duan Ling Tian took his crystal card, he looked at his card and inserted his Sun Saint energy into it, causing the card to show its balance. 1,000,000 contribution points. To him, a Saint Land disciple who had just entered the fire worship sect Saint Land, 1,000,000 contribution points was undoubtedly a huge amount of wealth. 1,000,000 contribution points. Duan Ling Tian actually won 1,000,000 contribution points. When Duan Ling Tian took his crystal card, many Saint Land disciples shifted their attention to him. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. 1,000,000 contribution points. Those contribution points originally belonged to us. Many Saint Land disciples felt as though their hearts were bleeding. Their contribution points currently belong to someone else, causing them to feel displeased but helpless over this matter. After all, it was not as though the other party had snatched their contribution points. He had won their contributions points in a fair manner. They had their chances to bet on Duan-Ling-Tian as well. However, since they did not regard him highly, they missed the chance to earn a lot of contribution points. It's all Yang Wen's fault. It's all Yang Wen's fault. Soon after, many Saint Land disciples turned to look at Yang Wen again as they began to scold him. In their opinion, it was all because of Yang Wen they had lost so many contribution points. Junior brother Ling Tian. After Duan-Ling-Tian changed into a new set of Saint Land disciples, uniforms and reverted to his human appearance, a voice rang in the air, causing him to raise his head to look at the source of the voice. With just one glance, Duan-Ling-Tian saw Lu Mu making his way toward him. In just a blink of an eye, he had appeared before him. Senior brother Lu Mu. Duan-Ling-Tian greeted Lu Mu with a smile. On top of that, he glanced at Lu Yun who was standing at the side and nodded at him amicably. Thank you. At this moment, Lu Yun was no longer as arrogant as he was earlier. Instead, he took the initiative to thank Duan-Ling-Tian. After all, because of Duan-Ling-Tian, he had won a lot of contribution points. The reason Lu Yun had changed his attitude was also due to Duan-Ling-Tian's strength. When Lu Yun first arrived at the Palace of Death, he did not regard Duan-Ling-Tian highly. He did not think Duan-Ling-Tian was a match for Yang Wen even though his cousin had asked him to bet on Duan-Ling-Tian. However, Duan-Ling-Tian's strength, his last sword technique in particular that he could not even catch a trace of, had shocked him. Naturally, he knew what it meant. If Duan-Ling-Tian wanted to kill him, a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not be able to defend himself either. He was not confident he could defend against the sword technique Duan-Ling-Tian had used to kill Yang Wen. For this reason, Lu Yun's attitude toward Duan-Ling-Tian had undergone an earth-shattering change. I bet 100,000 contribution points and 600,000 won contribution points. Lu Yun looked at Duan-Ling-Tian and said, "Give me your crystal card, and I'll transfer 300,000 contribution points to you as a gift of gratitude." As the saying went, you don't slap a person who smiles at you. Since Lu Yun was Lu Mu's cousin, Duan-Ling-Tian smiled politely. Senior brother Lu Yun, you don't have to give me the contribution points since you deserve it. If you really want to show your gratitude, you can thank senior brother Lu Mu. I believe if it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have bet on me as well. Duan-Ling-Tian looked at Lu Mu when he finished speaking. Don't worry, I plan to give brother Mu half of the remaining 300,000 contribution points. Whether or not I give you this gift gratitude, it won't change that, Lu Yun replied. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan-Ling-Tian's impression of him rose. However, he still determinedly refused Lu Yun's offer. Senior brother Lu Yun, I've already earned 1,000,000 contribution points. These 300,000 contribution points don't mean much to me. How about this? Why don't you keep the 300,000 contribution points and give the remaining to senior brother Li Mu? Duan-Ling-Tian suggested. Lu Mu followed Duan-Ling-Tian's suggestion when he saw how determined he was. Chapter 2006 10,000 Inscriptions Saint Weapon. In the end, Duan-Ling-Tian was the biggest winner of today's death duel in the Palace of Death. In addition to killing Yang Wen, he had even won 1,000,000 contribution points. Under the burning gaze of the Saint Land disciples, Duan-Ling-Tian took Yang Wen's spatial ring before he left the Palace of Death with the Lu brothers. After Duan-Ling-Tian left, many Saint Land disciples began to leave as well. However, all these Saint Land disciples had a sullen expression on their faces. How could they not feel sullen? They had all bet on Yang Wen, whether it was a small or huge number of contribution points. However, in the end, Duan-Ling-Tian had killed Yang Wen, causing them to lose their contribution points. Senior brother Lu Yun, what can I exchange for in the Saint Land with the contribution points? Duan-Ling-Tian asked Lu Yun curiously as they walked out of the Palace of Death. There are many things that can be exchanged for using the contribution points. Let's go. I'll bring you to each palace that you can spend your contribution points on in the central square. Lu Yun's attitude had changed a lot when he discovered Duan-Ling-Tian's strength was in no way inferior to his own strength. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's question, he was quite helpful. Sure, Duan Ling Tian nodded. It just so happened that he wanted to learn about the different palaces in the central square as well. Under Lu Yun's lead, he visited numerous palaces in the central square. There was a palace that sold pills. They only accepted contribution points and not saint stones. In that palace, apart from selling all sorts of pills that would aid one's cultivation, there were many types of healing pills. There were even forbidden pills. Naturally, the forbidden pills cost a lot of contribution points as well. Especially those few high-grade forbidden pills. They cost several hundreds of thousands of contribution points. These forbidden pills are the same grade as the one that Yang Wen consumed earlier. It allows someone who's below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage to improve their saint origin greatly in a short time. These forbidden pills can only be refined by a saint refinement master who specializes in medicine refinement Dao and is at the quasi-celestial grade or above, Lu Yun explained patiently at the side. It costs several hundreds of thousands of contribution points. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard this. He could not help but muse to himself, it seems like Yang Chong, the fifth elder of Northern Plethora sect, really dotes on his eldest son, Yang Wen, a lot. Of course, Lu Yun answered with certainty. It was apparent he was aware of a lot of matters. Previously, I've heard that Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had two sons. The eldest son had a higher innate talent compared to the youngest son. For this reason, he places his hope on his eldest son and sent him to one of the three great sects. I only found out today that Yang Wen, a true disciple of our fire worship sect Saint Land, was none other than the eldest son of Yang Chong. Lu Yun continued to say, for this reason, it's not strange that Yang Chong would give Yang Wen a precious forbidden pill to protect himself based on how much he dotes on him. Junior brother Ling Tian, I heard after you killed Yang Wu, Yang Chong's youngest son, Yang Chong personally made a trip to the Black Turtle Sanctum to look for you and threatened you using your family. Lu Mu looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously, is this true? After all, this was just a rumor Lu Yun heard. He was not certain if it was true. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded as his eyes flashed coldly. Apart from the fact that Yang Wen had taken the initiative to provoke me, you can say that the main reason I killed him was due to the threat Yang Chong has made the other day. He used my family to threaten me, so I killed his son. Instead, when Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he recalled how Yang Chong had threatened him using his family. A killing intent instantly rose from his body, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop a few degrees. He deserves to die. However, I don't think Yang Wen expected that you're capable of killing him, junior brother Ling Tian. Lu Mu chimed in, if he had known that I'm capable of killing him, would he have signed the death pact? Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly. One could say the reason Duan Ling Tian successfully killed Yang Wen was due to Yang Wen's overestimation of himself. He thought Duan Ling Tian was inferior to him. Duan Ling Tian no longer spoke about this topic. Instead, he looked at Lu Yun and motioned to him. Senior brother Lu Yun, let's have a look at the other palaces. After leaving the palace that sold pills, Lu Yun brought Duan Ling Tian and Lu Mu to the palace that sold saint weapons. When they were there, Duan Ling Tian discovered that 100 inscription saint weapon cost about several hundreds of thousands of contribution points in the saint land of the fire worship sect. Moreover, he also discovered that 1,000 inscription saint weapons were also available for sale here. Naturally, the 1,000 inscription saint weapons were not put on display. Instead, it was personally guarded by the vice sect leader who was in charge of managing the palaces in the central square. As long as one was able to pay for it, the vice sect leader would personally hand over the 1,000 inscription saint weapon. How much is a 1,000 inscription saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. 10 million contribution points. Duan Ling Tian was astonished by Lu Yun's answer. Initially, he thought he could be considered wealthy with 1,000,000 contribution points in his possession. He did not expect that 1,000 inscription saint weapon would cost 9/10 of the contribution points he had. Each of the 1,000 inscription saint weapons are the product of the hard work of the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, the number of quasi-celestial grade saint inscription masters in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is far fewer than the number of quasi-celestial grade saint refinement masters. For this reason, 1,000 inscription saint weapons are incredibly expensive, Lu Yun explained when he saw how astonished Duan Ling Tian was. Quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Speaking of it, I've almost forgotten the strange inscription art legacy that I obtained previously. Perhaps, I should continue studying it as long as it doesn't affect my cultivation. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Moon Illumination sect, he had obtained the strange inscription art legacy from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong. At that time, the saint inscription that he inscribed was not bad at all. However, after leaving the Moon Illumination sect, due to the reason he was busy with cultivating, he had gradually forgotten the strange inscription art. It was only when he had heard of the price of 1,000 inscription saint weapon and discovered how rare quasi-celestial grade saint inscription masters were that he was reminded of the strange inscription art. He was a saint inscription master as well. Inscription pen. After walking around in the palace that sold saint weapons, Duan Ling Tian noticed they sold inscription pens as well. Moreover, they sold 9-star inscription pens as well. There were at least more than 10 of them on sale. So many. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He still remembered when he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had a 9-stars inscription pen as well. He had wanted to give it to Duan Ling Tian, but Duan Ling Tian had rejected it. That inscription pen was rare in that small place. Now that Duan Ling Tian had witnessed it with his own eyes, coupled with Lu Yun's explanation, he finally realized the inscription pens were not a rare item in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a standard pen that almost all saint inscription masters at the 7 stars or above used. Moreover, it was not expensive as well. For example, the 9-star inscription pen was being sold for only 1,000 contribution points here. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh. Lu Yun and Lu Mu were baffled when they saw how readily Duan Ling Tian had bought a 9-star inscription pen. Junior brother Ling Tian, why did you buy the 9-star inscription pen? Don't tell me you're a saint inscription master as well. I've dabbled with saint inscriptions previously, and I plan to develop my skills when I have time in the future. Duan Ling Tian smiled. It's good to develop this skill. Lu Mu nodded. A complex look flashed in the depth of his eyes. He remembered that Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. If Duan Ling Tian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, he would have advised him to concentrate on cultivating. There was no need for him to split his attention to the saint inscription Dao. However, Lu Mu did not stop him. In his opinion, the achievement of junior brother Ling Tian would not progress any further. Perhaps, his junior brother was strong now. However, due to his yellow innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for his cultivation base to break through to the quintessential saint stage, let alone the saint celestial stage. For this reason, at this instant, he felt it was good that Duan Ling Tian had something else to rely on in the future. The level above a 9-star saint inscription master is the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Are there any quasi-celestial grade pens in the Dao Martial Saint Land, senior brother Lu Yun? Duan Ling Tian asked Lu Yun curiously. Of course. Lu Yun nodded immediately when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. As a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master, one would need a quasi-celestial grade inscription pen if one wants to inscribe 1,000 inscription saint weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for one to inscribe 1,000 inscription saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian continued to ask, how about the celestial grade inscription pen? Celestial grade inscription pen. The instant Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, a hint of longing could be seen in Lu Yun's eyes. The celestial grade inscription pens only exist in legends. Rumor has it that before the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into two, a celestial grade inscription pen had once existed along with a celestial grade saint inscription master. After that saint inscription master became a celestial grade saint inscription master, he managed to inscribe a total of 10 saint weapons throughout his life. Those 10 saint weapons are all 10,000 inscription saint weapons. When Lu Yun reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn as his voice turned respectful. 10,000 inscription saint weapons. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock. It did not occur to him that 10,000 inscription saint weapons existed in this world. Those 10,000 inscription saint weapons are also the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Lu Yun continued to say, unlike the 1,000 inscription saint weapons, the 10,000 inscription saint weapons don't necessarily boost one's strength. Some of the 10,000 inscription saint weapons might not even be able to compare to 100 inscription saint weapons in terms of boosting one's strength. However, each of those 10,000 inscription saint weapons have their own special abilities. Chapter 2007 The Legacy of the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master. Duan Ling Tian was already very surprised when he heard about the existence of the 10,000 inscription saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land from Lu Yun. After all, the 1,000 inscription saint weapons already cost 10 million contribution points in the fire worship sect's saint land. How many contribution points would a 10,000 inscription saint weapon cost then? When Duan Ling Tian heard what Lu Yun said next, it was as though he was struck by a bolt of lightning. He did not regain his senses for a long time. The 10,000 inscription saint weapons are the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Duan Ling Tian was completely shocked. Not even his wildest dreams did it occur to him that the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were the legendary 10,000 inscription saint weapons. He did not encounter the other 9 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons rankings, but the devil-seal tablet was in his possession for a long time. For this reason, he knew the devil-seal tablet very well. Apart from being able to destroy a devil cultivator, it did not seem to possess any other special abilities. The energy boost from it was even inferior to an ordinary saint weapon. When Duan Ling Tian heard Lu Yun's explanation, he finally realized this was part of the special characteristics of a 10,000 inscription saint weapon. The 10,000 inscription saint weapons were different from 1,000 inscription saint weapons, 100 inscription saint weapons, and even 10 inscription saint weapons. The others would grant a high energy boost the higher the number the saint inscriptions that were inscribed on them. They would grant the user a more powerful attack. The 10,000 inscription saint weapons, however, were not focused on boosting one's strength. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well since the devil-seal tablet was not a saint weapon that could boost one's strength. I can't believe the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking are the legendary 10,000 inscription saint weapons. Not only that, but there has only been one celestial grade saint inscription master who could inscribe a 10,000 inscription saint weapon in the history of the Dao martial saint land. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, all kinds of emotions welled up in his heart. At the same time, he also realized that a celestial grade saint inscription master was a true genius. In fact, the 10,000 inscription saint weapons that he left behind still existed until now. Moreover, they were also acknowledged as the most powerful saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land. The successors even called them the super saint weapons, and they were even ranked on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. The 10 great saint weapons ranking represented the 10 most powerful saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land. Until now, they had yet to be surpassed. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was well aware that whether it was his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda or the few celestial supreme treasures, including the Jasper celestial sword, in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, all of them would easily be able to surpass the 10 great super saint weapons. They were not saint weapons but celestial supreme treasures. They were not from this world. They came from the Devata realm. For this reason, they could not be compared to other weapons. In the Dao martial saint land, the celestial grade saint inscription master who left behind the 10 great super saint weapons that were ranked on the 10 great saint weapons ranking was indeed an unprecedented genius who left behind no legacy that was known. The celestial grade saint inscription master and the celestial grade inscription pen are both legendary beings. As for the quasi-celestial grade inscription pens, they could be refined by some quasi-celestial grade saint refinement masters who specializes in weapons refinement Dao. Lu Yun continued to say, besides, the materials needed to refine quasi-celestial grade inscription pens are very valuable and rare. Usually, only quasi-celestial grade saint refinement masters would take great pains to look for those materials. At this moment, one can see the might of our fire worship sect and the other 2 great sects. As the 3 greatest sects in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land, it's not difficult for them to search for the materials needed to refine a quasi-celestial grade inscription pen. Naturally, if a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master wants to ask for one of the sects for help, he would have to promise something in return or join the sect. Lu Yun paused for a moment before he said, most of the time, they would have to promise to help inscribe a few thousand inscription saint weapons in the future. This is also how the fire worship sect procures most of the 1,000 inscription saint weapons. The quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master wanted to use the 3 great sects to help search for the materials needed to refine a quasi-celestial grade inscription pen, while the 3 great sects wanted the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master to inscribe 1,000 inscription saint weapons. It was beneficial for both sides to help each other. For this reason, even a celestial grade inscription pen is not something that everybody could obtain, let alone the legendary celestial grade inscription pen. The value of a quasi-celestial grade inscription pen is not something the 9-star inscription pen could compare to, Lu Yun said, helping Duan Lingtian to understand how precious quasi-celestial grade inscription pens were. As for the celestial grade inscription pen, it was a legendary item that one could only obtain with luck. Senior brother Lu Yun, earlier you said the celestial grade saint inscription master only managed to inscribe 10,000 inscription saint weapons in his entire life. Does this mean he has died? Duan Lingtian suddenly asked in confusion. Yes, Lu Yun nodded. His lifespan was not as long as ordinary people due to him inscribing the 10,000 inscription saint weapons. Not only did it take a toll on his mental and physical strength, but it even took a toll on his lifespan. After he inscribed the 10,000 inscription saint weapons, he could not break through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, during his lifetime. For this reason, he did not achieve immortality. Rumor has it that he was a martial genius with a dark indigo innate spiritual root. However, due to the reason that the Dao martial saint land hadn't split into the upper province and lower province yet, the cultivation environment was not as good. Coupled with the fact that he had devoted his mind to the inscription Dao, he couldn't break through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, in time. If he had successfully broken through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would possess the lifespan of the universe. At that time, he would be able to inscribe more than 10,000 inscription saint weapons. Lu Yun sighed emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. That senior did not leave behind any successor? Duan Lingtian asked. Legend has it that after he died, he left behind a legacy of his saint inscription art, but until now, nobody knew where he left his legacy, Lu Yun replied. After he died, the 3 great sects, including our fire worship sect, have sent out a huge number of people and spent a huge amount of resources just to look for the legacy left behind by that celestial grade saint inscription master. However, the search was unfruitful. In that case, does this mean the legacy left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master is actually at the lower province? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes, Lu Yun nodded. At that time, the Dao martial saint land hadn't split into the upper province and lower province yet. The Dao martial saint land only had the lower province at that time. How great would it be if I can find the place where the celestial grade saint inscription master left his legacy? A thought suddenly rose in Duan Lingtian's mind. Naturally, he knew this was only an unlikely to happen dream. So many years had passed, even the 3 great sects could not find the place where the celestial grade saint inscription master left his legacy despite having spent a huge amount of resources. On what basis would he be able to find it? After leaving the palace that sold saint weapons, Lu Yun continued to bring Duan Lingtian and Lu Mu to the other palaces. At the same time, wherever they went, more and more people stared at them. To be more accurate, they were staring at Duan Lingtian. He's the one who killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, and won 1,000,000 contribution points. I came too late and didn't manage to witness the death duel between him and Yang Wen. What a pity, what a pity, you should count yourself lucky. It's said that more than 90% of the people who went to watch the death duel lost a lot of their contribution points. Almost everyone bet that Yang Wen would win. These Saint Land disciples who were staring at Duan Lingtian only came to the central square not too long ago. For this reason, they did not get to witness the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen. Isn't that senior brother Lu Yun next to Duan Lingtian? Senior brother Lu Yun seems very courteous to him. How could he not be courteous? Based on the strength Duan Lingtian displayed today, even senior brother Lu Yun might not be a match for him. That's right, I heard that even senior brother Lu Yun and the 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders couldn't catch a trace of the sword technique that Duan Lingtian cast to kill Yang Wen. This means Duan Lingtian's sword technique is so fast that even powerhouses at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage can't catch a trace of it. I heard Yang Wen even consumed a forbidden pill that raised his saint origin to the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, in the end, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. What a waste. Such a high-grade forbidden pill should be worth at least several tens of thousands of contribution points, right? To think Yang Wen had wasted it just like that. What a waste. Many Saint Land disciples who recognized Lu Yun continued to discuss Duan Lingtian's strength among themselves. Under Lu Yun's guidance and Lu Mu's company, Duan Lingtian visited all the palaces in the central square and learned about them. As Duan Lingtian visited the palaces, news of him killing the true disciple, Yongwen, in the Saint Land's Palace of Death spread like a typhoon in the Saint Land. Not only that, but it even spread quickly to every mine in the four symbol sanctums. When news of it reached the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle Sanctum broke into an uproar. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian has only gone to the Saint Land for 10 days, but he has already killed a true disciple. My lord, is this real? True disciple, it's a true disciple. They're the most outstanding Saint Land disciples in the fire worship sect. All of them are at the Saint Celestial stage or above. A true disciple is actually killed by senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2008 Duan Ling Tian, a true disciple. My goodness, how strong did senior brother Duan Ling Tian grow? To think he's able to kill a true disciple in the Saint Land. In their eyes, true disciples were people they looked up to. They had a lofty position compared to the disciples in the four symbol sanctums. However, today, somebody had actually pulled a true disciple down from the pedestal they put the true disciples on. This person was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who came from the Black Turtle Sanctum. A true disciple isn't necessary as Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Don't forget that in our fire worship sect, as long as those geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots manage to break through to the divine saint stage, they can become a true disciple too. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple said skeptically, perhaps, the true disciple Duan Ling Tian killed is this kind of true disciple whose cultivation base hasn't reached the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, whether it's a martial, Tao or devil cultivator, once they break through to the Saint Celestial stage, the saint energies in their bodies would transform into the saint origin. The strength of a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage is far superior to the combined strength of 10 powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Many people agreed with this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple words. That's highly likely. I think it's impossible for senior brother Duan Ling Tian to kill a true disciple whose cultivation base has already entered the Saint Celestial stage. The one he killed must be a true disciple who had an indigo innate spiritual root. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Ling Tian, who had only been in the Saint Land for 10 days, was capable of killing a true disciple who was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Humph, all of you are mistaken. Just as a group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was expressing their doubts, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple with a huge build stood out and interjected, based on the news I obtained, the true disciple senior brother Duan Ling Tian killed was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse called Yongwen. Yongwen. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples frowned when they heard this. I remember now, there's indeed a famous person among the true disciples in the Saint Land. He seemed to have broken through to the Saint Celestial stage a few years back. One Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple exclaimed excitedly. I remember Yongwen. Speaking of, he was from the same batch as me when we entered the fire worship sect. Due to this reason, I've been paying attention to him. Another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple sighed before smiling wryly. He had already broken through to the Saint Celestial stage and became a true disciple, but I'm still a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Then, a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed this fact again. Yongwen was indeed a Saint Celestial stage true disciple. True disciple, Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed this one after another, the other Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples broke into an uproar again. Yongwen, isn't he the eldest son of Yongchong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? At this moment, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple chimed in, Duan Ling Tian killed him as well. The eldest son of Yongchong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. This Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's statement also caused another uproar. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples expressed their doubts. Are you sure? Of course. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple nodded confidently. I entered the Black Turtle Sanctum at the same time as Duan Ling Tian. I'm originally a disciple from a third-rate force near the Northern Plethora sect. Previously, I heard that the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect had sent his eldest son, Yongwen, to the fire worship sect. As for his youngest son, Yongwu, he entered the fire worship sect at the same as me. However, due to his arrogance, he was killed by Duan Ling Tian for provoking him the instant he arrived, the Black Turtle Sanctum said in one breath. The true disciple, Yongwen, is actually the eldest son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Upon hearing this, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were dumbfounded. However, some people had a skeptical expression on their faces. They doubted the validity of the news. At the same time, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple with a huge build who had quick access to the news spoke again. Yang Wen was indeed the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. I've also heard that fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect had two sons. His youngest son was killed by senior brother Duan Ling Tian the moment he arrived at the fire worship sect. As for his eldest son, I've also heard he was sent to one of the three great sects. However, I had no idea he was in our fire worship sect. I can't believe the eldest son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect was a true disciple in the fire worship sect. Not only that, but he was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse as well. What's more surprising is the fact that his eldest son is also killed by senior brother Duan Ling Tian. An expression of disbelief appeared on the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' faces as they discussed this among themselves. I'm certain Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, is going to be so enraged to the point he would throw up blood he finds out that both his sons are killed by senior brother Duan Ling Tian, right? Wow, karma really comes fast. Previously, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect came in a fury and demanded senior brother Duan Ling Tian to commit suicide. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian ignored him, so he used senior brother Duan Ling Tian's family to threaten him instead. However, currently, his other son is killed by senior brother Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if he has found out anything about senior brother Duan Ling Tian's background and family. If he hasn't, then he really has suffered a big loss. It's said that the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had raised his saint origin to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage after consuming a forbidden pill. However, in the end, he's still killed by senior brother Duan Ling Tian. It was not only the Black Turtle Sanctum, but even the other three sanctums were filled with similar discussions. Duan Ling Tian instantly rose to fame again. His current reputation was unlike what it was before. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's strength had received the acknowledgement from everyone in the Four Symbols Sanctums. A fire worship sect's disciple who walked out of the Four Symbols Sanctum and entered the Saint Land for slightly over 10 days had killed a true disciple whose cultivation base had already entered the Saint Celestial stage in the Palace of Death. This was the first time something so ridiculous had taken place in the fire worship sect. Usually, a fire worship sect's disciple who had just left the Four Symbols Sanctums and had just entered the Saint Land would not be so strong. They could not even compare to outstanding elite disciples in the Saint Land, let alone a true disciple. One could say that Duan Ling Tian had rewritten history in the fire worship sect. It would definitely be remembered for years to come, and his name would be crowned in glory. In a vast mansion in the east of the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian, who had just received the news, was so enraged that his body began to tremble as his expression darkened. Without warning, he raised his hand and was ready to slap the stone table in front of him. However, he held himself back in the end. Because of Duan Ling Tian, he had changed the stone table in his courtyard numerous times. Duan Ling Tian, how did he manage to kill Yang Wen? Moreover, he managed to kill Yang Wen even after he consumed a forbidden pill. Lian had an expression of disbelief on his face. Lian took a deep breath before he went to the Saint Land to find out exactly what had happened. As an elder of the fire worship sect, he could easily enter the Saint Land. When Lian arrived at the Saint Land, he finally confirmed the news of Yang Wen being killed by Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, he also learned in detail about what had transpired. Even the Palace of Death's bronze flame elders at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage couldn't catch a trace of Duan Ling Tian's last technique. The moment Lian thought of this, a horrified expression appeared on his face. He knew very well what this meant. This meant Duan Ling Tian could kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage if he wanted to. It's suspected that Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage when he cast his assist-type divine ability. The instant he thought of this, his expression turned grave immediately. The killing intent in his eyes became obvious, as though he was about to devour somebody. At this moment, an intense sense of danger rose up from the depth of his heart. Previously, although Lian knew Duan Ling Tian would pose a threat to him in the future, he thought it would only be a few years later. However, he finally realized Duan Ling Tian did not need a few years to surpass him. After all, Lian was only at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian, you're really good at concealing your strength. Up until now, Lian thought Duan Ling Tian had been concealing his real strength and had only revealed his strength during his death duel with Yang Wen. Li An's heart was laden with anxiety as he left the Saint Land. After he left the Saint Land, he did not return to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Instead, he left in the direction where the first-rate force, Northern Plethora Sect, was located. I must notice Yang Chong immediately about this matter. I'm sure Yang Chong would spare no efforts in investigating Duan Ling Tian's background now that Yang Wen is dead. As long as we can find Duan Ling Tian's background and capture his family, Duan Ling Tian will definitely fall for our trap. Li An thought to himself as he made his way to the Northern Plethora Sect, Duan Ling Tian must die. Otherwise, in a few years' time, even Yang Chong and I wouldn't be able to suppress him. His heart burned with anxiety the more he thought about it. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all that. Currently, he was in the process of becoming a true disciple. In the fire worship sect Saint Land, apart from the two traditional methods, there was a third method in becoming a true disciple. That was to kill a true disciple whose cultivation base had entered the Saint Celestial stage in the Palace of Death. Since Duan Ling Tian had successfully killed Yang Wen, a true disciple, he was going to become a true disciple as well. Chapter 2009, Ka's sister, Gan Ru Yan. If Yang Wen who was at the Netherworld found that Duan Ling Tian had stepped on his body figuratively to become a true disciple, he would very likely be so furious that he would throw up blood. After replacing Yang Wen to become a true disciple, Duan Ling Tian obtained the right to reside in Yang Wen's previous residence. It was a standalone floating island around the Saint Island with a huge mansion. Junior brother Ling Tian, this is where Yang Wen previously stayed. Lu Yun had led Duan Ling Tian to Yang Wen's previous residence. When Duan Ling Tian attended the ceremony to become a true disciple, Lu Yun was also the one who had accompanied him. After becoming familiar with each other, they soon became close friends. Lu Yun was someone who was outwardly cold but was a warm person on the inside. He was much friendlier to people he considered his friends and not as cold as he was to outsiders. Senior brother Lu Yun, please come in and have a seat. Duan Ling Tian motioned to him and smiled. Perhaps, next time, Lu Yun replied politely, you've been busy for half a day so it's time for you to rest as well. I'm not tired. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before saying, Senior brother Lu Yun, there are a few questions I want to ask you. If it's convenient, can you please come inside? Otherwise, I will have to look for you next time. It's not inconvenient for me. Lu Yun shook his head. I'm merely worried you're tired. Since you have questions, I'll, naturally, answer them to the best of my ability, junior brother Ling Tian. Lu Yun then followed Duan Ling Tian and flew toward the mansion on the floating island. The mansion was extremely huge. It even had a restriction formation on it. This formation was equivalent to a great door that could only be unlocked with a key. One would not be able to enter it if one did not have the key. Naturally, anyone at the Saint Celestial stage or above could enter by force if they wanted to. However, if that happened, they would alert the patrolling elders in this area and would be sent to the enforcement hall to receive severe punishment. With a raise of his hand, an order token appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was the identity token of a true disciple. When he infused his Sun Saint energy into the identity token, a mysterious force surged out of it before it hit the air before him. The air above the mansion trembled immediately before it spread out in a ripple-like fashion. An entrance seemed to have opened up in the air. What an amazing formation! Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in surprise. Although he had heard that a true disciple's residence had a formation that needed a key, which was the identity token, to enter but not when exiting, he could not help but exclaim in surprise when he experienced the wonder of the formation before him. After that, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Yun passed through the ripples that served as the entrance. After they entered, the ripples in the air disappeared as well. The restriction formation had closed. After entering the mansion, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Yun arrived at the front courtyard. The front courtyard was very vast. Apart from having all kinds of vegetation, there was also a pond with fishes in it. If one walked on the pebbled lane, one would discover a pergola situated at the end of it. In the middle of the pergola, there was a stone table surrounded by 3 stools. Senior brother Lu Yun, please take a seat. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Yun walked into the pergola. After motioning to Lu Yun to sit, Duan Ling Tian sat down as well. Junior brother Ling Tian, what is it you want to ask me? Lu Yun asked without beating around the bush as soon as they were seated. Senior brother Lu Yun, although I've just arrived at the Saint Land. Not too long ago, I heard a rumor a few days ago. I'm very curious about this matter. If you know anything about it, I hope you can enlighten me, senior brother Lu Yun, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Don't worry, junior brother Ling Tian. As long as it's something I know, I'll tell you everything I know without any reservations. Lu Yun said solemnly and sincerely. Although Lu Yun knew Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root and his future achievements might not surpass his, he had acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as a friend due to his cousin and after spending time with him. Naturally, there was also another reason he acknowledged Duan Ling Tian. He had an intuition that Duan Ling Tian's accomplishment would not stop here. However, it was still just an intuition. He found it hard to believe since Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Even then, it did not change the way he treated Duan Ling Tian. I feel rest assured now that I have your words, senior brother Lu Yun. Duan Ling Tian smiled before his expression turned solemn. Senior brother Lu Yun, the other day, I heard a few Saint Land elite disciples discussing in secret that some saint girl or something has been imprisoned. What are they talking about? Lu Yun's expression changed immediately as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After he looked at their surroundings warily, he said in a lowered voice, Junior brother Ling Tian, it's fine to talk about the saint girl of the fire worship sect between us. However, you shouldn't say anything about this outside. If the enforcement hall catches wind of it, you'll definitely be severely punished since the enforcement hall has prohibited us from talking about the saint girl. Lu Yun's expression was grave as he warned Duan Ling Tian. I can see that, otherwise, those few elite disciples wouldn't have been so secretive when they spoke about this. Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, senior brother Lu Yun. You're the only one I've spoken to about this. I'm just curious about the saint girl of our fire worship sect. Previously, I thought I knew the sect quite well. However, I've never heard of the sect having a saint girl before, Duan Ling Tian replied. He did not dare to tell Lu Yun the truth. It was not because he did not trust Lu Yun, but it was a serious matter and he did not want to implicate Lu Yun in this matter. For this reason, he could only cautiously inquire about the matter regarding Ka. To be honest, I don't know much about the matter regarding the saint girl as well. What I know, I've also heard from the people around me, Lu Yun answered. Rumor has it that several dozens of years ago, a saint girl was selected by our fire worship sect when she was born. However, due to some unknown reason, that saint girl disappeared. It was only until a few years back that the saint girl was found and brought back to our fire worship sect. The person who found her is senior sister Ru Yan. Senior sister Ru Yan. Duan Ling Tian showed a stunned expression. He was certain senior sister Ru Yan must Kai Mei who had taken Ka away at that time. It was that person who claimed to be Ka's elder sister. Duan Ling Tian still remembered Kai Mei's appearance was identical to Ka. I wonder if Kai Mei has discovered my presence now that my name has spread in the fire worship sect, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes flashed coldly when he thought of Kai Mei. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had been naive. He did not think Kai Mei would harm Ka after taking her away since she was Ka's twin sister. Kai Mei is such a ruthless person. To think she would even push her own twin sister into the fire pit. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, a flame of fury rose in his heart. It's normal for you not to know who senior sister Ru Yan is since you've only arrived in the Saint Land, Lu Yun continued to say. Senior sister Ru Yan's full name is Gan Ru Yan. Just like us, she's a true disciple as well. However, she's ranked 7th on the true ranking and ranked 951st on the Supreme Saint ranking. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of Kai Mei when he heard this. As it turned out, Kai Mei's real name was Gan Ru Yan. Moreover, she was also a top-rated genius in the fire worship sect Saint Land. Not only that, but senior sister Ru Yan is also one of the rare geniuses in our fire worship sect Saint Land. Her master is Guardian Qing Huo, one of the 3 great guardians of the fire worship sect. Lu Yun continued. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel shocked. He did not expect Ka's sister to possess an indigo innate spiritual root and was also the direct disciple of a fire worship sect's guardian. No wonder she'd push her own younger sister to the fire pit. As it turns out, she's the direct disciple of the fire worship sect's guardian. She must have wanted to take credit by sacrificing her own sister. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the fact that Ka's sister possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, but the flame of fury in his heart grew into a wildfire the more he thought about it. Most importantly, it's said that senior sister Ru Yan is the twin sister of the saint girl. When Lu Yun said this, Duan Ling Tian imperceptibly narrowed his eyes as he pretended to look surprised. Twin sister. Even then, she still decided to push her own sister into the fire pit. It seems like this senior sister Ru Yan is a cold-blooded person, Duan Ling Tian said contemptuously. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've misunderstood senior sister Ru Yan. Lu Yun shook his head. Misunderstood? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Senior brother Lu Yun, didn't you say the saint girl was found and brought back to the fire worship sect by senior sister Ru Yan? Now that the saint girl is imprisoned in the enforcement hall, don't tell me it's not her fault. Of course not. Lu Yun shook his head. Duan Ling Tian's frown deepened before Lu Yun continued to explain. Rumor has it that after senior sister Ru Yan brought the saint girl back, she had hidden her in her residence. It was after 2 or 3 years that this matter was discovered by Wen Yan. After Wen Yan discovered senior sister Ru Yan was secretly hiding the saint girl, she reported it to the enforcement hall. Due to this reason, senior sister Ru Yan, the saint girl, and the saint girl's daughter who's slightly over 2 years old are taken away by enforcement hall and are imprisoned there until now. Lu Yun's voice sounded contemptuous when he mentioned Wen Yan. Chapter 2010 Violet Spiritual Root, Wen Yan. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as it flashed coldly after he heard Lu Yun's words. Although it was his first time hearing this name, he already hated this person very much. It was all because of this woman that his wife and daughter were imprisoned in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. It seems like I've misunderstood her. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized he had misunderstood Gan Ruyan, Ka's elder sister. However, the flame of fury in his heart did not subside at all. It merely changed its target from Gan Ruyan to Wen Yan. Senior brother Lu Yun, what kind of person is Wen Yan? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask after he took a deep breath to suppress the fury he felt in his heart. Wen Yan is also a true disciple of our fire worship sect. She's ranked 9th on the true ranking. She's also the only female disciple ranked in the top 10 of the true ranking apart from senior sister Ru Yan. However, despite being strong and having a high innate talent, she's known for her bad attitude, Lu Yun said disdainfully. Put everything else aside, what she did was extremely shameless in regards to the matter about the saint girl. Due to the reason she's always competing with senior sister Ru Yan who's stronger than her, she would come up with all sorts of tricks just to cause trouble for senior sister Ru Yan. The matter regarding the saint girl was a good opportunity for her to cause trouble. Senior sister Ru Yan's crime is so severe that even Guardian Qing Huo doesn't have any response for the time being. Perhaps, everyone's just waiting for the sect leader to come out of his closed-door cultivation before they make a decision. Lu Yun sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Wen Yan, I'll remember you. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly when he thought about Wen Yan. Senior brother Lu Yun, you said earlier that senior sister Ru Yan is ranked 7th on the true base. Duan Ling Tian asked. Similar to me, senior sister Ru Yan is a true disciple at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, Lu Yun replied. She's only at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. You're also at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Isn't the gap between both of you too big? She's ranked 7th while you're ranked 27th on the true ranking, senior brother Lu Yun. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're unaware of this. Among the 100 true disciples ranked on the true ranking, apart from those in the top 3 and those ranked in the bottom 30, all the true disciples, cultivation base is at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Yun said, although we're all at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, the gap between our strength is pretty ridiculous. Currently, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, those who are ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking are all elite powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Among the true disciples in our fire worship sect, only 7 people are ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. The person who's ranked 8th behind senior sister Ru Yan isn't even strong enough to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Due to the reason senior sister Ru Yan is a female cultivator, Wen Yan is jealous of senior sister Ru Yan, and she's always looking for trouble with senior sister Ru Yan. If something happens to senior sister Ru Yan, she would be able to replace senior sister Ru Yan and become the big sister among all the true disciples. Lu Yun said in one breath, explaining the significance of the Supreme Saint ranking. Ka's sister is widely acknowledged by the true disciples as Big Sister. Duan Ling Tian also learned that many powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage occupied half the places on the Supreme Saint ranking. In the Fire Worship sect, Bronze Flame Elders were usually at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, while Silver Flame Elders were usually at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Golden Flame Elders were at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The two Vice Sect Leaders were at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the powerful sect leader of the Fire Worship sect and the three Great Guardians, they were at the seventh form or higher of the Saint Celestial stage. When one reached that stage, one's lifespan could be compared to the universe. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the number of powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage was greatly different at every stage. There were so many powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage that they could be compared to a school of silver carps. Those who were at this stage were not eligible to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. As for those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, although there were not as many of them compared to those at the first form, there were many of them as well. Naturally, it was difficult for them to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking with their cultivation base at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Usually, only 1 in 10 powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage was qualified enough to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on this, one could see how outstanding the powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage who were qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking were compared to ordinary powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Ka's sister, Gan Ruyan, was this kind of outstanding person. Further up, the number of those who were at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage was a lot less. Although the number was a lot less, it was, naturally, not as little as the number of people at the fourth form or above of the Saint Celestial stage. This could be seen from the rankings on the Supreme Saint rankings. Those who were at the second form or above of the Saint Celestial stage could be considered quite special as well in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were like the backbones of the three great sects. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from the three great sects, only the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan were superior to the first-rate forces who had guardians at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The number of people at the seventh form or above of the Saint Celestial stage in the current Dragon Clan was not as many compared to the three great sects. As for the Phoenix Clan, since they were very mysterious, no one knew how many powerhouses at the seventh form or above of the Saint Celestial stage they had. However, as a clan that was as ancient as the Dragon Clan, the strength of the Phoenix Clan was not inferior to the Dragon Clan. These two clans were also clans that the three great sects did not dare to easily offend. This was because they had powerhouses at the seventh form or above of the Saint Celestial stage guarding them. Junior brother Ling Tian, put everything else aside, just the last technique you used to kill Yang Wen is enough for you to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Lu Yun said suddenly as though he had just recalled something. The three Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elders and I couldn't catch a trace of your sword at all. I think only those elite powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage might be able to catch a trace of your sword, and powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage could capture the movement of your sword. Lu Yun praised Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, I think it's impossible to find someone at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage who's a match for you. Even if there's one, it would be very difficult to find. I merely relied on the assist-type divine ability to cast that sword technique. For this reason, I feel that last sword was just a pure stroke of luck. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're too humble. Strictly speaking, the assist-type divine ability is part of your strength as well. Lu Yun shook his head with a smile. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you believe the battle between you and Yang Wen is enough to get you ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking? Moreover, your ranking wouldn't be low. It can't be, right? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. He did not expect he would be qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking as well. It really isn't absurd. You really possess that kind of strength. When the time your ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking is revealed, the true ranking in the Fire Worship sect will probably change as well. If I'm not mistaken, you'll be able to rank in the top 5 on the true ranking. Lu Yun continued to say, the top 5 on the true ranking. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he heard this. However, inwardly, he did not think so. When the time arrived, the truth would be revealed. Senior brother Lu Yun, since the saint girl of our Fire Worship sect is senior sister Ru Yan's twin sister and senior sister Ru Yan has an indigo innate spiritual root, why is she not qualified to become the saint girl? Then does this mean the saint girl's innate talent is not inferior to senior sister Ru Yan? Duan Ling Tian thought of Kei's innate talent. Kei's innate talent could be considered outstanding on Cloud Continent. However, that was because she had drunk the 10,000-year stalactite milk. However, even after drinking the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Kei's innate talent could only be considered as ordinary in the Dao Martial Saint Land. With her innate talent, why was she selected to become the Saint Girl? Duan Ling Tian could not figure out this matter no matter how much he thought about it. He was even more confused when he learned Kei's twin sister, Gan Ruyan, possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. Based on what I know, senior sister Ruyan wasn't selected to become the Saint Girl of our fire worship sect because her innate talent isn't as good as her twin sister. Lu Yun instantly responded to Duan Ling Tian's question. From what I heard, senior sister Ruyan's twin sister, the Saint Girl, was discovered to possess a violet innate spiritual root when she was a baby. Lu Yun's expression was solemn when he spoke. A violet innate spiritual root. It was as though a bolt of lightning had struck Duan Ling Tian when he heard Lu Yun's words. Ka possessed a violet innate spiritual root. How's it possible? Duan Ling Tian found it hard to believe. If Ka possessed a violet innate spiritual root, why was her cultivation speed so slow? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask, Senior brother Lu Yun, as far as I know, the Saint Girl is very weak. She hasn't even entered the Divine Saint stage yet. What's going on? Doesn't she possess a violet innate spiritual root? Chapter 2011 A Furious Yongchong. I heard the Saint Girl's innate spiritual root had been temporarily sealed due to some reason. This is why the Saint Girl isn't outstanding, Lu Yun replied. However, I don't know for what reason it was sealed. It was sealed. Duan Ling Tian finally figured out what was going on. Things finally made sense. I still can't believe Ka possesses a violet innate spiritual root. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but feel stunned again. Duan Ling Tian finally found out what he wanted to know. For the time being, he no longer had any question for Lu Yun, so Lu Yun bade goodbye to Duan Ling Tian soon after. After Duan Ling Tian sent Lu Yun off, he picked a room in the mansion and entered it. After closing the door, Duan Ling Tian instantly took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. He sat cross-legged in the air as he prepared to cultivate. After the battle with Yang Wen, it seems like my cultivation base has stabilized. It seems like casting the elementary devouring tactic without reservation with my Sun Saint energy can also quickly stabilize my cultivation base. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had encountered many obstacles when his cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Despite having a high innate talent and the help of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was difficult for him to quickly break through to the exemplary stage under such circumstances. Now that Duan Ling Tian had fought with Yang Wen, his cultivation base had completely stabilized. Duan Ling Tian had a feeling that if he tried to break through to the exemplary saint stage now, he would only encounter a small obstacle that would be easy for him to overcome. I must break through to the exemplary saint stage during my cultivation this time. Once I've broken through to the exemplary saint stage, my strength will be comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage without even needing to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian looked forward to breaking through to the exemplary saint stage. If any one of the fire worship sect's elders or disciples could hear Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, they would be scared out of their wits. To think a person who killed someone at the 1st form of the saint stage had not even reached the exemplary saint stage yet. One could imagine if news of this spread out, it would cause an uproar in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, let alone the fire worship sect. With my current strength, I'm merely stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Although Yang Wen had mastered a high-grade movement divine ability, his high-grade movement divine ability wasn't powerful enough. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to catch up to him even if I used the 100 Inscription Saint Sword and the swordplay technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword's 3rd stage, the Sword Warding Heart. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of his own strength. If he did not use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was only stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength would be inferior to a few rare elite powerhouses at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage who had mastered a high-grade divine ability to a certain degree. When I killed Yang Wen, that Palace of Death's custodian, Ni Zui, must have begun to suspect me even though I've blocked his sight. It seems like I can no longer use the Jasper Celestial Sword rashly when a Silver Flame Elder is present. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, otherwise, the Jasper Celestial Sword will eventually be exposed. One could easily imagine that if the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, that was even more valuable than the 10 Great Super Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking was exposed, many people would definitely covet it. At that time, all the powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would know about its existence. Those few weak powerhouses might not be able to lift the Jasper Celestial Sword due to its weight. However, it won't be difficult for those at the Saint Celestial stage and above to lift the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian was worried when he thought about this. At the same time, he made up his mind not to use the Jasper Celestial Sword rashly unless it was a life-or-death situation or if he was in a situation where there were no powerhouses present that could see through his movements. Cultivate. Cultivate. I must break through to the early exemplary saint stage during this closed-door cultivation. After I come out of my closed-door cultivation, I'll go and have a look at the enforcement hall. As soon as Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he shut his eyes, completely immersing himself in his cultivation, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. As Duan Ling Tian mobilized the cultivation technique, the heaven and earth spirit energy inside the room surged into his body ceaselessly, allowing the 9 dragons to transport it and continuously make a great chi circulatory cycle again and again through his 99 saint veins. Since this was the cultivation place of a true disciple, the cultivation environment was, naturally, much better than that of an elite disciple. At the Northern Plethora sect, as a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Northern Plethora sect was situated in the western region and was located deep in the mountains. Today, the Northern Plethora sect received an unexpected guest. As soon as this unexpected guest arrived outside of the Northern Plethora sect's estate, he was blocked by a Northern Plethora sect's patrolling elder who led 10 patrolling disciples with him. I'm the Fire Worship sect's Silver Flame Elder Lian. The unexpected guest took out his identity token when faced with the patrolling team of the Northern Plethora sect. The identity token proved that he was a Silver Flame Elder in the Fire Worship sect. Good day, Elder Lian. After the Northern Plethora sect's patrolling elder heard Li An's words and saw his identity token, he quickly bowed respectfully. Apart from being a Silver Flame Elder in the Fire Worship sect, he was also a powerhouse ranked 139th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Faced with such a powerhouse, the Northern Plethora sect's patrolling elder, naturally, did not dare to act discourteously. Good day, Elder Lian. The 10 patrolling disciples standing behind the Northern Plethora sect's patrolling elder also bowed at Lian respectfully. However, Lian just ignored them. He flew on his own into the Northern Plethora sect and headed to a corner in the Northern Plethora sect's estate. Upon seeing this, the Northern Plethora sect's patrolling elder and the 10 patrolling disciples were not surprised since they had long known that the Fire Worship sect's Silver Flame Elder Lian was close friends with Yongchong, the 5th elder of their Northern Plethora sect. Currently, Lian was making his way toward the cultivation place of Yongchong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Why are you here? Is there anything urgent? Yongchong was slightly stunned when he saw the travel-weary Lian. His expression had instantly turned grave. Yongchong knew it had to be an urgent matter for Lian to personally come over. Initially, Lian only looked at Yongchong for a long time without speaking. After a long time had passed, he finally sighed before saying, "Yong Wen is dead." Li An's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Yongchong. Yong Wen was his eldest son. He was also the one he had placed all his hopes on. However, Lian had just told him that his eldest son was dead. At this instant, Yongchong felt as though the world was spinning. He could not accept this cruel truth at all. Yongchong did not lose much of his composure previously when he learned of the death of his youngest son, Yongwu. My condolence, Lian said in an attempt to console Yongchong when he saw how stunned Yongchong was. Yongchong was the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect after all. No matter how much he could not accept this truth in his heart, he managed to regain his composure in a short time. What happened? Yongchong looked at Lian with bloodshot eyes and a fierce expression on his face. He had known Lian for many years, so he knew Lian would not joke about this matter. For this reason, he did not doubt Lian when he was told that his eldest son, Yong Wen, had died. Yong Wen signed a death pact with Duan Ling Tian in our Fire Worship sect's Saint Lan's Palace of Death to avenge Yongwu. However, who would have thought that Duan Ling Tian had hidden his strength so well? For this reason, Yong Wen was killed by him, Lian said as his eyes shone coldly. It seemed as though he wanted to devour somebody when he mentioned Duan Ling Tian. Li An's words were like another bolt of lightning that struck Yang Chong. He was shocked. After Duan Ling Tian killed his youngest son, Yang Wu, he killed his eldest son, Yang Wen, as well. Duan Ling Tian killed Wen'er. How is it possible? Yang Chong found this hard to believe. I couldn't believe it as well in the beginning. I even personally went to the Saint Land to inquire about this matter. The truth is indeed so. After Yang Wen had consumed the forbidden pill, he was still killed by Duan Ling Tian in the fire worship sect Saint Land's Palace of Death. The sword technique that Duan Ling Tian used to kill Yang Chong was so fast that Yang Wen didn't even realize what was going on. Even the powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage present on the scene at that time couldn't catch a trace of his sword technique. Li An's expression turned even graver when he finished speaking. Upon hearing his words, Yang Chong could not help but narrow his eyes. He had an expression of disbelief and confusion on his face. Duan Ling Tian is so strong. No matter how hard Yang Chong found it hard to believe, he had no choice but to accept the truth. Duan Ling Tian killed both my sons and cut off my bloodline. Our enmity is irreconcilable, Yang Chong roared. It seemed like he had lost all his composure, revealing the fury in his heart. Yang Chong, now's not the time to be angry. Li An's eyes shone coldly as he quickly said, we must get rid of Duan Ling Tian as soon as possible. Otherwise, even you and I might not be a match for him if he grows stronger. At that time, it's good enough if he doesn't kill us, let alone you killing him to avenge your sons. Upon hearing Li An's words, Yang Chong quickly regained his senses and suppressed the flames of fury in his heart. I sent someone to inform you that Duan Ling Tian might have come from the lower province. Did you send anyone to investigate this matter? Li An looked at Yang Chong. Chapter 2012. Who's that lucky fellow? No. When Yang Chong heard Li An's words, he shook his head sullenly. I plan to gather my people to investigate his background in the upper province first. If there are no results after a while, I'll send my men to the lower province to investigate then. Give me a group of men, and I'll lead them to the lower province to investigate Duan Ling Tian's background. I have a feeling that Duan Ling Tian may have come from the lower province, Li An said in his deep voice as his eyes shone coldly. Currently, Yang Chong could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian, who had killed both his sons. Similarly, Li An could not wait to get his revenge from Duan Ling Tian. With the irreconcilable enmity between Li An and Duan Ling Tian, one could easily imagine he would not have a good ending once Duan Ling Tian grew stronger in the future. For this reason, he decided to personally make a move. He would bring some men to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to investigate for Duan Ling Tian's background. Once he discovered Duan Ling Tian's background, he would definitely capture Duan Ling Tian's family and friends and force Duan Ling Tian to leave the fire worship sect. Once Duan Ling Tian had left the fire worship sect, he would be like meat on Li An's chopper board. As long as Duan Ling Tian was alive, he would not be able to live in peace. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was happening in the Northern Plethora sect, let alone that the fire worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li An had led a group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to the lower province through the Inter-Province Transportation Formation. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was fully immersed in his cultivation. He was completely oblivious to the outside world. In the Dao Martial Saint Land's northern region, in a place covered with ice and snow, stood a snow-capped mountain. The mountain appeared very inconspicuous since it was surrounded by other snow-capped mountains of different sizes as well. This area was sparsely populated. Usually, there were no visitors here. In the middle of this inconspicuous snow-capped mountain, a palace stood on a vast stone platform. There were more than 10 adjacent pavilions around the palace as well. If one was thousands of meters away from the stone platform, one would not be able to discover the existence of the stone platform no matter how good one's eyesight was. A hallucinogenic formation was laid on the stone platform that blocked one's vision. From afar, this place appeared completely white due to the formation. This snow-capped mountain appeared no different from the other snow-capped mountains. It would be difficult to imagine there was a whole different world behind the white mist. As the sound of a faint breeze resonated in the air, a gentle and graceful young woman walked out of a pavilion nearby. This young woman possessed a pair of intelligent and mischievous-looking eyes. Her brows were like a drawing. Her autumn eyes and her tall nose complemented her almost perfect cherry-like mouth. She was like a beauty who could topple a nation. Soon after, the young woman arrived at another pavilion. She shouted, "Hey, you wretched ladyboy, Did Senior Uncle Prophet say when he will come back? If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would recognize this young woman whose beauty could topple a nation was none other than Han Shui Nai, whom he regarded as a younger sister. I'm not wretched ladyboy. A gentle voice rang from the pavilion as soon as Han Shui Nai finished speaking. A hint of anger could be heard in the voice. If one only listened to the voice, one would not be able to tell if the gentle-sounding voice belonged to a man or woman. After that, no matter what Han Shui Nai said, there were no replies from the person inside the pavilion. She was being completely ignored. You wretched ladyboy, how dare you ignore a mighty miss like me? Han Shui Nai raised an eyebrow as she became angry out of humiliation. Right at this moment, the door of another pavilion suddenly opened. A young man walked out. It was none other than the younger Nangong twin brother. He was also one of the successors of the Seven Absolutes sect's Didymus progeny. As for Han Shui Nai, she was the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's Red Dust progeny. The wretched ladyboy whom Han Shui Nai had been speaking to was called Yu Wu Ying. He was the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's Dark Shadow progeny. This was also the temporary estate for the Seven Absolutes sect in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a palace with more than 10 pavilions located on a stone platform. Nangong Yi. Upon seeing Nangong Yi, Han Shui Nai's eyes brightened as she flew toward him. Miss Shui Nai. Nangong Yi greeted her with a smile. Nangong Yi, you and Nangong Chen came to the upper province with that wretched ladyboy. Did you hear him mention anything about the successor of our Seven Absolutes sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, during the journey? Han Shui Nai asked without beating around the bush. Yes, I have. Nangong Yi nodded. Han Shui Nai's eyes lit up again. What did he say? He said that the emergence of the successor of our Seven Absolutes sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, is a sign the Seven Absolutes sect will rise again. It also represents the beginning of a great era. For this reason, Senior Prophet was anxious to look for the successors for the Didymus progeny. Nangong Yi explained, if it's not for the fact that Senior Prophet is anxious to look for the successors for the Didymus progeny, I think Nangong Chen and I might not even have a chance of becoming the successors of the Didymus progeny. Nangong Yi said, he was well aware of his own ability. The Dao Martial Saint Land was so vast. It would not be difficult to find a pair of twin brothers who were much more capable than them if there was enough time. Did he say who's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and where is he currently? Han Shui Nai continued to ask. I asked him, but he said he doesn't know. However, he did say that Senior Prophet and Senior Hua should know about the Fog Rain's successor. Nangong Yi said as he shook his head. He could not help but ask in the end, Miss Shui Nai, Senior Hua is your master, so why don't you ask her? I've asked but she refused to tell me. Han Shui Nai answered with a bitter expression, I don't even know what she's worried about. It's not a big deal even if she tells me who the Fog Rain's successor is. Don't tell me that she's afraid I would bully him. The Fog Rain's successor is really mysterious. Nangong Yi sighed as a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. As though he was reminded of something, he looked at Han Shui Nai and asked, Miss Shui Nai, how come I didn't see Senior Prophet and Senior Hua in these past few days? Senior Uncle Prophet has gone to fetch the successors of the Blazing Phoenix progeny and the Prophet progeny. As for my master, she seems to have gone to look for the successor of the Kratos progeny, Han Shui Nai said. The Prophet progeny, you mean Senior Prophet's disciple? Nangong Yi's eyes lit up. Yes, Han Shui Nai nodded. I only just learned that Senior Uncle Prophet has already found the successor for his progeny a few days ago. Based on what my master said, the successor of the Prophet progeny that Senior Uncle Prophet found seems to be a senior sister. On top of that, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny seems to be a senior sister as well. When Han Shui Nai finished speaking, a hint of anticipation could be seen twinkling in her eyes. I really hope that Senior Uncle Prophet would return sooner. Then I'll be able to meet the two senior sisters. Then, does this mean when Senior Prophet and Senior Hua return, the current successors of 6 out of the 7 absolutes will be gathered? Nangong Yi asked, surprised. Would Senior Prophet and Senior Hua bring along with them the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny? Nangong Yi asked as he looked at Han Shui Nai eagerly. No, Han Shui Nai immediately shook her head before she said, based on my master's words, the main reason she and Senior Uncle Prophet went to bring the current successors of the 3 other absolutes is to activate the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation to change the fates of 7 of us. The Didymus progeny had 2 successors, that was why Han Shui Nai had said 7 instead of 6 people, change the fate. The instant her words left her mouth, a burning and eager look appeared in her eyes. The 6 absolute heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. What kind of formation is that? Nangong Yi asked in astonishment. It's said that it's a heaven-defying formation that can raise our innate spiritual roots. Based on what my master said, once the 6 absolute heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation is successfully activated, the innate spiritual roots of 7 of us will transform into the indigo spiritual roots at the very least. When Han Shuinai spoke, a hint of excitement could be heard in her voice. If we're highly talented, our innate spiritual roots might even change into violet innate spiritual roots, innate spiritual roots, indigo innate spiritual roots, violet innate spiritual roots. Nangong Yi was confused when he heard her words. This was his first time hearing about innate spiritual roots. He did not know what it was, let alone what indigo or violet innate spiritual roots represented. After Han Shuinai explained to him, he finally learned about innate spiritual roots and what indigo and violet innate spiritual roots represented. His breathing quickened immediately. He could not calm down for a long time. Miss Shuinai, the successor of our 7 absolutes sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny, won't participate in the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. Nangong Yi asked. It's called the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation for a reason. The words, 6 absolutes, refers to the 6 absolutes of our 7 absolutes sect apart from the first absolute, the fog rain progeny. For this reason, the successor of the fog rain progeny won't be participating in the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. A hint of jealousy could be heard in Han Shuinai's voice when she spoke. From what my master said, the successor of the fog rain progeny would still be stronger than us even without the help of the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. If I have to guess, that fellow must be a monstrous genius who possesses the violet innate spiritual root. Now that I've heard your words, I'm really eager to meet the successor of the fog rain progeny. I wonder what kind of person he is, Nangong Yi said eagerly. I would also like to know who's the lucky fellow who obtained the legacy of our 7 absolutes sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny. Han Shui said. Chapter 2013 Duan Ling Tian came out of his closed-door cultivation. Inside the pavilion, Yu Wuying, who was clad entirely in black, could not help but shake his head when he heard the conversation between Han Shuinai and Nangong Yi. Naturally, he knew who the successor of the fog rain progeny was. However, due to the old prophet's prior instruction, he did not say much in front of the Nangong brothers. I wonder what kind of expression Han Shuinai would have when she meets that super freak in the future. The moment Yu Wuying thought of this, an evil smile appeared on his alluring face that was also hidden under a black cloth. It was mysterious, giving off a vibe that was neither feminine nor masculine. It was fortunate Han Shuinai could not read Yu Wuying's current thoughts. Otherwise, she would force her way in and come up with all sorts of ways to make him reveal who the fog rain progeny's successor was. Time continued to pass. A month had passed in just a blink of an eye. In the eyes of an ordinary person, a month might be considered long. However, to the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it could not be considered long. Just a normal closed-door cultivation would take longer than this. At the fire worship sect in the western province, numerous standalone floating islands hovered around the Saint Island in the Saint Land. They surrounded the Saint Island like the stars surrounding the moon. These islands were the residences of the Saint Land's bronze flame elders and true disciples. Suddenly, the faint sound of a door opening rang from one of the floating islands. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had walked out of his room after being in closed-door cultivation for a month. Naturally, this did not mean he had only cultivated for a month. The time flow in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 10 times slower than the outside world. In other words, a month outside meant 300 days had gone by in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After a month, Duan Ling Tian's bearing had also undergone a slight transformation. The transformation was so slight that an ordinary person would not notice it. It's time for me to look for senior brother Lu Yun and ask about the enforcement hall. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he soared up into the sky, leaving his floating mansion as he headed to another floating mansion. From the beginning until the end, he did not forget his objective of joining the fire worship sect. During his journey to look for Lu Yun, he encountered 2 true disciples. These 2 true disciples did not know who he was. Is there someone like that among the true disciples? The 2 true disciples were traveling together. One of them came to a halt and turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. I've seen over 170 of true disciples, but this is my first time seeing that person. He asked his companion next to him in bafflement, have you seen him before? No, the other true disciple shook his head. Perhaps, he has only recently become a true disciple. He has only recently become a true disciple. When the former true disciple heard this, he widened his eyes in shock as he said, Don't tell me that's Duan Ling Tian. The other true disciple instantly widened his eyes as well. It's possible. Duan Ling Tian's the only one who recently became a true disciple. The news of Duan Ling Tian killing Yang Wen and becoming a true disciple a month ago had spread in the entire fire worship sect. Even among the group of true disciples, everyone who was not in closed-door cultivation and was in the sect knew about Duan Ling Tian. However, most of them had not seen Duan Ling Tian before. If I have to face Yang Wen who had consumed a forbidden pill, I would probably die. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian managed to kill Yang Wen even after he had consumed the forbidden pill. One of the true disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian's silhouette as he said, he's definitely stronger than me. He's also definitely much stronger than me. The other true disciple smiled wryly. Although both of them were true disciples who were ranked on the true ranking, they were ranked at the bottom. They were only slightly stronger than Yang Wen. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, noticed the looks that came from behind him. He came to a halt. However, when he realized they harbored no ill intention, he continued to make his way forward. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian arrived outside a floating island. This floating island also had a mansion, similar to his floating island. This was Lu Yun's cultivation place. When Lu Yun brought Duan Ling Tian to his residence, they happened to pass by Lu Yun's residence as well, and Lu Yun had pointed it out to him. Senior brother Lu Yun, Duan Ling Tian called out as he stood outside the floating island. His voice was not loud, but it traveled through the formation on the floating island and entered the mansion. Duan Ling Tian had controlled the volume of his voice in case Lu Yun was in closed-door cultivation. In that case, he would not want to disrupt his cultivation. However, if Lu Yun was not in closed-door cultivation, he would be able to hear Duan Ling Tian's voice. As soon as Duan Ling Tian called out, a figure soared into the sky from the mansion. He seemed like a gust of wind as he appeared next to Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Junior brother Ling Tian, the person was none other than Lu Yun. He greeted Duan Ling Tian with a smile before he invited him into his mansion. The mansion was exactly identical outside. Even the environment inside was the same. This time, Lu Yun was the one who motioned for Duan Ling Tian to sit in the pergola in the courtyard. After sitting in front of the stone table in the pergola, Lu Yun asked Duan Ling Tian, Junior brother Ling Tian, is there any urgent matter for you to come looking for me? Duan Ling Tian came up with a random excuse and replied at a neither hurried nor slow pace, actually, it's not an urgent matter. I'm merely curious about it. What matter is it? Lu Yun asked again. Senior brother Lu Yun, how much do you know about the enforcement hall of our fire worship sect Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush. The enforcement hall. Lu Yun was stunned when he heard this question. He asked in return, Junior brother Ling Tian, why are you interested in the enforcement hall? Duan Ling Tian did not answer Lu Yun's question. Instead, he asked, Senior brother Lu Yun, I'm sure you must have heard about a Saint Land's bronze flame elder being sentenced to death by the enforcement hall not too long ago, right? Yes, I heard about it. That Saint Land's bronze flame elder was called Wei He. He was the great direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder Lian. Speaking of, his execution is related to you as well. Lu Yun nodded. The incident of the Saint Land's bronze flame elder being executed was also huge news in the fire worship sect. As a true disciple, it was only natural Lu Yun had heard about it. Due to that matter, I've become interested in the enforcement hall. Senior brother Lu Yun, is it okay for you to tell me about the enforcement hall? Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Yun with a curious expression. Lu Yun nodded before replying, I'm not going to tell you about the duties of the enforcement hall since I'm sure you know about it as well. I'll tell you about the people in the enforcement hall. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted to know. In the enforcement hall, the hall master has the highest authority and is in charge of liaising with the sect leader. Under the enforcement hall's hall master are 3 vice hall masters. Further under them are some silver flame elders, bronze flame elders, and some true disciples who are on duty in the enforcement hall, Lu Yun explained. True disciples who were on duty in the enforcement hall. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted in surprise when he heard Lu Yun's words. Since the enforcement hall had true disciples on duty, did it not mean he would have a chance to infiltrate the enforcement hall? His mind began to turn active. If he could infiltrate the enforcement hall, it would mean he would be able to see Ka and their daughter. The moment he thought of this, his heart beat rapidly out of excitement. It had been a very long time since he and Ka had met. Moreover, there was also Ka and his daughter. Until now, he had never seen her before. I wonder if that girl looks like Ka or me. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned gentle as soon as he thought of this. Since Duan Ling Tian quickly regained his senses, Lu Yun did not notice the changes in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Senior brother Lu Yun, as far as I know, the Golden Flame Elders in the Fire Worship sect would either be sanctum leaders of the Four Symbol Sanctums or be in charge of the mines in the Four Symbol Sanctums. However, based on your words, the Enforcement Hall has a Hall Master and 3 Vice Hall Masters whose positions are higher than Silver Flame Elders. Duan Ling Tian did not understand this. Junior brother Ling Tian, you have no idea. Ever since our Fire Worship sect was formed, the Enforcement Hall's Hall Master and the 3 Vice Hall Masters have stood apart from the ranks of elders in the Fire Worship sect, Lu Yun said. The Enforcement Hall is a standalone and exclusive place in the Fire Worship sect that only deals with the sect leader. In terms of strength, the Enforcement Hall's Hall Master is in no way inferior to the 2 Vice sect leaders of our Fire Worship sect. As for the 3 Vice Hall Masters, their strength is on par with the Golden Flame Elders guarding the 4 Symbol Sanctums. Lu Yun's explanation helped Duan Ling Tian gain a deeper understanding of the Enforcement Hall in the Fire Worship sect. I see. Duan Ling Tian had a knowing expression on his face as he asked, Senior brother Lu Yun, you mentioned earlier there are true disciples on duty in the Enforcement Hall. What should a true disciple do if he wants to serve in the Enforcement Hall? Chapter 2014 The Fire Remuneration Palace, Wen Yan. An eager look could be seen in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he asked this question. Why, you want to serve in the Enforcement Hall, junior brother Ling Tian? I want to have a look there. Duan Ling Tian smiled. This is easy. Due to how restrictive the Enforcement Hall is, they'll change the group of true disciples on duty every month. As long as you want to, any true disciples can serve in the Enforcement Hall, Lu Yun explained. Moreover, the rewards of serving in the Enforcement Hall is pretty good as well. However, I don't think the contributions points they give out will interest you, junior brother Ling Tian. It was obvious the reward Lu Yun mentioned referred to contribution points. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had 1,000,000 contribution points. Naturally, he would not be interested in the little stipend that the Enforcement Hall gave. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly asked, Senior brother Lu Yun, how long before the Enforcement Hall changes the group of true disciples again? I've never paid any attention to it before, so I have no idea as well. If you want to know, I'll make a trip to the Fire Remuneration Palace in the Central Square to inquire about it, junior brother Ling Tian, Lu Yun replied. Every time the Enforcement Hall changes the group of true disciples, they'll put up a notice in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As long as you're a true disciple, and you've not served in the Enforcement Hall in the past 3 months, you can accept the assignment and serve in the Enforcement Hall. Duan Ling Tian had gone to the Fire Remuneration Palace once after he came out from the Palace of Death, so he was not completely unfamiliar with it. It was one of the numerous palaces in the Central Square. The Fire Remuneration Palace was a place where one could put up notices for assignments or accept assignments. No matter who it was, one would be able to put up a notice in the Fire Remuneration Palace as long as one had contribution points. Those who had accepted and completed the assignments would then look for the person who put up the assignment to claim their contribution points. The Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Ling Tian nodded before telling Lu Yun, there's no need to trouble you to go to the Fire Remuneration Palace, senior brother Lu Yun. I can go on my own. Apart from this, there's no other matter. I'll take my leave and leave you to your business, senior brother Lu Yun. After expressing his gratitude to Lu Yun, Duan Ling Tian instantly bade farewell to Lu Yun. Currently, all he could think about was the Enforcement Hall. As long as he could serve in the Enforcement Hall, he might have a chance to meet Ka and their daughter. The instant he thought of this, he became a little impatient. After leaving Lu Yun's residence, Duan Ling Tian immediately went to the Saint Island. He soon arrived at the Central Square. He knew the place quite well, so he quickly made his way to the Fire Remuneration Palace. It's Duan Ling Tian. The instant Duan Ling Tian entered the Fire Remuneration Palace, many Saint Land disciples recognized him. He became the center of attention in the Fire Remuneration Palace. He attracted the attention of more than half of the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. He's Duan Ling Tian, he doesn't look that special, a Saint Land disciple said with a frown as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He's the one who killed Yang Wen, the true disciple, in the Palace of Death a month ago and took over his place as a true disciple. Don't look down on him. I was present at that time in the Palace of Death. He's terrifyingly strong. Even Yang Wen, whose cultivation base had already broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage and consumed a forbidden pill, wasn't a match for him. The last sword technique he cast was just too formidable. Even the two Palace of Death's bronze flame elders did not see it clearly. I was there as well. I placed a bet on Yang Wen and lost a total of 3,000 contribution points. You only lost 3,000, but I lost 5,000, okay. As the group of Saint Land disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian, they began to discuss among themselves. In the end, more and more Saint Land disciples cursed Yang Wen for being useless, causing them to lose a lot of contribution points. Right now, every counter in the Fire Remuneration Palace was filled with people. They were either here to put up assignments or to accept assignments. Duan Ling Tian chose a counter and walked over. As Duan Ling Tian walked toward that counter, more than 10 Saint Land disciples who were queuing in front of that counter immediately gave way to Duan Ling Tian out of fear. Elder, I'll put up my assignment later. The Saint Land disciple at the front of the counter who was about to put up his assignment immediately said to the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter in a panic when he saw Duan Ling Tian walking toward the counter he was at, as though he feared he would be beaten up by Duan Ling Tian if he was slightly slower. At once, the line in front of the counter disappeared. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he saw this. Previously, when he came here with Lu Yun, he had witnessed a similar scene. He knew this was part of the privilege of becoming a true disciple. Although this was a world where the strong ones were revered, one still could not simply use strength every single time, right? You're Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian came to the counter, the eyes of the bronze flame elder behind the counter brightened immediately. He studied Duan Ling Tian intently from top to bottom. No matter what, the name that was most often mentioned in the fire worship sect was Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, it was no surprise the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder would lose his composure when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded expressionlessly. Are you here to put up or to accept an assignment? The Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter asked as he regained his senses. Elder, I'd like to ask, when will the enforcement hall change the group of true disciples on duty? Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush. Duan Ling Tian wants to serve in the enforcement hall. Many Saint Land disciples were astonished when they heard his words. Usually, the true disciples who serve in the enforcement hall are there for the contribution points. However, didn't Duan Ling Tian win 1,000,000 contribution points a month ago? Why is he interested in serving at the enforcement hall? I can't figure it out. I really have no idea what's going through his mind. If I have 1,000,000 contribution points, I won't be bothered to serve at the enforcement hall. Even if you want to serve there, you'll have to become a true disciple first. You're not a true disciple, even if you pay the enforcement hall. With contribution points, the enforcement hall still won't accept you. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. None of them could figure out why Duan Ling Tian wanted to serve in the enforcement hall. It was widely acknowledged in the fire worship sect that serving in the enforcement hall was an arduous task. Otherwise, the enforcement hall would not give such a hefty reward. 10 days later, although the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder did not know why Duan Ling Tian would be interested to serve in the enforcement hall, he still replied, at that time, the enforcement hall will put up an assignment in the Fire Remuneration Palace. You can come by at that time to accept the assignment if you're interested. Thanks for the information, elder. Duan Ling Tian nodded and turned around to leave. As he was about to leave, he heard a commotion outside the Fire Remuneration Palace that caused him to come to a halt. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw a graceful and beautiful figure walking into the Fire Remuneration Palace in the midst of the commotion, attracting the gaze of many Saint Land disciples inside the Fire Remuneration Palace. A female true disciple. Duan Ling Tian's gaze immediately shifted to the newcomer's uniform. He could tell it was the exclusive uniform of a true disciple. Most importantly, this was a female true disciple. As he continued to look upward, he finally saw the other party's appearance. She looked beautiful enough to be called a beauty. However, Compared to his wives, Li Fei and Ka, she was lacking a lot. Its senior sister Wen Yan. Senior sister Wen Yan. As Duan Ling Tian was studying the female true disciple, he heard the respectful cries of many Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Wen Yan. Upon hearing this name, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He found the name familiar. He was sure he had heard it somewhere before. Wen Yan merely ignored the respectful greetings of the Saint Land disciples. She raised her head arrogantly as she walked to one of the counters in the Fire Remuneration Palace. I remember now. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally recalled from whom he had heard this name. He had heard Lu Yun mentioning this name a month ago. It had left a deep impression on him because Lu Yun had told him that due to this woman, the saint girl who was brought back and hidden by Gan Ruyan in her own residence for 2 to 3 years was reported by Wen Yan to the enforcement hall. Due to this reason, Gan Ruyan, the saint girl, and her daughter who was slightly over the age of 2 were taken away and imprisoned in the enforcement hall until now. It was all the fault of this true disciple, Wen Yan. She's Wen Yan. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as it flashed coldly. He walked until he was blocking Wen Yan's path. Wen Yan was obviously caught off guard when someone blocked her path. She instinctively came to halt. Chapter 2015 A conflict. The sound of a slap resonated in the Fire Remuneration Palace that had fallen silent due to Duan Ling Tian intentionally blocking Wen Yan's path. The sound of a slap was so abrupt that it caught everyone off guard. As the sound of the slap echoed in the Fire Remuneration Palace, the sound of people gasping could be heard as well. The Saint Land disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion and disbelief. Apart from intentionally blocking Wen Yan's path, Duan Ling Tian had slapped her. When they saw one side of her face that was beginning to swell, they felt chills running up their spines immediately. Although Wen Yan was a female true disciple, she was very strong. Among over 170 true disciples in the fire worship sect, her strength was ranked in the top 10. She was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Even then, Duan Ling Tian, someone who had just become a true disciple and was not even ranked on the true ranking, took the initiative to provoke Wen Yan by blocking her path and slapping her publicly. Is he seeking death? At this moment, this was the only thought in the Saint Land disciples' minds. Meanwhile, Wen Yan, whose path had been blocked and then slapped for seemingly no reason, was dumbfounded. Due to this reason, she could not react in time. She only regained her senses when she heard the sounds of gasping in her surroundings. Her expression darkened immediately when she regained her senses. The side of her face that was swollen made her look even fiercer. Many Saint Land disciples could not help but shake their heads. How come they never realized that Wen Yan had such an ugly side to her? Why you dare to slap me? Wen Yan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a twisted expression. Rage filled her eyes, but there was also a small hint of dread in it. Due to this feeling of dread, she did not instantly make a move against the person standing before her. Based on Wen Yan's reaction, one could see she was someone who knew when to endure. For example, she had endured for a long time as she bid her time before she reported Gan Ruyan, Ka's sister, to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. There were more than 170 true disciples in the fire worship sects, and there were not more than 20 female disciples. Among over 170 true disciples in the fire worship sect, only 2 female disciples were ranked in the top 10 of the true ranking. Apart from Wen Yan, the other person was Gan Ruyan, Ka's sister, who brought Ka back to the fire worship sect. Gan Ruyan was ranked 7th on the true ranking. Gan Ruyan was superior to Wen Yan in both appearance and strength. In the fire worship sect, Gan Ruyan was like a goddess. As long as Gan Ruyan was around, Wen Yan was destined to be like a leaf that served as the backdrop. For this reason, Wen Yan hated Gan Ruyan very much. Every time she saw Gan Ruyan, she would curse God for putting them together in the same place. It was only recently that Wen Yan found an opportunity to get rid of this eyesore. Gan Ruyan was imprisoned due to her reporting it to the enforcement hall. In any case, it did not cross Wen Yan's mind that a young man who seemed to be a stranger and was wearing a true disciple's uniform had blocked her path and humiliated her by slapping her because she had reported Gan Ruyan. Why did I slap you? Duan Ling Tian's opinion of Wen Yan rose a little when he saw she did not instantly make a move. When he heard Wen Yan questioning him through clenched teeth while enduring her anger, he answered indifferently, no reason. I just can't stand the sight of you. I just can't stand the sight of you. Duan Ling Tian's indifferent reply caused the Fire Remuneration Palace to fall silent. Everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace, including the Fire Remuneration Palace's elders, looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. Duan Ling Tian was being too bold, right? After slapping Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, he even said he could not stand the sight of her. Was he not intentionally looking for trouble? Wait a minute, Duan Ling Tian must have enmity with Wen Yan. Otherwise, why did he find everybody pleasing to the eyes but not Wen Yan? It's okay if he thinks she's an eyesore, but he actually blocked her path and slapped her. There were many people in the Fire Remuneration Palace who still had clear minds. They did not believe Duan Ling Tian's words. They were not the only ones who did not believe his words. Even Wen Yan did not believe him. Who are you? I know for a fact this is our first time meeting, and I have no enmity with you. Why would you humiliate me like this? Wen Yan's expression turned even more twisted. Her voice became much lower as she suppressed her flames of fury that seemed as though it would erupt at any time. One could imagine if it erupted, it would be a sight to see. Humiliate you? Duan Ling Tian looked at her indifferently as he smiled contemptuously. Huh, you really have a high opinion of yourself. You. Faced with his contemptuous smile, Wen Yan's expression turned ugly. Her eyes were bloodshot as killing intent surged out of her body as though she was about to lose her cool. Get lost. Don't block my path, Duan Ling Tian said. It was apparent he wanted her to move out of the way. He ignored her killing intent. The sound of gaspings resonated again in the air. Soon after, many Saint Land disciples began to whisper among themselves. Duan Ling Tian is too bold. Not only did he block senior sister Wen Yan's path, but he even slapped her. Now, he even asked her to get lost and make way for him. If I didn't witness this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe he would dare to act this way. Although senior sister Wen Yan and Yang Wen whom he killed are true disciples, senior sister Wen Yan is not someone Yang Wen could compare to. Yang Wen wasn't even ranked on the true ranking, but senior sister Wen Yan is a powerhouse who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. Duan Ling Tian actually dares to look for trouble with her. Where does he get his courage from? Perhaps, he really finds senior sister Wen Yan to be an eyesore and doesn't know about her strength. How can you say such nonsensical words? I can't speak for everyone, but since Duan Ling Tian joined the fire worship sect, he has never taken the initiative to look for trouble. All the incidents that involved him were started by the other parties. He had merely retaliated. Do you think someone like that would block senior sister Wen Yan's path and slap her just because he finds her displeasing to look at? I don't believe Duan Ling Tian's excuse either. Senior sister Wen Yan must have offended Duan Ling Tian at some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like this. However, even if senior sister Wen Yan has offended Duan Ling Tian, where did he get his courage from? To think he dares to humiliate her in such a way. In the Saint Land disciples' opinion, although Duan Ling Tian was strong and managed to kill the true disciple, Yang Wen, they did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. The strength between Yang Wen and Wen Yan was just too wide. Duan Ling Tian, Wen Yan, naturally, heard the whispering in her surroundings. Her eyes instantly narrowed as it flashed coldly. She was no stranger to the name Duan Ling Tian. She had heard about the recent incident that caused a commotion in the fire worship sect when Duan Ling Tian killed Yang Wen in the Palace of Death. In the history of the fire worship sect, this was the first time an elite disciple had killed a true disciple. One could say Duan Ling Tian had rewritten history in the fire worship sect. So you're Duan Ling Tian. Wen Yan looked at Duan Ling Tian with narrowed eyes. The hint of dread had disappeared, it was replaced with a cold look instead. I'll give you a chance. Kneel and kowtow to me as an apology. On top of that, let me slap you 10 times. Otherwise, I'll make you leave by crawling out the door today. Initially, Wen Yan had thought this unknown true disciple must have some sort of support for being so bold as to humiliate her. However, when she found out this disciple was Duan Ling Tian, who had recently risen to fame, she was no longer wary of him. Duan Ling Tian might be strong. However, he was just a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root. He was destined to not have any great accomplishments. Moreover, no powerhouse would accept him as a disciple. For this reason, Wen Yan was not worried Duan Ling Tian had support or some extraordinary background. As for Duan Ling Tian's strength, she was not concerned at all, even though it was not bad. Although Duan Ling Tian managed to kill Yang Wen, the true disciple, whose saint origin had risen to the second form of the saint celestial stage after consuming the forbidden pill, she could also kill Yang Wen just as easily. The saint origin of a true powerhouse at the second form of the saint celestial stage was not the only thing that made him or her strong. There were other aspects that made them strong. Wen Yan knew her strength could be considered as being in the middle among all powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao martial Saint Lan, so she was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian, who had killed Yong Wen. You're giving me a chance to kneel and kowtow to you as an apology and let you slap me 10 times. Duan Ling Tian was momentarily stunned when he heard Wen Yan's words. Then, he looked at her with a smirk as though she was an idiot. Wen Yan, have you gone insane? Chapter 2016. The conflict intensified. Wen Yan, have you gone insane? Duan Ling Tian's cold voice rang loudly in the fire remuneration palace that had fallen completely silent. At this instant, everybody in the fire remuneration palace could feel the tension in the air between Duan Ling Tian and Wen Yan. It seemed as though they were about to fight. When Wen Yan saw Duan Ling Tian looking at her as though she was an idiot and heard the words he said, she became so furious that her body began to tremble. Her expression turned uglier as her eyes turned even colder. The flame of fury in her heart burned even hotter. When she learned the person before her was Duan Ling Tian, Wen Yan had thought to torture him until he wished he was dead before letting him crawl out of the fire remuneration palace. However, she thought the punishment was too light. Therefore, she had abruptly said, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and kowtow to me as an apology. On top of that, let me slap you 10 times. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out the door today. Duan Ling Tian slapping her in public was a great humiliation to her. She knew it would not take long before news of this began to circulate in the fire worship sect Saint Land and the 4 symbol sanctums. Therefore, she knew she could not let Duan Ling Tian off so easily. For this reason, Wen Yan did not act rashly and even suppress her fury. She wanted Duan Ling Tian to kowtow to her and apologize. On top of that, she would beat him up after she had slapped him 10 times. She would make Duan Ling Tian wish he was dead and make him crawl out of the fire remuneration palace. However, she did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be so daring and said that she had gone insane. It seemed like he thought nothing of her. Wen Yan could no longer suppress the fury in her heart. Duan Ling Tian, you're seeking death. Wen Yan hissed. Her fury that was suppressed had completely erupted at this point. In the next instant, a powerful aura surged out of Wen Yan's body like a typhoon, causing many Saint Land disciples with a low cultivation base to feel suffocated. It was Wen Yan's saint origin at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian instantly put up his guard. The Sun Saint energy in his body traveled through the 99 saint veins and covered the surface of his body. At this moment, his eyes had turned cold. When the energy from Wen Yan reached its highest point, and she was about to make her move. Humph! A cold snort rang in the fire remuneration palace's inner palace. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on her. Get lost from the fire remuneration palace if both of you want to fight. The fire remuneration palace is not a place where you can act you please. The cold voice said from the fire remuneration palace's inner palace. It was the voice of the custodian of the fire remuneration palace. The fire remuneration palace's custodian was a Saint Land Silver Flame Elder. Only the custodian of the fire remuneration palace would dare to speak to Wen Yan in such a way. Although the few bronze flame elders in the fire remuneration palace were considered as elders in the fire worship sect, they might not be a match for Wen Yan. For this reason, they did not dare to order Wen Yan around. After taking a deep breath, Wen Yan looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly before she turned to walk out of the fire remuneration palace. As though she was afraid Duan Ling Tian would hide in the fire remuneration palace, she said, I'll wait for you outside the fire remuneration palace. Don't be a coward if you're a man. Humph! Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly before he said indifferently, it's not up to you to decide if I'm a man or not. If it's another woman, I might have asked them to have a try and see if I'm a man. However, I really can't bring myself to say such words to you. Even if you strip naked in front of me, I wouldn't be interested at all. When Duan Ling Tian learned that Ka and their daughter were imprisoned in the enforcement hall due to Wen Yan, his anger had been roused. He hated Wen Yan whom he had never met to the core. If it was not for Wen Yan, Ka would not be caught in this perilous situation. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's anger had erupted when he saw Wen Yan today. That was why he had intentionally blocked her path and slapped her. Duan Ling Tian was aware ever since his soul had come to this world. His temperament was no longer indifferent like it was in his former life due to the influences from his family and friends here. From the beginning, Duan Ling Tian was not someone who would blindly look for trouble. However, when he saw Wen Yan today, he could not hold back his temper and directly slapped her. Every dragon had a reverse scale. If one touched it, one would absolutely die. Ka was his reverse scale. For Ka's sake, he would even go against the whole world. The Saint Land disciples gasped when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even if you strip naked in front of me, I wouldn't be interested at all. This was undoubtedly a cruel statement to a woman, since it called to question the woman's charm. No matter how powerful a woman was, she would still yearn to be acknowledged by a man. Duan Lingtian's statement had completely denied Wen Yan's charm. Wen Yan, who had just reached the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace, came to a halt as her body trembled even more. "I'll wait for you outside," she said coldly before she quickly left the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was as though she was afraid she could not hold back and would attack Duan Lingtian if she continued to stay on. If that happened, the custodian of the Fire Remuneration Palace would definitely intervene in this matter. No matter how confident Wen Yan was in her own strength, she was not so arrogant to think she was a match for the custodian of the Fire Remuneration Palace. The Fire Remuneration Palace's custodian was not only the fire worship sect Saint Land's Silver Flame Elder, but as a custodian of a palace, his strength was ranked in the top among all Silver Flame Elders. His cultivation base had entered the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. After Wen Yan left, a Saint Land disciple looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, "Duan Lingtian is too cruel, right? What kind of enmity does Duan Lingtian and senior sister Wen Yan have?" Not only did he slap senior sister Wen Yan publicly, but he even denounced her charm as a woman. To a woman, that's even worse than death. How cruel. I won't be able to hold back and would instantly attack him if I were senior sister Wen Yan. Senior sister Wen Yan won't let go of him today unless he hides in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Where did he get his confidence from? To think he's so bold as to humiliate senior sister Wen Yan like this. Don't tell me he's confident that he's stronger than her. Humph. He didn't underestimate senior sister Wen Yan and thinks she's a soft persimmon like Yong Wen, right? The Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves. None of them thought he was a match for Wen Yan. After all, Wen Yan was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength had long been imprinted in their minds. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, seemed inferior to them despite having killed Yong Wen. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had also heard the whispering from the Saint Land disciples. However, was he someone who would hide in the Fire Remuneration Palace out of fear of Wen Yan? Of course not. Duan Lingtian strode out boldly and determinedly. From the beginning until the end, he did not hesitate at all. If he was afraid of Wen Yan, he would not have blocked her path and slapped her. He actually walked out. Is he really not afraid of death? Death. Senior sister won't simply kill or cripple him as long as the fire worship sect's rule is in effect. Even so, judging from senior sister Wen Yan's anger, Duan Lingtian is going to have his skin flayed even if he's not killed or crippled. That's for sure. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace also left immediately. Currently, only a few Bronze Flame Elders were left in the Fire Remuneration Palace. These few Fire Remuneration Palace's Bronze Flame Elders who were on duty behind the counters were actually eager to leave the Fire Remuneration Palace to watch the show as well. However, they did not dare to shirk their duties. There shouldn't be anyone coming to the Fire Remuneration Palace to put up or accept assignments for the time being. If any of you want to have a look, just go. At this moment, a voice rang out in the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was the voice of the custodian of the Fire Remuneration Palace. Upon hearing this, the few Fire Remuneration Palace's elders no longer hesitated as they left the Fire Remuneration Palace one after another. They wanted to know how this incident would end. Naturally, they were more inclined toward Wen Yan. She was a powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the true ranking after all, and her strength was widely acknowledged. The moment Duan Lingtian walked out from the Fire Remuneration Palace, he saw Wen Yan standing in the distance. She was standing in an empty area in the central square as she looked at him coldly. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian only looked at her indifferently and ignored her after he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. In the next instant, he rose up into the air to leave. Chapter 2017 History repeating itself. Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. However, would Wen Yan let him leave? Of course not. Trying to escape, Wen Yan hissed coldly. Her body seemed to move as fast as a typhoon. In just a blink of an eye, she had arrived before Duan Lingtian, blocking his path. To the Saint Land disciples walking out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, this scene was extremely familiar. However, this time, the person who blocked the other person was switched instead. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Ling Tian was the one who blocked Wen Yan's path, but now, she was the one blocking Duan Ling Tian's path. Escape. Duan Ling Tian smiled disdainfully when he heard Wen Yan's words and saw her blocking his path. Wen Yan, you've really overestimated yourself. A mere true disciple ranked 9th on the true ranking thinks she's qualified to make me escape. When Wen Yan heard his words, she was even more furious. Her saint origin was about to surge out as Duan Ling Tian continued to say, I'm prepared to go to the Palace of Death now. If you have the guts, come with me to the Palace of Death to sign the Death Pact. I think you must be itching to kill me, right? I'll give you a chance to kill me. How about that? Duan Ling Tian's words that escalated the matter abruptly shocked everyone. Duan Ling Tian actually issued a death duel to Wen Yan. Palace of Death. Death duel. Duan Ling Tian's voice was loud. Apart from the Saint Land disciples who were walking out from the Fire Remuneration Palace, even the Saint Land disciples in the central square instantly gathered by the Fire Remuneration Palace after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian wants to go to the Palace of Death again. Duan Ling Tian wants to sign the Death Pact with who this time? The group of Saint Land disciples who were moving toward the Fire Remuneration Palace only heard the second half of his words. They did not know who he had issued a death duel to. Isn't the person standing opposite him Senior Sister Wen Yan? It really is Senior Sister Wen Yan. Don't tell me that Duan Ling Tian wants to sign the Death Pact with Senior Sister Wen Yan. Many Saint Land disciples who just came over saw Wen Yan as one of the two most outstanding female disciples among the younger generation in the fire worship sect and someone who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Wen Yan was, naturally, well known in the fire worship sect Saint Land. The group of Saint Land disciples who had just come was baffled when they saw Duan Ling Tian caught in a conflict with Wen Yan. Why would these two people be in a conflict? Soon after, many of the Saint Land disciples who were in the Fire Remuneration Palace explained what had transpired to the disciples who had just arrived. Duan Ling Tian and Senior Sister Wen Yan must have enmity with each other. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated her in such a manner. I was wondering why there's a faint palm print on one side of Senior Sister Wen Yan's face. As it turns out, Duan Ling Tian had slapped her. Duan Ling Tian is really too courageous. Not only did he take the initiative to provoke her, but he even said he wants to sign a death pact with her. Is he really that confident? Perhaps, he's just calling her bluff. Calling her bluff. Previously, Yang Wen also thought Duan Ling Tian was calling his bluff when he issued a death duel challenge. In the end, he was killed by Duan Ling Tian. What you're trying to say is Duan Ling Tian's confident he can kill Senior Sister Wen Yan, that's why he's issuing a death duel challenge to her. After learning about what had transpired, the Saint Land disciples began to discuss among themselves. A minority of them felt that Duan Ling Tian might be strong enough to kill Wen Yan, but most of them thought Duan Ling Tian was no match for Wen Yan. In their opinion, Wen Yan was clearly stronger than Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if Senior Sister Wen Yan will agree to Duan Ling Tian's death duel challenge. She most likely would agree to it. After all, Duan Ling Tian has publicly humiliated her. Based on her temper, she must be eager to kill him. If Duan Ling Tian really dares to sign the death pact with Senior Sister Wen Yan, he will definitely die today. Most of the Saint Land disciples did not have a high opinion of Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a Saint Land disciple who was paying attention to Wen Yan from the beginning until now suddenly whispered, "Don't tell me none of you has realized that Senior Sister Wen Yan's expression has turned solemn. It seems like she's wary of Duan Ling Tian. She might not accept his death duel challenge." The instant he finished speaking, the Saint Land disciples present on the scene instantly shifted their gaze to Wen Yan. As expected, Wen Yan's expression had turned solemn after she had heard Duan Ling Tian's death duel challenge. She did not reply for a long time. It can't be right. Senior Sister Wen Yan is afraid. How is this possible? No matter what, Senior Sister Wen Yan is still someone who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. Don't tell me she doesn't even have the courage to engage in a death duel with this new true disciple, Duan Ling Tian. I wonder what's going through Senior Sister Wen Yan's mind. Perhaps, she thinks it's risky accepting Duan Ling Tian's death duel challenge. Many Saint Land disciples shook their heads. Their eyes were filled with disappointment as they spoke. it was just as the Saint Land disciples had said. Currently, Wen Yan was indeed afraid. When Duan Ling Tian mentioned going to the Palace of Death to sign the Death Pact, she instantly recalled Yang Wen, who was killed by Duan Ling Tian a month ago. Wen Yan knew the details of what had happened. She knew Duan Ling Tian was the one who took the initiative to issue a death duel challenge to Yang Wen. At that time, not only Yang Wen, but everyone felt that Duan Ling Tian was just calling Yang Wen's bluff, and he was no match for Yang Wen. After Duan Ling Tian and Yang Wen signed the Death Pact in the Palace of Death, not many people bet on Duan Ling Tian. Almost everybody placed their bets on Yang Wen. They felt the person who would win in the end was Yang Wen. However, the result had shocked everyone. Duan Ling Tian had killed Yang Wen. This new disciple whom almost everyone looked down on managed to kill Yang Wen, who had become a true disciple since a long time ago. Today, at this moment, history was repeating itself again. Duan Ling Tian had issued the death duel challenge again. This time, his target was Wen Yan. Naturally, Wen Yan was confident in her own strength. However, Duan Ling Tian was a mystery to her. Ever since he entered the fire worship sect, it only took him less than a year to rise from a four-symbol sanctum's disciple to a true disciple in the Saint Land. She was uncertain if Duan Ling Tian still had any hidden trump cards up his sleeve after he killed Yang Wen. For this reason, she did not dare to accept Duan Ling Tian's death duel challenge. Everyone was afraid of death, and she was no exception to this. Once a person died, everything would be gone. What? You don't dare? Duan Ling Tian said disdainfully when he saw Wen Yan's grave expression and how she did not reply for a long time. Since you're afraid, then get out of my way. A good dog should never block someone's path. Many Saint Land disciples could not help but shake their heads when they saw this. I really have no idea what's going through senior sister Wen Yan's mind. She's wasting such a good opportunity. Perhaps, Yang Wen's death caused her to feel cautious. She's ranked 9th on the true ranking. How ridiculous. If it was senior sister Ru Yan who's ranked 7th on the true ranking, she wouldn't act so cowardly like Wen Yan. Of course, senior sister Ru Yan has always been stronger than Wen Yan. When some of these Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves, they mentioned Gan Ru Yan, Ka's twin sister, who was ranked 7th on the true ranking. Senior sister Wen Yan is inferior to senior sister Ru Yan. Rumor has it that senior sister Ru Yan is imprisoned in the enforcement hall because senior sister Wen Yan reported her. It's obvious that she did it for her own good. She was using the enforcement hall to get rid of senior sister Ru Yan. Is this true? I find it very plausible. If that's the case, Wen Yan is really too treacherous. It's fine if she can't fight openly with senior sister Ru Yan and is always overpowered by senior sister Ru Yan, but to think she used such an underhanded method to get rid of senior sister Ru Yan. It doesn't matter if senior sister Ru Yan is punished by the enforcement hall, she'll always be a goddess in my heart. As for Wen Yan, she'll never be as good as senior sister Ru Yan in my heart. I feel the same way. After one Saint Land disciple mentioned Gan Ru Yan, who was ranked 7th on the true ranking, the group of Saint Land disciples present on the scene burst into a commotion once again. Some people even revealed some interesting rumors. Previously, many Saint Land disciples still addressed her as senior sister Wen Yan. However, currently, they only referred to her by her name. They had lost all respect for her. Wen Yan was instantly criticized by everyone present on the scene. Wen Yan, who was originally furious, became even more furious when she heard the discussion in her surroundings. Shut the hell up, Wen Yan said loudly as she looked at the Saint Land disciples coldly, causing them to fall silent. Although they had stopped speaking, their eyes contained a hint of disdain when they looked at Wen Yan. Currently, it seemed that the silence spoke louder than their words. Humph. Wen Yan, who flew into a rage when she heard the Saint Land disciples' discussion, turned her attention back to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I don't want your life. I want to torture you slowly. Only that way will erase the hatred in my heart. The instant she finished speaking, she began to mobilize the saint origin in her body. A terrifying energy surged out of her body and began to spread out. Why don't you just admit that you're afraid? Why is there a need to come up with an excuse? Duan Ling Tian smirked when he heard her words. Chapter 2018 Overpowering Wen Yan. You're seeking death. Wen Yan could no longer hold back when faced with Duan Ling Tian's continuous provocation. The saint origin that had been gathering in her body surged out, causing the air to tremble for a moment. Wen Yan displayed her strength of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage at this moment. Elementary devouring tactic. Almost as soon as Wen Yan's saint origin surged out from her body, Duan Ling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability. The Sun Saint energy that had long gathered in his body began to form whirlpools around him. In just a blink of an eye, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy was completely absorbed by the whirlpools. Golden Crow's wings. When the Sun Saint energy in his body was raised to its limit by the elementary devouring tactic, he quickly cast his movement divine ability. A pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Ling Tian's back at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, he flapped his wings. A thunderous explosion reverberated in the air. Duan Ling Tian had also moved away at a fast speed. When Duan Ling Tian moved away, Wen Yan charged out, holding 100 inscription saint sword. Her target was Duan Ling Tian. As Wen Yan pointed her sword forward, ripples began to appear in the air. The speed of the sword was even faster than Duan Ling Tian's speed when he moved away. In the eyes of most of the Saint Land disciples, Duan Ling Tian and Wen Yan seemed to have turned into afterimages. However, they could still tell Wen Yan was faster than Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, many Saint Land disciples thought to themselves, as expected, Wen Yan is much stronger. You actually dare to issue a death duel challenge to me with this bit of strength. When Wen Yan saw she was quickly catching up to Duan Ling Tian, she could not help but smile contemptuously. Well, weren't you still afraid to accept my death duel challenge even with just this bit of strength? Duan Ling Tian retorted. The disdain in his voice was very obvious. You're seeking death. Duan Ling Tian's words were like adding oil to fire. Wen Yan was absolutely infuriated. Her speed seemed to have become faster as she wielded her 100 inscriptions saint sword. It's time to end this now. As the speed of Wen Yan wielding the 100 inscriptions saint sword sped up, it almost made contact with Duan Ling Tian, causing his heart to jolt. He narrowed his eyes as he continued to move back. Suddenly, the sound of a sword whistling in the air that sounded like a phoenix's cry rang in the air. Everyone heard the sound, but they could not see the sword at all. As soon as the sound rang in the air, Duan Ling Tian stopped moving. Ah! As soon as Duan Ling Tian came to a halt, a shrill cry reverberated in the air, catching everyone by surprise. The sound of metal dropping on the ground caused the crowd to regain their senses. They instantly shifted their attention to the source of the noise. Isn't that Wen Yan's 100 inscriptions saint sword? Many Saint Land disciples recognized the sword that had dropped to the ground. It was none other than the 100 inscriptions saint sword that Wen Yan wielded while she was charging at Duan Ling Tian earlier. They were still stunned by the sight of the sword on the ground when they saw drops of blood dripping onto the ground next to where the 100 inscriptions saint sword fell. Upon seeing this, everybody instantly shifted their gaze upward at Wen Yan, who was hovering in the air. Wen Yan was as pale as a piece of paper. Her eyes were shining with fear. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten to stop her bleeding. Currently, the arm that was holding on to the sword was bleeding profusely. The sleeve of the true disciple's uniform was also slashed open. It was obvious she had suffered severe injuries. Otherwise, she would not be bleeding so much. Half of her uniform was dyed red by her blood. At this moment, Wen Yan was staring at Duan Ling Tian as she stopped her bleeding. There was only one thought left in her mind. Thank goodness I didn't accept his death duel challenge. Despite being fully focused, she could not even catch a trace of his sword. The speed of his sword was terrifyingly fast. His sword had easily knocked the 100 inscriptions saint sword off her hand as it slashed her right arm, leaving a deep gash. If this was a death duel, his sword would have killed me. Wen Yan was certain about this. That sword was just too fast that she could not even catch the shadow of the sword. It was not something she could fight against. Due to this reason, she counted herself lucky for rejecting Duan Ling Tian's death duel challenge. If it had been a death duel, Duan Ling Tian would not have just slashed her arm. Perhaps, it would slash her throat or pierce the space between her brows or heart. She broke out in cold sweat when she thought about the sword when she looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully. Why, are you counting yourself lucky for rejecting my death duel challenge earlier? Duan Ling Tian smirked coldly when he saw Wen Yan's gaze. If Wen Yan heard his words before she witnessed his sword technique, she would have been furious and might have said something scathing in return. However, currently, she only kept quiet. She did not dare to utter a single word. Although that was the case, the flame of hatred burned in the depths of her eyes. She was just suppressing her anger for the time being. She did not let go of her anger toward Duan Ling Tian. Even though she knew she was no match for him. She would never forget the way he had humiliated her today in the fire remuneration palace. Endure. She had no choice but to endure for now. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian moved quickly before he reached in front of Wen Yan. Horror dawned on her immediately, but she did not dare to act recklessly. Who knew if Duan Ling Tian would further hurt and torture her if she moved? In the fire worship sect, one would not violate the rule as long as one did not kill or cripple fellow disciples. Earlier, didn't you say you're going to torture me slowly? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Wen Yan. It sounded as though he was talking about some unimportant matter. Wen Yan was terrified when she heard this, but she did not dare to respond. The crisp sound of a slap rang in the air. When Duan Ling Tian saw Wen Yan ignoring him, he slapped her on the other side of her face. Upon seeing this, the Saint Land disciples could not help but gasp. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be so bold as to slap Wen Yan again. Wen Yan became dizzy when she was slapped. When she regained her senses, an intense hint of hatred shone in her eyes as she glared at Duan Ling Tian. If looks could kill, Duan Ling Tian would have died many times over. Why, do you feel unwilling? Wen Yan's gaze infuriated Duan Ling Tian, especially when he recalled his wife and daughter were imprisoned in the enforcement hall because of her. The instant he finished speaking, he slapped Wen Yan again without waiting for her to reply. Under the gaze of almost 1,000 people in the central square, Wen Yan, who had been slapped by Duan Ling Tian twice, felt as though she had gone through the world's biggest humiliation. She could not hold back and hissed. Duan Ling Tian, you're going to regret this. I promise you, you're going to regret this. Regret? What's there for me to regret? Duan Ling Tian smirked. At the same time, he raised his hand again to slap Wen Yan, causing her head to snap to the side. Wen Yan knew better this time around. She did not turn back to look at him. If one paid close attention, one could see the hatred that was almost spilling out of her eyes. Her body seemed stiff, but it was trembling imperceptibly. She felt her rage threatening to burst out, but she forcefully suppressed it because she did not want to be slapped again. Duan Ling Tian lost interest immediately when he saw Wen Yan's defeated appearance. He said to her coldly before he prepared to leave, "Scram." Upon hearing his words, Wen Yan endured her humiliation and made way for him silently under the watchful eyes of the others. So much for being ninth on the true ranking. Duan Ling Tian said disdainfully before he left. Wen Yan's body stiffened instantly when she heard this. It was only until Duan Ling Tian had left that she finally picked up her 100 inscriptions saint sword and left in a hurry. Since she had been greatly humiliated, she, naturally, did not want to stay a second longer in this place. Duan Ling Tian, I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go. Wen Yan, swear that I'm not human if you don't die. Wen Yan thought to herself furiously as she left. After Duan Ling Tian and Wen Yan left, the Saint Land disciples finally regained their senses. Everyone could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Duan Ling Tian's actually so strong. How terrifying. With just a strike, he knocked off Wen Yan's 100 inscriptions saint sword and injured her. If that sword wasn't aimed at Wen Yan's arm but at her vital points, she would be dead. Many Saint Land disciples exclaimed in surprise after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength. Duan Ling Tian is really ruthless. To think he humiliated Wen Yan again and again. Could it be that he doesn't know who Wen Yan's master and senior brother are? A Saint Land disciple said. Chapter 2019 Wen Yan's background. After Duan Ling Tian left the central square, he left the Saint Island as well. After all, he had completed his objective of going to the Saint Island. All accept the assignment 10 days later and serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Duan Ling Tian began to make preliminary plans as he left the Saint Island. His heart was overwhelmed with excitement when he thought of how he might have a chance of serving in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, since it meant he would be able to see Ka and his daughter. The instant he thought of Ka and their daughter, he could not help but be reminded of Gan Ruyan, who was also being imprisoned in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Gan Ruyan was Ka's twin sister. She was imprisoned by the enforcement hall because she had protected Ka. Although Duan Ling Tian had learned the truth of what happened, he did not hate her, nor did he feel thankful. In his opinion, if Gan Ruyan did not take Ka away, he and Ka would not have been separated. Their daughter would not have been unable to see her father until now. When he thought about his wife and daughter, he felt a pang of heartache. Ka, I've already taught that woman who caused you to be imprisoned a lesson. Unfortunately, she's too careful and didn't agree to the death duel challenge I issued. Otherwise, she would have died. Duan Ling Tian felt a little regretful. However, based on this incident, he could tell Wen Yan was someone who knew how to adapt according to a situation. If he was presented with the chance, it was better for him to kill a person like her. Otherwise, she would only bring trouble to him. It's almost impossible for me to kill that woman in the fire worship sect, especially now that she has witnessed my strength. Duan Ling Tian was certain about this. I hope I'll have a chance in the future to kill her outside of the fire worship sect. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although I hate to admit this, Wen Yan is indeed strong. No wonder she's ranked 9th on the true ranking. She's actually stronger than most powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Duan Ling Tian managed to knock the 100 inscriptions Saint sword from Wen Yan's hand off and injured her to kill her idea of looking for a fight with him, it was because he had used the Jasper Celestial sword. He knew if he did not use the Jasper Celestial sword, he was no match for Wen Yan. Based on Wen Yan's sword technique, Duan Ling Tian discovered how terrifying her strength was. It was definitely not something ordinary powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage could compare to. It's a good thing there was no Silver Flame Elder present on the scene. Otherwise, it would have been inconvenient for me to use the Jasper Celestial sword. Duan Ling Tian felt lucky when he thought of this. Previously, when he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, he already asked Elder Huo, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, for help to investigate if there were any Silver Flame Elders watching in the dark. If there was, he would try his best to block his vision. If there was none, there was nothing for him to fear. It was impossible for the Saint Land disciples and the few bronze flame elders present on the scene to see the Jasper Celestial sword that he wielded using the swordplay technique from the third stage of the Sovereign Heart sword, the Sword Warding Heart. He only made his move when Elder Huo informed him there were no Silver Flame elders present on the scene. Then, he had used the Jasper Celestial sword and easily knocked off the 100 inscription Saint sword from Wen Yan's hand. Then, he had domineeringly overpowered her so she would think twice about fighting him in the future. During the next 10 days, I'll focus on raising my divine abilities. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian returned to his residence. As soon as he entered his room, he entered the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to further comprehend his divine abilities. Although he had comprehended them, he had yet to master them to the highest degree. There was still a lot of room for improvement. If he managed to raise them, his strength would be greatly boosted as well. 10 days outside were equivalent to 100 days inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had ample time to comprehend his divine abilities. Currently, he was unaware that news of him slapping Wen Yan several times and defeating her in just a move had spread like wildfire through the fire worship sect Saint Land. It had shocked many Saint Land elders and disciples. Who was Wen Yan? She was a powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. She was one of the 2 most outstanding female true disciples among the younger generation in the fire worship sect. Apart from being powerful, her master was also a golden flame elder. Even before Duan Ling Tian had joined the fire worship sect, Wen Yan was already famous in the fire worship sect. As for Duan Ling Tian, he was only a new disciple who had recently joined the sect. It took him less than a year to rise from a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple to a true disciple in the Saint Land. In less than a year, his name had spread in the fire worship sect. It started with him offending the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li, and when he just entered the fire worship sect in the Black Turtle Sanctum, and how he killed Yong Wen, a true disciple, a month ago. This caused Duan Ling Tian's fame to reach its peak. Hey, did you hear? Wen Yan's, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking, was slapped by Duan Ling Tian in the Fire Remuneration Palace today. Duan Ling Tian, that person who killed Yong Wen a month ago. Isn't he too bold? What happened in the end? Senior sister Wen Yan must have beaten him to a pulp, right? I'm afraid not even in your wildest dreams would it occur to you that Wen Yan had to admit defeat in the end. She was slapped several times by Duan Ling Tian. In the end, she could only keep quiet. How's that possible? Wen Yan's ranked 9th on the true ranking. How can she endure Duan Ling Tian humiliating her? It was because Duan Ling Tian knocked off her 100 inscription Saint sword and injured her with just a move. In that situation, she had no choice but to admit defeat since Duan Ling Tian is stronger than her. How is that possible? How could it be possible for Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful? Then, does this mean you don't believe it? You can ask the others. There were almost 1,000 people present at that time. Everyone saw how Wen Yan didn't even dare to breathe loudly when Duan Ling Tian defeated her in the end. How's Duan Ling Tian so absurdly strong? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the fire worship sect Saint Land. News about Duan Ling Tian humiliating and defeating Wen Yan even spread to the four symbol sanctums, causing an uproar. It has only been 1 month, right? A month ago, Duan Ling Tian has already surprised everyone by killing Yang Wen, the true disciple. However, now, he actually defeated the true disciple, Wen Yan. Many of the disciples in the four symbol sanctums exclaimed in surprise. Despite being a true disciple, Yang Wen is nothing compared to Wen Yan. Wen Yan is ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength is ranked in the top 10 among over 170 true disciples. Even a person like that is no match for Duan Ling Tian. He's just insanely strong. How did the Black Turtle Sanctum produce such a monster? Similar statements could be heard in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, senior brother Duan Ling Tian is just too amazing. He actually defeated Wen Yan, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. He's really heaven-defying. Isn't he always like that? I've grown immune to it. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had experienced it too many times that they had already become immune to it. Naturally, there were also some Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were excited. I can't believe our Black Turtle Sanctum would produce such a monstrous genius like senior brother Duan Ling Tian. No matter where he goes, he always causes a ripple. As expected from my idol. He's just too cool. The heaven-defying senior brother Duan Ling Tian. I look forward to him surprising us again. The entire Black Turtle Sanctum had broken into an uproar. The few Silver Flame Elders who had contact with Duan Ling Tian also learned about this. They were also confused and surprised. At the same time, they could not help but feel worried. Wen Yan's the direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. The Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum has 2 direct disciples. There's someone else apart from Wen Yan. That great direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum has already broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. He's currently ranked 2nd on the true ranking. If he finds out his only junior sister has been bullied to such an extent, he definitely won't leave this matter alone. The few Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum thought about the great direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. They felt afraid for Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, in the fire worship sect Saint Land, Lu Yun, who had just left his residence and was about to head to the Saint Island, also learned about the incident of Duan Ling Tian humiliating and defeating Wen Yan. Horror dawned on him immediately as his expression turned ugly. Junior brother Ling Tian is too reckless. A hint of worry appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he made his way to Duan Ling Tian's residence. Junior brother Ling Tian. When Lu Yun arrived outside of Duan Ling Tian's residence, he called out and transmitted his voice inside. Duan Ling Tian, who was comprehending his divine abilities in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, found out that someone was looking for him after Elder Huo informed him of it. He instantly left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for the time being. Senior brother Lu Yun. When Duan Ling Tian walked out, he saw Lu Yun hovering in the air. Chapter 2020 Wen Yan's senior brother. Senior brother Lu Yun, is there a reason you came looking for me? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously after he rose into the air and hovered near Lu Yun. At the same time, he discovered that Lu Yun, who seemed to have come in a hurry, had a grave expression on his face. He knew there must be something urgent for Lu Yun to visit him. His expression turned tensed immediately. Junior brother Ling Tian, I heard that you publicly slapped Wen Yan a few times. Lu Yun asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. His tensed expression gradually eased up after he heard Lu Yun's question. Senior brother Lu Yun, you came here looking for me in regards to this matter. His expression had turned calm, as though the matter regarding Wen Yan was not important enough for him to be concerned about it. Junior brother Ling Tian, Wen Yan's not as simple as just a true disciple. Lu Yun realized he was even more worried than Duan Ling Tian when he saw how indifferent Duan Ling Tian was. He could not help but smile wryly. Her master is a golden flame elder in our fire worship sect. He's also the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. The sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Duan Ling Tian was slightly astonished as well when he heard this. However, that was all to it. He did not feel fear even after learning that Wen Yan's master was the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. His expression was still calm apart from the slight astonishment he felt earlier. Senior brother Lu Yun, you came to look for me to tell me that Wen Yan's the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun felt a little speechless when he saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was, apart from his slight astonishment earlier, after learning about the identity of Wen Yan's master. He's the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. He's also a golden flame elder in the fire worship sect. Why do I feel like you're not worried at all? Why do I need to be worried? Don't tell me he's going to come looking for me and kill me just because I slapped Wen Yan a few times. Duan Ling Tian answered Lu Yun emotionlessly. In fact, before he made the decision to block Wen Yan's path and slap her, he had already guessed she must have a master with an outstanding position in the fire worship sect. After all, Wen Yan was still a true disciple who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. There must be a high-ranking official in the fire worship sect who accepted her as a direct disciple. Due to this reason, he was not afraid even after learning from Lu Yun that Wen Yan's master was a golden flame elder. He was not surprised that Wen Yan's master was a golden flame elder. He was just slightly surprised her master turned out to be the sanctum leader of the four symbols sanctum's Azure Dragon Sanctum. Lu Yun was speechless when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Senior brother Lu Yun, I know you're worried about my safety, but no matter what, Wen Yan's master is still a golden flame elder. I don't think he's so petty as to look for trouble with me over this incident. Duan Ling Tian reassured Lu Yun since he knew Lu Yun had come here with good intention. Junior brother Ling Tian, it's true that Wen Yan's master is the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, and he might not look for trouble with you over such a small incident. However, he has another direct disciple. The Azure Dragon Sanctum's sanctum leader only has 2 direct disciples. His other direct disciple dotes on Wen Yan a lot and treats her like his biological sister, Lu Yun said. His expression turned graver when he mentioned the other direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. If he finds out about what you did to Wen Yan, he won't let the matter go. He looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly when he finished speaking. Oh. Duan Ling Tian, who had a calm expression on his face, could not help but raise an eyebrow when he heard Lu Yun's words. He asked, how strong is the other direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? It was just as Lu Yun said. Wen Yan's master might not look for trouble with him over such a small matter. However, Wen Yan's senior brother was a different matter altogether. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian felt slightly bothered as well when he learned that Wen Yan had a senior brother. He instantly asked about her senior brother's strength. If her senior brother was stronger than him, he would have to be more cautious in the future. He did not want to be tortured for no reason even though he was confident he would be able to avenge himself in the future. Wen Yan's senior brother is also a true disciple, and he's ranked 2nd on the true ranking. His cultivation base has already broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years back, so he's quite strong. Lu Yun's expression turned even graver when he spoke about Wen Yan's senior brother. It was as though he was some sort of raging beast. 2nd on the true ranking. 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. If Duan Ling Tian exhausted all his Sun Saint energy that had been raised by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and wielded the Jasper Celestial sword unreservedly, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to kill Wen Yan's senior brother in the fire worship sect unless they had signed a death pact in the Death Palace. If he had recklessly killed in the sect, he would not be able to escape the punishment from the sect. Wen Yan's senior brother was not like Yuan Hong, the grand disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder Lian, whom he had killed in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. As a true disciple ranked 2nd on the true ranking, his innate talent had to be very high as well. Moreover, he was the great direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. If Duan Ling Tian violated the fire worship sect's rule and killed him, the fire worship sect's enforcement hall would not show mercy like they did before, even if they already knew about his innate spiritual root and strength. After all, Wen Yan's senior brother was not someone that Yuan Hong could compare to. However, if Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill Wen Yan's senior brother, a person at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would be able to see the Jasper Celestial sword. At that time, the existence of the sword might be exposed. It would certainly cause others to covet it. This was not something that he wanted to see. In other words, Even if Wen Yan's senior brother is willing to enter the Palace of Death and sign the Death Pact with me, I can't simply use the Jasper Celestial Sword. The Palace of Death's custodian, Elder Ni Zui, wouldn't be careless again. It would be difficult for me to block his vision like I did before. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the end, he could only come to a conclusion. He had to restrain himself in front of Wen Yan's senior brother. Even if he was tortured, he had to endure it. When Lu Yun saw a hint of dread on Duan Ling Tian's face, he quickly said, "Junior brother Ling Tian, as long as you stay in your residence, Wen Yan's senior brother won't be able to do anything to you. He won't dare to force his way into your residence. I'll go to his residence and have a look. If he's not in closed-door cultivation or has gone out, it's better if you don't leave your residence for the time being. Leave your residence when you're confident that you can defeat him." Lu Yun left in a flash as soon as he finished speaking. He did not wait for Duan Ling Tian to reply. Upon seeing this, a warm feeling rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. At the same time, he returned to his residence through the formation. As long as he stayed within the formation, Wen Yan's senior brother would not be able to do anything to him even if he came. This feeling is really infuriating. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with a sigh as his eyes flashed coldly. Currently, he had no choice but to hide if Wen Yan's senior brother came looking for him unless he wanted to be tortured. This was because he could not use the Jasper Celestial Sword to deal with her senior brother. I hope Wen Yan's senior brother is in closed-door cultivation or has gone out. Otherwise, I can only wait until my cultivation base makes another breakthrough so that I can use the Jasper Celestial Sword to defeat him and kill his thoughts of avenging Wen Yan. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that with his current strength, he was not completely invincible in front of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage even if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword. Elder Huo, how high does my cultivation base has to be in order to wield the Jasper Celestial Sword unreservedly in front of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage without him being able to see the sword? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If you want to prevent an ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage from seeing you wielding the Jasper Celestial Sword unreservedly, you'll have to raise your cultivation base to the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage at the very least. Elder Huo replied. Elder Huo had been with Duan Ling Tian for a long time. Coupled with how he had been extending his divine consciousness out every so often, he had a certain understanding of cultivators on the Dao Martial Saint land. An ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard this. Elder Huo, based on your words, do you mean even if my cultivation base is at the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage, I might not be able to hide the Jasper Celestial Sword in front of those outstanding powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Yes, Elder Huo replied, when cultivators in this world entered the Saint Celestial stage, in addition to being a lot stronger than they were previously, there's a huge gap in strength between every form. If you want to hide the Jasper Celestial Sword from all powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, you'll have to raise your cultivation base to the quintessential Saint stage. Chapter 2021 The third form of the Saint Celestial stage, the spiritual I form. The quintessential Saint stage. Upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes immediately. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had only broken through to the early Exemplary Saint stage. If he wanted to break through to the quintessential Saint stage, he would need some time as well even if he had a high innate talent and the help of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, he was certain to encounter many obstacles if he wanted to make a major breakthrough in his cultivation base. Elder Huo, you're certain about this? Duan Ling Tian asked skeptically as he took a deep breath. Yes, Elder Huo's answer left no room for doubt. Not only is the saint origin of a person at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage much stronger than someone at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, but most importantly, I noticed that the so-called powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage have different eyes compared to people at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's as though they'd undergone a transformation. After Duan Ling Tian came to the fire worship sect, he had encountered many powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher as well. Naturally, these people were elders in the sect. During this time, Elder Huo had discovered something different about the fire worship sect's elders. It seemed as though their eyes had undergone a great transformation once they had broken through to the third form from the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. A powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage will have a transformation in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this. Then, he could not help but guess. It's said that every form up until the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage has a huge gap in strength. Apart from the boost in Saint Origin, there are other aspects as well that would be boosted. Don't tell me the third form of the Saint Celestial stage boosts the eyes. Duan Ling Tian was certain of his speculation. I'll ask senior brother Lu Yun when he comes back. However, even if he was certain of his speculation, it was still just a speculation. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not think about it too much and decided to just ask Lu Yun about it when he came back. After about an hour had gone by, Lu Yun's figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up instantly as he rose up to welcome Lu Yun. Senior brother Lu Yun, what's the situation like? Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush as he looked at Lu Yun. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was not a match for Wen Yan's senior brother because he did not dare to wield the Jasper Celestial Sword in front of him. If the other party was in the sect and was not in closed-door cultivation, he would definitely come knocking on Duan Ling Tian's door soon. At that time, it would be fine if Duan Ling Tian stayed in his residence. However, if he left his residence, he would definitely be tortured by Wen Yan's senior brother. Based on how much Wen Yan hated him, her senior brother definitely would not show him any mercy. At that time, he would definitely be severely injured. If he was severely injured, it would take time for him to recuperate. It would be impossible for him to serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall for the time being. If that happened, he would not be able to see Ka and their daughter. That was not something Duan Ling Tian could accept. At this moment, he wished he could just fly into the enforcement hall. He could not accept not seeing Ka and their daughter as soon as he could. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're in luck. Bu Hong seemed to have left for somewhere far recently. He won't be returning to the sect for the time being, Lu Yun replied. Bu Hong was Wen Yan's senior brother, the true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking. He was a powerhouse whose cultivation base was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He has left for somewhere far away. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, delighted when he heard this. At the same time, he sighed in relief inwardly. If this was the case, it would not affect him accepting the assignment in the Fire Remuneration Palace and serving in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Junior brother Ling Tian, although Bu Hong has left for someplace far away and won't be returning for the time being, it's still better for you to stay in your residence and seize this chance to raise your cultivation base, Lu Yun said solemnly. Although you only possess a yellow innate spiritual root, you still have a chance of breaking through to the quintessential saint stage if you're diligent enough. Once you break through to the quintessential saint stage, it won't be impossible for you to defeat Bu Hong with the various tricks you have up your sleeve. Based on his words, he was confident in Duan Ling Tian's ability even though he thought Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. This was because of the strength he had seen Duan Ling Tian demonstrated so far. He respected Duan Ling Tian and thought he was strong. After all, Duan Ling Tian had defeated Wen Yan who was ranked 9th on the true ranking in just a move. When Lu Yun first heard this news, he was only afraid Duan Ling Tian would offend Bu Hong. He was not surprised at all that Duan Ling Tian managed to defeat Wen Yan. Previously, when they were in the Palace of Death, Duan Ling Tian's last sword technique could be considered as top-rated among powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Wen Yan who was only mediocre among those powerhouses would not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would be ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking. Yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian shook his head inwardly when he heard Lu Yun's words. To him, the yellow innate spiritual root was ancient history. Currently, his innate spiritual root had transformed into a blue innate spiritual root. With the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his cultivation speed was almost on par with those geniuses who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Naturally, Lu Yun was unaware of this. In Lu Yun's eyes, Duan Ling Tian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root just like the rumor said. Senior brother Lu Yun. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something as he asked. The first form of the Saint Celestial stage is known as the Saint Origin form. Do you know what the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called? The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is also known as the Spiritual Eye form. Lu Yun replied even though he had no idea why Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question. The spiritual I form. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes. He realized he was right in his speculation. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage was indeed related to one's eyes. No wonder Elder Huo said the eyes of powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage had undergone a transformation. Senior brother Lu Yun, the first form of the Saint Celestial stage is known as the Saint Origin form because when one breaks through to the Saint Celestial stage, the Saint energy in one's body would transform into Saint Origin. However, why is the third form of the Saint Celestial stage known as the spiritual I form? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask. Although Lu Yun did not know why Duan Ling Tian kept asking about this, he still answered him. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is known as the spiritual I form because powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage need to temper their eyes into spiritual eyes before they can successfully break through to the third form. For this reason, those who are at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or above have extraordinary eyes. Once one forms spiritual eyes, one's eyesight would improve by several times. Lu Yun seemed to have remembered something as he said, I'm not exaggerating, but if I have spiritual eyes, I would have been able to see the last sword technique you used to kill Yang Wen previously. The memory of the sword technique that Duan Ling Tian used to kill Yang Wen that day was deeply etched in Lu Yun's mind. I see. Lu Yun's words confirmed the truth of Elder Huo's words. Powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage possessed a pair of extraordinary spiritual eyes that granted them amazing eyesight. Perhaps, he really needed to break through to the quintessential saint stage before he could prevent the powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage from noticing the Jasper Celestial Sword. Junior brother Ling Tian, is there a reason you're asking about this? Lu Yun asked curiously. I'm just curious, Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile. His eyes flashed for an instant that it escaped Lu Yun's notice. Junior brother Ling Tian, Lu Yun asked, I heard you've already gone to the Fire Remuneration Palace to inquire about the matter of serving in the Enforcement Hall. Do you still plan to serve in the Enforcement Hall? Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded with determination. It was only natural he wanted to go to the Enforcement Hall since his wife and daughter were imprisoned there. If he wanted to save them, he would also need to understand the situation in the Enforcement Hall so he could plan accordingly. As Duan Ling Tian nodded his head, Lu Yun suddenly asked, Junior brother Ling Tian, you know the saint girl, right? This question caught Duan Ling Tian unprepared and caused him to widen his eyes. He did not expect Lu Yun to ask him such a question. As soon as Duan Ling Tian widened his eyes, they returned to normal again. Then, he asked nonchalantly, Senior brother Lu Yun, what makes you ask such a question? It's nothing. I just feel everything is too coincidental. Although Duan Ling Tian had widened his eyes for just a moment, Lu Yun had noticed it. It caused him to feel even more certain of his speculation that Duan Ling Tian knew the saint girl of their fire worship sect. Coincidental? How so? Duan Ling Tian pretended to be calm. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you really have to ask? Lu Yun asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian knowingly. Chapter 2022 You're the saint girl's husband. Please tell me, senior brother Lu Yun. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when he saw Lu Yun's knowing look. However, he continued to play dumb. I remember you asking about the fire worship sect saint girl numerous times. In the end, you even said that you want to go to the enforcement hall. Lu Yun's eyes glinted with intelligence as he said at a neither hurried nor slow pace, then, you even humiliated Wen Yan for seemingly no reason. I remember I once mentioned to you that the reason the saint girl, her daughter, and senior sister Ru Yan are imprisoned by the enforcement hall is due to Wen Yan reporting them. Currently, faced with the threat of Bu Hong, you don't even plan to go into closed-door cultivation. Instead, you're determined to go to the enforcement hall. Based on all these, it's obvious to me there's something, or should I say someone, you care about in the enforcement hall. Lu Yun pieced the puzzle together. Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat quickened when he heard Lu Yun's words. He did not expect Lu Yun to be so observant. He had guessed about 70% of everything. How do you know I'm not standing up for senior sister Ru Yan? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he suppressed the confusion in his heart. As the most outstanding female disciple among the younger generation in the fire worship sect, Gan Ru Yan was the dream lover of every male disciple of the younger generation. It was only normal that someone wanted to stand up for her. Junior brother Ling Tian, if you're only standing up for senior sister Ru Yan, you wouldn't have mentioned the saint girl of our fire worship sect after asking about the enforcement hall. Lu Yun continued to say, not only that, but I also remember when I mentioned senior sister Ru Yan and said she's a powerhouse ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking, you were very shocked at that time. If you're really standing up for senior sister Ru Yan, you would at least know that about her. How could you possibly not know she's a powerhouse ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking? For this reason, I'm certain you know the Saint girl. Moreover, you have quite a close relationship with her. Did I guess correctly, junior brother Ling Tian? Lu Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian knowingly when he finished speaking. It was as though he had seen through everything. Duan Ling Tian remained silent when he heard Lu Yun's question. However, a terrifying killing intent could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun, who was observant, naturally, noticed the killing intent instantly. He was so shocked that colors drained from his face. Junior brother Ling Tian, you don't have to feel worried. I won't reveal this matter. I won't even mention this to brother Mu. Lu Yun hurriedly said to make his stance clear. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply as he pricked his finger and swore on the lightning penalty oath that he would not reveal anything he had just said or betray Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would be killed by the lightning penalty. After Lu Yun swore on the lightning penalty oath, 9 claps of thunder sounded from the sky. The killing intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes disappeared instantly when he saw how willing Lu Yun was to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Apart from that, a guilty and awkward expression appeared on his face instead. However, it seemed as though Lu Yun did not take offense at the killing intent Duan Ling Tian had emitted earlier. Moreover, he even took the initiative to speak first. Junior brother Ling Tian, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath. Can you tell me what relationship you have with the saint girl of our fire worship sect? Senior brother Lu Yun, I'm sorry for the way I reacted earlier. I've judged you way too quickly. As soon as Duan Ling Tian apologized, he immediately answered Lu Yun's question. She is my wife. Although Lu Yun had suspected Duan Ling Tian had a close relationship with the saint girl of the fire worship sect, it did not cross his mind they were that close. The saint girl of their fire worship sect was junior brother Ling Tian's wife. Then, the saint girl's daughter was also junior brother Ling Tian's daughter. When Lu Yun thought about this, he had a baffled expression on his face. Why, you're the saint girl's husband? It did not even cross Lu Yun's mind that Duan Ling Tian was the husband of the fire worship sect's saint girl, someone whom the fire worship sect's high-ranking officials itched to find and kill. Junior brother Ling Tian, let me calm down for a bit. After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Yun could not calm down for a long time as various expressions flitted across his face. It was hard to tell what was running through his mind. After a while, Lu Yun finally regained his composure. Junior brother Ling Tian, does this mean you came to the fire worship sect for the saint girl? Lu Yun asked after he took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Yes, since Lu Yun had already sworn on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Ling Tian had no plans to lie to him. He nodded in response to his question. My objective of coming here is to rescue my wife. Naturally, based on my current strength, it's still not enough for me to save her. His expression turned gloomy when he reached the end of his sentence. Soon after, a determined expression appeared on his face as he said, right now, I only hope that I can see my wife and my daughter whom I've never met before when I serve in the enforcement hall. I'll save them eventually. Junior brother Ling Tian. When Lu Yun heard his words, he could not help but sigh. It's not my intention to burst your bubble, but your innate talent. I'm afraid it won't be enough for you to save the saint girl and her daughter. After all, you only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. For Lu Yun to be able to say such words meant he really regarded Duan Ling Tian as his friend. Even if you possess an indigo innate spiritual root and not a yellow one, you still might not grow strong in time to save the saint girl and her daughter before our fire worship sect's sect leader comes out of his closed-door cultivation. Lu Yun smiled wryly. In fact, the enforcement hall's hall master is someone whose strength is not inferior to the 2 vice sect leaders. Let alone the enforcement hall's hall master, even the vice hall masters are as strong as a golden flame elder. If you want to save them from the enforcement hall, you'll have to be at least strong enough to defeat the hall master of the enforcement hall. Even if you have an indigo innate spiritual root, the sect leader would have come out from his closed-door cultivation by the time you possess that strength. He would have given his verdict in regards to the saint girl at that time. Lu Yun kept sighing as he spoke. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to save the saint girl who was locked in the enforcement hall. Senior brother Lu Yun, I understand all the things you said. Duan Ling Tian sighed before he looked at Lu Yun solemnly and asked, if it's your close friends or relatives are being imprisoned in the enforcement hall, and you also know it's almost impossible for you to save them, would you just watch them being sentenced to death without even trying? Of course not. Lu Yun immediately shook his head. At the same time, he placed himself in Duan Ling Tian's shoes and understood Duan Ling Tian's feelings. If he was Duan Ling Tian, he would not have acted differently. Junior brother Ling Tian. Suddenly, as though Lu Yun was reminded of something, he took out a jade pendant. The front of the jade pendant was carved with a willow tree that appeared exquisitely fine. 2 words were carved at the corner of the willow tree. One was, Lu, or willow, while the other was, lineal. The Chinese character, Lu, means willow. This is the personal jade pendant that only the lineal disciples in our Lu clan possess. My name is carved behind the jade pendant. Lu Yun turned the jade pendant around, revealing a Yun character. However, Duan Ling Tian had no idea why Lu Yun would take this jade pendant out at this moment. Senior brother Lu Yun, your junior brother Ling Tian, I know you want to go to the enforcement hall to see the saint girl. However, as far as I know, the true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall don't have any contact with people who are imprisoned in the enforcement hall. Lu Yun said without beating around the bush. His words caused horror to dawn on Duan Ling Tian immediately. If this was true, he would not be able to see Ka. Meanwhile, Lu Yun continued to say, it's a coincidence that a senior lineal disciple from our Lu clan is serving in the enforcement hall. Moreover, he's a silver flame elder as well. When you go to the enforcement hall, you can take my jade pendant to look for him and ask him to arrange a meeting for you with senior sister Ru Yan. Gan Ru Yan. Upon hearing his words, Duan Ling Tian was baffled. He did not want to see Gan Ru Yan. He wanted to see his wife and daughter. When Lu Yun saw the baffled expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, he said, Junior brother Ling Tian, if you directly say you want to meet the saint girl, I'm afraid even that senior lineal disciple from our Lu clan wouldn't be able to help you even if he's willing. After all, he's only a silver flame elder in the enforcement hall. He isn't a vice hall master nor is he the hall master. The saint girl's identity is very special and sensitive in the enforcement hall. Let alone you, even if a golden flame elder wants to see the saint girl, the hall master of the enforcement hall wouldn't agree to it as well. Lu Yun continued to say, however, the situation is different if you want to meet with senior sister Ru Yan. The senior lineal disciple from our Lu clan will probably be able to arrange that for you. Lu Yun sighed when he finished speaking. Various expressions flitted across Duan Ling Tian's face after he heard Lu Yun's words. He did not expect he would not be able to see Ka even if he had the help of Silver Flame Elder from the enforcement hall. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yun. In the end, Duan Ling Tian still took the jade pendant Lu Yun offered to him. Chapter 2023 Except for you, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at the jade pendant in his hands. In order to see Ka and his daughter whom he had never met before, even if the chances were slim, he still wanted to try. Junior brother Ling Tian, you have to be extremely careful. Please remember not to reveal the relationship between you and the saint girl when you go to the enforcement hall. Otherwise, the hall master and the few vice hall masters in the enforcement hall will immediately kill you. Lu Yun warned Duan Ling Tian earnestly with a grave expression on his face. Lu Yun knew very well the saint girl was imprisoned in the enforcement hall was because she had lost her chastity. One could imagine that if the hall master in the enforcement hall found out that Duan Ling Tian was the man who took the saint girl's chastity, he definitely would not be able to survive. Of course, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He understood Lu Yun's good intentions. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian felt very grateful toward Lu Yun. Whether it was the way Lu Yun had taken the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath or how easily he had given him his personal jade pendant, he was very thankful for it. During the next few days, apart from comprehending his divine abilities, Duan Ling Tian also strengthened his cultivation base at the early exemplary saint stage. When the day of the enforcement hall recruiting a new group of true disciples arrived, Duan Ling Tian, who had strengthened his cultivation base, immediately left his residence and flew to the Saint Island. Duan Ling Tian flew at lightning speed. 3 true disciples whom he encountered during his way there immediately gave way to him when they saw him flying toward them without any intention of stopping. You asshole, are you in a rush to reincarnate? One of the true disciples scolded angrily. He seems to be Duan Ling Tian. The other true disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian's disappearing silhouette and widened his eyes. A baffled expression appeared on his face. It's Duan Ling Tian, I've seen his portrait before. The last true disciple nodded. Although they only brushed past one another, he saw the other person's face clearly. 10 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had tortured Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking and had risen to fame. Some people had drawn a vivid portrait of him and made many copies before spreading them in the fire worship sect Saint Land. Currently, many Saint Land disciples who had not seen Duan Ling Tian in person could recognize him since they had seen the copies of the portrait. They even made sure to remember his face to avoid unintentionally offending him. After Duan Ling Tian came to the Saint Land, he had killed the true disciple, Yang Wen. After that, he even domineeringly defeated the true disciple, Wen Yan. His strength was enough to make 99% of the true disciples fear him. After hearing the words of his two companions, the true disciple who originally cursed at Duan Ling Tian had a horrified expression on his face. Gee guys, do you think he heard me calling him an asshole earlier? The true disciple asked anxiously after he took a deep breath and looked at his two companions. When you scolded him, he has already flown quite a distance away, so I don't think he did, one of the true disciples replied. I, on the other hand, think he must have heard it. Although he had flown quite far away, with his strength, don't you think his hearing ability must be good as well? The other true disciple said instead. The words of this true disciple caused colors to drain from the face of the true disciple who scolded Duan Ling Tian earlier. He was in a panic as he muttered, it's apparent he's in a rush. He won't come looking for me after he has dealt with the matter, right? The instant he recalled Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was filled with fear. I don't think he'll come looking for you. The other two true disciples came to the same conclusion, causing the other true disciple to sigh in relief. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian would not be bothered over such a small matter. Currently, his mind was completely focused on serving in the enforcement hall, since this played a big role in whether he could meet Ka and his daughter. After 10 days, Duan Ling Tian came to the central square again. The instant he appeared, many Saint Land disciples recognized him immediately. It's Duan Ling Tian, he came again. I wonder who would be the unlucky person this time. Unlucky person? Why do you say so? You must not have heard about this. Duan Ling Tian came to the central square twice. The first time he came, he entered the palace of death with the true disciple, Yang Wen, and killed him. The second time he was here, Wen Yan, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking, was ruthlessly humiliated by him. I see, it seems like he's quite strong. However, rumor has it that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. He might only possess a yellow innate spiritual root, but he has already defeated 2 true disciples. There seems to be no one like him in the history of the fire worship sect. You're right, senior sister Wen Yan is said to possess a blue innate spiritual root. Moreover, it's a dark blue innate spiritual root. Once she grows stronger in the future, she'll most likely become a golden flame elder or a person of such level. Such a genius disciple whose future is unlimited was tortured by a fellow who only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. How unbelievable! It's indeed unbelievable. However, the truth is laid in front of our eyes. There's no way for us not to believe it. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the central square, he heard the whispering the Saint Land disciples immediately. He was not surprised when he heard that Wen Yan had a blue innate spiritual root. She was ranked 9th on the true ranking after all. In the fire worship sect, not only strong Saint Land elite disciples who had entered the Saint Celestial stage could become true disciples, but there was an age restriction as well. This was because true disciples represented the elite powerhouses among the younger generation in the fire worship sect. A true disciple would stop becoming a true disciple once he or she had reached a certain age. At that time, the true disciple would either become a bronze, silver or golden flame elder based on his or her strength. In other words, the true disciples in the fire worship sect were only outstanding disciples from the younger generation. Since Wen Yan was a true disciple, it meant that she was not too old. Coupled with her outstanding cultivation base, one could tell her innate spiritual root was not simple. Otherwise, how could she possibly have a cultivation base at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage at this age? Yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian did not mind the Saint Land disciple saying that he possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. At the same time, he realized the Saint Land enforcement hall did not spread the news of him possessing a blue innate spiritual root. Other people might not know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, but the Saint Land enforcement hall definitely knew. At that time, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall was lenient with him because of his blue innate spiritual root. Rumor has it that Duan Ling Tian's so strong because of the 4 high-grade divine abilities he has mastered. However, with his innate talent in the martial Tao and his yellow innate spiritual root, it's destined that he would have a hard time progressing in the future. As long as Wen Yan is given enough time, she'll be able to seek revenge from him. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian's stronger than senior sister Wen Yan now because he has mastered many high-grade divine abilities. Once senior sister Wen Yan's cultivation base progresses, it'll be easy for her to seek revenge. I wonder what goes through Duan Ling Tian's mind. To think he dares to offend a true disciple with a bright future like senior sister Wen Yan. Perhaps, he thought senior sister Wen Yan would agree to sign a death pact in the Palace of Death. If he had killed her at that time, he wouldn't have to worry about her seeking revenge in the future. Who would have thought that senior sister Wen Yan was smart enough to reject his challenge? Speaking about this, I was present at that time. Initially, when I saw how senior sister Wen Yan was afraid to accept the death duel challenge that Duan Ling Tian issued, I was a little confused and felt she was being cowardly. In hindsight, senior sister Wen Yan is not a coward. She just has incredible foresight. She knew she would win in the end. On the way to the Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Ling Tian heard the discussion of the Saint Land disciples. Wen Yan had incredible foresight. She was going to win in the end. Duan Ling Tian almost burst out laughing when he heard some of the Saint Land disciples' words. At that time, as one of the parties involved, he, naturally, knew the reason why Wen Yan did not accept the death duel challenge. She was just afraid and did not dare to take the risk. It was completely unrelated to her having amazing foresight or winning in the end. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian walked into the Fire Remuneration Palace. As the group of Saint Land disciples made way for him, he made his way to the front of one of the counters in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Ling Tian plans to accept the assignment to serve in the Enforcement Hall. At the same time, many Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace could also guess what Duan Ling Tian was going to do. These Saint Land disciples were either present 10 days ago or had heard other people mentioned how Duan Ling Tian had planned to serve in the Enforcement Hall. Elder, I'm here to accept the assignment from the Enforcement Hall. I want to serve in the Enforcement Hall, Duan Ling Tian said bluntly to the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter. Duan Ling Tian, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter recognized Duan Ling Tian. He shook his head and said, "Today, the Enforcement Hall's elder who came to our Fire Remuneration Palace to put up the assignment has said that any true disciple can accept the assignment except for you, Duan Ling Tian." Chapter 2024 Abuse of Power. Anyone could accept the assignment except for Duan Ling Tian. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the instant the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. The Saint Land disciples present on the scene looked at the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder and then at Duan Ling Tian again. They all looked at each other in confusion and disbelief. The Enforcement Hall's elder had directly said he did not want Duan Ling Tian to serve in the Enforcement Hall. Was this not an abuse of his power and authority and an act of bullying? This seems a little too much, right? Many Saint Land disciples complained about the injustice done to Duan Ling Tian when they regained their senses. There must be a reason behind this. Don't you all think it's strange? Why didn't the Enforcement Hall's elder pick on someone else but only Duan Ling Tian? A Saint Land disciple said, "It's indeed strange. It seems like Duan Ling Tian might have offended that Enforcement Hall's elder. Otherwise, the elder wouldn't have acted this way." A Saint Land disciple speculated. Duan Ling Tian is really good at seeking trouble. Now, he has even offended an elder in the Enforcement Hall. I'm afraid he won't have a chance to serve in the Enforcement Hall anymore. Many Saint Land disciples shook their heads as they discussed among themselves. However, to a certain extent, that Enforcement Hall's elder has abused his power by doing this, right? If he doesn't have a valid reason to ban Duan Ling Tian from serving in the Enforcement Hall, Duan Ling Tian can file a complaint against him in the Enforcement Hall. If I were Duan Ling Tian, I'd definitely go and report him. I won't let him go so easily. I, on the other hand, think that if that Enforcement Hall's elder dares to ban Duan Ling Tian publicly, he must have already thought up a reason. It might be pointless even if Duan Ling Tian reports him. I think so too. As an elder of the Enforcement Hall, he would know the rules of our fire worship sect. Under such circumstances, How could he possibly let Duan Ling Tian find a chance to report him? The fire remuneration palace that had fallen silent was filled with noises again. As the Saint Land disciples were busy discussing among themselves, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. His expression had darkened completely. It was apparent the enforcement hall's elder was finding fault with him. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know who the elder from the enforcement hall was, his heart was filled with anger that could burn through anything. Elder, I wonder which enforcement hall's elder said I can't accept the assignment that the enforcement hall put up for true disciples. Duan Ling Tian asked as he emphasized the words, true disciples, after taking a deep breath. I'm a true disciple, so I meet the requirement to accept the assignment from the enforcement hall. I wonder on what basis he's stopping me from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall. Duan Ling Tian asked in an interrogative tone. The fire remuneration palace's elder behind the counter frowned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's tone. If it was any other elite disciples who dared to interrogate him like this, he would have long blasted that disciple out of the fire remuneration palace. However, Duan Ling Tian was someone who had defeated a person who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. He was a true disciple who was much stronger than him. In this world where the strong ones were revered, he could only silently fume to himself. Elder, don't tell me you don't even know which enforcement hall's elder banned me from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall. Duan Ling Tian said in his deep voice as his expression turned grave when he saw the elder from the fire remuneration palace keeping quiet. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, before the elder from the fire remuneration palace had time to reply, a loud voice rang from the inner palace of the fire remuneration palace. How dare you! It instantly attracted the attention of everyone, including Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, under everyone's watchful gaze, 2 young men walked out from the fire remuneration palace's inner palace one after another. The person who had spoken was the young man walking in the lead. This young man had an ordinary appearance and was wearing the uniform of a Saint Land's bronze flame elder. As soon as he walked out of the inner palace, he looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. At the same time, he said coldly, I'm the one who directly banned you from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall for true disciples. Why, do you feel dissatisfied? As soon as he finished speaking, every Saint Land disciple in the fire remuneration palace looked at him. Elder Dong Lin. Many Saint Land disciples recognized him when they saw him. Elder Dong Lin's the one who banned Duan Ling Tian from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall. My goodness, the enforcement hall's elder whom Duan Ling Tian had offended as him. Elder Dong Lin is the son of Vice Hall Master Dong in our fire worship sect's enforcement hall. Although he's only the 5th elder, with his background, even the silver flame elders in the fire worship sect don't dare to simply offend him, let alone people from the enforcement hall. I wonder how Duan Ling Tian offended him. He has already offended Elder Dong Lin, and yet, he still wants to serve in the enforcement hall. He's daydreaming. Although Elder Dong Lin is the only son of the enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master Dong, he shouldn't have acted so boldly and directly since he's abusing his power. He must have a valid reason for banning Duan Ling Tian from serving in the enforcement hall. This is undoubtedly true. After all, as the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong, Elder Dong Lin also knows the fire worship sect's rules very well. It's impossible for him to violate the rules. In the fire remuneration palace, the Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves, revealing the identity of the enforcement hall's elder who banned Duan Ling Tian from serving in the enforcement hall. Based on their words, they thought Dong Lin had a valid reason for banning Duan Ling Tian. Dong Lin, the son of the enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, heard the whispering of the Saint Land disciple. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned even graver as he glared at Dong Lin coldly. Your elder Dong Lin, may I know how I have offended you? Duan Ling Tian asked coldly with a dark expression. What? Based on your words, it seems like you think I'm intentionally picking on you, Dong Lin said coldly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Even if he was looking for trouble with Duan Ling Tian, he would never admit it. Otherwise, he would still be punished by the enforcement hall even if his father was the enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master. Isn't this senior brother Chen Peng? At the same time, many Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to the other young man standing behind Elder Dong Lin. Many of them recognized him as well. This young man was as ordinary looking as Dong Lin. He wore a true disciple's uniform. At this moment, he was glaring at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent. I heard that senior brother Chen Peng has a good relationship with Elder Dong Lin. It seems like it's true, one Saint Lan disciple exclaimed in surprise. I remember that senior brother Chen Peng is the direct disciple of First Silver Flame Elder Li and in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I think I know why Elder Dong Lin is picking on Duan Ling Tian for seemingly no reason, another Saint Lan disciple chimed in. I was wondering how did Duan Ling Tian offend Elder Dong Lin. As it turns out, the person he offended isn't Elder Dong Lin but senior brother Chen Peng. Senior brother Chen Peng is Elder Li An's youngest direct disciple. Duan Ling Tian had killed Elder Li An's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, who was also senior brother Chen Peng's junior nephew. After that, he even indirectly caused the death of Elder Li An's great direct disciple, Wei He, who was senior brother Chen Peng's great senior brother. Senior brother Chen Peng must hate Duan Ling Tian with every fiber of his being. It must be because of this he asked Elder Dong Lin to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. Everything finally makes sense. However, since Elder Dong Lin is willing to help, he must not be worried Duan Ling Tian will report him for abusing his power. I wonder what kind of reason he came up with to ban Duan Ling Tian from accepting the assignment the enforcement hall put up for all true disciples. Once the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace saw Chen Peng, they turned to look at Dong Lin. They wondered what reason he would use to ban Duan Ling Tian from serving in the enforcement hall. After all, by right, Duan Ling Tian was a true disciple. He should be able to accept the assignment from the enforcement hall. However, Dong Lin had meddled in the matter and directly banned Duan Ling Tian from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall. Are you saying you're not intentionally picking on me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a cold smile as he turned back to look at Dong Lin after looking at Chen Peng. Duan Ling Tian knew why Dong Lin was looking for trouble with him when he heard the words of the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As it turned out, Chen Peng, the young man standing behind Dong Lin, was the cause of it. Apart from being a true disciple, Chen Peng was the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. Lian was his mortal enemy. They would not rest until one of them died. Of course, Dong Lin's smile turned colder when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He said, "The reason I banned you from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall is due to the sanctity of the enforcement hall. I don't want you tarnishing the sanctity of the enforcement hall. In fact, in the history of fire worship sect, there's no precedence of the enforcement hall accepting a person who only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root." Dong Lin spoke confidently. His tone brooked no argument. Chapter 2025 not qualified. If even a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root can enter the enforcement hall, outsiders might think the enforcement hall would just accept anyone if news of this spread out. Dong Lin said in front of the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace as he looked at Duan Ling Tian contemptuously, "We can't allow the reputation of the enforcement hall to be tarnished by a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root. If we accept you, people might think there's no one talented left in the fire worship sect." Dong Lin's words clearly implied the reason for his actions was to safeguard the reputation of the enforcement hall in the fire worship sect. Yellow innate spiritual root, commoner. Duan Ling Tian had wondered what kind of excuse Dong Lin would come up with, but it did not cross his mind that Dong Lin would give this excuse. Was this Dong Lin really an elder of the enforcement hall? The people from the Saint Land enforcement hall should know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, right? Duan Ling Tian was baffled. Based on the current situation, it was obvious Dong Lin did not know Duan Ling Tian possessed the blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he would not have come up with this excuse to make things difficult for him. Then, Duan Ling Tian looked at Chen Peng who was standing close to Dong Lin. He saw killing intent in Chen Peng's eyes. Apart from that, he could see Chen Peng was obviously delighted over his misfortune. Chen Peng doesn't know I have a blue innate spiritual root as well. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Previously, Wei He, Li An's great direct disciple, did not believe Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, and he had gone to the enforcement hall to accuse the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guan Shu of abusing his power. In the end, he was sentenced to death for violating the sanctity of the enforcement hall. Wei He's death had undoubtedly revealed to Li An that Duan Ling Tian indeed possessed the blue innate spiritual root. It seems like Chen Peng did not discuss this matter with Li An before he came looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Dong Lin use such a poor excuse to make things difficult for me. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. It's obvious Dong Lin doesn't know I have a blue innate spiritual root. It seems like he didn't pay much attention to the matter of Wei He, Chen Peng's senior brother, being sentenced to death by the enforcement hall. Otherwise, he would have known I have a blue innate spiritual root. The truth was exactly like what Duan Ling Tian had speculated. Whether it was Dong Lin or Chen Peng, both of them did not know Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Dong Lin did not know Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root because he was not in the fire worship sect previously and had only returned a few days ago. He did not pay attention to the details of what had happened to Chen Peng's senior brother, Wei He. If he had paid more attention, he would have found out from the dossier in the enforcement hall that Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. As for Chen Peng, he had only come out of closed-door cultivation recently. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he learned that his great senior brother Wei He had died because of Duan Ling Tian. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had just arrived at the Saint Land and killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, and ruthlessly humiliated another true disciple, Wen Yan, who was much stronger than him. That was when Chen Peng realized it would be difficult for him to seek revenge for his senior brother if he had to rely on his own strength. Then, he coincidentally heard that Duan Ling Tian wanted to serve in the enforcement hall. That was when he went to the enforcement hall to look for Dong Lin, who had just returned to the fire worship sect, and asked Dong Lin to ban Duan Ling Tian from serving in the enforcement hall. He had even come up with the idea of using Duan Ling Tian's yellow innate spiritual root as an excuse to ban him. All this led to the current situation in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Elder Dong Lin's words make sense. Since ancient times, there's no one in the enforcement hall who possessed only a yellow innate spiritual root. Many Saint Land disciples muttered to themselves in the Fire Remuneration Palace. They knew Dong Lin was only using this as an excuse, but they found his excuse reasonable. It was acceptable in the fire worship sect since everyone in the sect knew how strong Duan Ling Tian was. They did not find it strange for him to serve in the enforcement hall even though they knew he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. However, outsiders did not know Duan Ling Tian. If they found out the enforcement hall had accepted a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root, they would think the fire worship sect did not have any talented people left in the sect. This would undoubtedly be a great humiliation to the fire worship sect. You can't speak like this. Naturally, there were also many Saint Land disciples who defended Duan Ling Tian against the injustice. Elder Dong Lin's words are reasonable, but an exception should be made for Duan Ling Tian. Although he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, he's stronger than most of the bronze flame elders and true disciples in our fire worship sect. If someone like that is not even qualified to serve in the enforcement hall, then who else is qualified? Many Saint Land disciples looked at Dong Lin with hints of displeasure and resentment. They felt that he had crossed a line. Even then, it's a fact that Duan Ling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Naturally, the people in the sect wouldn't doubt Duan Ling Tian's strength. However, if news of this spread out, outsiders who are not familiar with him would think less of the sect. A Saint Land disciple chimed in. That's right, even if words of Duan Ling Tian's deeds in the sect spread out, outsiders might not believe it. They might think it's something the sect comes up with as an excuse. You're right. For this reason, the enforcement hall might not do anything even if Duan Ling Tian goes there to lodge a complaint against Elder Dong Lin for abusing his power. Elder Dong Lin's excuse is irrefutable. It's true that everyone can see he's only trying to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian, but so what? Duan Ling Tian really is a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root. If Duan Ling Tian doesn't have a yellow innate spiritual root, this incident wouldn't have happened. No matter how you look at it, all this happened because of his low-grade innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves in the Fire Remuneration Palace. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian, they shook their heads as though they found the entire matter to be a pity. Although Duan Ling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, he's still very strong. There's no one like him in the history of the fire worship sect. A Saint Land disciple could not help but marvel. It's not just the fire worship sect. Even in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I don't think there's anyone like Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. However, he's strong enough to kill a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage and defeat an elite powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength is definitely unprecedented in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's indeed true that heaven is jealous of geniuses. God has given Duan Ling Tian the peerless ability to comprehend divine abilities, but at the same time, he only gave him a yellow innate spiritual root. The yellow innate spiritual roots are considered pretty good outside of the fire worship sect. There are just too many people with yellow innate spiritual roots in the sect, that's why it's not worth mentioning at all here. Many Saint Land disciples still marveled at Duan Ling Tian's current strength even though he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Although that might be the case, none of them thought he would have great achievements in the future. Moreover, they even thought his cultivation base would remain at the peak of the exemplary saint stage forever. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Dong Lin looked at Duan Ling Tian again and said with a mocking smile, "Do you still think I'm abusing power after listening to my reason?" Dong Lin acted self-righteously. It was as though he regarded Duan Ling Tian as an ant he could step on. "Don't tell me you're not even sure if you're abusing your power or not that you have to ask me this." Duan Ling Tian smiled coldly. "What? Don't tell me you're unwilling to accept this." The mocking smile on Dong Lin's face became even more apparent. "Could it be that I wasn't clear enough with my words? You're a mere commoner who possesses a yellow spiritual root. If you enter our enforcement hall, not only would you embarrass the enforcement hall, but you'd also embarrass the fire worship sect. Don't tell me you're willing to tarnish the reputation of the fire worship sect for your own selfish purpose." Dong Lin even accused Duan Ling Tian of being selfish and not caring about the reputation of the fire worship sect. "Are you done?" Duan Ling Tian's expression remained calm regardless of what Dong Lin said. It was as though Dong Lin's words did not affect him at all. "Why? Don't tell me you still have something to say. What is it? Do you want to say that you're stronger than most true disciples?" Dong Lin was, naturally, angry when he saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was. He smirked. "Don't forget that outsiders are different from the people in the sect. They won't believe that a commoner who only has a yellow innate spiritual root is strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the fire worship sect's true ranking." Dong Lin's excuse seemed flawless. However, that would only be the case if Duan Ling Tian really possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Chapter 2026 Duan Ling Tian's innate spiritual root. Faced with Dong Lin's domineering attitude, Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at him indifferently before he shifted his gaze to the Fire Remuneration Palace's bronze flame elder standing behind the counter. Duan Ling Tian finally said, "Elder, you should have a spiritual pearl with you, right?" The entire place fell silent immediately before it broke into an uproar. Duan Ling Tian wants a spiritual pearl from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder. Does he plan to check his innate spiritual root in front of everyone? That seems to be the case. Doesn't he possess a yellow innate spiritual root? Rumor has it that he was even tested twice when he first came to the fire worship sect. However, the result was the same. Don't tell me he thinks his innate spiritual root will change. That's ridiculous. The Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves, mocking Duan Ling Tian for being naive. Meanwhile, Dong Lin laughed out loud. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with disdain and said mockingly, "Duan Ling Tian, don't tell me you think your innate spiritual root is going to change just because you got stronger." How funny. Chen Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin, also smiled mockingly at Duan Ling Tian for being foolish. "Elder," Duan Ling Tian called out to the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, who was in a daze. It seemed as though he did not hear Dong Lin and Chen Peng's words. At this instant, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder standing behind the counter finally regained his senses. He instantly took out a glittering and translucent spiritual pearl from his personal spatial ring. As the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder standing behind the counter handed the spiritual pearl in his hand to Duan Ling Tian, he could not help but ask, "Duan Ling Tian, are you really going to do this? Is it necessary?" He thought it was impossible for one to change one's innate spiritual root. Rumor had it that if one had the help of a powerhouse who had undergone transcendence and could ascend to the Devata realm, one would be able to improve one's innate spiritual root. However, that was only a myth. Nobody had ever heard of anyone who returned from Devata realm after their ascension. Based on this, many people thought it was only a myth. Even if it was true, it was impossible to achieve. Is it necessary? Apart from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, many Saint Land disciples said the same thing. Duan Ling Tian's crazy. Ridiculous. Don't tell me he thinks he has improved his innate spiritual root. Humph. Just let him try if he wants to. Anyway, it's an undeniable fact that he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace whispered among themselves. They all thought Duan Ling Tian's action was unnecessary. Duan Ling Tian ignored all the whisperings in his surroundings. After Duan Ling Tian took the spiritual pearl from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, he was not in a hurry to check his innate spiritual root. Instead, he walked and stopped before Dong Lin. Dong Lin's expression changed immediately as he unconsciously took a step back in panic when he saw Duan Ling Tian approaching him. Although he had only returned to the sect, he had heard of the rumors surrounding Duan Ling Tian. He knew Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to defeat Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. He knew he was not a match for Wen Yan, let alone Duan Ling Tian. However, after he unconsciously took a step back, he saw Duan Ling Tian only stood before him motionlessly. His face paled immediately when he felt the disdainful gazes from the people in the surroundings. This made him feel humiliated and infuriated him. Tisk tisk, Elder Dong Lin seems afraid of Duan Ling Tian. How can he not be afraid? Although Elder Dong Lin is strong, he's no match for senior sister Wen Yan, let alone Duan Ling Tian. However, he's still an elder from the enforcement hall. The cowardly way he's acting isn't suitable with his position. It completely ruins his image. That's right, it feels as though he's in a lower position compared to Duan Ling Tian. Many Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves when they saw Dong Lin took a step backward when Duan Ling Tian approached him. However, despite their low voices, how many of them had a poor hearing? When Dong Lin heard these words, he was so furious that he almost threw up blood. He vented his anger on Duan Ling Tian as he said coldly, "Duan Ling Tian, what are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? What can I do? Don't tell me you're worried that I'll kill you in front of so many people, Elder Dong Lin." Duan Ling Tian answered mockingly with a smirk, "If you really think so, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Elder Dong Lin. In my eyes, my life is much more valuable than yours. You want me to use my life in exchange for yours? I can't bring myself to do such a thing." Duan Ling Tian's words clearly implied Dong Lin's life was worthless, causing Dong Lin's face to turn green. Initially, Dong Lin had only looked for trouble with Duan Ling Tian due to Chen Peng. However, now he completely regarded Duan Ling Tian as his mortal enemy. No matter what, he was still the only son of a vice hall master in the enforcement hall. In the fire worship sect, even the top 3 true disciples on the true ranking did not dare to offend him openly. "Elder Dong Lin, have a good look at this," Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice with a solemn expression. At the same time, he raised his hand that was holding in the spiritual pearl in front of Dong Lin's eyes and infused his sun saint energy into the spiritual pearl. After 10 breaths, the spiritual pearl would change and reveal his innate spiritual root. It's a widely known fact in the fire worship sect that you only have a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if I don't look, I know what the results are going to be. After Dong Lin regained his senses, he had an expression of contempt on his face. He turned away arrogantly, not even sparing a glance at the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand. On the other hand, Chen Peng, who was standing behind Dong Ling, was also smiling disdainfully. However, his eyes were trained on the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand. At the same time, the few Fire Remuneration Palace's elders standing behind the counters and the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace were also staring intently at the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand too. Although they all felt they knew what the outcome would be like, they could not help but look at the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The span of a breath soon passed by. The span of 2 breaths soon passed by as well. Soon after, the span of 10 breaths had passed. The spiritual pearl that Duan Ling Tian was holding began to show some changes. It began to shine slowly, looking like a miniature sun in the end, when they saw the color of the light shining from the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand. This, apart from Dong Lin, who had turned away arrogantly, the people in the Fire Remuneration Palace, including Chen Peng, could not help but widen their eyes in shock and confusion. Many people even rubbed their eyes, thinking there was something wrong with their eyesight. There were even people who pinched their own thighs to make sure they were not dreaming. "Impossible, impossible." Soon after, a voice filled with disbelief rang in the air. It belonged to Chen Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin. He stared at the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand with disbelief. Although he kept muttering to himself that it was impossible, the truth was staring at him straight in the eyes. Although Dong Lin had arrogantly and contemptuously looked away in the beginning, he was actually secretly paying attention to the result. Even then, he was 100% certain Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. After the span of 10 breaths went by, the sound of jeering that he expected to hear did not ring in the air. His heart jolted when he realized something was wrong. His heart jolted again when he heard Chen Peng's words. He instantly turned to look at the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The spiritual pearl was shining with blue light, revealing that Duan Ling Tian undoubtedly possessed a blue innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root. How's this possible? When Dong Lin saw the spiritual pearl that was shining with blue light, his eyes widened in shock as though he had just seen a ghost. Chapter 2027 Blocking Dong Lin. Currently, Dong Lin was not the only one who felt this was impossible. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, everyone was looking at Duan Ling Tian intently. Their eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. Blue innate spiritual root. How can it be a blue innate spiritual root? Is something wrong with that spiritual pearl? Duan Ling Tian has a yellow innate spiritual root, right? How can it possibly be a blue innate spiritual root? I also think there's something wrong with that spiritual pearl. Duan Ling Tian had tested his innate spiritual root twice. The results were the same. It showed that he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Something must be wrong with that spiritual pearl. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace had long been prejudiced by their impression of Duan Ling Tian only possessing a yellow innate spiritual root. That was why they found this difficult to believe. Coupled with the fact that Duan Ling Tian had tested his innate spiritual root twice, they were certain there was something wrong with the spiritual pearl Duan Ling Tian was currently holding. Chen Peng snorted before he said disdainfully, "Humph. Something must be wrong with the spiritual pearl. Duan Ling Tian, if you dare, use another spiritual pearl to check your innate spiritual root. I really don't believe that a commoner who was tested twice and found to possess a yellow innate spiritual root would suddenly possess a blue innate spiritual root." Commoner. Upon hearing his words, Duan Ling Tian looked at him with a sneer before he said, "Chen Peng, you keep calling me a commoner, so I'd like to ask you, do you dare to sign the death pact with me and have fun in the Palace of Death?" Have fun in the Palace of Death. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace burst into an uproar again. Is Duan Ling Tian addicted to signing death pacts? Isn't this obvious? He first signed the death pact with Yang Wen. Then, when he had a dispute with senior sister Wen Yan, he also announced that he wanted to sign a death pact with her. Now, he wants to sign the death pact with Chen Peng. If this is not being addicted, I don't know what is. Although Chen Peng is the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li and a true disciple in our fire worship sect, he's much weaker than senior sister Wen Yan. How could he possibly dare to sign a death pact with Duan Ling Tian? Isn't this obvious? There's no way he would sign a death pact with Duan Ling Tian unless he wants to die. The Saint Lan disciples were 100% certain Chen Peng would not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Ling Tian. Although it was true Chen Peng did not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Ling Tian, he was still furious and embarrassed when he heard the discussion in his surroundings. His face turned pale immediately as various expressions flitted across his face. He no longer dared to speak, and he acted as though he did not hear Duan Ling Tian's words at all. If it was any other person, Duan Ling Tian might have let the matter go. However, this was Chen Peng, Li An's direct disciple, who was the main culprit for today's incident. He had no intention of being lenient to someone like that. "What, are you afraid?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Chen Peng with disdain and smiled mockingly. "Didn't you call me a commoner? You don't even dare to sign a death pact with a commoner. Doesn't that mean you can't even compare to a commoner?" Chen Peng became furious as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. His face turned completely red. Although he was furious, he did not dare to vent it on Duan Ling Tian. This caused him to feel suffocated as though his lungs were going to explode. "Tisk tisk, it seems like you admit you're not even comparable to a commoner." Duan Ling Tian further mocked Chen Peng when he saw how he did not dare to utter a single word despite how furious he was. "Based on what I can see, you're just trash." The instant Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Chen Peng was so furious that he growled in a low voice. "Duan Ling Tian, don't cross the line." He could not endure being called trash in front of so many people. Naturally, he only dared to retaliate verbally. He did not have the courage to make a move. "Don't cross the line." Upon hearing his words, Duan Ling Tian was amused. However, his expression remained calm. Don't tell me I'm wrong. If you want to prove you're not trash, I'll give you a chance and let you sign a death pact with me if you're brave enough. There was no doubt Duan Ling Tian's words further infuriated Chen Peng. However, there was no way for him to refute it. He was really not courageous enough to sign a death pact with Duan Ling Tian. Humph. At this moment, Dong Lin, who had been keeping quiet, suddenly snorted. After he looked at Duan Ling Tian, he no longer said anything as he turned to walk out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. Upon seeing this, the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace burst into a commotion again. What's Elder Dong Lin doing? He's leaving just like that. This is different from what I imagined. It's different from what I imagined as well. I thought Elder Dong Lin would also insist there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl and ask Duan Ling Tian to check his innate spiritual root again. I can't believe he's leaving without saying anything. Could it be that Elder Dong Lin believes Duan Ling Tian possesses a blue innate spiritual root? Isn't this ridiculous? I find this hard to believe, so I thought Elder Dong Lin would have an even harder time believing this. However, it seems like he believes Duan Ling Tian really possesses a blue innate spiritual root. The Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. They could not understand Dong Lin's action. Even Chen Peng did not expect Dong Lin would react this way. He only regained his senses when he saw Dong Lin leaving. He had a confused expression on his face as he called out, "Senior brother Dong Lin." However, Dong Lin ignored him and walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace on his own. Something was wrong with the spiritual pearl. Dong Lin had also thought of this. However, he had heard that it was rare for something to be wrong with a spiritual pearl. Coupled with Duan Ling Tian's confidence, he could not help but feel wary. If he continued to insist that Duan Ling Tian check his innate spiritual root again, he would not be able to back down gracefully. If it was confirmed Duan Ling Tian really possessed a blue innate spiritual root, not only would the excuse he came up with to ban Duan Ling Tian be invalid, but he would also be considered as abusing his power. As an enforcement hall's elder, even if he was the only son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master, he still did not dare to openly abuse his power. There was still a hall master above the vice hall masters, let alone the fact that there were several vice hall masters in the enforcement hall. If news of him abusing his power spread out, the hall master would be furious. At that time, even his father would not be able to help him. For this reason, Dong Lin did not insist on Duan Ling Tian checking his innate spiritual root again. He felt it was unnecessary and risky. It was fine if they found Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. However, if it was confirmed that he really possessed a blue innate spiritual root, Dong Lin would be doomed. The Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they saw Dong Lin ignoring Chen Peng. They did not expect Dong Lin to leave. Even the few Fire Remuneration Palace's elders standing behind the counters were baffled. They did not expect this. As Dong Lin was about to step out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's great entrance, someone broke the silence and called out, "Wait a minute." Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian flew out rapidly and appeared before the great entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace, blocking Dong Lin's path. This scene shocked the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. They were all excited as they stared at Duan Ling Tian, who was blocking Dong Lin's path. Initially, they thought the show would end since Dong Lin was leaving. They did not expect the sudden turn in the situation. Duan Ling Tian had blocked Dong Lin's path. Meanwhile, Chen Peng was standing in the distance. Earlier, Dong Lin had ignored him. He was still confused as a sense of disappointment washed over him. If Dong Lin left, he would not be able to suppress Duan Ling Tian all on his own. His eyes brightened immediately when he saw Duan Ling Tian had taken the initiative to stop Dong Lin from leaving. Duan Ling Tian. Dong Lin was enraged when he saw Duan Ling Tian had blocked his path. With a low growl, he asked, "Do you think I'm Wen Yan?" Although he had heard about how Duan Ling Tian had blocked Wen Yan's path, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would do the same to him. His innate talent and strength might be inferior to Wen Yan. His father was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. His father's position was equivalent to a golden flame elder. In fact, his father's position could be considered as slightly higher than golden flame elders due to the special position of the enforcement hall. Wen Yan was merely the direct disciple of an ordinary golden flame elder. Dong Lin, on the other hand, was the only son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master. Elder Dong Lin, why are you in a hurry to leave? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he looked at the infuriated Dong Lin. Chapter 2028 Amazement. Duan Ling Tian spoke calmly. Those who did not know better might even he was talking to a good friend of many years. However, almost everybody in the Fire Remuneration Palace could clearly sense the tension between Duan Ling Tian and Dong Lin. At this moment, they could clearly see that Dong Lin no longer wanted to be entangled in this matter, but Duan Ling Tian refused to let the matter go. Duan Ling Tian actually went and stopped Elder Dong Lin. Where did he get his courage from? If I were him, I would have let Elder Dong Lin leave. After all, it's disadvantageous for him if Elder Dong Lin stays here. Don't tell me he's not worried that Elder Dong Lin would ask him to take another spiritual pearl to check his innate spiritual root. Based on the Saint Land Disciples' discussion, one could tell they thought Duan Ling Tian was being foolish. Naturally, there were some Saint Land disciples who were much more astute. If Duan Ling Tian dares to stop Elder Dong Lin from leaving, doesn't it show that he's confident? Could the rumors be fake? Could it be that Duan Ling Tian actually possesses the blue innate spiritual root and not a yellow one? If he doesn't have a blue innate spiritual root, it'll only be disadvantageous for him to stop Elder Dong Lin from leaving. It seems like he might really possess a blue innate spiritual root. If he really has a blue innate spiritual root, based on his temper, I'm afraid it would be impossible for Elder Dong Lin to retreat gracefully. The Saint Land disciples who were much more astute said among themselves. Coupled with everything that had happened, they all felt that it was possible that Duan Ling Tian really possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Naturally, only a small number of them felt this way. Most of the Saint Land disciples felt Duan Ling Tian was only seeking trouble. Duan Ling Tian, if you're willing to let me leave, there'll no longer be any enmity between you and me. Moreover, I'll recommend you to serve in the enforcement hall. Dong Lin transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian as he stared at him intently. It was obvious he wanted to reconcile with Duan Ling Tian. This was because based on the way Duan Ling Tian had stopped him and the confidence he exuded, he knew that Duan Ling Tian most likely possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, where did Duan Ling Tian get the courage to stop him? Elder Dong Lin, I didn't hear wrongly, right? Based on your voice transmission, you're seeking to reconcile with me. Duan Ling Tian said loudly as soon as he heard Dong Lin's voice transmission. Why? Do you think you've made the wrong judgment earlier? When he spoke, he brought up the matter of Dong Lin abusing his power by banning him from serving in the enforcement hall. It did not cross Dong Lin's mind that not only would Duan Ling Tian not accept his attempt at reconciliation, but he even announced it to everyone. It was as though he was afraid everyone would not know about it. Did he even know the rules? Dong Lin was instantly enraged as his face began to turn red. His eyes were shining with killing intent as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. If looks could kill, Duan Ling Tian would have died many times over. Dong Lin could sense that everyone's eyes had shifted to him. They were all looking at him strangely. Duan Ling Tian's words set off another commotion. Elder Dong Lin actually took the initiative to transmit his voice to Duan Ling Tian to ask for reconciliation. My goodness, is this real? I don't think so. Elder Dong Lin is famous for being arrogant. How could he possibly give in to Duan Ling Tian in regards to today's incident? So you think Duan Ling Tian is slandering Elder Dong Lin? Naturally, most Saint Land disciples did not believe Duan Ling Tian. They felt he was intentionally slandering Dong Lin. Dong Lin felt as though salt was being rubbed on his wound when he heard these Saint Land disciples' words. He said with a snarl, Duan Ling Tian, don't slander me. A furious expression appeared on his face as though he had really been slandered. This scene also caused many Saint Land disciples to feel certain Duan Ling Tian had slandered Dong Lin. Naturally, some of the more rational Saint Land disciples did not think that Duan Ling Tian had slandered Dong Lin. They felt it must be true that Dong Lin had attempted to reconcile with Duan Ling Tian. As for the reason why Dong Lin took the initiative to ask for reconciliation, it was not difficult for them to figure it out. Dong Lin must be afraid he could not gracefully extricate himself from this situation. After all, he had used the excuse of Duan Ling Tian only possessing a yellow innate spiritual root to ban him from serving in the enforcement hall. If Duan Ling Tian really possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his excuse would no longer be valid. At that time, many people would say he was abusing his power and authority. The enforcement hall was in charge of enforcing the law in the fire worship sect. It was very strict. If news of this spread out, Dong Lin would not be able to escape punishment even though he was the only son of one of the vice hall masters in the enforcement hall. Moreover, his punishment would be severe as well. Slander. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian, who heard Dong Lin's words, could not help but laugh. After that, he quickly raised his hand and pricked his finger, squeezing a drop of blood out. Horror dawned on Dong Lin when he saw the drop of fresh blood. Naturally, he knew Duan Ling Tian was going to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he did not slander him. Duan Ling Tian, if you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I swear that I won't rest until you die. Dong Lin subtly took a deep breath as he transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian again. Since his soft approach failed, he would use force instead. He would not rest until Duan Ling Tian died. Don't tell me we're not already at the stage where we won't rest until the other person is dead. Upon hearing Dong Lin's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sneer. At the same time, he also used his blood and swore on the lightning penalty oath. I, Duan Ling Tian, hereby swear that if Dong Lin didn't take the initiative to transmit his voice to me in an attempt to reconcile with me, I would be struck by lightning from the tribulation oath of the 9 heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian's action was akin to giving Dong Lin a slap. Dong Lin became even more furious when he saw Duan Ling Tian was not affected by his threats and had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. His eyes seemed to be able to shoot fire as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you're dead, you're dead. Dong Lin transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian again. His voice was filled with hatred. However, Duan Ling Tian completely ignored his threats again. 9 claps of thunder sounded from the sky, alarming everyone in the central square. Is this the lightning penalty oath? It seems like it. I wonder who swore on the lightning penalty oath in the central square. I've been in the Saint Land for more than 10 years, but this is my first time hearing the thunder from the lightning penalty oath in the central square. This is my first time hearing it too. The group of Saint Land disciples in the central square burst into an uproar. They were all curious about who had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. They were still unaware of what was happening in the Fire Remuneration Palace since everyone was still there. Unlike the Saint Land disciples who were curious over what had happened in the central square, the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace were shocked. None of them had expected that Duan Ling Tian would swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he did not slander Dong Lin. The Saint Land disciples now looked at Dong Lin differently. Dong Lin was furious and embarrassed when he noticed the eyes on him. He instantly glared at Duan Ling Tian as he said loudly, "Scram." He was trying to make Duan Ling Tian retreat so he could retreat. However, despite that, Duan Ling Tian remained unmoving like a statue as he exuded a domineering aura. It was as though he could subdue the enemy's forces alone. Seeing how unreasonably Duan Ling Tian was acting, Dong Lin could no longer hold back. Saint Origin began to surge from his body with killing intent. It was apparent that he was about to make his move. Meanwhile, the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace felt as though the temperature in their surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. As the Saint Origin on Dong Lin's body skyrocketed, his body moved forward as he charged at Duan Ling Tian as though he going to send Duan Ling Tian flying out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. Humph! Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy that had already been accumulating in his body for a long time ago also surged out before it transformed into whirlpools when he saw Dong Lin making his move. The instant the whirlpools appeared, it began to absorb all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was apparent this was the effect of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended. The moment Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic, the Saint Land disciples present in the Fire Remuneration Palace could instantly feel the absence of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air. This peculiar feeling made them uncomfortable. This is the assist-type divine ability that Duan Ling Tian mastered. What a terrifying assist-type divine ability. To think it's able to absorb all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Fire Remuneration Palace. No wonder he's able to defeat Wen Yan, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking even though his cultivation base is not higher than hers. It seems like his cultivation base has undergone an earth-shattering transformation in just a blink of an eye. Many of the Saint Land disciples were amazed. Chapter 2029 A Face Full of Blood. When the Sun Saint energy on Duan Ling Tian's body skyrocketed to its limit, the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace saw something flashed before their eyes. It was Dong Lin who was charging toward Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, he was only a foot away from Duan Ling Tian. a loud explosion suddenly rang in the air at the crucial moment. Dong Lin had come to a halt before Duan Lingtian. The sound of his feet landing on the ground was like a clap of thunder that shocked everyone. At the same time, the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace saw two cracks underneath Dong Lin's feet. The sound of people gasping sounded in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Although the ground in the Fire Remuneration Palace was not as tough as the ground in the Death Arena in the Palace of Death, it was extremely tough since it was made from rare materials. It was extremely difficult for ordinary swords or sabers to leave their marks on it. However, Dong Lin's feet had just left marks on the ground. Based on this, one could see how much force he had used when his feet had landed on the ground. That's when Dong Lin had forcefully come to a halt. Many Saint Land disciples who had sharp eyes could see that a handful of hair fell from Dong Lin's forehead. The hair was cut evenly as though they had been cut using an extremely sharp weapon. Duan Lingtian had already taken out his sword. Many Saint Land disciples who had seen Duan Lingtian casting the invisible sword technique before could not help but gasp again as they broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, many people also noticed the beads of sweat on Dong Lin's forehead. He was sweating profusely. One could tell how frightened Dong Lin was just a moment ago. Otherwise, he would not have sweat so much. Duan Lingtian cast his sword technique again. Why didn't I hear the sound of sword whistling the air? Are you an idiot? That sound must have been overpowered by the sound that was caused by Elder Dong Lin's feet landing on the ground. I was wondering why he would suddenly stop since he was so angry. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian had cast his sword technique. That handful of hair that fell from his forehead must have been cut by Duan Lingtian. It's obvious he's sweating because he's afraid. Looks like he wouldn't be able to live if Duan Lingtian intends to kill him. Isn't this a given? Although Elder Dong Lin is quite strong, he's not even a match for Wen Yan, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. How could he be a match for Duan Lingtian? He already knows he's no match for Duan Lingtian, but he still dares to make a move against Duan Lingtian. I really admire his courage. It's fortunate he managed to stop in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's not his hair that would be cut, but his head. Although in the eyes of the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, it seemed as though Duan Lingtian was merely standing still with his arms folded, they knew he had cast his formidable sword technique that caused Dong Lin to come to a halt immediately. At the same time, under the watchful gaze of the others, as Dong Lin's sweat dripped continuously, his face turned red suddenly as he threw up a mouthful of blood. The huge mouthful of blood was headed in Duan Lingtian's direction. Naturally, it did not contain any offensive force. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted when he saw this and waved his sleeve. A piercingly cold energy swept out and sent the blood flying in the opposite direction, causing it to splash on Dong Lin's face. The sweat and blood on Dong Lin's face mixed and dripped down his body, dyeing his robe red. Although the patterns of the uniforms of an elder and a disciple in the fire worship sect were very different, they were all white. For this reason, the blood looked extremely eye-catching. Everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace fell silent when they saw this. How wretched! This was everyone's thought when they looked at Dong Lin. Naturally, they did not pity him despite his wretched appearance. After all, he was the one who had taken the initiative to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. If Dong Lin did not abuse his power and ban Duan Lingtian from serving in the enforcement hall, none of this would have happened. Dong Lin, whose face was covered in blood, felt extremely humiliated. He said angrily, "Duan Lingtian, what the hell are you trying to do?" His eyes were burning with hatred. If he could burn Duan Lingtian with the fire in his eyes, Duan Lingtian would have been burned to death. What am I trying to do? Upon hearing his words, Duan Lingtian was amused. Elder Dong Lin, what do you think I'm trying to do? I don't have any objection if you want to leave the Fire Remuneration Palace. When Duan Lingtian reached here, his tone suddenly changed. His voice turned cold as he said, "However, today, no matter what, you must say if I can accept the assignment from the enforcement hall or not before you leave. Didn't you say that I'm not qualified to serve in the enforcement hall because I have a yellow innate spiritual root? Now that I've proven I have a blue innate spiritual root, am I qualified to serve in the enforcement hall?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Dong Lin was so enraged that he almost threw up blood again. As a matter of fact, it did not really matter to Dong Lin if Duan Lingtian served in the enforcement hall or not. He had even taken the initiative to seek reconciliation with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission and guaranteed to recommend him to serve in the enforcement hall. He did not expect that not only was Duan Ling Tian not grateful, but he actually pushed him into a corner in front of so many people. It was obvious Duan Ling Tian wanted him to admit he was wrong with his earlier judgment. This was akin to slapping him on the face. Why, don't tell me you think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl in my hand, Elder Dong Lin. Duan Ling Tian looked at the spiritual pearl in his hand and asked calmly when he saw Dong Lin keeping quiet for a long time, if you think there's something wrong with this spiritual pearl, you can always take out your spiritual pearl to check my innate spiritual root, Elder Dong Lin. I believe that as an enforcement hall's elder, you must have a spiritual pearl with you, right? Although Duan Ling Tian spoke calmly, his words sounded like claps of thunder when Dong Lin heard it. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian wanted to push him onto the road of ruin. If Dong Lin was uncertain earlier about Duan Ling Tian possessing a blue innate spiritual root, he was completely certain now that Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he would not have acted so domineeringly. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, you've just returned to the sector came out from closed-door cultivation, right, Elder Dong Lin? Duan Ling Tian was not angry even though Dong Lin was ignoring him. Instead, he changed the topic and asked Dong Lin about other things. How do you know that? At this moment, Dong Lin was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to guess that he only recently returned to the fire worship sect. If you didn't just return to the sector come out of closed-door cultivation, it's impossible that you wouldn't know I have a blue innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian explained patiently, perhaps most people in the fire worship sect think I have a yellow innate spiritual root. However, apart from the true disciples in serving in the enforcement hall, 90% of the people from the enforcement hall know that I have a blue innate spiritual root. Those who are unaware are only those who have just come out of closed-door cultivation or weren't present in the sect until recently. Duan Ling Tian's words caused everyone in the fire remuneration palace to fall silent again. The people in the enforcement hall know he possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Dong Lin's expression turned grim. At the same time, he turned to glare at Chen Peng with killing intent, frightening him. Senior brother Dong Lin, don't listen to him. He's spouting nonsense. Chen Peng quickly refuted. His innate spiritual root was tested twice in front of my master. Both times he was found to possess a yellow innate spiritual root. There's no mistake about this. As soon as Chen Peng finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at him and asked, Chen Peng, if I'm not mistaken, you've also either recently came back to the sector just came out of closed-door cultivation, right? In fact, you've not even seen your master, Lian, before you came to look for trouble with me, right? Who's looking for trouble with you? Don't slander me, Chen Peng said in panic when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. This was because Duan Ling Tian was right. He had recently come out of closed-door cultivation, and he had not gone to see his master yet before he found Dong Lin to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. He had planned to see his master after he had gotten Duan Ling Tian into trouble so he could share this piece of good news with him and please him. Naturally, Chen Peng was unaware that he would not be able to find his master, Lian, even if he had gone to look for him since he had gone to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 2030 The Fire Worship Sect's Eighth Prodigy. Although Chen Peng said Duan Ling Tian was slandering him, a hint of shock and disbelief could be seen in the depths of his eyes. His eyes had completely betrayed him. Suddenly a cry resonated in the fire remuneration palace. A Saint Land disciple seemed to have recalled something as he cried out in surprise, I remember now. Many people present on the scene shifted their attention to this Saint Land disciple immediately. With all the attention on him, the Saint Land disciple was a little nervous, but he still said, do any of you remember? When Duan Ling Tian killed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Yuan Hong and his brother, Yuan Kuang, he was pardoned by the enforcement hall. At that time, we thought Duan Ling Tian has an extraordinary background and that was why the enforcement hall had intentionally let him go. In hindsight, it's possible the enforcement hall has known since then that Duan Ling Tian has a blue innate spiritual root. The Saint Land disciple revealed everything he remembered without leaving any details out. The fire remuneration palace fell silent again. Something like that happened. Dong Lin narrowed his eyes. His expression turned even graver. Since he had just returned to the fire worship sect, he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had been pardoned by the enforcement hall. Otherwise, he would not look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian in a hurry. Would a person who was pardoned by the enforcement hall be somebody ordinary? As an enforcement hall's elder, Dong Lin, naturally, knew the answer to this. To outsiders, Chen Peng was his friend. However, in Dong Lin's eyes, Chen Peng was only his follower. Since he had come of age, he was no longer a true disciple and had become a bronze flame elder. For this reason, Chen Peng no longer followed him as closely as before. If Dong Lin had known that Duan Ling Tian had been pardoned by the enforcement hall before, even if Chen Peng was his brother, he would not have simply come looking for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. He even abused his power solely to make things difficult for him. If this matter was not dealt with properly, it would be difficult for Dong Lin to escape from being severely punished even if he was an enforcement hall's elder and the only son of one of the vice hall masters in the enforcement hall. Now that you mentioned it, I think I remember something like that happening. It seems like the enforcement hall knew Duan Ling Tian possesses a blue innate spiritual root, that's why the enforcement hall didn't punish him. There's an unspoken rule about this after all. It seems like the rumor is wrong. Duan Ling Tian doesn't have a yellow innate spiritual root. Instead, he has a blue innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace finally pieced the puzzle together. As it turned out, the enforcement hall had long known that Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Only Dong Lin was unaware of it. Elder Dong Lin is really unlucky. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, Elder Dong Lin must have only recently come out of closed-door cultivation or recently returned to the sect. Isn't it obvious? Otherwise, Elder Dong Lin wouldn't have thought that Duan Ling Tian has a yellow innate spiritual root. He and Duan Ling Tian are strangers. He only made things difficult for Duan Ling Tian today because of Chen Peng. It seems like Chen Peng has made a fool out of him. As many of the Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves, they shifted their attention to Chen Peng. Upon hearing these words, Chen Peng's face turned green immediately. What did they mean by he had made a fool out of Dong Lin? Prior to this, he was also unaware that Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Chen Peng felt like dying when he sensed Dong Lin's cold gaze swept over him. He knew that after today, Dong Lin would probably ignore him since he must also felt that he had been fooled. Chen Peng felt extremely remorseful at this moment. Why did he have to be so rash? The Fire Remuneration Palace was extremely noisy now that everyone learned Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. It finally made sense why the enforcement hall would take special care and even pardon Duan Ling Tian previously. This was all due to his blue innate spiritual root. After all, the people he killed were only Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples with ordinary innate talent and would not impact the fire worship sect greatly. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian actually possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Looking back, all those comments about the limit of his cultivation base being at the peak of the exemplary saint stage sounds so ridiculous now. Indeed, as long as a martial genius with a blue spiritual root doesn't suddenly die or decide to stop cultivating, he would definitely be able to successfully break through to the saint celestial stage. I can't imagine how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's strength would be once he breaks through to the saint celestial stage. His strength would be extremely formidable. Currently, it seems like his cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, right? It should be higher than that. Earlier, before he cast his assist-type divine ability to raise his saint energy, I noticed his energy is similar to a powerhouse at the early quintessential saint stage. In that case, does it mean he has already broken through to the early quintessential saint stage? The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace discussed among themselves. They concluded that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the early quintessential saint stage. They continued to marvel over Duan Ling Tian's strength. Although his cultivation base is only at the early quintessential saint stage, his strength can be considered to be on par with those at the peak of the second form of the saint celestial stage. I think so too. Just the sword technique he has mastered alone is enough for him to be ranked on the supreme saint ranking. I can't believe there's another prodigy among the younger generation in the fire worship sect who's qualified to be ranked on the supreme saint ranking. The younger generation who were elite disciples in the fire worship sect were true disciples. If they managed to rank on the supreme saint ranking, they would bring honor and glory to the fire worship sect. Someone like that would be widely acknowledged as a prodigy as well. For example, the 7 people, including Gan Ruyan, who were ranked on the supreme ranking were considered as prodigies in the fire worship sect. The fire worship sect, had 7 prodigies, and they were known as the 7 Great Prodigies. The 7 Great Prodigies in the Fire Worship sect were powerhouses who were famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were widely acknowledged as elite powerhouses among the younger generation in the upper province. From today onward, there's another prodigy in the Fire Worship sect. The sect now has 8 prodigies instead of 7. It won't be long before the names of the 8 prodigies spread in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many Saint Land disciples marveled. Prodigy. 8 great prodigies. Upon hearing these Saint Land disciples' words, Duan Ling Tian raised his brow. However, his expression was still very calm. Gan Ruyan, Ka's twin sister, is considered a prodigy in the Fire Worship sect. Duan Ling Tian mused in his heart. He still remembered when he first met her. He was indeed shocked by her strength. Even the 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju, from the dragon clan did not dare act recklessly in front of her. At that time, Diju's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the divine saint stage. However, Duan Ling Tian's strength is chasing up to Gan Ruyan, so he was no longer as shocked as he was before by her strength. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention back to Dong Lin and said, "Elder Dong Lin, since it has already come to this, don't you think it's time for you to give me an answer?" Dong Lin took Duan Ling Tian by surprise. He no longer hesitated and instantly announced, "From this moment on, Duan Ling Tian is no longer banned from serving in the enforcement hall." His voice was loud and clear, and his words were very direct. It even caused Duan Ling Tian to feel suspicious. On top of that, Dong Lin was not finished. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and bowed to apologize to Duan Ling Tian in front of everybody in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Ling Tian, previously, I was unaware that you possess a blue innate spiritual root, so I banned you from serving in the enforcement hall. Now that I learned you possess a blue innate spiritual root, I'd like to sincerely apologize. Dong Lin's words caused everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace to fall silent. Dong Lin's action was extremely shocking. Dong Lin really knows how to adapt to situations quite well. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave instead of being happy when he saw this. Although he's apologizing to me, he's actually absolving himself of his crimes. Now that he has apologized, he won't be severely punished even if the enforcement hall chooses to investigate this matter. After apologizing, before the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace regained their senses, Dong Lin left the Fire Remuneration Palace. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not stop him since he had achieved his goal. He could finally accept the assignment from the enforcement hall. This meant he would be able to see Ka and their daughter soon. Outside the Fire Remuneration Palace. As soon as Dong Lin walked out of the great entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace, his calm gaze suddenly turned piercing. An intense hatred rose in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, you better watch out. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't have a chance to rise. Chapter 2031. Did Duan Ling Tian stir up trouble again? After Dong Lin apologized to Duan Ling Tian and left, the Fire Remuneration Palace was silent. Dong Lin actually took the initiative to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was no longer banned from serving in the enforcement hall. Duan Ling Tian is quite amazing, right? Although I know Elder Dong Lin's ban would no longer be valid once Duan Ling Tian revealed he possesses a blue innate spiritual root, I didn't expect Elder Dong Lin would directly say he's lifting the ban on Duan Ling Tian. Isn't he going back on his words? It's more than going back on his words. Did you see? Elder Dong Lin even took the initiative to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. From now on, among the more than 170 true disciples, I'll only listen to senior brother Duan Ling Tian. That's right, even that person who's ranked first on the true ranking might not even dare to be so rude to Elder Dong Lin. As the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace regained their senses from the shock, they began to discuss among themselves. Many of them now referred to Duan Ling Tian as senior brother. In this world where the strong ones were revered, Duan Ling Tian's action earlier had perfectly embodied the definition of strong. It caused many Saint Land disciples to acknowledge his strength, as the group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. Trying to leave? Did I say you're allowed to leave? Duan Ling Tian's apathetic voice resonated suddenly and attracted everyone's attention in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As they looked around, they saw Chen Peng, who had followed Dong Lin here, had somehow made his way to the great entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace with a downtrodden expression on his face. However, Duan Ling Tian stopped him before he could leave. History repeated itself once again. Chen Peng's face turned green when Duan Ling Tian stopped him. However, he still arrogantly said, Duan Ling Tian, what are you trying to do? Senior brother Dong Lin is no longer stopping you from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall. Why you need to know when to stop? In his opinion, he could not show his weakness outwardly even though he was truly afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Know when to stop. Duan Ling Tian burst out laughing as though he had heard a funny joke. As soon as he stopped laughing, he turned to look at Chen Peng coldly. Are you kidding me? Don't act recklessly. Chen Peng, who was standing straight, felt weak when he sensed Duan Ling Tian's killing intent. He was no longer acting arrogantly like he did before. If you dare to move during the next 3 breaths, I'll let you know what it feels like to better off dead. Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he walked to Chen Peng until there was only a foot left between them. Horror dawned on Chen Peng. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and moved it around at lightning speed. As Duan Ling Tian moved his hand, the sound of slapping began to resound in the air successively like firecrackers. Duan Ling Tian was so fast that it did not take more than 1 breath for him to slap Chen Peng until his face was as swollen as a pig's head. Upon seeing this, the group of Saint Lan disciples present on the scene could not help but gasp. Some people even touched their own faces. Although Duan Ling Tian was not slapping them, they could imagine the pain Chen Peng was experiencing. Despite being slapped until his face was swollen, Chen Peng did not dare to move at all. This was because Duan Ling Tian had warned him that if he dared to move during the next 3 breaths, he would make him wish he was better off dead. Naturally, he did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. For this reason, he remained unmoving even though his face had become swollen from Duan Ling Tian's slaps. Even then, a flame of fury burned in the depths of his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered from such a humiliation. The sound of slapping continued to resonate. After the span of 2 breaths, Duan Ling Tian even broke a few teeth in Chen Peng's mouth. Fresh blood that appeared dazzling began to drip from the corner of his mouth. After the span of 3 breaths, Duan Ling Tian finally stopped. Currently, apart from Chen Peng's swollen face, it seemed as though he was bleeding profusely as well. If you dare to act this way again, I'll make you wish you're better off dead. Duan Ling Tian looked at Chen Peng coldly after he stopped slapping him and said in a low voice, "Scram." The instant Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Chen Peng was so frightened that he quickly moved, making way for Duan Ling Tian. After Chen Peng made way for Duan Ling Tian, the group of Saint Lan disciples automatically made way for him as well as he walked to the counter. "Elder, can I accept the assignment now?" "Of course you can." How could the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder standing behind the counter be so bold as to stop Duan Ling Tian from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall? After he replied Duan Ling Tian, he quickly dealt with everything for Duan Ling Tian. Dong Lin, who had banned Duan Ling Tian from serving in the enforcement hall, had already yielded. How could the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian? In terms of strength, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Dong Lin. In terms of background, he was not a match for Dong Lin at all. If he continued to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian, he would be the only one who was making things difficult for Duan Ling Tian today. When Chen Peng saw Duan Ling Tian had gone to accept the assignment from the enforcement hall and no longer bothered with him, he left the Fire Remuneration Palace dejectedly under the gaze of the Saint Lan disciples. After he left the Fire Remuneration Palace, the flame of wrath buried deep in his eyes threatened to spill out. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go. Chen Peng thought to himself as anger and hatred burned in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that his innate talent and strength would probably never catch up to Duan Ling Tian. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, after the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder standing behind the counter finished handling the procedure for Duan Ling Tian, he told him, "Duan Ling Tian, take this certificate to the enforcement hall tomorrow and you can directly replace the true disciples on duty. In the next month, you'll have to stay in the enforcement hall. You're not allowed to leave without permission." At the same time, he handed a certificate to Duan Ling Tian. "Thank you, elder." After receiving the certificate and expressing his gratitude, Duan Ling Tian left the Fire Remuneration Palace without so much as turning his head. After Duan Ling Tian left the Fire Remuneration Palace, it burst into a commotion again. When the Saint Lan disciples spoke about Duan Ling Tian, it was obvious they all deeply respected him now. It did not take long for word of the incident in the Fire Remuneration Palace to spread. Duan Ling Tian created trouble again. It seems like it. On top of that, this time the one whom he picked on is the enforcement hall's elder Dong Lin, who has a great background. Dong Lin, isn't he the only son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master Dong? That's him. It seems like Duan Ling Tian's not the one who went looking for trouble. Elder Dong Lin was the one who looked for trouble with him. Using Duan Ling Tian's yellow innate spiritual root as an excuse, he banned him from serving in the enforcement hall. I heard about it as well. It's said that Duan Ling Tian publicly revealed his blue innate spiritual root. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian actually has a blue innate spiritual root. Not only does he possess a blue innate spiritual root, but he has even mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian is really heaven-defying. Many people quickly learned about Duan Ling Tian possessing a blue innate spiritual root, causing an uproar in the fire worship sect. Previously, everyone thought Duan Ling Tian was only talented in mastering and comprehending divine abilities. They thought God was jealous of him and only gave him a yellow innate spiritual root. However, they finally learned that Duan Ling Tian's so-called yellow innate spiritual root was merely a rumor. He actually possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Previously, he was not punished for killing the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li An's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, and his brother, Yuan Kuang, because he had a blue innate spiritual root. He was only given a slap on the wrist and was sentenced to serving in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine for 10 years. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not even stay for a month after he arrived in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. This was because he already possessed the qualifications to enter the Saint Land and to become a Saint Land disciple. The news of Duan Ling Tian possessing a blue innate spiritual root finally traveled to the 4 Symbols Sanctums. It caused a commotion there as well. Duan Ling Tian has a blue innate spiritual root. How's that possible? The instant the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples heard this news, many of them had the same reaction. After all, the news about Duan Ling Tian only possessing a yellow innate spiritual root came from the Black Turtle Sanctum. This had been engraved into everyone's hearts. It seems like senior brother Duan Ling Tian knows a technique to conceal his innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tested yellow at that time. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum exclaimed. They were very respectful when they spoke about Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2032 The Enforcement Hall. The Enforcement Hall was located in a mountain, north of the fire worship sect's Saint Island. Due to its special status, very few people would come here. The Enforcement Hall was separated into 3 halls. There were the Main Hall, the Punishment Hall, and the Prison Hall. The Main Hall was used to store dossiers, accepting complaints, and managing the Enforcement Hall. The Punishment Hall, just like its name, was the place where the Enforcement Hall carried out punishments for fire worship sect's elders and disciples who violated the rules. At that time, after Wei He, the great direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian, was found to have slandered the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder for abusing his power, indirectly violating the sanctity of the Enforcement Hall. He was sentenced to death in the Punishment Hall. The Punishment Hall had all sorts of terrifying instruments of torture as well. They were much more horrifying than other ordinary punishment instruments. Many of the instruments would make one wish one was better off dead. As for the Prison Hall, it was the place where the fire worship sect's elders and disciples who had violated the rules were imprisoned. Those who were locked up were usually those who had committed serious crimes. For the reason that their crimes would need the final verdict from the sect leader, they were temporarily locked up here. Ka, Duan Si Ling, Ka and Duan Ling Tian's daughter, and Ka's twin sister, Gan Ruyan, were locked up here. At this moment, a figure could be seen making his way into the Enforcement Hall's main hall. Elder Dong Lin. The few Enforcement Hall's elders who had just flown out of the main hall automatically greeted the figure with a smile when they saw him. This person was none other than Dong Lin, who had just returned from the Central Square's Fire Remuneration Palace. Before Dong Lin came here, he had gone to a few other places to inquire about Duan Ling Tian to gain a deeper understanding of him. After he had gotten the information he wanted, he returned in a haste to the main hall where the dossiers were stored to look up Duan Ling Tian's record. Currently, news of Dong Lin's plan being foiled in the Central Square's Fire Remuneration Palace had already reached the Enforcement Hall. However, it had not reached the main hall. Due to this reason, the few Enforcement Hall's elders coming out of the main hall had yet to learn of the incident. That was why they were able to act naturally when faced with Dong Lin. Although Dong Lin was also an Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elder just like them, Due to the reason his father was the enforcement hall's vice hall master, they were polite to him even if they did not fawn over him. Dong Lin's father was their immediate superior after all. However, Dong Lin merely ignored their greetings. Without slowing down, he descended from the sky and entered the enforcement hall's main hall. What's going on with Elder Dong Lin? Why is he in such a hurry? That's right, although he usually wouldn't greet us when we greet him, he would usually spare us a glance or a nod. Let him be. This kid's temper has always been a mystery. Just let him be. Based on these few enforcement hall's elders' words, it was obvious they did not have a good impression of Dong Lin. They were only polite to Dong Lin because he had an extraordinary background. Moreover, his father was their immediate superior. When the few enforcement hall's elders had flown quite a distance, another enforcement hall's elder flew toward them and said joyfully, "Hey, did you hear about it? Our enforcement hall's elder Dong Lin apologized to a true disciple in the central square's fire remuneration palace." This enforcement hall's elder was also a bronze flame elder, so these few people were familiar with him. Elder Dong Lin apologized to a true disciple. This is a joke, right? With his temper, people usually have to apologize to him. To think he apologized to someone else, a true disciple no less. I don't believe it. The few enforcement hall's elders who had just left the main hall looked at each other and shook their heads, expressing their disbelief. Well, you better believe it. Everyone's talking about this. The enforcement hall's elder who just arrived said as he shook his head. The few enforcement hall's elders began to feel curious and quickly urged the other elder. What actually happened? Tell us. Well, it's like this. The enforcement hall's elder began to disclose everything he knew. The fire remuneration palace, Duan Ling Tian, Dong Lin, and the assignment from the enforcement hall. The conversation revolved around these few topics. Dong Lin actually abused his power and banned Duan Ling Tian from serving in the enforcement hall. Isn't he afraid Lord Hall Master would be angry with him? That's right, although his father is a vice hall master, his father wouldn't be able to do anything if the hall master gets angry. He's smart, he found a valid excuse. Even if Lord Hall Master finds out about this, he might not blame him. It's unfortunate his excuse was found to be invalid. Who said Duan Ling Tian only has a yellow innate spiritual root? He publicly revealed his blue innate spiritual root, figuratively slapping Dong Lin. No wonder his expression is grim. As it turns out, he was just humiliated in the fire remuneration palace. The few enforcement hall's elders recalled how Dong Lin did not even bother with them when they greeted him. However, I can't believe that apart from being extremely talented in comprehending divine abilities, Duan Ling Tian has a high innate talent as well. The instant the eighth prodigy of the fire worship sect appeared, his strength is enough for him to be ranked in the top 5 among all the prodigies. Duan Ling Tian really never fails to surprise everyone with everything that he does. You're right, he's been shocking everyone since he entered the sect. This time, he even gave a good slap to that good-for-nothing kid from our enforcement hall. How ruthless. Based on this news, it seems like he'll be coming to the enforcement hall tomorrow. We'll finally be able to meet this popular prodigy who has recently arrived in our fire worship sect. I'm looking forward to meeting him. A hint of curiosity could be seen in the few enforcement hall's elders' eyes when they spoke about Duan Ling Tian. They wondered how the person who had shocked the fire worship sect continuously since his arrival looked like. In the main hall of the enforcement hall, the moment Dong Lin entered, he headed straight to where the dossiers were stored. The dossiers were very important to the enforcement hall. For this reason, a silver flame elder would be stationed next to the place where the dossiers were stored. Elder Dong Lin. Today, a middle-aged silver flame elder was on duty in the side palace where the dossiers were stored. When he saw Dong Lin coming over in a rush, he was puzzled. I want to look at the dossier regarding the death of Wei He, the Saint Land elder. Dong Lin said demandingly. He seemed to have forgotten the person on duty was a silver flame elder. As expected, after hearing the demanding way Dong Lin had spoken, the silver flame elder's expression turned solemn immediately. He said coldly, "Elder Dong Lin, I don't remember where the dossier you're looking for is kept. I think it's better if you look for it yourself." Although Dong Lin's father was the enforcement hall's vice hall master and his direct superior, he was still a silver flame elder no matter what. He had his pride. Naturally, he would not let a bronze flame elder like Dong Lin trample on his pride. Even if he risked offending the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, he was not willing to throw away his pride. "Elder Lin Tong, I'm sorry. I was too anxious. I've offended you earlier. Please forgive me. Dong Lin realized his mistake when he heard the Silver Flame Elder's words. Dissatisfaction filled his heart as he forced himself to apologize. The dossiers in the side palace of the main hall had been around since a long time ago. If he had to look for it on his own, he might not be able to find it even after spending 3 days and 3 nights searching for it. In order to have a look at the dossier as quickly as he could, Dong Ling outwardly apologized. However, deep inside, he began to hate the Silver Flame Elder, Lin Tong. Lin Tong's solemn expression eased away when he heard Dong Lin's apology. After that, he searched for the dossier regarding Wei He's death and handed it over to Dong Lin when he found it. Elder Lin Tong, please also look for the dossier regarding Duan Ling Tian killing the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. I'd like to read it, Dong Lin said as he forced himself to smile. It was apparent that Lin Tong was a person who preferred a soft rather than a forceful approach. Seeing how polite Dong Lin was, he instantly looked for the dossier Dong Lin had requested for. Soon after, Dong Lin was reading the 2 dossiers. From the dossiers, Dong Lin saw the record regarding Duan Ling Tian's innate spiritual root being blue. Dong Lin's expression turned grave immediately. As it turned out, the enforcement hall had already known Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. However, since he had just returned to the sect, he was unaware of this matter. This time, Chen Peng has really gotten me into trouble. I hope Lord Hall Master won't investigate this matter further when he learns of taken the initiative to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. Dong Ling prayed inwardly. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the enforcement hall. After leaving the Fire Remuneration Palace in the central square, he returned to his residence. He was overwhelmed by the fact that he would be going to the enforcement hall tomorrow. For this reason, he did not cultivate nor comprehend his divine abilities for a long time after he had entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Chapter 2033 The Leader of the 8 Great Prodigies. Junior brother Ling Tian, a voice resonated from outside suddenly, causing Duan Ling Tian to regain his senses. He left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walked out of the room immediately. He knew the voice belonged to Lu Yun. Senior brother Lu Yun, are you looking for me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile after he flew up into the air and stopped in front of Lu Yun. As the saying went, people would be in high spirits when they encounter a happy event. Currently, Lu Yun felt Duan Ling Tian was different from before. It seemed as though he had transformed into a different person as his person exuded a youthful vigor. Junior brother Ling Tian, I know you're going to the enforcement hall tomorrow. You have to watch out for Dong Lin once you're there. Unlike Duan Ling Tian who was smiling widely, Lu Yun had a solemn expression on his face. He warned Duan Ling Tian, I'm sure you've learned about Dong Lin's background and that he's the only son of one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. I'm afraid you're unaware that this vice hall master is a persistent person. When his wife was accidentally injured by a Black Kshetra sect's elder, he directly slaughtered his way into the Black Kshetra sect and killed that Black Kshetra sect's elder. At that time, the group of Black Kshetra sect's powerhouses who surrounded him were all severely injured, and he was barely hanging on to his last breath as well. If Lord Sect Leader didn't personally make a move, he would have died. He had slaughtered his way into the Black Kshetra sect because he was certain his wife wouldn't be able to live much longer. He went there knowing he would die. Lu Yun paused for a moment before he continued to say, in the end, he learned that his severely injured wife was already pregnant. After she gave birth to Dong Lin, she passed away. Ever since then, Dong Lin has become his new reason to live. One could say that Dong Lin is the most important person in his heart. If he learns that you've publicly humiliated Dong Lin, I'm afraid he won't let this matter go. Don't tell me he's able to act as he pleases in the fire worship sect and make a move on me. Duan Ling Tian asked as he raised an eyebrow. He can't go as far as harming you in the fire worship sect since he's the enforcement hall's vice hall master after all. Moreover, taking into account that Lord Sect Leader helped him previously, he won't dare to act recklessly. However, everything will be different outside of the fire worship sect. Lu Yun said solemnly as he shook his head, today, I came to warn you that it's better if you don't kill Dong Lin regardless of how deep the enmity is between you and him. Once you kill him, the vice hall master might lose all his reason. He might even kill you in the fire worship sect since he's the kind that would die for his son. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Lu Yun. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, He began to put up a guard against Dong Lin's father, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Based on Lu Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian could tell Dong Lin's father did not lack determination. He even slaughtered his way into the Black Kshetra sect for his wife. This was not something everyone would be able to do. Moreover, his wife had passed away and only left behind a son for him. He could easily imagine how important his son was to him. If his son died, he would definitely go insane. Duan Ling Tian decided to be wary of Dong Lin's father even though he did not intend to kill Dong Lin for the time being. Dong Lin might not even dare to accept a death duel challenge from Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, he was not afraid the vice hall master would personally make a move. As for things that might happen outside of the sect, he might not even need to make a move since the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li and won't let go of me easily. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. This was why he was not worried about Dong Lin's father making a move against him if he left the fire worship sect. Junior brother Ling Tian, you'll be going to the enforcement hall tomorrow. If it's possible, don't get into another dispute with Dong Lin when you're there. Otherwise, even if Dong Lin's father doesn't personally make a move to teach you a lesson, he would definitely instruct some Silver Flame Elders to teach you a lesson. Lu Yun continued to warn him. Duan Ling Tian would be going to the enforcement hall. It was Dong Ling in his father's territory. For this reason, Lu Yun could not help but worry about Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Actually, he did not have a great enmity or whatsoever with Dong Lin. As long as Dong Lin did not come looking for trouble with him, he was too lazy to bother with him as well. After all, he did not suffer any losses today. Lu Yun sighed in relief when he saw Duan Ling Tian seemed to heed his advice. As though he was reminded of something, he looked at Duan Ling Tian intently as he asked, Junior brother Ling Tian, you really possess a blue innate spiritual root. Apart from learning about the dispute between Dong Lin and Duan Ling Tian, Lu Yun also learned that Duan Ling Tian had humiliated Dong Lin by publicly revealing he had a blue innate spiritual root. Even after hearing about, he found it hard to believe since everyone deeply believed Duan Ling Tian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root before this. That was why he had asked Duan Ling Tian for confirmation. Then, why is it that you were found to have a yellow innate spiritual talent twice when you were tested in the Four Symbols Sanctum's Black Turtle Sanctum? Duan Ling Tian knew Lu Yun intended to get to the bottom of this matter when he heard his question. He had long prepared for this. I know a secret tactic that can conceal one's innate spiritual root. I tested yellow for my innate spiritual root because I used this technique at that time. Duan Ling Tian lied blatantly. He had prepared this excuse since a long time ago. He believed most people would think this way. If they did not, it would have been difficult for him to explain the huge change in his innate spiritual root. I see. Although Lu Yun had suspected it, he felt baffled again once he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. If that's the case, doesn't it mean your real innate spiritual root might not even be blue, junior brother Ling Tian? Lu Yun could not help but ask. Since Duan Ling Tian could conceal his innate spiritual root, it was possible that the blue innate spiritual root might not be his real innate spiritual root. Lu Yun stared at Duan Ling Tian intently after he finished speaking as though he hoped to glean some clues through Duan Ling Tian's expressions. Duan Ling Tian merely smiled mysteriously in response to Lu Yun's question. For this reason, Lu Yun became even more certain that Duan Ling Tian might possess an indigo innate spiritual root. His heartbeat quickened when he thought of this. Duan Ling Tian had intentionally smiled mysteriously to mislead Lu Yun and let him think the blue innate spiritual root might not be real. After all, he could still improve his innate spiritual root through the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As long as he could devour enough innate spiritual roots, he would eventually be able to improve his innate spiritual root to an indigo or even violet one. He might as well pave the road first so that even if he was found to possess a higher level innate spiritual root in the future, Lu Yun would not be so shocked. Junior brother Ling Tian, I've already completed what I came to do today. I'll take my leave and won't disturb you from cultivating. Lu Yun no longer pursued the matter when he saw Duan Ling Tian smiling mysteriously with no intention of clarifying the matter. He bade farewell before he left. Moreover, in his opinion, there was no need to further pursue the matter since Duan Ling Tian's mysterious smile was an answer itself. For this reason, Lu Yun could not calm down for a long time after he left. I can't believe that apart from being extremely talented at comprehending divine abilities, junior brother Ling Tian has such a high innate talent. Given enough time, he'll be able to surpass those who are ranked first and second on the true ranking. Lu Yun was extremely certain about this. Junior brother Ling Tian is the most outstanding prodigy in our fire worship sect. It's not too much to regard him as the leader of the 8 great prodigies too. As Duan Ling Tian watched Lu Yun leave, his feelings that were in turmoil due to Kaye and their daughter began to calm down. The news of how Dong Lin's father had a tendency of shielding his son's flaws had pressured him slightly. After all, he would be serving in the enforcement hall for the next month. Once he reached the enforcement hall, if Dong Lin's father really wanted to create trouble for him, there was no need for him to personally make his move since he could just instruct a few Silver Flame Elders to make a move just like Lu Yun had said. The weakest Silver Flame Elder was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, and the stronger ones were at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With my current strength, a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage is too much for me to handle. After all, there's no way I can simply use the Jasper Celestial Sword in front of the other party unless I'm certain I can kill him. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. For this reason, he felt a hint of dread when he thought of facing the wrath of Dong Lin's father. Just let it be. My purpose is to see Kaye and our daughter. If I can see them, so what if I have to suffer from this tiny inconvenience? Moreover, if he dares to instruct a Silver Flame Elder to teach me a lesson, I can always teach his son the lesson that the Silver Flame Elder teaches me. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his eyes flashed coldly. He was not someone who was easily bullied. Chapter 2034 First time in the enforcement hall. It was a day outside, but 10 days had already gone by in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In these 10 days, Duan Ling Tian had calmed down and diligently cultivated. Although he did not make another breakthrough in his cultivation base, it had completely stabilized. I just need another 2 more weeks to break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Inside the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as stars. When Duan Ling Tian mentioned 2 weeks, he meant the time in the outside world. 2 weeks outside would be equivalent to 5 months in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With his blue innate spiritual root in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation speed was similar to those geniuses who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. It's time for me to head to the enforcement hall. Duan Ling Tian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the mansion for the Saint Island. When he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian knew the enforcement hall was located in the Saint Island. He made his way north and soon arrived in the area where the enforcement hall was located. Are you a true disciple who came to serve in the enforcement hall? When Duan Ling Tian entered the area where the enforcement hall was located, a voice rang in the sky. After that, a figure descended from the sky and appeared before Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian studied the person before him. This person was a middle-aged man wearing the exclusive uniform of a Bronze Flame Elder. Unlike the exclusive uniforms for ordinary Saint Land's Bronze Flame Elders, the uniform he was wearing had the word, enforcement, embroidered on the front of his robe. Based on this, one could tell he was an enforcement hall's elder. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to the enforcement hall's elder query. Do you have the certificate? The enforcement hall's elder who appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian asked Duan Ling Tian without beating around the bush. True disciples who had accepted the assignment and came to serve in the enforcement hall were given a certificate by the Central Square's Fire Remuneration Palace. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded and subsequently took out the certificate he obtained from the Fire Remuneration Palace yesterday. He handed it over to the enforcement hall's elder standing before him. The enforcement hall's elder took the certificate from him and looked at it. His eyes suddenly widened as various expressions flitted across his face as though he had seen something shocking. The enforcement hall's elder gasped, and when he looked at Duan Ling Tian, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes. Why, you're Duan Ling Tian. Although he was a Saint Land's Bronze Flame Elder, an enforcement hall's elder no less, his strength was only on par with Dong Lin. He could not even compare to Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Faced with the person who had easily defeated Wen Yan and forced that good-for-nothing kid, Dong Lin, to apologize on his own initiative, apart from shock, there was a feeling of respect in his heart. The other person might be younger than him, but he was much stronger. For this reason, he did not dare to act like a senior, since this was a world where the strong ones were revered. It was not a world that placed great importance on seniority. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded again in response to the enforcement hall's elder standing before him. The exchanging of duty between the previous group and the current group on duty in the enforcement hall will take place in the main hall. Let me bring you there. As the enforcement hall's elder handed the certificate back to Duan Ling Tian, he took the initiative to lead him to the main hall. Won't this be inconvenient for you? It would suffice if you just point me in the right direction, elder, Duan Ling Tian said politely. Duan Ling Tian had always been a person who repaid kindness and animosity in tenfold. He was extremely polite to this enforcement hall's elder who had been polite to him. Although his strength, coupled with the Jasper celestial sword, was far superior to the elder, he did not look down on him. It's not inconvenient at all. It's an honor being able to help a prodigy like you, the enforcement hall's elder said as he shook his head. Seeing how determined the enforcement hall's elder was, Duan Ling Tian no longer rejected him and followed him to the main hall. How should I address you, elder? Duan Ling Tian asked during the journey. My name's Peng Bin, the enforcement hall's elder instantly replied to Duan Ling Tian before he anxiously said, you don't have to address me as elder. You can just call me by my name. Elder Peng Bin, you're a fire worship sect's elder, and I'm a fire worship sect's disciple. It's natural for me to address you as elder. There's no need for you to think too much into it, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head when he saw how anxious Peng Bin was. Duan Ling Tian had been in the fire worship sect for quite a while. It was the first time he had met an elder like Peng Bin who treated him with so much respect. It even made him anxious just because he had addressed him as elder. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that, currently, his name was a synonym for the words, don't provoke, among the bronze flame elders in the fire worship sect. Apart from his strength, the bronze flame elders dreaded his courage as well. After all, not everybody had the courage to publicly humiliate the direct disciple of a golden flame elder, and not everybody had the courage to force the son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master to take the initiative to apologize. Although Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who was stronger than Wen Yan and Dong Lin, he was the only one who dared to treat Wen Yan and Dong Lin in such a way. For this reason, in the eyes of the bronze flame elders in the fire worship sect, Duan Ling Tian was a variant among the true disciples and should not be provoked. Due to this reason, Peng Bin was courteous and afraid when faced with Duan Ling Tian. Elder Peng Bin, can you give me a simple introduction about the enforcement hall? Duan Ling Tian asked. Of course. Peng Bin instantly nodded before he explained to Duan Ling Tian, our enforcement hall is separated into 3 halls that have their own functions. The 3 halls are the main hall, the punishment hall, and the prison hall. The main hall. Duan Ling Tian gained a certain understanding of the enforcement hall through Peng Bin's explanation. The enforcement hall was separated into 3 halls. The main hall, the punishment hall, and the prison hall. He also learned that Ka and their daughter were imprisoned in the prison hall. Elder Peng Bin, as an important place of the enforcement hall, the people guarding the prison hall should be silver flame elders, right? Duan Ling Tian asked, seemingly unconcerned. Currently, he wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the prison hall. If by some chance, only bronze flame elders were guarding the place, he might stand a chance in rescuing Ka and their daughter. Naturally, he knew how unrealistic it was. There were so many silver flame elders in the enforcement hall, how could they possibly let bronze flame elders guard the prison hall that was incredibly important in the enforcement hall? Yes, Peng Bin instantly nodded when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Usually, there are 3 silver flame elders guarding the prison hall. You'll have to receive all 3's permission if you want to enter the prison hall. Moreover, they have the communication Dao talismans in their possessions in case something happens in the prison hall, so they can instantly inform the enforcement hall's hall master and the vice hall masters, Peng Bin explained. In that case, isn't the prison hall impregnable? It's almost impossible to rescue those who are imprisoned there. Duan Ling Tian said as he feigned astonishment. In truth, he was feeling slightly dejected since this meant he would no longer be able to save Ka and their daughter before his strength surpassed the hall master of the enforcement hall. Indeed, Peng Bin said, with the hall master around, it's almost impossible for anyone to rescue the people imprisoned in the prison hall unless they're as strong as the guardians in the fire worship sect. A hint of respect could be seen in Peng Bin's eyes when he spoke about the hall master of the enforcement hall. To the enforcement hall's elders, the hall master of the enforcement hall was a person whose position was only inferior to the sect leader of the fire worship sect. In their eyes, even the three great guardians of the fire worship sect's positions were not as high as the hall master. When Peng Bin was speaking, he failed to notice Duan Ling Tian's expression had turned slightly grim. Only when Peng Bin looked at him again did he regain his composure. As they continued to travel some distance away, Peng Bin said, "The main hall of the enforcement hall is just right in front." In the distance, a huge and long palace that seemed like a divine dragon could be seen. It exuded an oppressive aura. The sound of wind whistling caused Duan Ling Tian to regain his senses. He saw two figures flew rapidly past him before they entered enforcement hall's main hall. They are also true disciples who came to serve here. Although the two figures moved at a fast speed, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see they were wearing the exclusive uniforms of Saint Land true disciples. "I need to resume patrolling now. I'll just send you till here. Let's meet again in the future if we have time," Peng Bin said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile before he left. "Elder Peng Bin, thank you for leading me here. I'll remember this favor." Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude to Peng Bin. After Peng Bin left, Duan Ling Tian entered the enforcement hall's main hall. "I hope Ka and our daughter are locked up together with Gan Ruyan. That way, I might get to see them." Duan Ling Tian prayed fervently as he stepped into the main hall of the enforcement hall. Chapter 2035 Lu Yun is here too. After Duan Ling Tian entered the enforcement hall's main hall, he saw a spacious hall with rows of counters in three directions. Several enforcement hall's elders were standing behind the counters. However, currently, there was no queue in front of most of the counters. Only one counter had 3 people lining up in front of it. Based on their clothing, it was obvious they were Saint Land disciples from the fire worship sect. They seemed to be waiting for something as they stood in line in front of the counter. That person seems familiar. At the same time, after one of the 2 true disciples who entered the main hall before Duan Ling Tian heard the sound of wind whistling behind him and instinctively turned to look. He found Duan Ling Tian familiar but could not recall where he had seen him before for the time being. When the other true disciple heard him, he turned around to look as well. As soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian, he furrowed his eyebrows as his eyes widened. Isn't he Duan Ling Tian?" He could not help but cry out in surprise. Since the true disciple did not lower his voice, his words were heard by those in the reception area of the enforcement hall's main hall. Apart from shocking his companion, his words had also attracted the attention of the few enforcement hall's elders standing behind the counters and the 3 other true disciples who were standing further away. Duan Ling Tian immediately became the center of attention. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to be recognized instantly the moment he arrived. Faced with everyone's eyes that were trained on him, he smiled and nodded at the crowd. His politeness caused the crowd to be confused as well. The 3 true disciples standing further away looked at each other. They could see the confusion and disbelief in each other's eyes. One of them even bluntly asked, "Is he really Duan Ling Tian? I'm pretty sure it's him. I've seen his portrait before. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian, who looked for trouble with senior sister Wen Yan and publicly humiliated her for seemingly no reason, would have such a side to him as well. I thought he would be really arrogant. Who knew he's actually so polite? Looked for trouble with senior sister Wen Yan for seemingly no reason. You actually believe that? I heard senior sister Wen Yan doesn't even know how she had offended Duan Ling Tian. Senior sister Wen Yan must have offended Duan Ling Tian somehow. Perhaps, she doesn't even know when or how. That must be why she doesn't know how she has offended him." The other 2 true disciples said one after another. It was not only these 3 true disciples who were baffled by how polite Duan Ling Tian was, but even the few enforcement hall's bronze flame elders standing behind the counters and the other 2 true disciples who stood closer to Duan Ling Tian were baffled as well. So this is Duan Ling Tian. Is it really Duan Ling Tian? Just like the other 3 true disciples, they felt extremely confused. "Elder, this is my certificate." Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to their confused gaze and walked to the counter where the 3 true disciples were at and took out his certificate before handing it to the enforcement hall's elder behind the counter. After the enforcement hall's elder looked at it, he nodded. "That's right. This certificate is issued by the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Ling Tian, please wait here for a moment. After all 10 true disciples who accepted the assignment are here, someone will bring all of you to take over the duties from the other 10 true disciples," the enforcement hall's elder said politely after he took the certificate. Seeing the treatment Duan Ling Tian received, the 3 disciples standing at the side had an envious expression on their faces. However, they knew this was the treatment Duan Ling Tian deserved. Who asked him to be so strong? All right, thank you, Elder. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After he smiled at the enforcement hall's elder standing behind the counter, he moved to stand at the side. After Duan Ling Tian stood next to them, they did not dare to size him up despite being curious. They did not even dare to speak. They could only speak through voice transmission. At the same time, the other 2 true disciples also came over to register. So far, out of the 10 true disciples who had accepted the assignment from the enforcement hall, 6 of them had arrived. Since Duan Ling Tian's arrival, the atmosphere in the main hall had turned awkward as well. Nobody spoke at all. It was completely quiet. This continued on until the 7th true disciple arrived. When Duan Ling Tian saw the 7th disciple, he was shocked. This was because he knew the 7th disciple. Senior brother Lu Yun, why are you here? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at the true disciple who had just arrived. Why, are you shocked? Lu Yun, who was slowly walking into the reception hall, seemed to enjoy seeing Duan Ling Tian so shocked. He could not help but smile. I'm really shocked. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. It's only for a month anyway. I'm here to accompany you. Lu Yun smiled. Duan Ling Tian felt warmth enveloping his heart when he heard Lu Yun's words. Naturally, he knew the reason Lu Yun had come here. It was to watch over him and stop him from further offending Dong Lin, the enforcement hall. Apart from that, he was also here to help him meet Gan Ruyan. Soon after, Lu Yun was also done with the procedure and stood next to Duan Ling Tian as they waited. Lu Yun asked curiously, Junior brother Ling Tian, when did you arrive? I arrived less than 15 minutes ago, Duan Ling Tian replied. It seems like I was late. Initially, I planned to come earlier so that I can shock you. Lu Yun smiled. It's still shocking. A wry smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he heard Lu Yun's words. Seeing how Lu Yun and Duan Ling Tian were so familiar with each other, the other 5 true disciples looked at Lu Yun with an envious gaze. However, there was also a hint of delight derived from others' misfortune. It was obvious they were envious that Lu Yun had a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was now the 8th prodigy in the fire worship sect. Apart from mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities, he even possessed a blue innate spiritual root. As long as he did not suddenly die, he would definitely be able to rise to the rank of a golden flame elder in the future. For this reason, they were a little envious when they saw the good relationship between Lu Yun and this soon-to-be golden flame elder. As for the delight they felt at other people's misfortune, they felt that since Duan Ling Tian had offended so many people, Lu Yun would definitely be implicated as well. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li, and when he was still in the Black Turtle Sanctum, after he came to the Saint Land, he had even offended the true disciple, Wen Yan, and the Enforcement Hall's elder, Dong Lin. Although both of them were not as strong as Duan Ling Tian, both of them had very strong backgrounds. For example, Wen Yan's master was a Golden Flame Elder. Not only that, but her master was also the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Dong Lin's background was even more extraordinary. His father was one of the Vice Hall Masters in the Enforcement Hall where they were going to serve in the next month. To think he dares to accept the assignment from the Enforcement Hall and serve here after offending Elder Dong Lin. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian is unaware he's walking into the wolves' den by doing so. This was the thought of the 5 true disciples and the few Enforcement Hall's bronze flame elders. As time passed by, the last 3 true disciples also arrived. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, they were still shocked. Even they knew beforehand that Duan Ling Tian planned to serve in the Enforcement Hall. 10 of you, follow me. After Duan Ling Tian and the other 9 arrived, an Enforcement Hall's elder walked out of the main hall soon after and motioned them to follow him. Based on the uniform he was wearing, it was obvious he was also a Bronze Flame Elder. Under the lead of this Bronze Flame Elder, Duan Ling Tian and the other 9 met the other 10 true disciples who were on duty during the last month to hand over their duties. Their duties were no different from the previous group's duties. When these 10 true disciples finished the handover and were about to leave the Enforcement Hall, they all looked at Duan Ling Tian sympathetically. Many of them even shook their heads and sighed. They shared the same thoughts with the others. They felt Duan Ling Tian had intentionally walked into the wolves' den by volunteering to serve in the Enforcement Hall. It was obvious they had also heard of the dispute between Duan Ling Tian and Dong Lin. As true disciples who had served in the Enforcement Hall, they were, naturally, given a residence of their own. It was spacious and located in the main hall of the Enforcement Hall. When Duan Ling Tian was about to enter his room, before he could close his door, he heard Lu Yun said, "Junior brother Ling Tian, we'll officially start our duty in the enforcement hall tomorrow. Today will also be the only day you have a chance to see senior sister Ru Yan. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet the senior from my clan." "Alright." Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately when he heard Lu Yun's words. His eyes shone as brightly as the stars. "Let's look for him in his residence. If he's not there, we'll go to where he's stationed. Unlike us, he has shifts and other duties to attend to," Lu Yun added again. Due to the reason that the true disciples would be dismissed after serving in the enforcement hall for a month, there was no such thing as shifts or breaks. It was possible for them to take a break. However, their break would last 3 months since that was the amount of time a true disciple would have to wait before they were eligible to serve in the enforcement hall again. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.